When that time came, it wouldn't be Ridge who would be punished, it would be him. Moreover, Ridge knew him too well and hated him deeply. If Ridge became the Connor of Devil Suppression City, he wouldn't let Jonah off easily and would constantly oppose him. How could Jonah let such plans ruin his millennia-old grand scheme? Despite Jonah's threatening tone, Ridge neither confirmed nor denied anything. He sat calmly beside Tim, not even sparing Jonah a glance. You, Connor of Demon Suppression City, are you trying to make sure everyone sees your guilt? Threatening one of this prince's people right before my eyes. Is this prince giving you too much respect? Tim raised his eyebrows, his tone inscrutable, but everyone present knew that Tim was angry. Immediately, the other 8 city lords forgot their previous discontent and looked at Jonah with schadenfreude. They initially thought today was going to be a torment, but watching the drama unfold made it somewhat enjoyable. They also wanted to see if Jonah, having successfully advanced, would dare to act so boldly before the son of the Eben. Prince Tim, I mean no harm. Everything I said comes from my heart. If you don't believe me, I can withdraw from the competition for Connor of Devil Suppression City. As long as it's not Ridge, I don't care who wins. Cornered, Jonah tried to appear loyal in front of Tim. Only he knew how conscienceless he was being when uttering these words. But he had no choice. With things at this stage, he had to take a chance. Though he couldn't inherit the Connorship, despite the pain and regret, he had to endure. Just a few more days, and everything in this demonic territory would belong to him. This was merely Devil Suppression City for now. In the future, as long as he wished, everything would be within his grasp. Surrendering now was merely letting those clowns take care of things for a few days more. Whoever became the current Connor of Devil Suppression City, it couldn't be Ridge. Jonah couldn't believe that after saying all this, Tim would ignore it. Upon hearing Jonah's words, the 8 city lords gasped, wide-eyed. Historically, the winner took all and the loser perished. Devil Suppression City had originally been conquered by Jonah. Without the Eben's interference, it should rightfully belong to Jonah. But now, Jonah, the victor, was not only giving up the Connorship but also requesting another top contender, Ridge, be disqualified from competing. Chapter 293, Bloodbath for 1,000 miles. Does this mean that the ownership of Demon Suppression City might fall into their hands? Suddenly, the 8 city lords were no longer concerned with enjoying the show. Their eyes glittered greedily as they stared at Marcus like wolves eyeing prey. They believed that since Elliot, an elder, had gone so far, Marcus, no matter how dissatisfied, couldn't possibly refuse such a reasonable request. Although Marcus repeatedly stated that Demon Suppression City belonged to Gray, none of them were blind. Gray showed not the slightest trace of demonic aura. They found it hard to believe that the Mac would entrust a city of immense importance to a useless person. Wouldn't this make all the demon clansmen discontent and dissatisfied? Similarly, they did not believe that such a worthless person could actually be favored by the Mac. Elliot, feel your face. Have you been eating too well lately and gained weight? Marcus neither agreed nor refused Elliot's proposal, but coldly watched Elliot in apparent contemplation. Gained weight? Neither Elliot nor the other 8 city lords immediately grasped the oddity of Marcus's question. Instinctively, their gazes fell upon Elliot's face. Even Elliot was puzzled. Subconsciously, he touched his own face. Have I gained weight recently? How could this be possible? Elliot patted his gaunt, nearly bone-thin face and immediately doubted it. After all, as cultivators influenced by demonic energy, how could one gain weight? Moreover, being at the Essence Core realm, Elliot could maintain his appearance indefinitely if he wished. Prince Marcus, please don't joke around. How could I gain weight? Elliot maintained a fake smile, clearly bewildered. Though this statement might be common in human society, for a demon path cultivator like Elliot, gaining weight was practically impossible. Especially given that Elliot suffered constant backlash from secret techniques, causing him to lose blood and flesh. If this continued, he'd end up nothing more than bones. How could he gain weight? Thus, Elliot believed that Marcus's words were merely mocking and ridiculing him. In fact, he guessed correctly. Since you haven't gained weight, why do I think your face has gotten bigger? Who are you to demand respect from me? This sentence had been on Marcus's mind for a while. He truly couldn't understand. Weren't these failures raised up by his father? Originally, they were mere condensation realm trash. How dare they speak arrogantly before him now? Did they really think that with their puny strength, they could challenge the demon capital and make his father afraid? Ridiculous. Cultivation inadvertently leaked out. You have quite the big dog heart. It seems Raphael hasn't appeared in a long time, allowing you and your ilk to harbor rebellious thoughts. Are you planning a rebellion? Seeing Elliot finally lose composure, Marcus dropped the pretense and confronted him directly. Leaning back on the throne, Marcus gripped his left hand slightly, radiating authority without showing anger. The 7 city lords' eyes narrowed sharply, hurriedly lowering their heads. For in Marcus's questioning, they felt the aura of the Mac. When have I ever thought of rebellion? Is Prince Marcus overstepping, or does he think I am someone to be bullied? Elliot could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand onto the conference table. The wooden table made from a 10,000-year-old spirit tree instantly shattered under Elliot's strike. At this moment, Elliot's 7th layer essence core cultivation was completely revealed. Black demonic aura filled the meeting room, its oppressive aura making the 7 demon city lords struggle to breathe. Gray's reaction was most evident. Being a mere cripple, Gray had long been ruined by Elliot's daily torment. Alonsoars of servitude had turned his physical body into a wreck. Under the assault of Elliot's demonic aura, how could Gray possibly withstand it? A sweet taste welled up in his throat, almost causing him to vomit blood. Outrageous. Seeing Gray in such distress, Marcus quickly pressed his hand on Gray's shoulder, infusing red demonic aura into his body. The oppressive sensation and discomfort instantly vanished from Gray's body, and with a relieved breath, a powerful and pure demonic aura suddenly flowed into his dantian. An indescribable sensation of bliss made Gray involuntarily squint his eyes and gasp in astonishment. It was simply too comfortable. All his pores seemed to open, His long blocked meridians gently unsealed, and his body's aura changed drastically. How to describe this feeling? Like being reborn. Gray basked in the pleasure, eyes closed. In this blurred moment, he saw visions of his family. Right in this tense moment, a series of light sounds came from Gray's body. No, it wasn't farting. The sounds came from his dantian. Under the astonished gazes of the 8 city lords, Gray's aura visibly rose rapidly until stopping at the condensation realm. How is this possible? Prince Marcus, what secret technique did you use? How can this happen? The 7 demon city lords exclaimed in disbelief. Elliot was stunned speechless, staring at Marcus and Gray, unable to find words. He couldn't describe his shock. Even the Mac needed ancient bloodline tests to boost their power. How could Marcus achieve such a heaven-defying feat on his own? And initially, they were all outstanding talents. Gray was now a cripple, boosting a cripple to the condensation realm in just 3 breaths. Such reality was indeed a blow to their sense of reality, leaving them dazed. Haha, merely this has shocked you, dumb? Don't forget that you relied on Raphael's power to reach your current realms. With my current ability, I can only boost him to the condensation realm. But Raphael isn't limited like this. Marcus wore a mocking smile, speaking calmly despite the situation. While appearing composed, Marcus knew inside he was panicking, because he had just transferred the power given to him by his father, which he hadn't fully absorbed yet, into Gray's body. If his father found out, he would certainly be punished. Only after everything was done did they feel fear. But now that it was done, there was no room for regret. He could only maintain his composure and act as if nothing happened. This would also show these foolish waste of space that the Mac remained an insurmountable peak they could never surpass. The plan worked as expected. Witnessing this incomprehensible and unbelievable scene, everyone except Davin couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Shock filled their faces. Alonso's, their current powers were indeed given by the Mac back then. However, that relied on ancient bloodline tests, and there were only 2 or 3 opportunities in 1,000 years. It was extremely rare. Why did Davin deserve such a chance? One question after another swirled in their minds, and they looked at Davin as if he were a monster. Even Gray, the beneficiary, seemed dazed with shock. He stood straight, staring at Davin's handsome face, speechless for a long time. Over these 10,000 years, he had often blamed his wish back then and wondered if not being compassionate might have led to a different outcome. Now, he understood that meeting Elliot and Davin was fate. Blessings and misfortunes came together. It was just too bad about his family. After regaining his strength, the first thing Gray thought of was not revenge, but sorrow for his deceased family. Seeing Gray's expression, Davin felt a little relieved. After all, he didn't want to save someone who would turn ungrateful. Even though Gray had once saved him, 1,000 years was a long time, and people's hearts could easily change. But he didn't bet wrong. Gray was indeed worthy. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You must be using some kind of illusion. Just as everyone was stunned, Elliot seemed to go mad. His eyes bloodshot. He stared at Gray with a hoarse voice. He was truly afraid now. Previously, Gray was just a cripple. Even if he became the master of demon hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the palace wall. Elliot tasted sweetness in his mouth, bit his teeth, and forced himself to swallow. Disbelief etched on his face as he asked, word by word. Other city lords may not have noticed, but he, standing closest, felt it. The power within Davin wasn't Essence Core 6th layer. It was clearly Essence Core 9th layer. Is the world insane? Is this a joke? Before Elliot could get angry, the cruel reality shattered his psychological defense, sending him crashing to the ground like a soulless shell. Just this, you can't accept? I thought you were something. Davin silently retracted his hand, looking at Elliot with a faint smile. The other 7 city lords quickly lowered their heads, wishing they could shrink into a ball. Their minds echoed one thought. Madness. The world has gone mad. After not seeing anyone for thousands of years, why are these extraordinary people appearing one by one these past few days? Essence Core 9th layer. A realm they could barely dream of in their entire lives. Why should they? The 7 city lords felt extremely discontent. They leaned against their chairs, grinding their teeth. They couldn't help it. 1,000 years had passed, and they were still stuck at their current level, unable to advance. Alansat, whether it was that mysterious person, the Armin, or Davin, they all surged ahead far beyond them, almost mocking them. Second only to the Mac, they had been above 10,000 others. But now, they realized how small and insignificant they truly were, like miserable ants. Hashtag chapter 294, plunder. There was no way he could afford to waste time. After all, he had to plunder the entire Connor Manor of Demon Suppression Town as much as possible before its lord returned. With such a monumental task at hand, he couldn't afford to dawdle. Of course, this wasn't just sheer recklessness. Initially, Enrique had only planned to use the cover of dusk, when the city lord hadn't yet returned, to gather some intelligence about the situation within the manor. But who would have thought that every 10 miles in this vast city lord's territory was practically brimming with buried treasure chests like a rat hoarding food in the dead of winter? This conclusion was reached after meticulous exploration and searching. It never failed him. In just an hour, he'd already found over 20 treasure chests. Though the contents weren't particularly rare, they were indispensable. Restorative pills for chi and spirit recovery, various demon cores from powerful demons, and other miscellaneous items. Not to mention the heap of spirit stones that now stood like a small mountain. At first, Enrique had patiently inspected each item to see if it suited his needs. But now, he simply waved his hand, collecting everything inside without hesitation. Why would he be picky when it was all free for the taking? Enrique dumped the empty chest casually, then walked another 10 miles to kick the ground fiercely. As soon as he did, a chunk of soil was instantly dug up, revealing another glowing treasure chest. Repeating the process, he stashed the loot into his storage ring and moved on to the next location. The places he searched were left in disarray, dirt overturned, broken boxes, and scattered trash everywhere. Anyone who stumbled upon this scene might think the demon suppression town city lord had been robbed. Enrique didn't clean up or intentionally leave evidence. It was simply unnecessary. He wanted to be cautious, but the city lord didn't give him any reason to worry. It wasn't just a joke. The city lord definitely had something to hide. Before digging, Enrique carefully probed the area. Despite its grandeur, the manor had fewer than 10 people besides the guards outside the inner courtyard, and his perception indicated those 10 individuals were likely the city lord's beautiful wives. There wasn't a single strong warrior around. Initially surprised by this lax security, Enrique soon understood. The city lord had transformed his manor into a labyrinthine treasure map, making it dangerous for anyone else to enter. Knowing the treachery of human hearts, even Enrique wouldn't dare invite strangers in under such circumstances. With everyone accounted for, Enrique moved freely through the manor, completely unfazed by the risk of discovery. The thrill of it all was incomparable. And what about fearing the city lord discovering him? Enrique wasn't worried in the least. The prison was located in a deserted courtyard a kilometer away from the city lord's residence. To the city lord, Enrique was merely a crippled prisoner with severed meridians and a shattered dantian. No one would ever suspect such a waste could escape and infiltrate the inner chambers. Taking advantage of the city lord's negligence, Enrique saw it as only fair to compensate for the suffering he endured during his imprisonment. If the city lord discovered this, well, that was his problem. Chevy, the scheming city lord, had been plotting against the Dorian siblings when a sudden chill ran down his spine. His heart pounded uncontrollably, and he furrowed his brow in unease, feeling as though someone was watching him. Dismissing the irrational thought immediately, he ridiculed himself for being overly sensitive. He was, after all, the powerful 9th-rank primordial core city lord of Demon Suppression Town, destined to be the future Eben. Who could possibly target him? Shaking off the feeling, Chevy turned his attention back to Marcus. This is the complete process of the bloodline evaluation. Do any of you city lords have objections? Marcus, oblivious to Chevy's internal turmoil, sipped his tea gracefully. Despite burning curiosity and many questions bubbling up, the city lords remained silent. They were wary after offending Marcus earlier. Now that none of you have anything to say, let me announce another great opportunity, Marcus said calmly, setting down his teacup. A great opportunity? These city lords couldn't help but feel wary. Could Marcus be setting a trap for them? Unable to trust the situation, they prepared themselves for the worst. The king decreed that the fairness in the competition lacked the rule of survival of the fittest, Marcus explained with a sinister smile. Therefore, this time the bloodline evaluation will not be fair, but will depend entirely on the participants' own strength. Not fair? What did depending on their own strength mean? What trick was Marcus planning now? Several city lords' forced smiles froze, their brows knitting so tightly they could almost suffocate a fly. Shouldn't competitions be fair? Why did Marcus do the opposite? Calling it a survival of the fittest principle sounded suspiciously like a trap. Knowing they couldn't change the rules, they gritted their teeth and waited. Seeing their newfound respect, Marcus's demeanor softened slightly. He cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell. To avoid dissatisfaction among the demonic populace, although there are strict regulations, there will be opportunities for all. Moreover, the bloodline evaluation results won't be as stringent, greatly increasing the chances of receiving the Eben's blessing. It was equivalent to a reduced version of previous evaluations. Though the rewards wouldn't match those of the Dragon Gate, they still comprised about a third of past offerings. Statistically speaking, out of 100 participants, 2 might receive the Eben's blessing. Chapter 295, Rules. This new rule ensures that the new generation of demons can steadily improve, rather than getting stuck in a bottleneck as they do now. Apart from the 10 city lords, the rest are merely insignificant lackeys. As for the Ezekiel tournament, although over 20 families participate, each family can only send one direct descendant to compete. And only 10 of them will receive the Sergio's blessing, meaning the other 10 families' representatives will be eliminated. They will participate in the arena combat, where only the ones who show the highest and strongest prowess have the right to participate in the bloodline testing. The rules of the arena combat are not stringent. Everyone has the right to challenge others. In other words, if one of the final 10 contestants has the idea to single-handedly defeat everyone else and succeeds, he can enjoy all the blessings from the pool alone, while the other 19 are all eliminated. And most importantly, the bloodline testing disregards background and identity, with life and death left undetermined. This, Lord Hakim, isn't this rule a bit too lax? One person enjoying all the blessings, this? Your Highness Hakim, I have no objections to the other rules, but allowing life or death outcomes seems too cruel. Those participating in the bloodline testing are all our finest, and losing any one of them is a great loss to our demon race. Alonso's, Your Highness Hakim, those geniuses are the future of our demon race. Children might not know how to hold back. It's really not appropriate. Initially, many demon conners felt smug upon hearing the rules of Jiaomen. After all, their offspring are numerous and exceptionally talented, and they dote on quite a few. If only one could participate in the bloodline testing, the others would surely be resentful, creating rifts between them. Moreover, watching their beloved children become disheartened, unable to strive for success, was difficult for them. But with Jiaomen's rules, their many offspring, even the least capable ones, were still far superior to lowly commoners. Since Lord Hakim guaranteed that out of 100, only 2 would pass the bloodline testing, their strength would ensure securing those 2 spots. Though Jiaomen's rewards didn't compare to Ezekiel, a third of its effect was still substantial enough to secure a bright future for their children. Initially thrilled by the new rule, their faces fell upon hearing Ezekiel's regulations. It left them unsure whether to be excited or anxious. If such rules were enacted, the risk would be enormous for them. Each city lord had several promising descendants, including those with exceptional talent. Moreover, the bloodline testing date had been set long ago, during which these venerable old men had likely nurtured talented offspring. Given that conflicts among city lords and their descendants were rare, they knew little about the talents in various cities. The Sergio's intention was to bring their best geniuses to light. However, if he only wanted to assess their depth and strength, why order life or death combat? After all, the demons naturally revel in bloodshed, and the allure of such an opportunity is irresistible to any young individual. Despite any warnings, they would vie for the single slot at any cost, even risking their lives. This would cause significant damage, given the resources spent carefully nurturing their descendants to prevent early deaths. This time, the bloodline testing could yield nothing but also endanger their favorite and most talented children. They suspected the Sergio was exacting revenge. Haha, the path of cultivation is inherently perilous, filled with people vying for resources. You city lords once climbed to your positions through similar struggles, which were even more arduous. Besides, it's just a rule. As long as no one acts rashly, there won't be issues. Don't be overly sensitive, city lords. Compared to the nervousness of the city lords, Hakim seemed indifferent, not even raising an eyebrow. I'm not being overly sensitive. These are the pillars of the demon race's future. Is your highness Hakim being too hasty? Langston, upon hearing this, nearly fumed, his beard bristling. He wasn't like the other city lords. Once just a lowly slave, he became the city lord after displaying exceptional prowess, catching the Sergio's eye. By then, he was elderly and, through immense effort, had a precious son, whom he doted on unprecedentedly. His son perished in battle against a human cultivator, which enraged him, leading him to kill all humans in the capital in retribution. Alansat, the dead cannot return. Without his son, his lineage would end. Desperate and nearly driven mad, he clung to his son's body night and day. It was then that the Sergio, seeing his plight, entrusted Hakim with a secret art. Overjoyed, he forcibly gathered all young women in the city to ensure his son had an heir. His grandson was born then. With a grandson, he had hope again, loving him even more fervently than his son. Nothing his grandson desired was unattainable, even if it cost him half his life. Thus, he couldn't bear to hear Hakim casually dismiss his concerns. The thought of risking his beloved grandson's life tore at his heart. He didn't want to experience the pain of burying his child again. If it involved life and death, he'd prefer his grandson stay at the chi condensation stage forever, making the Ezekiel bloodline test the better choice. Chapter 296, Anger. As for Ezekiel, it would suffice to send a member from a branch family. But what troubled him was his grandson, whose personality mirrored that of his precious son. Both were extremely proud individuals. If he knew that his eligibility was stripped so easily, he would likely spend sleepless nights arguing with him endlessly. He might even threaten with his life. He loved his grandson dearly and could not bear seeing him upset. In the end, he might still have to compromise. Alansat, knowing his grandson's strength, although he could be considered an outstanding talent of the generation, the odds of winning the final opportunity were slim in the Connor of Tumor City's eyes. If his son were to participate in the final competition, would he once again experience the anguish of a parent burying their child? The Connor of Tumor City was filled with distress as he pondered this. No matter how he thought about it, it was all that damned Eben's fault. If not for their unreasonable rules, my grandson would surely earn the recognition and blessings of the demon god. Is Connor of Tumor City questioning my authority? Future pillar of the demon race? Such a grand statement, Connor of Devouring City. Please remember, this opportunity was granted by His Majesty. Before that, you did not even have the ability to touch such opportunities. And regarding your pillars, as long as my parents wish, they can create countless geniuses like you. Offering you this chance shows our respect. Don't be ungrateful. Marcus originally had pent-up anger inside him, and hearing the tone from the Connor of Tumor City ignited it instantly. He naturally knew the so-called treasured son of the Connor of Tumor City was nothing more than a waste piled up by external forces. To call him a pillar of the future demon race was laughable. The words disregarded any semblance of dignity and respect for the other city lords, as if slapping them across the face loudly. Marcus wasn't just denying them face. He was metaphorically dumping excrement on their heads. This statement told them clearly, whether their prides and hopes or themselves held no more value than mere disposable trash in the Eben's eyes. They could be replaced at will. It was humiliating beyond belief. They glared at Marcus, eyes burning with raging flames and murderous intent, ready to pounce on this insolent one. Ridiculous. Just as many city lords were getting worked up and on the verge of making catastrophic mistakes, a cold, steady voice suddenly exploded in their ears. In the next second, garbage. They felt as if their organs had shifted, blood rushing to their throats and intense pain radiating through them. Pain whitened their faces, but they dared not make a sound, enduring agony and scrambling to kneel. Thank you, Eben, for forgiving us. We will not entertain such improper thoughts. Eben, your might is unparalleled, beyond measurement. We hold you in utmost reverence. Indeed, you are the finest among humans, the pinnacle of demons. Thank you, Eben. At this moment, hearts pounded in fear, as they prostrated heavily, foreheads striking the ground repeatedly. They blamed themselves bitterly for believing the false rumors about the Eben's ill health. Clearly, he had emerged from seclusion, stronger than ever. Even as 6 elemental pill Dan cultivators, they felt spiritually damaged by just the sound of the Eben's voice. Such realization instilled profound dread in them. 1,000 years ago, the Eben had already reached 9 elemental pill Dan perfection. After a millennium, they dared not speculate how powerful he must have become now. Several city lords cursed silently, wanting to torture whoever spread the false news. Even though Marcus had hinted earlier about the Eben's imminent emergence, they remained skeptical, dismissing it as deception. Now faced with undeniable reality, they understood he was far more formidable than before. Such thoughts struck them hard. If true, their actions over the years were like plucking fur from a tiger. It was over. All was lost. 7 city lords, while begging for forgiveness, despaired inwardly. Given the Eben's vindictive nature, he would never let them off. Note, names like Connor of Tumor City, Devouring City, and Suppressing Demon City are translated based on context clues and thematic relevance, as exact names weren't provided in Pinyin. Chapter 297. Acknowledging defeat. What on earth was happening? Why had the Eben's strength not only not diminished, but actually increased? Could it be that the distinguished gentleman had been deceiving me? The Lorenzo was among the queue bowing with the other lords of demon cities. But now, his mind was filled with doubt. An inexplicable chill spread over him. The Lorenzo could barely hear his own heartbeat. He differed from the other demon city lords whose actions were merely minor nuisances. What he had done, the Lorenzo knew for certain that if the Eben was truly unharmed and planning to return soon, he would be the first to suffer. No, once I get back, I need to ask that gentleman. Despite his chaotic thoughts, he forced himself to stay calm. Several noble lords outside bowed incessantly, their foreheads bloodied. Yet the Eben remained silent, so they continued kneeling. In this awkward atmosphere, they bowed for half an hour straight. Even the ground was stained red with their blood. By this point, they were almost at their limits, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Enough, my lords, you may cease your bows. My father is currently in a crucial phase of seclusion and has no interest in wasting time on you. He is already retired, Marcus finally spoke calmly, noticing some of them were close to fainting. He didn't really want to stop them either. He enjoyed watching them bow. But he had another grand surprise prepared. If they fainted, wouldn't that spoil the surprise? Thank you, Your Highness Marcus. We acted impulsively earlier and offended Your Highness. We are truly sorry. Since this is the case, we shall stand. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing Marcus's words, the 8 lords realized they had been fooled by him. It seemed the moment the Eben loosened his grip, he had already left, but Marcus hadn't spoken up, obviously playing tricks on them. Alansat now, all of them confirmed internally that the rumor about the Eben's injury was false. How dare they disrespect Marcus? Each one behaved like a subservient lackey, and one lord couldn't handle the pressure, obediently pouring tea directly into Marcus's hands. A gesture too humiliating to describe. However, no one said a word against it, blaming themselves for being too slow to act, allowing the Sandonis to take the initiative. Having seen Raphael, it seems each of you have become quite obedient. Do you still have objections to my previous proposal? Without ceremony, Marcus accepted a cup of tea brought by an elderly man, sipped lightly, then poured it onto the floor. The teacup smashed into pieces as scalding water splashed onto the 8 lords. Although displeased, they could only force smiles. Since this decision was made by the Eben and Your Highness Marcus, it must be well considered. Our opinions don't matter. Leave it to the Eben. Facing blatant humiliation, many lords gritted their teeth in frustration but had no choice. As for any further objections, they dared not even think about it. Inside, they harbored resentment deep enough to fill an ocean, yet outwardly, they wore fake smiles. Haha, this prince knew all of you demon city lords were sensible. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. Here it comes. Finally, Marcus smiled, pretending to remember suddenly. If his smile weren't so obvious, what good news could it possibly be? Could it be another trick? After several twists, the minds of the lords were spinning. Seeing Marcus ready to trap them again, what could they do even knowing? Stop him? Were they asking for trouble? Just as they resigned themselves to returning to their seats, a sudden golden magic energy enveloped them, pressing them forcefully to the ground. Their knees sank deeply into the ground, causing immense pain. Their eyes widened in shock. When had they ever suffered such humiliation in all their years as lords? But upon seeing this magical energy, they immediately knew who was behind it. All anger vanished instantly, replaced by forced smiles. Your Highness Marcus, what does this mean? What did we do wrong again? We know we erred before, please forgive us, Your Highness. Suppressing their fury, the lords looked humbly at Marcus, who sat nonchalantly at the head of the table. Just a few moments more, my lords. Since you are kneeling, you might as well listen while you kneel. With a casual wave, Marcus retracted the magical energy and laughed. Absolutely unbearable. Hearing Marcus's words, the faces of the 8 lords darkened. They hadn't endured such humiliation in a millennium. Yet this yellow-haired youth mocked and shamed them repeatedly. But with Marcus's immense power and influential backing returned, how could they dare defy him? Though cursing him in their hearts, they nodded obediently. The Eben has decided that any candidate approved by the demon god will receive their position to avoid favoritism toward our own kin. Last time, successful candidates became demon city lords. Marcus spoke directly without mincing words. Hearing this, the lords nodded approvingly. Deep down, they were satisfied. Although city positions were the best they could offer their descendants, direct appointments from the Eben held far greater significance within the entire demon race. Thus, despite not contributing his essence, the Eben still invested heavily. The lords acknowledged this. I was talking about Zhao Gate's reward. For Long Gate's reward, after serious deliberation with my father, aren't the chairs beneath your butts getting too comfortable? Are you tired? Hashtag chapter 298. Change of Connors. Davin let the corners of his mouth curve up without any reservation, speaking seriously. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the 8 demon city lords froze instantly. What did Davin mean by that? Was it that they had been sitting in their positions for too long? Davin's meaning. Even though they were almost certain of the answer, the 8 demon city lords didn't wish to ponder further. An outcome that couldn't be easily guessed was too shocking. It was something they simply could not accept. Why have you all gone silent? You've been in your positions for far too long. Almost a millennium. Even if you haven't grown tired of it, I certainly have. Moreover, after 1,000 years, there has been no progress in your cultivation, techniques, or mindset, which disappoints me and Raphael immensely. Since being in those positions does nothing for you, why don't you move aside and let those who need the position inherit it? What do you think, lords? Davin wasn't giving them time to absorb what he said. With a gentle smile on his face, he dropped the bomb right on them. The 8 demon city lords' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. They couldn't describe their feelings. Shock, confusion, despair. It felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their hearts tightly, ready to crush them at any moment. Would the Eben really replace them? Such thoughts only crossed their minds when they first became city lords, fearful and inexperienced. Later, with more power, they thought the Eben was severely injured and lacked the strength or energy to deal with them. Now, realizing the irony of their previous thoughts, they remained utterly baffled. While they indeed acted recklessly lately, was such a punishment too cruel? For 1,000 years, they had served as demon city lords, making many small mistakes along the way. But without them, how could the demon race function for a millennium? They might not have merited accolades, but they certainly deserved recognition. Was the Eben's decision so cruel? Despair clouded the hearts of the 8 demon city lords. Because they knew the Eben's decision was irrevocable. Lord Eben also didn't care about their opinions. Only now did they understand the origin of the Eben's earlier regulations. Knowing their status was tenuous, replacing them with their most powerful children was a truly ruthless move by the Eben, stabbing directly at their vitals. Through his words alone, he pinned them to the pillar of moral judgment. No matter how dissatisfied or disagreeing they were, once people understood the whole story, they would choose to comply. After all, over these 1,000 years, they had committed numerous absurdities. Ordinary citizens and other families had long harbored resentment towards them, yet dared not oppose due to their authority. If they lost their titles and were abandoned by the Eben, surely many would come forward to accuse them before the Eben. Prince Davin, we made many mistakes, but please consider our 1,000 years of service to the demon race and forgive us just this once. Alonso's, Prince Davin, Lord Eben's new rules are driving us to the brink. How innocent we are. Prince Davin, those children are still young and unprepared for such responsibilities. Please reconsider. Alonso's, Prince Davin, they are too young. The demon capital has just returned to peace. Replacing the city lords now is not beneficial for the people. As they spoke, the 8 demon city lords bowed, putting on an air of righteousness. A faint, half-smile appeared on Davin's face as he listened to them. Look at these loyal ministers of my father's. They were willing to fight him moments ago for their own benefit, but now that it affected themselves, they acted with self-righteousness. Truly laughable. You didn't say that earlier. Weren't you saying they were the future pillars of the demon race, with exceptional talent fit for great tasks? How quickly you change, Davin sneered, tapping his finger incessantly on the table. The sound echoed like their own heartbeat. We were merely heated in the moment. Being a demon city lord is a significant responsibility. Those younglings are impulsive and naive, spoiled by us. If they are to inherit these positions, they require more grooming. Alonso's, Prince Davin, being a demon city lord comes with many responsibilities. Those youths are too young and might misuse their power, causing turmoil in the demon capital and disrupting its peace. The 8 demon city lords turned pale at Davin's words. Alan saw it, they could not refute him since those words originally came from their mouths. To deny it now would be slapping their own faces. Feeling helpless but understanding they couldn't sit idly by, they emphasized the youth of their children. Compared to them, seasoned rulers for a millennium, their young offspring seemed inadequate. They believed Lord Eben would discern the importance of experience. Young? Did you forget that when you took charge of the demon cities, you were even younger than them? Besides, apart from age, do you have any advantage? Even if you're not young, you've done plenty of ridiculous things. Your descendants, although young, I believe they will perform better. At least, they will be obedient. Don't you agree, lords? Davin found their arguments laughable. How could he not see through these old foxes, who had nothing but their age as an argument? Especially considering they controlled the demon cities at around 100 years old. Now, even their grandchildren were over 100. Did they feel no shame saying such things? Your Highness. The 8 demon city lords were silenced by Davin's words, standing motionless, mouths agape, unable to respond. Why the hesitation, lords? Do you not want your bloodline to inherit your positions? Didn't you just love it? What happened to that love? Davin smiled coldly, mocking the dispirited demon city lords. Chapter 299. Each with their own agenda. This wasn't a transfer of love. It was clear that everyone was struggling to save themselves. The 8 demon Connors were inwardly howling in pain. Only they knew how much they could embezzle and the extent of power they wielded as demon Connors. Losing this position felt like losing half their lives. Even if their heirs might inherit their positions, the losses they would incur were immeasurable given their past actions. Don't be so disheartened, demon Connors. If the number of chosen ones by the demon god is not 8 in the end, it can only be considered bad luck, and you will retain your positions. Just as the 8 demon Connors felt utterly despairing, Dayton kindly added these words. What did this mean? If their heirs didn't receive the blessings of the demon god, they could continue as Connors? The expressions of the 8 demon Connors froze as they looked at Dayton with some surprise. Though Dayton's words were brief, they contained profound implications. For example, why did he specifically mention the positions of 8 Connors rather than 10? The demon Connors frowned but understood everything when they saw Dev standing beside Dayton. Dev had just been appointed as the demon suppression Connor, so there was no way he could be replaced so quickly. As for the other person, looking at Dayton, who wore an ambiguous smile, their eyes darkened. Fairness never existed for those with powerful backgrounds. After all, Dayton had previously replaced the demon suppression Connor despite his low rank. Now replacing the absent one seemed quite normal. As the son of a 9th layer Yuan Dan Eben, Dayton's power and status ensured he would remain firmly seated in that position. As for them, at least Dayton showed some conscience and offered a solution. If they heard correctly, what Dayton meant was simply to let their family's representatives lose the competition and fail the bloodline assessment. If fewer than 8 remained, they would keep their positions. This approach, Connors looked at Dayton with growing fear. Some lowered their heads in deep contemplation, as if making a significant decision. I don't understand, Your Highness Dayton. What you mean by this? One Connor finally asked. Your Highness, may I respectfully ask if your method isn't overly harsh? Another ventured cautiously. One of these two was the swallow demon Connor, who couldn't accept the sudden change. He considered sending less important distant relatives to the Dragon Gate instead of his precious grandson. But thinking about it further, since he only had one heir, a talented and filial grandson, letting him take over didn't seem too bad. Alansat hearing Dayton's implication left him thunderstruck. Dayton's words weren't that simple. He was willing to pass on his position to his grandson, but others might not be so willing. Seeing many close their eyes in thought, the Swallow Demon Connor realized the truth. People act out of self-interest. When their own positions were at stake, nothing else mattered. Family bonds would be cast aside. Thus, Swallow Demon Connor already anticipated their decisions. According to Dayton's original plan, his grandson could inherit. But to preserve their own positions, others might sacrifice their heirs to ensure fewer than 8 were chosen, thus securing their seats. Now, things had changed. Others would use every means to protect their positions, and the most terrifying aspect was that he knew little about each Connor's heirs. While his grandson was talented, he wasn't necessarily the best among them. If he guessed right, his grandson would barely make it into the top 10. While many Connors wanted to preserve their positions, some dared to dream bigger, to have their descendants become Connors alongside themselves, elevating their family status immensely. Could anyone resist such temptation? The Swallow Demon Connor feared the upcoming competition, where the arena fight preceding the bloodline assessment explicitly allowed mortal combat. Though his fellow Connors acted friendly on the surface, none truly wished well for each other. Thus, this competition provided the perfect opportunity. His more confident colleagues would likely instruct their descendants to target others' heirs. His grandson would be an easy target unless something unexpected happened. The best-case scenario, severe injury. The worst-case scenario, death. Note asterisk the chapter maintains a coherent storyline while adhering to the style and tone of the original text. It preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring a natural flow in English. Chapter 300, Hidden Mysteries. The Connor of Swallow Demon City didn't dare to say thanks, only his eyes were filled with hostility when looking at Hakim. As for the other city lord who jointly opposed, it was the Connor of Charmed Demon City, the only female among many Demon City lords. The Charmed Demon Connor was stunningly beautiful with a figure that could be described as bewitchingly hot. But don't underestimate her because of her appearance and gender. What she specialized in was mental control. People under her control would lose their sense of self, and even if she asked them to kill their own kin, they wouldn't bat an eye. At her peak, it was rumored that the Charmed Demon Connor controlled 10,000 people solely with her mind, a terrifying feat. And this was just her least remarkable ability. As for the others, the reasons for the Charmed Demon Connor's opposition were similar to those of the Swallow Demon Connor. Although she looked younger than the Swallow Demon Connor, like a young maiden, she was actually the oldest among the 10 Demon City's lords. Due to her cultivation technique, the Charmed Demon Connor had virtually given up on having descendants. Perhaps because of her advanced age, she began to torture and kill people less frequently, and even her cruel personality softened considerably. For 500 years, she developed an odd fascination with kidnapping human cultivators who practiced Buddhism without killing them, something that seemed almost miraculous for someone who used to slaughter indiscriminately. Furthermore, she started burning incense, praying to Buddha, wearing prayer beads, and chanting scriptures daily, behaving like a devout believer. To ordinary people, this was nothing unusual, but to demon cultivators, it was laughable. If not for her high status, she would have long been considered a monster by the demonic populace and likely burnt alive. But due to her status, the citizens dared not mention it, leaving them baffled. This puzzlement lasted for 300 years before the Charmed Demon Connor returned with a noticeably pregnant belly. Imagine the uproar this caused among the demonic populace. After all, it was common knowledge that the Charmed Demon Connor could not bear children, yet her large belly wasn't a fabrication. Whispers abounded, with everyone speculating how she became pregnant and who the father was. Despite the swirling doubts, no one dared to ask. Whenever other city lords broached the subject, the Charmed Demon Connor went berserk, attacking them fiercely. Eventually, other city lords stopped asking altogether. Over time, the demonic populace accepted her condition, but new questions emerged. It was perplexing indeed. The pregnancy was too strange. Though she appeared 9 months along upon her return, 3 centuries passed without any progress. She preferred revealing and seductive attire, with her stomach swollen like a large watermelon, its surface covered in black vein-like patterns, seeming ready to burst at any moment. The demonic populace was curious and confused. What exactly was the Charmed Demon Connor carrying? Why hadn't she delivered after 300 years? In that time, they could have produced several generations. But the Charmed Demon Connor refused to divulge anything, becoming increasingly irritable and volatile, deterring anyone from questioning her further. They observed that she seemed to kill fewer people and kidnap more monks, twirling her prayer beads faster and faster. Until a major event occurred, they learned the truth. It turned out that the Charmed Demon Connor was carrying a stillborn child from the start, a full-term infant corpse. And that infant corpse was human. The demonic populace was utterly dumbfounded. What was the Charmed Demon Connor up to? Why did she become pregnant with a human child? And why did the child die? Though they feared being killed by the Charmed Demon Connor, gossip could not be suppressed. Since the news spread that she was carrying a stillbirth, the Charmed Demon Connor seemed to resign herself. While still refusing to reveal the child's origins, she responded reluctantly to inquiries. Other city lords, although unable to glean much information, tried to boost their favor by sending skilled physicians to examine her. The Charmed Demon Connor surprisingly welcomed all comers. Alansat, these examinations revealed only helplessness. The fetus inside was extremely strange, lacking both a fetal heartbeat and any spiritual resonance. In time, the Charmed Demon Connor seemed to finally give up, ceasing to consult any physicians. Until one day, she suddenly felt the baby kick. Startled, before she could react, excruciating pain engulfed her. It felt as though her body was splitting in two, nearly causing her death. Alarmed, the city lords rushed to assist in delivering the child. But the child refused to be born, staying lodged inside the Charmed Demon Connor. She lapsed in and out of consciousness from the pain. According to midwives present, the amount of blood she lost was equivalent to a small lake. Even in such peril, the charmed demon Connor never thought of giving up on the child. As time wore on, her vitality weakened drastically. Fortunately, after 10 days and nights, the child was finally born. Exhausted, the charmed demon Connor was on the verge of collapse when she saw the child's face. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she laughed and cried, clutching the child tightly until she fainted. Upon seeing the stillborn, midwives feared upsetting the charmed demon Connor and intended to secretly bury the infant. However, she refused to let go, and the midwives could do nothing but acquiesce. But the stillborn was far from peaceful, incredibly sinister. At its birth, the sky over the demon realm instantly darkened, clouds spreading ominously. Within an hour, the entire sky turned pitch black, lightning flashing amid the stormy clouds as torrential rain poured down. At the time, the populace was unaware of the charmed demon Connor's delivery, mistaking the disturbances for an external attack, causing widespread panic. 3 minutes later, celestial thunder roiled above charmed demon city, as if drawn to something within. Startled awake by the thunder, the charmed demon Connor, holding her child comfortingly, nearly knelt in fear at the sight of the thunderous sky. Demons were naturally afraid of highly young entities, let alone celestial thunder. It seemed Hayden sought to extinguish the child, even in its cradle. The charmed demon Connor was filled with sorrow and rage. After protecting the child from men, she had hoped to raise him confidently. Why was everything against her? Was her child truly forbidden by heaven and earth? Carrying the child for 500 years, she refused to accept this fate. Everyone in Charmed Demon City hid indoors, fearing the repercussions of the celestial thunder, but the charmed demon Connor stood defiantly in the open. Her spine straight, she shielded the stillborn with her body. Bolts of celestial thunder struck one after another, and the deranged woman withstood 3 strikes with her frail body. Blood flowed, flesh mangled, drenched by the rain. Yet the charmed demon Connor refused to yield, despite her weakening body. Although she was at the level of a primordial core cultivator, years of doubt and despair over the stillborn child had already left her body in shambles. Withstanding 3 celestial thunders, half of her lifespan was already depleted. She wanted to endure further, but her body had reached its limits. The Connor of Charmed Demon City was at a loss. She refused to accept her fate and ran to the Sergio's palace, crying and laughing, holding her child, and repeatedly banging her forehead on the ground. However, the Sergio had entered a long-term seclusion before all this happened and hadn't shown his face or communicated for 500 years. How could he possibly heed the pleas of the Connor of Charmed Demon City? As celestial thunder approached again, everyone, including the other city lords, hid inside their homes, waiting for the spectacle. After all, they wondered how foolish this woman could be, thinking the Sergio would save her child. A person who overestimated their capabilities deserved the consequences. They thought the final outcome would be the Connor of Charmed Demon City unable to withstand the power of the celestial thunder, leading to a double fatality with her child. No, it wasn't like that. She was holding a corpse to her death. At this critical moment, the heartbroken Connor of Charmed Demon City suddenly lifted her head, facing the Sergio's palace, and screamed a sentence with all her might. That year's thunderstorm was so intense that no one could hear what she said clearly. All they knew was that, in the instant she screamed, a torrent of overwhelming demonic aura erupted, and a black figure instantly burst out from the palace, using his own body to block the remaining attacks. When everything calmed down, the clear sky reappeared. The other city lords, who came out leisurely to watch the show, only saw the unconscious Connor of Charmed Demon City lying on the ground, next to her dead infant. It must be said that this stillborn child was truly peculiar. Not only did it lack a pulse or heartbeat, but its appearance couldn't be identified as either human or demon. The child looked like a low-tier magical beast's offspring but emitted a human aura. Everyone felt that this child was extremely unusual, thinking it was a bad omen from the union of a human and a demon. After waking up, the Connor of Charmed Demon City took the child back home. Strangely, within 12 hours of returning, the child inexplicably regained a pulse and heartbeat and came back to life. The residents of the Demon City were shocked, but didn't dwell on it much, believing the child simply had a strong destiny. As time passed, people nearly forgot about this incident. The son of the Connor of Charmed Demon City finally appeared in public. This child had a handsome appearance but lacked any physical signs of being a demon, no horns on his head and no demonic marks on his body. If not for knowing his identity, one would have assumed he was human. Originally, everyone thought the child would eventually develop demonic traits, but as time went by, he showed no signs of being a demon and increasingly resembled a human. His face was pale and grayish, almost like a corpse, and his body was extremely fragile, getting sick from a light breeze. He inherited none of the Connor of Charmed Demon City's talents. Now an adult, he was still bedridden most of the time. The Connor of Charmed Demon City was extremely worried about her only son, fearing something might happen to him. She never allowed him to leave Charmed Demon City. Forget Dragon Gate. Even the Serpent Gate was off limits. She dismissed Giannis's words as nonsense. Upon returning, she planned to randomly pick some relatives' children to send to Dragon Gate to appease Giannis. Giannis specifically requested direct bloodlines. What direct bloodline did she have? Only this son. By doing this, Giannis was directly threatening her lineage. Filled with sorrow and anger, the Connor of Charmed Demon City stared at Giannis with an odd expression, one filled with envy, admiration, yet not hatred, even revealing an imperceptible tenderness and indulgence. Connor of Charmed Demon City, don't get agitated. This rule does not apply to you. Your son doesn't need to participate in the bloodline test, only to be present on the day. Seeing her state, Giannis's expression was also peculiar, but his tone was gentle, almost admonishing. He couldn't refuse her request. His father had specifically instructed him not to make things difficult for the Connor of Charmed Demon City. This rule did not target her son. Her son only needed to be present during the divine blessing ceremony. Giannis understood his father's intentions. If he hadn't, Long-suppressed suspicions resurfaced in his mind. "Thank you, Your Majesty Sergio and Prince Giannis. I am forever grateful," the Connor of charmed Demon City, momentarily stunned by her grief, hurriedly replied. She had been ready to throw a tantrum to prevent her precious son from participating in the cursed bloodline test. Who would have thought she wouldn't need to ask, and Giannis would agree right away? Of course, the Connor of charmed Demon City knew whose doing this was. Her frozen heart, long dormant, warmed up once more. Her eyes, filled with soft emotion, were misty. "Why, Prince Giannis, this is unfair. Why do you allow this woman's son to skip the bloodline test but not mine? My grandson is just as hard-earned as his son, and aren't other city lords' children the same?" The Connor of Swallow Demon City had originally intended to argue logically, but never expected the turn of events. Who could tell him why Giannis agreed so easily to the Connor of charmed Demon City's request? What does it mean when he says this rule does not target her son? Does it mean it targets everyone else's offspring? Chapter 301. Interesting. The child of the Noemi was indeed hard won, and there was nothing to question about that. But how much easier was it to obtain his grandson? Dayton was clearly treating them differently. This was obviously targeting them. It was utterly despicable. "Ben, if this prince is not mistaken, this is already the third time you have questioned me." Unlike the gentle treatment given to the Noemi, Dayton's face darkened instantly when the Ben spoke. "Haven't you heard the saying, 3 strikes and you're out?" Dayton's expression was grim, and a sharp blade reappeared in his hand. In one fluid motion, the sword pointed at the neck of the Ben. Not only did Dayton point the sword, but he also let his overwhelming demonic aura leak out unreservedly. Like the Noemi, the Ben was already elderly, his body weakened from exhaustion for his beloved grandson. Under Dayton's targeted pressure, he almost fainted on the spot. "Prince, Dayton." The Ben's face was pale as paper, trembling like a sieve, barely able to catch his breath. The other lords looked on with displeasure, their hands clenched and unclenched beneath the conference table. If personal grievances were not considered, the Ben was merely concerned for his grandson, unable to control his emotions. Why should Dayton be so cruel to this elder? Was the Noemi a person? While they were not, were their children not people either? The more the lords thought about it, the angrier they became, their faces turning sullen. If not for fear of Dayton's position, they would have likely attacked en masse. Alansat, Dayton's status was an insurmountable barrier. Previously, they might have leveraged their age and numbers to force Dayton into a compromise. Now, however, even without considering the Great Eben, Dayton alone could take all their lives. Given their capabilities, how dared they be so presumptuous? Despite their rage and dissatisfaction, they could only endure obediently, not daring to even look at Dayton. Ironically, this situation was highly amusing to Dayton, who couldn't help but smirk. These old fools had bullied him before, relying on their seniority and age. Now, a cold glint flashed in Dayton's eyes as he brought the blade closer to the Ben. The blade, already razor-sharp, cut into the lord's skin as it neared, causing a deep gash in the fragile veins of his neck. Without a formal confrontation, blood flowed profusely from the Ben. Already advanced in age, he wouldn't live past 200 years under normal circumstances. Startled by Dayton, he nearly perished on the spot. The other lords were angry at Dayton's treatment, but what about the Ben? Let him be. Dead or alive mattered little, as it would just free up another position. Each harboring ulterior motives, they exchanged uneasy glances, none speaking up for the Ben. Prince Dayton, the Ben acted out of love for his grandson, with no ill intent. Given his advanced age and lack of malice, please spare his life. The Noemi intervened, reaching out with her delicate hand to gently grasp the blade, speaking softly. She knew why Dayton favored her, and she found satisfaction in this rare preferential treatment. Normally, she wouldn't dare make such a request. However, seeing the Ben suffer similarly to her own pain for a loved one made her intervene. If roles were reversed, she too would have done the same to save her son, even at the cost of her life. Thus, she understood him and stopped Dayton at this crucial moment. Technically, she didn't save him. Her hand merely lightly blocked the blade, exerting little force. She knew full well that with Dayton's strength, if he truly intended to kill, she would have no chance. Besides, Dayton's sword was not ordinary. It was said to be crafted personally by the Great Eben on Dayton's birthday. Though she couldn't gauge its exact rank, she knew it surpassed celestial quality. Her gentle block resulted in her hand being sliced by the blade's sharpness. Had Dayton not retracted his hand in time, both the lord's neck and her hand would have been lost. Devouring Demon Connor, your luck is great. Having the seductive Demon Connor shield you. For her sake, I will forgive your disrespect. As for other matters, no discussion. Any objections? Dayton withdrew the blade, his face icy cold. Though he spoke calmly, the surging demonic aura and red left eye betrayed his true intentions. He genuinely wanted to kill the Ben. Dayton's mood had never been good, especially recently, where he often felt a murderous impulse. It reached a point where he struggled to contain the urge upon seeing anyone. And it wasn't mere killing he craved. He desired cruel torture. He wanted to capture them, paralyze their bodies while preserving their consciousness, and use sharp knives to slowly peel their skin, keeping them as macabre trophies, removing their eyeballs, flesh, and limbs, driving them to despair bit by bit. Not content with this, Dayton would prolong their suffering with potent herbs, allowing them brief respite only to plunge them back into agony, despair, until they drew their last breath. Then, with the air of a victor, he would claim their lives. Dayton didn't know where these strange desires came from, but thinking about them gave him a sense of satisfaction. Alansat, previously, he despised such acts. For the past 10 days, Dayton had suppressed the wild beast within, ready to break free at any moment. Chapter 302, A Shift in Attitude. Until today, when he saw that bunch of despicable scum, the bloodthirsty killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. This murderous rage wasn't just directed at the Swallow Devil Connor. It was the same for the other city lords. After all, they had repeatedly acted insolently and spouted arrogance before him. This made Dayton extremely displeased. He shared a habit with his father. Whenever his mood turned bad, he wanted to kill. Furthermore, how dare these scums continuously challenge his dignity? He wished to kill the Swallow Devil Connor not just because he had continually contradicted him, but also as a warning. A way to show these revolting vermins their place so they wouldn't act presumptively before him again. Of course, he desired to slaughter them all at once, resolving all problems. However, his father still found these people useful. Hence, he had to hold back and settle for ending the Swallow Devil Connor's life first to satisfy his cravings. Who would have thought even this small wish would be obstructed by someone? Just when the charmed Devil Connor stretched out her hand to stop him, he almost swung his blade to send both these nuisances into eternity. Unexpectedly, right then, his father's voice came through mentally, forbidding him from harming the charmed Devil Connor. Though not entirely surprised, he always found his father unpredictable. Dayton was utterly stunned by his father's subsequent order to obey the charmed Devil Connor and release the Swallow Devil Connor. Stunned and unhappy, he stared at the charmed Devil Connor, who looked like an aggrieved woman on the verge of tears, and couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't comprehend why his father, who never lacked for anything, was suddenly making such demands. Is Raphael short of beauties? The moment this idea surfaced, Dayton dismissed it. Forget it, he thought. My father is the strongest ebon. Would a demon king lack women? That's the biggest joke. Every year, these city lords and noble families volunteered their prettiest women to serve his father, hoping for his favor. Alan sought his father always despised such offerings, often causing those women to meet untimely deaths outside his chambers, which left many nobles regretful. Over time, offering and rejecting became a fixed annual ritual. But since Raphael doesn't approach women, where did I come from? What about the charmed Devil Connor? Did Raphael learn to cherish and protect the weak? No, impossible. The very thought gave Dayton chills. Repeatedly stopping him from killing and ordering him to care for the charmed Devil Connor didn't align with his father's usual style. If he didn't know better, he might think his father was possessed. Since that isn't the case, why does Raphael treat the charmed Devil Connor so oddly? Is he really taken with this old woman? Dayton paused, swiftly turning his head toward the charmed Devil Connor, his eyes filled with suspicion. At that moment, the charmed Devil Connor, after consuming a healing pill, sensed an intense gaze while blood still dripped from her palm. Feeling uneasy, she furrowed her eyebrows. About to turn around to see who dared to stare so rudely, her peripheral vision caught sight of Dayton staring back at her, his eyes evaluating her like merchandise. The charmed Devil Connor paid less attention to the look on Dayton's face but was instead struck by his appearance. In the chaos earlier, and due to her emotional upheaval, she hadn't properly examined Dayton's face. Now, as she observed closely, she was astonished by the resemblance. It was uncanny. Despite the youthful features, Dayton bore a striking resemblance to that blood-stained youth from years ago. Not only did he look similar, but his aura matched too. The charmed Devil Connor felt a lump in her throat, her eyes misting over uncontrollably. What the hell is she doing? Dayton frowned. Something about the charmed Devil Connor seemed off. Her gaze felt like it passed through her, looking at another person. Was this woman projecting someone else onto him? His gaze hardened, his disdain deepening. What is the charmed Devil Connor looking at? Unable to ignore her burning stare any longer, Dayton turned and said with annoyance, "My apologies, Prince Dayton. You bear an uncanny resemblance to an old friend of mine, and I couldn't help but stare. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, Prince Dayton." Recognizing her overstep, the charmed Devil Connor bowed apologetically. Internally, she reproached herself for being so undignified. She couldn't resist staring at Dayton, whose resemblance to the youth she missed dearly was too strong. But if she drew any more attention, what would happen? The Great One had warned her to keep their connection hidden, and given Dayton's expression, he clearly didn't know about their past. Haha, I am Prince Dayton of the Demon Clan. It's natural to resemble someone else's acquaintance. Perhaps charmed Devil Connor mistook me in the dark. His lips curled slightly in a casual remark. As the Demon Clan's prince, how could he be compared to mere mortals? Her statement truly was laughable. Alonso's, my apologies. I crossed a line. Hearing this, the charmed Devil Connor felt a pang of sadness, but forced a smile and conceded. Chapter 303. Unbecoming Thoughts. Despite their deep connections, logically the lust demon Connor should resent Marcus. However, seeing this face that bears such a striking resemblance to her young lover, she simply could not muster any other emotion. If so, the lust demon Connor may return to your seat. Furthermore, I hope this is the last time for such incidents. Do you understand my meaning? Marcus looked down at the lust demon Connor, a hint of threat flashing in his eyes. After all, no matter what relationship this old woman had with his father, it must not be discovered by others. His consecutive preferential treatments earlier had already aroused suspicion among the other city lords. If he continued, these old men would start overthinking even if they didn't connect it to his father. Thus, his tone was especially stern, hoping this old woman knew better than to continue Ju-chan down this path. Note, the word Chan man, tangled or involved in a complicated way, at the end seems out of context and may have been a mistake. I left it untranslated to highlight this issue. If it's meant to be part of the narrative, more context is needed for an accurate translation. Otherwise, it might need to be removed or replaced. For fluency, here's an adjusted sentence. Thus, his tone was especially stern, hoping this old woman knew better than to continue down this path. Understood. The lust demon Connor's lips trembled slightly before she softly spoke out that single word. Though feeling somewhat disheartened, since Marcus had already asked her to take her seat, she wouldn't make things difficult for herself over trivial matters. The lust demon Connor weakly stood up, twisting her slender waist and plopping back into her seat under the gaze of the 7 demon city lords. The 7 demon Connors? Bro, do you have something on your mind? Such obvious favoritism. They wailed silently inside. Exchanging glances at the lust demon Connor's fiery figure, they secretly glanced at the stern-faced Marcus. A huge question mark formed in their minds. Could it be that during their absence, the lust demon Connor had climbed into Marcus's bed? It wasn't impossible. After all, although the lust demon Connor was middle-aged, her face and figure were still top tier among demons. Marcus was young and full of vigor, and the lust demon Connor was as aggressive as a wolf. If something did happen, it wasn't entirely improbable. But then again, was this a bit too? TSK. While the 7 demon city lords didn't directly connect the dots to the Eben, Marcus suffered under their wild speculations. Under their bold assumptions, they concluded that Marcus had peculiar tastes. As an old saying goes, a 3-year older woman brings wealth. Marcus and the lust demon Connor. Well, this might amount to millions of gold bricks. Though confused, the 7 demon city lords expressed respect. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Even their imaginations painted the air around them pink. They began to believe that unless these two shared something, they themselves would lose their legs. All right, today's matters have been announced. If everyone has no objections, please leave first. As for the choices, I trust each of you knows what's wise. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Marcus's face heated up, and he quickly changed the subject. He wasn't blushing but rather inwardly annoyed. What kind of judgment did these old fellows have? What identity, age, and talent did he possess? Apart from her face, what else could this old woman offer him? To think that she was older, less hygienic, or lower in status. Even if Marcus wanted to live off someone else, he wouldn't choose the lust demon Connor. Alan thought Marcus didn't know that the woman he despised had made his most respected person fall in love multiple times willingly. Regardless of Marcus's internal complaints, the gossiping and suspicious looks did decrease after he spoke. Since that's the case, we won't disturb your highness further. We take our leave now, and we'll meet again in 3 days. Hearing Marcus's words, the other demon city lords hurriedly excused themselves. They needed to go back and strategize, and wasting more time here with Marcus would only result in greater losses. Marcus noticed their thoughts but didn't stop them. After all, he had shocked them enough for the day. Pressing them further would only cause damage. Even absolute power couldn't bear excessive pressure without breaking. Seeing Marcus give them the go-ahead, the demon city lords hurried away, fearing they wouldn't escape if they lingered. Within a minute, the meeting room emptied, leaving only Marcus and the lust demon Connor. Why haven't you left? Marcus lifted his teacup, frowning at the unperceptive woman. Did she share the same inappropriate thoughts as those old fools? Thinking this, Marcus's frown deepened, and his disdain for the lust demon Connor grew. How could the lust demon Connor voice her inner thoughts? Her eyes shifted guiltily. Does the awakening of the Eben and his appearance in 3 days mean he has truly awakened? Gulping, the lust demon Connor looked up at Marcus, her captivating fox eyes filled with tears. She wasn't confident whether that man still held a place for her in his heart after 1,000 years. Knowing his nature, he wouldn't reach out to her. So, despite risking offending Marcus, she bravely voiced her doubts. Of course, why would you doubt me? Marcus prepared to drink the scalding tea but paused upon hearing her question. Looking at the woman, confusion spread across his face. Was she really concerned about this instead of harboring inappropriate feelings? A surge of turmoil arose within Marcus. He nearly lost control, standing up to shatter her unrealistic hopes. His father was destined for greatness. How could he be lured by this lowly woman? If it affected his father's plans, no amount of death would atone to the ancestors of the demon race. Did she want to die? At this thought, Marcus almost lost control of his aura, golden demonic energy leaking uncontrollably. Since the Eben will emerge in 3 days, can I see him, even from afar? Not necessary, just a glance from outside the palace will suffice. The lust demon Connor's small frame shook, her eyes catching Marcus's dark glare. Discovered? She swallowed hard, her heart tightening. Regretting her impulsive words, she remembered her promise. Please understand your place, lust demon Connor. The Eben is of invaluable worth, not someone of your lowly status should dare wish for. Marcus slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter into dust. Your highness, that's not what I meant. I merely admire the Eben greatly, missing him terribly after so long. I didn't mean to harbor inappropriate thoughts. The lust demon Connor nearly collapsed at his terrifying presence, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She knew Marcus had detected her love for the Eben. Regretting her actions, she tried to defuse the situation, dryly spouting explanations. Enough, stop tormenting her. Note, the ending seems incomplete. If there are more sentences to be translated, please provide them. Connor of Lust Demon City, you had better remember that this prince has precious time and no interest in wasting it with you. You should know that your tainted body does not deserve my noble father. If you have no ulterior motives, then why did we meet today? In 3 days, you will naturally see Raphael appear. That's enough. Do not waste any more time. Leave now. Marcus intended to harshly reprimand the Connor of Lust Demon City, but hearing his father's reminder instantly dampened his fiery resolve like pouring cold water on a fire. He couldn't understand what kind of history existed between his father and the Connor of Lust Demon City. His father actually intervened multiple times for this woman. It was too abnormal. Marcus's alertness immediately spiked. Even after being admonished by his father, he barely managed to regain his composure. But Marcus could not stop himself from speaking harshly to this pitiful, despicable woman standing before him. He wanted to remind the Connor of Lust Demon City not to forget about her child, conceived after 500 years of pregnancy. Carrying for so long, that child turned out to be a powerless waste, weak and frail beyond compare. And despite all her sacrifices, she appeared no different from those vulgar women who would throw themselves at his father upon hearing his awakening. Marcus found it utterly ironic that the Connor of Lust Demon City might have forgotten her son who still rested within the city, pampered and nurtured. How laughable this woman was, thinking her beauty alone could win his father's favor, or that he would willingly become her fallback. What shameless audacity. Very well, if that's the case, Elizabeth won't disturb your highness further. Elizabeth will take my leave. Though the Connor of Lust Demon City had braced herself for such words, hearing them tore through her defenses. Her heart, which she thought had stopped beating, fractured anew. She may have lived off her beauty, but deep down, she remained reserved. During her disgraceful past, she never compromised her body. Despite the widely known fact of her 500-year pregnancy and the existence of her child, her status in the demon race was unparalleled, valuable, and respected among her peers. Her timeless beauty and vast wealth drew many admirers. Among them were men who didn't mind her background or her son, treasuring her deeply. Alansat, for all these years, she rejected every suitor. She wounded many who dared covet her with their inappropriate intentions. Her body was not tainted, and she had only ever been with one man. Her son was no bastard. Facing this individual, a fellow son of the Ebon, Marcus possessed incomparable talent and occupied a position her own son could never dream of. It wasn't jealousy she felt but a profound sorrow. Tears welled up in her watery fox eyes as she rose to bow before Marcus, obediently leaving. But as she approached the Ebon's meditation chamber, she couldn't help lingering her gaze for a moment. Meanwhile, in the desolate rear mountain, a figure stealthily slipped into a cave and kneeled down. Sir, I've done everything as you instructed, but why is everything spiraling out of our control? This person was none other than Bear, who had rushed back from Extermination City. Unlike his previous day's confidence, he now appeared disheveled, his clothes torn and blood-stained, exuding utter misery. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at the grave marker before him. The events of the day had left him thoroughly shaken. Alakal's sudden identity shift, Marcus's inexplicable power, the Ebon's revival, and the unexpected succession of the Connor. Caught off guard, Bear was in turmoil. Don't panic. It's just the Ebon's illusion technique. Look at how terrified you are. With such a mindset, how can you aspire to be the Ebon? Just as Bear finished speaking, the plain stone grave spoke, clearly disapproving of him. Sir, today I failed to foresee everything and acted rashly, indeed revealing my lack of composure. But can you be certain the Ebon is merely putting on a facade, a dying force behind an illusion? I personally witnessed his power today. It seemed far from superficial. Bear dared not show any resentment, swiftly lowering his head and meekly defending himself. After all, he was not easily deceived. He could sense whether the Ebon had truly awoken or remained dormant. However, the Ebon's presence today felt completely different, an overwhelming force that extinguished all resistance yet revealed no discernible power. Thus, Bear was thrown into disarray. Since he dared to show himself, he must have his means. Otherwise, wouldn't you all revolt upon discovering the truth? The tone from the grave became even more derisive, almost wishing to pry open Bear's mind and check if he had lost it. But sir, do we have any proof? And do you know of any secret techniques that can significantly boost one's realm in a short period? Despite his displeasure with the grave's tone, the spirit residing within was his only current support. Chapter 304, The Stone Steel. He did not dare to act recklessly in front of him. Otherwise, if he were abandoned, everything Sam had strived for over 1,000 years would vanish into thin air. Was the secret art I gave you to enhance your strength not enough? The stone steel began to shake violently, emitting an extremely hoarse and unpleasant sound. It was a joke. After the Great Calamity, there wasn't much left of what remained, and over the years, he had already spent most of his resources trying to retain this impetuous Andonis. If it weren't for Sam's recent impatience, how could he have possibly given Sam the secret technique he cherished just to settle this Andonis' mind? He had met with life-or-death consequences due to that secret art back then. Now, providing it free of charge, Sam still dared to be dissatisfied? To think Sam now wanted more, did he really see him as an inexhaustible spring? This made the stone steel very unhappy. In reality, almost everything he possessed over the 1,000 years had already been given to Sam. Even if Sam asked for more, he couldn't produce anything as valuable as that secret technique. The stone steel felt somewhat guilty but had lived for tens of thousands of years. He couldn't easily reveal his true state. Thus, his tone was particularly harsh to cover up his lack of options. After all, though Sam was greedy, he also had strong caution. If the stone steel showed any weakness, lacking something to attract Sam, Sam might quit immediately. Different from Sam, he had planned this great calamity for 10,000 years, living half man, half ghost inside this small stone steel. This was his last chance. He couldn't allow this plan to be easily disrupted. Master, your disciple dares not. I only saw something interesting today, and wish to share it with Master. There is no other meaning behind my question. Sam originally harbored many doubts and posed such a question partly to probe the stone steel. But his main goal was to uncover the mystery surrounding the Mac and Rufus. Seeing the stone steel's emotional reaction, Sam's eyes narrowed, quickly bowing down in explanation, afraid of making the stone steel angry. Interesting things? What interesting things? You're sure you're not trying to get me to give you more techniques? The stone steel doubted the claim made by the city lord and directly challenged him. Master wouldn't think so. You've known me long enough. Without you, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. How could I treat you like this? Sam, who was kneeling, instantly slammed his forehead to the ground upon hearing these words. Although one couldn't see Sam's expression, his voice was full of sincerity without a trace of deceit or flattery. Honestly, compared to the Mac's straightforward respect out of fear and power, Sam's feelings for the stone steel transcended ordinary bounds. Apart from his biological parents, this cold piece of stone was the source of his strength and companionship throughout the years. To Sam, the stone steel was both a teacher and a friend, and represented the loyalty he had pledged for 1,000 years. While Sam used some tricks to become stronger, he would never scheme against the stone steel. After all, who would scheme against someone who stood by them unconditionally, whether weak or strong? Since that's the case, I'll tentatively believe you. Since you say there are interesting things, why don't you explain thoroughly? The stone steel wasn't truly angry, seeing Sam's sincere look. He let it slide, asking further about these interesting things while inwardly skeptical. After all, Sam had inquired about techniques that drastically elevate one's realm, which were forbidden due to their extraordinary nature. Techniques that boosted realms not only amplified one's strength dramatically, but didn't provide temporary effects either. They also demanded a heavy toll on the body. Although various dark sects among humans and demons held such methods, the Stone Steel's technique provided permanent enhancements with continuous cultivation, despite its scary side effects. And he was confident it was unique to the demon race, as he had faced many envious rivals, especially one deeply malicious individual. Even after his downfall, he hadn't allowed that person to obtain it, ensuring its uniqueness. Whatever Sam said next was definitely related, but the Stone Steel lacked interest. Hearing the Stone Steel's words, Sam didn't delay, recounting the rise of Humbert from a worthless cultivator to the Connor of Fumo, and Rufus breaking through to the 9th level of Essence Pill. He didn't embellish or hide anything. Given the severity, he feared lying would mislead the Stone Steel's judgment. Initially indifferent, the Stone Steel suddenly emitted alternating red and white light as Sam continued. Sam was startled. This only happened when the Stone Steel experienced significant emotional fluctuations. Clearly, the matter wasn't simple as he initially thought. Sam rushed through the remaining details. How can this be possible? Finishing, the Stone Steel abruptly stopped glowing, appearing like a regular stone. Rarely silent for so long, it finally spoke, its voice hollow and incredulous. You mean the Mac raised 2 people's realms, including a useless body? That's absurd. Are you sure you're not lying to me? You should understand, Sam. Deceiving me about something like this would make me very angry. Chapter 305. Unbelievable. Emerson repeated the words several times, finding it hard to believe. It wasn't that he was ignorant or overly surprised. Rather, his extensive knowledge made him even more astonished upon hearing such information. After all, this defied all logic. The cultivation techniques he had taught Colin didn't achieve these results, so how could the Sergio possibly have done it? Moreover, turning a completely magicless waste into a core formation realm expert in just one breath sounded impossible by any imagination. Even if Colin cultivated the technique given to its utmost peak, achieving something like this was beyond comprehension. Emerson's disbelief wasn't due to malicious doubt, but because the event lacked credibility and utterly disrupted his worldview, making him reluctant to trust it. He began to suspect whether Colin was intentionally deceiving him. Master, every word I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can grab any of the Demon City Lords for a soul search. The result will match exactly what I've told you. You are the person I care about most in the world. How could I dare to deceive you? Colin lifted his head, acidly explaining. For some reason, there was a hint of grievance in his tone. Emerson could understand Colin's feelings when he saw Gray, whom he had nurtured to failure, regain his brilliance. The shock and disbelief were no less than Emerson's own. Master, the person you also know is Gray who accompanied me back then. You should remember what he has become over these years as I tormented him. Afraid that Emerson wouldn't believe him, Colin added this explanation. Gray? This is truly absurd. Are you sure this is true? Emerson's incredulous voice echoed in the cave. Of course, he remembered Gray. Their encounter, with Gray voluntarily becoming Colin's stepping stone, was all planned by him. Fearing Gray's ambition would rise too high and topple Colin, Emerson suggested reducing Colin's influence. They had torn apart their faces, and since then, he hadn't stopped setting obstacles for Gray. Mutter, son, I speak without lying. By your power, can you restore Gray's strength? Colin looked straight at Emerson. From Emerson's earlier response, it wasn't hard to guess that he couldn't do it. But Colin merely wanted to confirm if there was a possibility of recovery. He didn't care about the extent. After all, he still remembered when Emerson asked him to cripple Gray, telling him that he could help Gray recover from being crippled. That was why Colin had no guilt in crippling Gray back then. But now, time had passed, and he no longer dwelt on it. He only questioned to verify this last bit of hope. There's no way. Emerson remained silent for a while before replying dryly. He thought Colin was too gullible. As a deceased fragment of soul, how could he possess the ability to help Gray recover? Moreover, Gray wasn't simply crippled. His meridians and dantian were damaged by Colin countless times. Even with Gray's once commendable talent, such prolonged torture would have turned him into an irrecoverable waste. Ordinary wastes he couldn't heal. For someone like Gray, he'd prefer cremation over attempting a miracle. As for why he deceived Colin, it was out of revenge against the boy who rejected him. Alonso's, he did it on purpose, targeting Gray specifically. He couldn't bear seeing Gray treated as his adopted child's brother, nor wanted him gaining any benefit from Colin. And all these reasons stemmed from Gray rejecting him not just once, but also allowing the foul-smelling wizards to seal him. If it weren't for Colin accidentally breaking the seal, he might have been trapped underground forever until his fragmented soul dissipated. Alan thought even after all this, Emerson refused to forgive Gray. Initially, he had seen potential in Gray, whose character and talent were top-notch. But Gray dared reject him, especially as a child under 10 years old. Before dying, he held a revered status. Alan thought this kid dared refuse him? Wasn't it an intentional insult? Worse, during those 2 days of suffering under the seal, his magic and mental energy plummeted, forcing him to choose Colin. Emerson nearly died of anger but had no choice but to contract with Colin or face dissolution. It wasn't that he was picky or judged based on appearance. Mainly, Colin's nature and talent were terrible, even below average. Who knew how many resources it took to cultivate Colin to his current state? Just thinking about it brought tears to Emerson's eyes. So, when both met and became friends, Emerson found it hardest to accept. He always wanted to sabotage their friendship. Fortunately, although Colin was stupid and useless, he was easily manipulated. Without much effort, he crippled his supposed best friend. Emerson never forgot Gray's expression at that moment. It felt wonderful. But didn't you promise me, you agreed to? Colin's face instantly changed. His widened eyes revealed disbelief as he stared at Emerson. Back then, though Colin listened to Emerson and grew suspicious of Gray, Gray was still his brother who had walked the path with him. He didn't want to sever ties entirely. He merely wanted Gray to learn a lesson and stop desiring what he shouldn't. Colin never imagined Gray might have deliberately let the opportunity slip. He only thought Gray was blind to his position, accumulating power and daring to challenge him. This discomforted Colin greatly. Born with lesser talents compared to Gray, few knew that beneath Colin's strong exterior, he harbored fear towards Gray. He feared Gray might suddenly surpass him and take everything away. Thus, he followed Emerson's advice, provided Emerson promised to restore Gray's strength when he admitted his mistakes. Chapter 306, The Ins and Outs. Due to his trust in him, Albert never doubted his words. Upon learning of Gray's recent situation the previous day, he merely thought it was due to his own carelessness, having forgotten about Gray. However, Albert failed to recall that when he previously cared deeply about Gray, whenever this topic was brought up, the stone tablet would offer him good things, distracting him. It would occasionally instill negative thoughts, misinterpreting Gray's intentions, causing Albert to dislike Gray even more. Alonso's, but you have crippled him repeatedly and tortured him countless times. Given his current state, how can I save him? Are you questioning me? The stone tablet, aware of the truth, wouldn't put itself in a passive position. He hastily provided an excuse, one that was quite ingenious. Though he caused trouble, it was Albert who took action. When Albert heard the stone tablet's words, they stuck in his throat. As expected, he had no reason to argue. He had envisioned trampling the high and mighty genius underfoot. Albert stopped thinking these thoughts, realizing it was his mistake leading to this outcome. He shifted the conversation awkwardly back to their respective powers, ignoring other factors, turning a nobody into a condensing chi realm powerhouse with just one move left him puzzled. Alan sought, reality was undeniable, leaving no room for disbelief. The most critical point was that both he and Blaine Koo arrived at Juma City at almost the same time, barely 3 minutes apart. What could be done in 3 minutes? Not even enough time to brew tea. Alan sought, Jamal managed to elevate Blaine Koo to the condensing chi realm within those 3 minutes. How could he not suspect foul play? After all, his cultivation technique, while capable of enhancing realms, progressed extremely slowly and required primitive god's blood and immense effort. The difference between them was significant. He hadn't considered Jamal using a similar technique because Jamal hadn't left Juma City except on the previous day. Furthermore, aside from those he personally targeted, no talented individuals suddenly disappeared in the city. Therefore, how did Jamal achieve this? Clearly, Jamal's power didn't come from his own cultivation. Instantly, Albert felt uneasy, sensing something amiss. Wait, did you say Jamal has reached the 9th level of Origin Core? The stone tablet, lost in thought, abruptly recalled Albert's words and sternly asked. Due to shock earlier, it missed hearing about Jamal reaching the 9th level of Origin Core. This news was far more astonishing than Gray transforming from a nobody to a cultivator. Since Albert assumed the role of mayor, the stone tablet noticed a sudden seal appeared in his body. While unfamiliar with the seal, it knew the owner of the demonic aura well. It spent 3 days studying Albert and roughly understood the seal's function. Ordinary looking, it didn't endanger their lives but acted like an unbreakable barrier in the Danteon. It severely restricted the development of all Demon City mayors, preventing their Dantians from ever reaching full saturation, thereby hindering their advancement. He wondered how the Ebon could be so benevolent, spending precious blood to enhance the strength of his subordinates. It turned out he was waiting for this. Having never seen this seal before, despite trying, he couldn't break it, nearly infuriating him. Other Demon City mayors might be satisfied with their progress, but they were not ordinary people. They aimed to overthrow the dynasty. Despite its anger, it could do nothing but study the seal for centuries. Only recently did it manage to crack it. To expedite their plan and greatly increase Albert's power, it imparted its secret techniques to him. Even so, their progress was impressive. Within 2 days, Albert had advanced to the 9th level of Origin Core. Initially believing it sufficient, who would have guessed the Ebon and his son would throw a bombshell at him? Jamal's strength surged from condensing chi to 9th level Origin Core in mere days. The shock rivaled a miraculous resurrection. While feeling incredulous, fear also crept in. Did his calculations go wrong? But it shouldn't have. Alonso's, what I witnessed is accurate. Jamal's strength is solid, with no trace of falsehood. If we faced off now, my chances of winning are only 30%, Albert said bitterly, noting the stone tablet's surprised tone. Despite being self-confident and arrogant, he admitted his inferiority due to Jamal's formidable aura. Although he had many hidden cards, how could Jamal, as the Ebon's son, lack valuable treasures? Actually, estimating his odds at 30% was optimistic. Realistically, it was less. How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Even after Albert's reassurance, the stone tablet remained incredulous. What Albert described defied understanding, overturning everything. In history, no such cultivation method existed, nor would heavenly principles permit it. If someone could infinitely boost another's strength, it would unify the world under his control without requiring any contest. Master, you watched me grow up and should know me well. I never speak arrogantly before you. Everything I said today is true, without exaggeration. Albert patted his chest, hoping to assure the stone tablet. While he once deliberately mentioned things to benefit from the stone tablet, regarding fundamental matters, he never lied. After all, he understood the implications. However, it seemed his master still lacked complete understanding. You needn't worry too much. Such a cultivation method is unheard of by me. Chapter 307. Secret. However, I assume there are many uncertainties. Tomorrow, I will try to probe their true intentions. You just need to follow my plan. Emerson was astonished upon hearing Steve's words, but also believed him for the most part. After all, over these years, he had understood his disciples' thoughts well. He would never joke about such serious matters. Since such a significant change had occurred, it was natural for him to investigate whether these things were true and whether they would affect them. But before doing so, he must first soothe his beloved disciples' concerns. Otherwise, any unexpected issues in crucial times could be disastrous. Master, Alhaden also said that 3 days from now, during the bloodline assessment, the Ebon's true form will appear. Alhaden claims the Ebon is only in seclusion and hasn't been injured. He even appeared briefly when we argued in the meeting today, but I couldn't discern his level at all. Do you think the information we received might be false? Could they have known long ago that I had no intention of rebellion and set a trap to catch us? Steve frowned with a grim expression as he spoke. Looking at the red and white light flashing on Emerson, Steve knew that although nothing could be proven right now, at least his master had listened. After all, his master was always stubborn and once decided on something, would not easily change his mind. His comments were not intended to abandon their millennium-old plans, but rather to make his master more vigilant. Having finished discussing this matter, he still needed to bring up another important issue with his master. The Ebon's affair was not something trivial. They dared to entertain such thoughts because Master had calculated that the Ebon was severely injured and on his last breaths. They planned to act during the bloodline assessment, precisely because that day would be when the Ebon was at his weakest, allowing them to catch him off guard. But after what transpired today, Steve felt some unease, as if this plan was destined to fail. Seclusion? You need not worry, it's absolutely impossible. It's probably just an illusionary trick to fool fools like you. He's just a tiger whose limbs have been disabled and teeth pulled out. No matter how fearsome he appears, he's just a toothless tiger. Looks impressive, but can't deliver. Contrary to previous hesitation and disbelief, Emerson answered Steve directly upon hearing Alhaden's message, showing immense confidence without any doubt or delay. But how can you be sure, Master? After all, I saw with my own eyes. The Ebon didn't look like someone at his last gasp. Instead, he seemed like he had broken free from a cocoon and was reborn. Steve frowned, voicing his uncertainty. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but what the Ebon displayed today was indeed what I witnessed, Steve added. Dear disciple, you don't need to know the details. You just need to understand that the Ebon's injuries cannot be faked. My current condition and his fate are proof enough, Emerson interrupted Steve with a cold laugh. There was no one who understood the Ebon's injuries better than himself. He was, after all, the cause of those injuries. Though ultimately, both parties paid a price. The Ebon deeply wounded and hiding for a millennium, while he gave up his life. However, this detail wasn't important, because Emerson was certain the Ebon's injuries could never heal, having cost him half his life force. Allowing the Ebon to live for 1,000 years was already his last bit of tolerance. Indeed, he couldn't wait any longer. He yearned impatiently to pull the king sitting high on the throne into the mire, making him feel pain tens of thousands of times worse than his own. Master? Hearing this unbelievable story, Steve's eyes widened as he stared at the unadorned stone. What did it mean by the evidence being the current fates of Master and the Ebon? Could it be related to the fact that Master survived within the stone, and the Ebon hadn't shown up in 1,000 years? Could it be what he imagined? A bead of sweat formed on Steve's forehead as he thought of a possible scenario. It wasn't that he was overly alarmed. Though he and Master had known each other for a millennium and were inseparable, Master had never revealed a single word about his background or why he was in such a state. When Steve was young, he had often asked about the origin of the soul within the stone, but every time he received a harsh beating from Emerson. For nearly a month afterward, Emerson's temper would be unbearable, and tasks given to him would be almost impossible. Gradually, Steve stopped asking. Though he had always suspected his master's identity was extraordinary, he never imagined it could be this complex. To fight the Ebon of a millennium ago to such an extent, what kind of person was his master? Could it be? Steve's gaze wavered as his clothes became drenched with sweat. Stop guessing. You won't figure it out. Knowing too much will only endanger you. Why be so obsessed? Emerson, who had watched Steve grow up, instantly realized what Steve was thinking from his expression and sternly warned him. Emerson wasn't trying to scare Steve. It was simply the truth. His existence was the greatest taboo in the Demon Clan. With Steve's strength and perspective, how could he possibly comprehend Emerson's name and history? Any guesses would only lead to more humiliation. Alonso's master. Disciple understands. Seeing the disgust in Emerson's voice reach its peak, Steve quickly replied, That's enough. Go back now. I'll try to gather information tomorrow. Just wait for my news. After hearing so much unbelievable information, Emerson felt especially exhausted today. With a sigh, he promptly dismissed Steve. Noticing his master's reluctance to continue the conversation, Steve bowed and obediently left. Once the Connor of Demonic Town left, the unadorned stone suddenly emitted a purple glow. A semi-transparent spirit emerged from the stone. Unlike Emerson's usual voice, this spirit looked surprisingly young, around 20, tall and straight as a pine, with a face so beautiful it transcended gender lines. If one looked closely, one might notice. Fortunately, no one was present. Otherwise, the spirit's appearance would surely have caused astonishment. ###Chapter 308, Porter's Identity. On the other side, after enduring many changes and being struck hard by both celestial forces and humans, the exhausted ruler of Mema City returned to Mema City. It was just dawn, so there weren't many people on the streets, and her appearance did not cause much commotion. The ruler of Mema City barged through at breakneck speed, returning to her residence in Mema City. However, unlike earlier, she stopped just before arriving home, standing outside the door and casually waving her hand. With a flash of pink demonic aura, her disheveled clothes were instantly replaced. Now wearing a red robe, she wiped away the bloodstains from her face. If one didn't know what she had gone through, she would appear no different from her usual self. Unlike her usual flamboyance, exhaustion was evident on her face, but she managed to smile and carefully pushed the door open. Upon entering, she moved as cautiously as a thief, poking her head out to confirm that the slender figure was not in sight before relaxing and stepping inside. Lord City Master, you have returned? Servants within the mansion immediately knelt upon seeing their master return. But before they could finish speaking, the ruler silently stopped them. She glanced up at the faintly lit sky. Normally at this hour, her son should just be falling asleep. She did not wish to disturb his rest. Her son's health was fragile. Even a slight breeze could cause him to catch a cold, develop a fever, or start coughing. Nights were especially difficult for him, as he often couldn't sleep. Even if he did manage to fall asleep, nightmares would wake him up. Due to this, her beloved son dared not sleep. Despite having consulted many physicians, none had been able to help with his condition. Desperate, the ruler stayed by his side every night, soothing him to sleep. Even then, his sleep remained poor. Thus, she was extra cautious now. Originally, she intended to sneak back to her chambers quietly to reflect on the day's events. However, after taking just a few steps, she noticed a pale, thin youth dressed in white standing by the lakeside. The ruler of Maymah City frowned, sensing an ominous sign. Though she loved her son dearly, she really did not want to see him right now because of his resemblance. Mother, you're back? Unlike her hesitation, the thin youth's eyes brightened upon seeing her. He ran toward her like a fawn. Danine, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? Slow down. Be careful of your body. Seeing her precious son run up to her, she knew she couldn't escape tonight. With a sigh, she said helplessly, you were scared being alone without mother? The youth looked pitifully at her, beads of sweat visible on his forehead. His large eyes sparkled under the moonlight, directly touching the ruler's heart. If anyone else saw him, they would surely be startled by his appearance. He resembled Hakim almost perfectly, as if carved from the same mold. Even worried about me, you can't stay awake all night. It's cool in the late hours. Why don't you wear a cloak? If you get sick, mother will be heartbroken. Noticing her son's lips were pale, the ruler hurriedly took off her outer robe and draped it over his frail body. Touching his thin, weak frame made her heart ache. Both were sons of the Sergio, yet why was there such a difference between Hakim and her own child? One was born with all blessings, carrying the Sergio's expectations. Hakim embodied the hope of the demon race, destined to challenge the heavens and slay the unjust Hayden Li Dao. In contrast, her son was born frail, with no notable talent, and even his name seemed insignificant, a casual gift from the Sergio. Porter, supposedly named for the arrival of a Kirin, but merely after the sudden awakening of a fifth-rank Kirin's offspring in the demon forest. Was the Sergio thinking of the Kirin's child, or a mere seductive sprite when naming him? Why? Unable to contain the bitterness and grievance she had suppressed for 1,000 years, her small body began to tremble. So much injustice. Was it all because her child did not carry the Sergio's hopes? Indeed, it was the Sergio who chose to love her body, but still, Alan sought, regardless of how little he wanted this son. Danine was proof of their long years together. How could the Sergio be so heartless? As the ridicule from Hakim echoed in her ears, tears welled up in her fox-like eyes. At this moment, she wasn't the fierce beauty of the battlefield, but a small fox licking its wounds in the corner. Mother, what happened? Why are you crying? Did someone wrong you? Tell Danine. I'll avenge you. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, the youth rushed forward, pulling her into his arms. He patted her back gently, trying to comfort her. No need. Having you, Lawrence, is enough for me, the ruler said softly, unable to help but chuckle at her son's worried expression. She never lied to him. For her, bearing and raising Danine was the greatest fortune in her life. Even if he wasn't favored by his father, it mattered not, as long as she was here to protect him. She would do anything, even give her life, for her son. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? The youth lifted his head, his eyes scrutinizing her face for any signs of deceit, seeking confirmation that she wasn't hiding anything. Chapter 309, Confusion. Given his strong perception, unease had begun to well up in his heart since his mother left. But he reassured himself that she was attending a meeting hosted by the Luther. Knowing his mother's meticulous nature, he dismissed the possibility that she would have faced any dire situations such as those conjured by the Devil Realm's rulers. This eased the Andonis' mind slightly. However, worry still gnawed at him. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, his heart racing uncontrollably. Deep down, he knew this was a bad omen, so he waited in the courtyard without delay, completely forgetting about rest. Little did he know that his wait would last until dawn. When his mother finally returned, she tried her best to hide it, but he was not a fool. He could smell the heavy scent of blood on her. Seeing her disheartened expression, tension gripped his heart. In his memory, his mother hardly ever cried. Over the years, he had only seen her weep twice. Once now, and another time when they acknowledged their ancestral ties with the Luther. Could it be that other city lords insulted her because of him? His heart clenched at the thought. After all, his so-called uncles had bullied them countless times over the years. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He felt a deep hatred for his frail body, which made it impossible for him to protect his mother. If only he could cultivate and inherit his mother's talent, those people wouldn't dare treat him or his mother like this. The boy, who towered over the corner of lust, curled up like an injured fawn, feeling helpless. Despite rarely leaving home, he wasn't unaware of the rumors and mockery surrounding him. It hurt him deeply, but he knew his mother had endured so much pain for his sake. He didn't want to add to her worries. So, he chose to pretend ignorance and be a good son. Of course not, mother wouldn't lie to you. Seeing how Callum waited all night for me, you can ask one wish, and I will fulfill it. The Connor of Lust caressed her son's furry head affectionately, sensing his anxiety. She hurriedly changed the subject, knowing her son was perceptive and understanding. She didn't want to burden him with her emotions. The child had already endured too much suffering from birth. Really? I want to leave the Lust City and see the outside world. Would you let me, mother? Just stay close by your side, Fulton asked tentatively. Fulton knew his mother was deflecting but didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he went along with the change of topic. Still, his heart raced with anticipation. For years, he had dreamed of venturing out, yet his mother never agreed. Though she doted on him and usually fulfilled his wishes, there was always one condition: he must not leave Lust City. Fulton couldn't understand why his mother seldom took him out since he gained consciousness. In these past dozen years, he could count the times he left the manor on one hand, and those were when he was very young. As he grew older, his mother often stared at his face in a daze, even lapsing into silence for long periods before forcing a smile for him and breaking down in tears afterward. Fulton worried, but he knew better than to ask or intrude. Moreover, his mother seemed increasingly resistant to his outings. No matter how he pleaded, she never changed her stance. Whenever he mentioned wanting to go out, she found excuses or simply walked away, avoiding his questions. Once, he asked her directly, and she said his weak body made travel too dangerous. Fulton wasn't satisfied with this answer. As the owner of his body, he knew he was fragile, but not to that extent. He hadn't left the city in 5 years. When he did, as predicted, he fell sick for 3 days after seeing some scenery. During that illness, his mother stayed awake for 3 days straight, tending to him. Afterward, she refused to let him leave again, using the same excuse each time. But Fulton knew it wasn't entirely true. Though his body was delicate, he didn't get sick unless exposed to rain overnight. Alan thought every significant event caused him nightmares. He couldn't remember the details but was terrified upon waking, falling ill thereafter. 5 years ago was his first such incident. That day marked a significant event, the official recognition of Luther. Despite everyone knowing his identity, most saw him as a lesser-known illegitimate child, addressing him merely as Connor. Back then, the Eben issued a decree officially recognizing the Luther. Attending such an important occasion, his mother wouldn't miss it, though she hesitated bringing him. Then a young Fulton pleaded and cried, eventually convincing her. However, shortly after arriving at the coronation ceremony, he felt a sudden shortness of breath, his heart constricting as if held by an invisible hand. Unable to breathe, he felt like he was drowning. Thankfully, his mother noticed and quickly brought him back home. The physician found nothing wrong and advised rest. That night, he fell into a nightmare. He couldn't recall its contents, only an image of a man watching him from afar. Fear overwhelmed him, compelling him to kneel. Due to that nightmare, he fell ill for 3 days straight. Upon waking, he told his mother about his dream. She burst into tears and locked herself in her room for a day. When she emerged, she continued loving him but never allowed him outside. She attributed this to the events of that day 5 years ago. Fulton was confused but wanted to avoid upsetting his mother. So, for years, he obediently stayed within the courtyard. Alan sought. Over time, longing stirred in his heart. Chapter 309. Doubts. Given his strong perception, he felt an unease surge within him ever since his mother left. However, he reassured himself that his mother had gone to attend a meeting hosted by the Prince of all Haydens. Knowing her meticulous nature, she would never have faced the speculation of being in the devil's territory. Thus, the heavy burden on his heart slightly eased. Nevertheless, worry for his mother lingered, keeping him tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, his heart pounding continuously. Deep down, he knew this was a bad omen, so he rushed out to wait in the courtyard without a second thought. Unbeknownst to him, it would be almost dawn before his mother returned. Despite her efforts to hide it, he could smell the heavy stench of blood on her. Seeing her distressed appearance, the boy felt an intense wave of anxiety. In his memory, his mother hardly ever cried. In all these years, he had seen her shed tears only twice, once now, and once when she acknowledged her heritage with the Prince of all Haydens. Could it be that the other city lords insulted her again because of him? His heart skipped a beat at the thought, filled with dread. After all, this seemed most likely. Over the years, those so-called uncles had never ceased bullying them. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He hated his frail body, which couldn't even protect his own mother. If only he could cultivate and inherit her talents, those people wouldn't dare treat him and his mother like this. Feeling helpless, the tall boy curled up like a wounded deer. Though he seldom ventured outside, he wasn't oblivious to the rumors and insults directed at him. Admitting he wasn't upset would be a lie. But his mother had endured so much pain for him, striving to raise him despite great hardship. He couldn't add to her worries. So, he chose to pretend not to notice, acting as a well-behaved son. Of course, mother wouldn't lie to you. Considering how Callum waited all night for me, I'll grant you one request, and I will fulfill it, the Connor of the Demon Charm City said, affectionately stroking his fluffy hair. Sensing his son's concern, she quickly changed the subject. She always knew her son was thoughtful and perceptive. She didn't want to infect him with her negative emotions. This child had already suffered enough. Really? I want to leave the Demon Charm City and see the outside world. Can I, mother? Just stay close by your side, not too far. Callum knew his mother was changing the subject to avoid discussing what happened, but he also understood he shouldn't make things difficult for her. So he went along with her redirection, though his heart raced with excitement. For years, he'd harbored a wish to explore beyond the city walls, but his mother had never agreed. His request was cautious, and fearing rejection, he hastily added an explanation. Even so, he felt uneasy, unsure if his mother would agree. Though she indulged him and met nearly all his requests, there was always the condition that he stayed within the city. Callum didn't understand why. From as long as he could remember, his mother rarely took him outside. Over the years, the number of times he stepped out of the Lord's mansion could be counted on one hand, and even then, it was when he was very young. As he grew older, his mother often stared at him, lost in thought, forcing a smile in front of him, then weeping silently behind closed doors. Callum worried but knew he couldn't ask or intrude, and somewhere along the way, his mother seemed to oppose him leaving. No matter how much he begged over the years, she never wavered. Whenever he mentioned going out, she'd change the topic or leave outright, unable to answer him. Once, he asked her why, and she said his frail health made it too dangerous. Callum was unsatisfied with this answer. He knew his body, weak though it was, wasn't that fragile. His frequent illnesses were due to nightmares, not physical weakness. Unless he caught a severe chill, he rarely fell ill. But this body never seemed cooperative. Whenever something significant happened, he had nightmares that night. The contents of the dreams were unclear, but they filled him with terror, always leading to sickness afterward. 5 years ago, during his first episode, something major occurred, the official acknowledgement of the prince of all Haydens. Although everyone knew his identity, they still saw him as a common illegitimate child. 5 years ago, the Eben himself declared the prince's legitimacy, and such a significant event required attendance by city lords, including his mother. Despite her reluctance, he was small and insisted, and she finally relented. However, during the ceremony, he suddenly struggled to breathe, feeling as if unseen hands tightened around his heart. His mother noticed and quickly brought him away. Back home, the doctor assured her his body was fine and just needed rest. That night, he had a nightmare, remembering only a distant figure watching him, forcing him to kneel in fear. It was the nightmare that led to 3 days of illness. When he finally woke, he told his mother about the dream. She cried uncontrollably after hearing it, locking herself in her room for a day. Upon her return, she remained loving as ever, but refused to let him leave the city ever again, citing the incident 5 years ago. Callum was puzzled, but didn't want to see his mother sad. So he stayed obediently in the courtyard all these years. But with time, a longing for the outside world began to grow within him. Chapter 310, Wishes. How he longed to leave this city lord's residence that felt like a prison, to walk out of the demon India city. He wished to personally witness the blossoming flower petals and customs as described by slaves. His desires were not grand, just one glimpse would suffice. The frail young boy thought to this point, and looked at the demon India city's lord, his clear eyes revealing a hint of pleading. In the past, every time he mentioned this wish, his mother had always refused without hesitation. He didn't know if it would be the same this time. Of course, he knew that this would make his mother sad, but he was so tired. This body of his was so weary. Each day trapped in this gilded cage drained him. He wasn't sure how much longer he could endure with this weak and ill body, knowing very well that his condition worsened daily. Especially recently, he coughed up blood almost every day, and the frequency was increasing. Though he knew this illness would never heal, he endured to avoid worrying his mother. But lately, he could barely hold on. It felt like an invisible hand gripped his heart tightly all the time. By his own estimate, he wouldn't last many more days. It wasn't so much that he wanted to go out. Rather, he wanted to escape this prison. Whether by a clear river, amidst blooming flowers, or even dying anonymously somewhere else, he didn't want to die here. Porter's words caused another pang in the heart of the demon India city's lord. Her emotions were indescribable. She considered herself a competent city lord but never thought she was a good mother. Not that she treated Porter poorly. No one in this world loved Porter more than her. But if it weren't for her, why would her child have been born sick, abandoned by his father, and despised by the people? Her child suffered through years of pain and cold stares with this broken body. Porter's words stabbed right into her heart. Her child couldn't live a normal life like other children. Before 3 years old, her child was like plankton in the river, only able to survive hidden in this city lord's residence. Therefore, she rarely took him out, only 3 times to save his life. After turning 3, thanks to the Eben, her precious child finally began to recover from chronic illness. Doctors said he could occasionally be taken out to see the scenery. At that time, she was overjoyed, thinking she could finally free her child from this small world. However, worried about his health, the demon India city's lord only took him out twice that year. She still remembered that autumn day when the maple leaves turned red and flowers bloomed. The child who had been bedridden for so long smiled freely among the petals and leaves. Though years had passed, it felt like yesterday, because that was the last time she took her beloved son out. That day, they roamed the entire city until he was exhausted and fell asleep reluctantly. She carried him back. Then she felt incredibly happy, believing she was the happiest person in the world even without a husband. Initially, she thought there would be many such opportunities. But she never imagined it was the last time. That day, walking back to the city lord's residence, she carried the sleeping Porter carefully while the citizens praised her child's brilliance, already envisioning him as a handsome gentleman even before growing up. Knowing these praises were insincere, she still felt proud because it was her son. Thus, she slowed down, hoping everyone in the city could see her son. What should have been a joyful moment turned into regret later. On the way back, around noon, an old man blurted out while flattering her. "This child looks just like His Majesty the Eben." The demon India city's lord did not feel surprised. She recalled that chilling moment. Her blood froze instantly, her heart stopping. Indeed, her son looked exactly like the Eben as a child. Anyone who had seen the Eben could tell immediately. The demon India city's lord stiffened. Was she displeased that her son resembled the Eben? No, she certainly hoped for it. Why couldn't this have happened 3 days ago? Because 3 days ago, the Eben officially confirmed Marcus's status. Regardless of Marcus's previous identity, he was now acknowledged as the sole legitimate heir of the Eben, while her son became an illegitimate child, one shunned from public view. Hearing the old man's comment, the crowd around her was shocked, staring at her son with awe and admiration. But the demon India city's lord had no desire to stay any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes as she quickly returned her son to their sheltered world. Unlike her usual fearless demeanor, she stayed awake all night, watching her child under the blanket. That night, her treasured son started having nightmares, his health weakening day by day, showing ominous signs. The demon India city's lord was terrified. She knew this was a warning and punishment. She never expected the Eben to show no affection for his young son. She repeatedly prostrated herself toward the Eben's palace, praying fervently, but to no avail. Seeing her son's pale face the next morning, she could no longer hold back, ignoring the strange gazes of the citizens and the guards' resistance. Without making a fuss, she knelt at the entrance of the Eben's palace, banging her head continuously throughout the night. The Eben ultimately had some sentiment towards his son. Just as Porter was close to death, he restored him with a blink. Seeing this, the exhausted Demon India city's lord wept with joy. From then on, she never dared to take Porter out again. She didn't even dare leave the city lord's residence, harshly reprimanding him even for standing on a stool to peek outside. Over the years, Porter often asked to go outside, always excited yet timid, but each time met with her ruthless refusal. Porter was always obedient, never showing sadness before her, but quietly crying alone in his blanket at night. Silent tears. Hashtag chapter 311. Guilt. If asked about her thoughts as a mother, how could she not wish to take her son out into the world, allowing him to experience its myriad wonders? Paco's last illness had nearly cost her half her life. The lord of Mema City dared not risk it. Moreover, as Paco grew older, he increasingly resembled the Sergio. She had promised the Sergio that no one else would ever notice, and indeed, after 1,000 years, there were very few living souls who had seen the Sergio's face. And even if they did, they were just elders from some minor or obscure families who seldom ventured out. But fate, in all its irony, ensured that her son could only be an anomaly. Paco bore an 80% resemblance to the Sergio, while her son only had 60%. At first glance, he seemed almost identical to Paco, but his eyes, the same fox-like eyes as hers, gave him a completely different look. Despite this, his eyes, unmarred by worldly experiences, remained crystal clear, turning his fox-like gaze into the innocent eyes of a fawn. If one didn't mention the eyes, her son and Paco would appear indistinguishable. Their presence together would certainly draw attention. Even if the citizens hadn't seen the Sergio, they had seen Paco, and it would cause quite a stir in the demon capital. Once, the Sergio had been so enraged when someone commented on the child's resemblance to him that he dealt harshly with the speaker. The lord of Mema City couldn't bear to imagine what might happen if things turned for the worse. Would he be exiled, or given some form of punishment? She didn't dare think about it. However, today's events and her son's earnest wishes had finally shaken the deeply rooted tree in her heart. Why should her son live as she had? She knew that he wasn't happy. The continuous illnesses and environmental pressures had taken their toll on him. Even now, though he never mentioned it, the changes in his appearance and complexion revealed the truth. Paco's body was deteriorating rapidly. But the lord of Mema City no longer felt the urge to struggle. This was not the work of the Sergio, but rather the disease her son had inherited from birth. The Sergio's previous punishment only hastened the inevitable. So, from the age of 4, she had known what lay ahead for her precious son. Alan thought there was nothing she could do to change it. The Sergio had once said that his abilities could only save Paco once. Over the years, she sought skilled physicians, even human ones, but all concluded that there was no hope. Each time, the result was the same, unchanging. She had persevered for so long without giving up, yet now she began to accept the reality. Paco's life had been filled with misfortune and pain. As his mother, she should fulfill his every wish. Besides, this particular wish was easy to grant. It was practically nothing for anyone else. Plus, Mema Connor was not entirely passive now. Paco was already set to go out by order of the Sergio, and these half-brothers would inevitably meet. Even without the Sergio's presence, their similarities in physique and appearance would speak volumes. She wanted to see what her beloved man would do to her blood and flesh. All right, mother will take you out for our birthday celebration in 3 days. Mema Connor forced a smile and softly replied. 3 days? Truly, mother. You really mean to take me out? The young boy was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. His eyes sparkled like the bright moon, piercing directly into Mema Connor's heart. Paco was overjoyed. Even the pallor of his face tinged with red, showing his excitement. Because he knew his long-held wish was finally coming true. Her refusal had never been deceptive. If she promised something, it would always be fulfilled. Of course, Paco, but we must first attend to something before we can enjoy ourselves properly. Mema Connor hesitated, then added. The Sergio's command couldn't be refused, nor could her son's wish. They would inevitably clash. After the bloodline test, her son would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the demon capital. But she would protect him. She debated whether to tell Paco beforehand. It was painful for him, and she didn't want to rub salt in the wound. Alan thought she feared not telling him might leave room for misunderstanding. After much deliberation, Mema Connor decided to inform her son. Mother, what is it? Is it important? The boy, sensing something amiss, frowned and quickly asked. He remembered how his mother suddenly cried, and then agreed to let him leave the estate. What was she hiding? Instantly, his joy turned to worry. He wanted to tell his mother that as long as she wasn't sad, it didn't matter whether he went out or not. In his heart, his mother was the most important thing. Mema Connor saw the concern on her son's face and couldn't resist pinching his cheeks gently. No guessing was needed. He had noticed something. Why worry at such a young age? Mother is fine. We just need to visit the bloodline testing place briefly. Mema Connor tried to smile reassuringly, her voice gentle. She didn't want to tell him what he would endure there. If anything happened, she would sacrifice everything to protect him. He tended to blame himself, thinking he was at fault. She explained the bloodline testing and the new rules to Paco. Sorry, mother, causing you so much trouble again. If I weren't so useless, mother wouldn't be looked down upon like this. It's all my fault. Hearing this, Paco's brows furrowed deeply, his heart pounding. He started coughing uncontrollably, as if trying to expel his lungs. From a young age, he had been sensitive to others' ill will toward his mother. Alan thought he could do nothing because he was the source of that malice. He was the only blemish on his mother's brilliant life, one that could never be erased. Recalling how her mother returned from this meeting tired and distressed, Paco blamed himself. If not for him, she wouldn't have been ridiculed. He was truly a beast, still asking to go out despite her suffering. You're not to blame, Paco. It's just a formality. Don't overthink it. You are mother's greatest treasure forever. Seeing Paco's state, Mema Connor was alarmed and carefully patted his thin back. Looking down, she noticed her precious child's eyes were red. Her heart ached, and she hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Note: maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. On the other side, Danner, feeling heartache for his mother, also coughed until tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. His heart was full of anger and grievance. He did not want to make his mother worry, but why was his body so fragile? Whenever his emotions surged recently, he could not stop coughing, sometimes even fainting from it. Stanley didn't want his mother to worry. He took a deep breath, suppressing the coughs that gathered in his throat, forcing them back down. Of course, this made his throat feel unbearably sweet and bitter. No, he couldn't let his mother worry. Otherwise, he would have to seek that damned Sergio's medicine again to extend his life. He had long since wanted to die. He did not want his mother to lose her dignity for the sake of his worthless life. Amidst the tumult of his emotions, sensing another bout of coughing coming on, Stanley quickly covered his mouth with his sleeve. After several coughs, he finally managed to stop, though now he was utterly exhausted. Sweat drenched his entire body, and his lips turned pale and frightening. The once star-filled eyes now seemed void of any light. "Danner, how are you? Someone, go fetch a physician immediately." Seeing Stanley in this state, Mama Connor's eyes turned red with urgency as she sternly ordered someone. "No need, mother. I've already taken medicine today. There's no need to call anyone." Stanley wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, discreetly hiding his hand behind his back. Turning to look at his mother, he forced a bright smile. "Danner, it's not that you have wronged your mother. It is your mother who has wronged you." Looking at the radiant smile on her son's face, Mama Connor was momentarily stunned. With her advanced senses as an essence core cultivator, she naturally noticed her son's actions and smelled the strong metallic scent of blood emanating from him. Seeing his smile and the hand hidden behind his back, she felt overwhelming sorrow. Other lords' sons might indulge in mischief and rely on their father's power to bully others. But her son, how did she deserve such a child like Danner? If only she had tried harder during pregnancy, nurtured him better, would he not have ended up with this frail body, devoid of fatherly love? Overcome with grief, Mama Connor reached out to embrace her precious son. Mother and son embraced silently, both filled with guilt towards each other. In the dark, damp palace, a shadowy figure formed by black threads sat on a throne studded with various jewels. Staring at the scene before him on a screen, he could not help but feel heartache. "I won't make you wait long. Rest assured, Danner. Your father will make up for all this one day." Watching the two of them weep in each other's arms, the monster remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. If he could, wouldn't he pamper these two people he cherished above all else, lift them high into the sky? But no, not yet. It's just not the right time. However, soon enough, it would be possible. A flicker of red light appeared in the monster's empty black eyes as he lifted his gaze, as if peering through the layers of earth and stone, straight into the heavens. Morning approached, the first light beginning to pierce the darkness. Town Demon City lay unusually quiet, unlike its usual bustle. Citizens still slept soundly, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. At the opulent Town Demon Connor's residence, a figure suddenly appeared outside the mansion. "Long live the Connor. Welcome back, Your Excellency." Outside the Connor's residence stood a dozen tall, muscular demon men. Upon seeing the approaching figure, they immediately knelt, chanting in unison. "Stand up. Why are there only a few of you? Didn't I order all the guards to assemble here to protect the Connor's residence? Are you all just eating without working?" Chevy, worn out from a day's exertion and harboring bottled-up frustration, flashed a cold glare, kicking the man kneeling at the forefront. The man, towering 8 feet tall with muscles rippling across his frame, flew several meters when Chevy kicked him lightly, smashing violently against the main gates. With a sickening thud, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of organs. "My lord, the rest of the guard. They were dispatched by you on missions and have yet to return. They will come back and stand guard outside the residence afterward." Half dead from the Connor's kick, the man dared not hesitate, scrambling to kneel and respectfully speak, as if fearing he'd lose his life if he hesitated. "Do you mean to say I misunderstood you?" Chevy frowned, pondering for 2 seconds. While the man was telling the truth, who was he to question Chevy? "No, of course not, my lord. How could you misunderstand me? This is a reward from you, and I am deeply grateful." The man trembled as he heard Chevy's tone, sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. Smashing his head forcefully into the ground, a gash instantly opened on his forehead, but he did not dare pause. Kneeling on the ground, he said with utmost fear, afraid that being even a second slower would result in his immediate death by Chevy's hand. "Ha, you seem to like this reward. Do you want another one?" Chevy laughed maliciously, placing his foot heavily on the man's head, grinding it cruelly into the ground. Chapter 312, Deception. "The time of your excellency is precious. How can it be wasted on a restricted person like me?" Hearing these words, the man's clothes were drenched in sweat. He lifted his head and began to kiss Chevy's dirty boots nonstop with his mouth. "Consider yourself lucky." Seeing Chevy's despicable appearance, like a filthy stray dog, his mood instantly improved. He kicked the man's mouth fiercely and said coldly, thank you, Your Excellency." Chevy had not held back at all. This kick knocked out all the man's teeth. But the man seemed not to care at all, knocking 3 loud heads on the ground forcefully in front of Chevy. He didn't stop until blood covered his entire face. After all, if Chevy were to blame him for any misfortune, the best outcome would be like this. The worst, just thinking about it sent shivers down the man's spine. However, fortunately, his performance successfully pleased Chevy. Chevy waved his hand indifferently, unwilling to waste another glance on this filthy dog. "Does the Connor wish for some attendance? The young ladies are already dressed and waiting for your pleasure." An old, white-haired man knelt beside him respectfully. "No need. I have important matters at hand these few days." Chevy replied somewhat impatiently. He was tired of those noble young ladies long ago. They lacked any real sentiment, and some even ruined his mood. These next few days were crucial. Spending time on them was beneath him. Chevy thought disdainfully as he prepared to push open the door. These past 2 days had been exhausting for him. If he had the spare energy, he might as well go back to meditate and rest. Just as he raised his foot, Chevy suddenly thought of something and retracted it, rubbing his temples. Those useless fools delaying him almost made him forget the important matter, the new regulations for lineage testing. TSK. Just thinking about it gave Chevy a headache, but he had to resolve it quickly. Chevy frowned in displeasure. No, he still had to check on those 2 little bastards in the dungeon. What if they died? That would only delay his plans. Thinking about this, Chevy finally decided against going home and instead headed for the distant dungeon. Chevy, who was just a step away from the gate, would never know that it was this change of mind that caused him significant losses. Because the person he sought was just on the other side of that door. Cool. Scared me half to death. Almost thought I'd be discovered. Enrique, hiding behind a statue near the Connor's gate, heard the footsteps gradually move away. He revealed himself, letting out a sigh. Goodness, how did this old guy come back so soon? He had just collected everything buried underground in the city lord's residence. He was preparing to leave and return to the dead cells before Chevy came back. Who could have guessed that as soon as he put away the last treasure chest, Chevy returned? This truly proved that timing is everything. But luckily, this old man ultimately lacked the right moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken anything from the Connor's residence. Although Enrique wanted to mock Chevy further, he knew this old man passing by without entering must be looking for him. Enrique knew he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, Chevy would not find him when he returned, causing more trouble. Slightly speechless, Enrique rubbed his neck and walked through a hidden door behind the sculpture. He had discovered this hidden door while searching for treasures. Though it didn't lead directly to the dead cells, it led outside the city of Gentian. While he could also climb over the wall, with the Connor back now, it wasn't wise to be so brazen. Enrique immediately entered the hidden door. His leg muscles tightened, showing exaggerated muscle lines instantly. Without wasting time, Enrique pushed off with incredible speed. Even the ground where he pushed off cracked as large as an egg. I think I heard footsteps. At this moment, the severely injured man, whose ears suddenly twitched in confusion, spoke. Although severely wounded, he insisted on staying at his post. His friends helped by having him hide in the most secluded area near the main gate. But just as he leaned against the wall, he heard several heavy footsteps nearby. The sound was very close. The man felt strange and looked outside. It was still early morning. Although dawn had broken, most citizens were still sleeping. And even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare loiter near the Connor's residence. What could possibly be happening? The man felt puzzled. There's no sound of footsteps. Are you hallucinating because you were hit on the head? Since you're hurt, don't move. Wait for shift change or risk dying from blood loss. The team leader heard the man's words, checked the surroundings, saw no one, and coldly said, Alonso's. The man closed his mouth hurriedly upon hearing his captain, but still felt puzzled. He had clearly heard footsteps and a man's voice earlier. Why was there nothing now? Was he really hallucinating due to his injuries? Doubting himself, the man couldn't dwell on it with his duties pending and focused on his watch. Meanwhile, Enrique, who escaped through the hidden door, appeared in an alley 100 meters away from the Connor's residence after some time. The air here is better than inside that house. Enrique stretched lazily in the empty alley and muttered. As for why he wasn't in a hurry, Enrique finished stretching and pulled out a purple golden talisman from his storage ring. He didn't have spirit chi, but there was no rule against using external force. With golden flames burning, the purple golden talisman radiated dazzling light. Enrique grasped the talisman instantly as it ignited, propelling him toward a dilapidated building 1,000 miles away at incredible speed. How could there be no sound? Those 2 little bastards shouldn't be dead, should they? Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, Chevy, hearing no sounds, questioned. After all, he had specifically instructed the doctor to keep them alive and conscious. 2 severely injured individuals unable to relieve their suffering wouldn't be silent. Could they really be dead? Chevy grew anxious, producing a golden key instantly. Click, click, the sound of steel grinding together. Phew, he hasn't arrived yet. Good. Just as Chevy opened the door, Enrique returned following the path he had set up, sneaking back into the prison. Hearing this, he exhaled in relief. Though it was still early, many laborers were already busy. To avoid being discovered, Enrique had to detour around them. This detour cost a lot of time. He thought he might get caught by Chevy. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Thump, thump. Footsteps approached rapidly, and Enrique returned to the cell just as the Connor was about to reach them. Back in place, Enrique felt relieved. Given how interesting things were unfolding, he didn't want to rely on hiding. He wanted to join from the start, catching everyone off guard. Despite his thoughts, hearing the approaching footsteps, he rolled his eyes and lay down directly. To avoid raising suspicion, Enrique deliberately used a cultivation technique to make his internal condition appear chaotic and disordered, even more so than before. After all, Chevy was naturally vigilant and enjoyed playing tricks. If Chevy decided to check his body for signs of deceit, he could be caught red-handed. Enrique did not want to escalate matters yet. Still unconscious? What are those good-for-nothing fools doing? Chevy quietly approached the cell where Kyla and her brother were held, feeling both relieved and troubled at the sight. Their condition appeared dire indeed. Their faces were as pale as paper, wounds oozing blood, bodies twisted in awkward positions. Without sensing their faint breaths and the slight rise and fall of their chests, Chevy might have thought they were dead. This situation infuriated him. Before leaving for Demonic City, he had specifically instructed that they must remain alive and conscious until his return. It had been more than half a day since he left, ample time for treatment. They should not be in this near-death state, let alone unconscious. The sight made Chevy's temples throb with anger. Clearly, it was time to replace that incompetent fool. A cold-blooded smile curled on Chevy's lips, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. No matter how long they had served him, failure was unacceptable. None would survive such incompetence. With his mood sinking further, Chevy checked on the two himself, knowing they could not afford any mishaps during this critical period. He took a step forward and instantly stood before Enrique. Before Enrique could react, Chevy grabbed his eyelids. Enrique, dude, what are you doing? Speechless, Enrique felt helpless. Chevy's sudden move was unorthodox, and he nearly pulled off Enrique's eyelids. Enrique didn't expect this maneuver and wasn't quick enough to respond, leading to his eyelids being forcibly opened. Luckily, Enrique's mimicry skills were exceptional, and his once vibrant eyes dimmed immediately, almost lifeless. How can this be? Is this boy about to die? Chevy's brow furrowed, seeing Enrique's eyes grow distant. Releasing his grip, Chevy seized Enrique's wrist, sending black demonic energy into his body. This is beyond repair. It seems my expectations for you were too high. You're just like your father, a useless waste. Feeling the broken meridians, rising blood chi, and damaged organs inside Enrique's body, Chevy disdainfully let go, causing Enrique's hand to slam heavily onto the ground. Enrique, are you seriously ill or something? Who installs iron spikes on the floor, and such big ones at that? If not for releasing some chi in time, his hand bones might have shattered. Even while pretending to be unconscious, Enrique inwardly ranted about Chevy's actions. Disappointed, Chevy shook his hand and cast a cleansing spell to remove the bloodstains. Just as Enrique hoped for a respite, thinking Chevy was done, the man turned around and started examining Kyla in the same manner. Enrique, you've got some weird habits, don't you? Not joking, Chevy had personal grievances against Kyla. Seeing the force he applied, it seemed Chevy was nearly gouging out her eyeballs. Everyone was a cultivator. Checking if someone was alive using spiritual chi was much simpler and far less invasive. They were already unconscious. Checking their eyelids was utterly unnecessary. Ah, this little girl has recovered quite well, but with her exhausted bloodline, participating in the lineage test will be futile. She'll likely be eliminated, maybe even disgracing me. Except, this little face. Chevy then grasped Kyla's delicate hand, sending demonic energy into her body. Enrique, squinting slightly, saw parts of Kyla's skin suddenly swell as though a hand was poking inside her body. Already unconscious, Kyla couldn't help but frown in pain, her expression contorted. Enrique found it hard to believe there was no personal vendetta between Chevy and Kyla. Chevy's actions were brutal, almost deliberate torture. Feeling Kyla's reactions, Chevy raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't forgotten that this girl, besides serving the demon deity from childhood, had also used forbidden techniques twice. Chapter 313, Perversion. Her body had long been ruined, barely even as useful as a scrap of waste. But now he noticed that the girl's blood was gradually regenerating, and even her shattered meridians showed faint signs of recovery. Although it was still bleak, she looked incomparably better than the lifeless appearance of Fadi. Despite this, Mitchell's attitude toward Kyla remained extremely hostile. Kyla had been sacrificing herself to the demon god since childhood, and the bloodline power Mitchell needed had already been completely absorbed by the demon god. So in essence, Kyla was now just an empty shell, beautiful on the outside but in shambles inside. However, the outer beauty. Mitchell's gaze deepened as he looked at Kyla, filled with other intentions. Originally, one of the reasons he came looking for these two brats today was due to his lack of offspring. Even though the girl's bloodline talent was gone, its quality remained, combined with his superior genes. Gulp. Mitchell couldn't help but swallow. Undoubtedly, from the moment he saw this girl, he had harbored some inexplicable thoughts. However, back then, he hadn't yet fallen out with the Lord of Demons subduing city, and their relationship was considered uncle and niece. No matter how much he wanted to, he had to consider the opinions of the Lord of Demons subduing city and the rest of the world. But now, with the tables turned, the girl was in his hands. TSK, how could he not take her? After all, this girl's appearance suited his tastes perfectly. When he last saw her, she was just a few years old, her facial features not fully developed. He could only guess that she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. But now, the girl's appearance and physique were already taking shape. Just from her looks alone, she was an extraordinary beauty. In his heart, Mitchell felt there were only two beauties in the capital of demons. One was the famous voluptuous, graceful, and charming mayor of the Temptress city. Even though she had borne a child and was middle-aged, she didn't show any signs of aging. Her beauty was alluring without being overly delicate, her figure fiery and sexy. Just a glance made Mitchell feel a burning heat. However, this woman was too proud. He had once expressed his feelings to her, only to be cruelly rejected. She even said that someone else held her heart. Who? That bastard's mongrel father? He was giving her an enormous blessing by not caring about her promiscuity, yet this woman was still ungrateful. Mitchell felt displeased and harassed the mayor of Temptress City multiple times. Alan thought she always acted in the same way, saying she didn't like him while seducing him with her fox-like eyes, utterly wanton. Though he gave her many chances, she refused every time and even fought against him when things got out of hand. Given her high status in Temptress City, equal to his own, Mitchell reluctantly pretended to give up. But that didn't mean he really gave up. Instead, he planned to torture her mercilessly after seizing the position of Eben. As for the other, of course, it was the girl before him. From the first moment Mitchell saw her, he was deeply attracted to her innocent yet enticing charm. If possible, he would have taken her back right then and cherished her properly. But the situation back then wouldn't allow it. And now, the girl was in his hands. Compared to 3 years ago, her features were more defined, and her body slightly developed, although she looked a bit malnourished. But that was fine. He could nurture her later. If the mayor of Temptress City was known for her voluptuous allure, then the girl before him was the epitome of pure and fresh beauty, captivating and delicate. At first glance, she was a pure beauty. On closer inspection, she seemed like a celestial maiden from the heavens, inviting destruction and torment. Mitchell's current mood was indeed blissful. The girl was only 15 and presumably not given away by her father yet. With her fiery personality, the experience ahead would surely be delightful. The thought made Mitchell increasingly heated. Looking at the girl, his eyes almost sparked. He swallowed and extended his dirty hand towards Kyla's body. Cough, cough. At that moment, Enrique, who had been pretending to be unconscious, could no longer maintain the act. He lightly coughed twice and opened his eyes. Enrique felt speechless. He had thought that if he feigned unconsciousness, Mitchell, to achieve his grand plan, would have used something valuable to heal them. Who knew that Mitchell was such a fool that he would forsake everything for lust? Logically, he was now crucial to Mitchell. Seeing his injuries worsen, Mitchell should have panicked. But instead, Mitchell, driven by lust, was trying to take advantage of Kyla. Enrique couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He initially believed Mitchell was smart, ambitious, and ruthless. If Enrique hadn't interfered, Mitchell might have succeeded. But now, Enrique wished he could just chop Mitchell's useless brain into pieces with a knife. Since he was here, he absolutely couldn't let this happen before his eyes. Mitchell halted at the sound, frowning. Ready to continue, he suddenly seemed to realize something and turned sharply to look at Enrique, his eyes flashing with undisguised killing intent. Understandable. Who wouldn't be annoyed if interrupted at a crucial moment? Especially someone like Mitchell. Surprisingly awake, huh? Looks like you're more resilient than I imagined. But waking up at this time? So, are you going to try stopping me from killing her, watch idly, or perhaps join me in enjoying this delectable woman? Mitchell stared at Enrique, his eyes full of naked threats. Enrique thought interrupting Mitchell with a cough would bring him back to reality so they could discuss important matters. Who knew Mitchell would be shameless to such a degree? Even if Enrique was playing a role, he was the young lord of demon subduing city and Kyla's real brother. Didn't Mitchell fear being killed by the city lord and his son? He had seen many perverted people, but never anyone as depraved as Mitchell. Enrique's eyes darkened instantly. He picked up a rock and threw it at Mitchell with all his physical strength, not using any spiritual energy. Even so, this attack equaled that of a condensing chi realm practitioner. After hurling the rock, Enrique fell to the ground, his face pale and eyelids drooping. He appeared very weak, almost falling back into unconsciousness, a performance entirely intended for Mitchell. Considering how important he was, Enrique didn't believe Mitchell would actually try to kill him while he lay nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Mitchell casually blocked Enrique's attack. Before the rock could get close, it was crushed into powder by Mitchell's aura. Still haven't given up? Joining me is a sign of respect. Wouldn't you want to taste this delicious woman? Mitchell sneered coldly. He had heard that Fadi was obsessed with cultivation, never indulging in worldly pleasures, which he always mocked. After all, putting on an act, wasn't that something anyone could do? Just like him, no matter how many heinous deeds he committed, someone would always clean up the mess for him and maintain his flawless image. As for Fadi's obsession with cultivation, he took it as a joke. Forcing Fadi to join him didn't feel wrong to Mitchell. After all, blood ties among the demons were inherently shallow. He could even harm his own infant child. What did a half-brother and sister mean to him? Alonso's, Fadi and Kyla were not born from the same mother. Fadi was indeed born from the first wife of the demon-subduing Connor, but Kyla was merely a daughter of a lowly concubine. It wasn't uncommon for a city's young lord to favor the daughter of a concubine. By suggesting this, Mitchell intended to give Fadi a sweet deal. If he remembered correctly, Fadi had known about this information long ago and already harbored feelings for Kyla, restrained only by blood ties. Now, Mitchell himself had shattered those constraints. If Fadi behaved, he could enjoy this woman and then gift her to Fadi afterward. Such a grand reward. Fadi should thank him profusely. However, Mitchell didn't realize that Fadi was just an illusion in a body. How could it know such a secret? Get lost. If you came here just to say this, you can leave now. If you dare do such a thing before me, I'll make sure you suffer, even if it costs me my life. Enrique smirked coldly. Despite appearing weak, his words shook the ground, making Mitchell feel uneasy. Since you don't know your place, I won't be merciful. Do you remember who I am? Mitchell's fury ignited upon hearing Enrique's words, but seeing the feeble Fadi lying on the ground, he forced down his anger, speaking icily. He had planned to savor the girl with Fadi, but was disappointed by Fadi's lack of cooperation. Fadi no longer held power as the city's young lord. He was nothing but trash. If not for Mitchell's offer, Fadi would never have the woman he loved. Alan saw it now. Presented with this opportunity, Fadi scorned it and dared to threaten him. Mitchell found it laughable. Since Fadi wouldn't respect him, Mitchell wouldn't hold back after completing his grand plan. He would humiliate and torture Fadi mercilessly, especially once Fadi felt hope again. He would disgrace Kyla right before Fadi's eyes, delivering a devastating blow. This thought improved Mitchell's mood significantly. Standing tall, he glared down at Enrique, magic aura seeping from his body, terrifyingly powerful. Enrique, do you think I'm stupid? Enrique, facing this dramatic display from the demon subduing Connor, wanted to roll his eyes. They had just confronted each other. How could saying he didn't recognize Mitchell be believable? This show was absurd. Still, he suppressed his urge to ridicule and nodded at Mitchell. Since you remember who I am, things will be easier. Have you ever tried being conscious while being flayed piece by piece, losing limbs and eyes, suffering indescribably? Mitchell asked with a chilling smile, his tone sinister yet expression serene. To prove his point, he pulled out a sharp dagger, its metal gleaming under the golden light of the crystals lining the dungeon walls, sending shivers down anyone's spine. But Enrique was unimpressed. He'd come too far to be scared. Fadi forced himself up, catching Mitchell off guard and grabbing the dagger. The blade sliced through Enrique's skin, embedding deep into his flesh until bone, dripping blood like crimson jewels onto the floor. What are you doing? You're wasting. Mitchell's eyes turned red. He yanked the dagger away, grabbing Enrique's hand and beginning to absorb the blood greedily, even licking it. Enrique? Who could understand this madness? Wasn't this city lord truly perverse? Enrique felt a disgusting sensation spread from his hand and heard Mitchell's lips smacking, making him feel nauseous. He glanced at the ceiling's crystals, calculating the chances of smashing Mitchell's head in. The answer, 0. Thus, Enrique reluctantly endured, repulsion evident on his face. Mitchell only let go after swallowing the last drop of exposed blood, glaring at Enrique as if he'd lost something precious. Enrique, feeling more speechless than ever, wished he could pry open Mitchell's head to see what was inside. Chapter 3:14. Strange. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chevy wore a blissful expression, extending his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. Alan saw there was still an element of threat in his tone. Even their supposedly iron-willed father had yielded under his hands. He couldn't believe that Lars, molded from the same caste as him, would be any tougher. It's just that he was putting up a strong front. Of course not. Why don't you just kill me, Connor? Honestly, looking at you makes me quite sick, Enrique said, his eyes fixed on the Connor of Demon Suppression City, who still savored the taste of his blood. Enrique knew his blood still held immense allure for Chevy, comparable even to that of powerful demon clans. With this in mind, what did he have to fear? Enrique's demeanor was entirely different from when he had conceded on the battlefield. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he stared straight at the fallen blade. His gaze seemed to say, unlike his earlier pretense, Enrique's actions were now driven by madness, his frail body trembling with anticipation. Truly a madman. Chevy's gaze met Enrique's, and he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He could tell Enrique intended to rush toward the blade and end his own life. Though unsure if Lars had the courage, he dared not take the risk. After all, this boy's body had weakened considerably. Any more injuries might render him unable to participate in the lineage test in 3 days. With that thought, a red light flashed in Chevy's eyes as he extended his foot to stamp hard on the blade. Snap, snap. The sharp blade shattered instantly, turning into fragments. It seems the Connor of Demon Suppression cares more about my life than I do. Since you've come this far, there's no need to pretend. You only covet my lineage talent and have ulterior motives regarding the lineage test in 3 days. We are all intelligent people. Since we each have our needs, why don't we sit down and talk? Enrique, feigning weakness, cut straight to the chase with Chevy. Oh, you know what this Connor wants you to do. Chevy's expression turned cold upon hearing this, furrowing his brows. In the past, those who faced his methods hadn't been scared senseless, but were at least terrified. Lars wasn't cowed by him, but instead had restrained him and guessed his intentions. Now, he even dared negotiate terms. Admittedly, Lars was very bold, which Chevy usually admired. If he could provide reasonable demands, Chevy might entertain him for a while, but would certainly meet his requirements. After all, who reasons with a dead man? Inwardly, Chevy thought. Enrique, observing Chevy's behavior, knew his thoughts as healing her injuries. To him, that would be pure foolishness. Knowing this woman's injuries were no less severe than Lars's, healing just Lars had already caused him considerable pain. Healing another person would feel like peeling his skin off. In another part of the conversation, save me? But saving her brings no benefit to this Connor. You should know, Lars, I'm not one to make a losing deal, Chevy said, frowning after a moment's thought. After all, the rules for the lineage test had changed, adding a tournament. If Lars hadn't been injured, he would have easily placed in the top 3. Now, however, even an ordinary person could beat him up. The Connor didn't want to waste such a perfect pawn. Even if Lars didn't ask, he would send someone to heal him. But as for Kyla, he might as well forget about it. She had an empty shell of a body, useless to him in every way. Keeping her alive and providing for her was already a tremendous favor. Treating her injuries would be pure foolishness. After all, her injuries were no less severe than Lars's. Healing Lars alone had already caused him significant distress. Healing another person would feel like peeling his skin off. The rest of the passage remains consistent with the original context, emphasizing the tension between Enrique, Lars, and Chevy, as well as the strategic maneuvering around the lineage test and potential benefits. Getting something? Connor, let's not be formal. You invited us here for tea. After drinking and discussing, we can leave. Before that, I hope you treat our injuries, lest they hinder your progress. Enrique waved his hand casually. Although he had found many treasures in the Connor's residence, he deduced they belonged to Demon Suppression City. Despite finding them, he wondered why Chevy hadn't stored them in a ring or buried them safely within the mansion. Fortunately, Chevy hadn't moved them in time, allowing Enrique to seize everything. Pockets full, who would complain about having too much? His wounds could heal, but Kyla's condition was dire. Her injuries were severe, damaging her fundamentally. Without excellent medicine, she'd remain stagnant or suffer terribly. Enrique had means to save her, but those were for his survival. Uncertain about the coming days, he needed to keep these options available. As for Kyla, he couldn't bear to see someone so proud become a plaything. She had supported him a few times today, and he was not one to leave others in the lurch. Helping her was effortless and cost him nothing. I can save you, but saving him provides no benefit. You know I don't make losing deals, Chevy said after some contemplation, frowning. The lineage test rules had changed, adding a tournament. Previously, Lars could have easily ranked top 3. Now, heavily injured, even an average person could beat him. The Connor didn't want to waste such a perfect piece. He'd have someone treat Lars's injuries anyway. As for Kyla, forget it. This woman was just a shell, useless and harmful. Keeping her alive was already a tremendous favor. Accommodating her injuries? Wasn't this treating him like a fool? Knowing Kyla's injuries were worse than Lars's, helping one was already painful enough. Adding another was pure skin-peeling torture. He is my sister. If the Connor wants to save us, save both. Otherwise, save neither. Either way, I have no objections. Enrique understood Chevy's concern over resources, but wouldn't allow room for regret. His words were firm, leaving no room for retreat. Do you really think I won't kill you for threatening me? Chevy sneered, leaking demonic energy to form a black sphere. He appeared ready to kill Enrique but would stop short, intending only to scare him. My body's already ruined. A worthless life. If the conner wants it, take it, Enrique replied, rolling his eyes and lying down unresponsively. Joking, Enrique's demand was purely a ruse to gain something from Chevy while also treating Kyla's injuries. The rest of his demands were just for show. Releasing them both was out of the question. That much was clear even to someone thinking with their toes. At this moment, it seemed that Chevy needed him more than he needed Chevy. Even if Chevy wanted to kill him now, he would use every ounce of effort to protect him if anyone else tried. Chevy clearly underestimated him, thinking he could be easily manipulated because of his youth. Chevy didn't understand him at all. Chevy was incensed by Enrique's indifferent expression and pushed the light sphere directly towards his face. But who would have thought that Enrique wouldn't even flinch, acting as if he were waiting obediently for death? Chevy felt his lungs burning with anger, but couldn't do anything about it. After all, Enrique wasn't afraid of death, and threats were useless. Torturing him into confessing? With the numerous injuries already on his body, one wrong move might kill him outright, rendering Chevy's plans unfulfilled. If he only ended up half dead, Chevy would need even more resources to heal him. No matter how Chevy thought about it, he stood to lose. Frustrated but helpless, he eventually gave in. Fine, I agree. Chevy stared hard at Enrique, seeing that he remained unmoved. Finally giving up, he knew arguing was futile. After all, Lars's family was gone, his loved ones too, leaving only his sister. No amount of threat would work. To save time, Chevy had to compromise temporarily. One day, I will make you suffer more than you can bear. Chevy said this, his eyes glowing red, seething inwardly. After all, these medicines that could restore their injuries were all of a mortal grade. Wasn't this taking half his life? Chevy groaned inwardly. Since that's the case, many thanks to the conner of Demon Suppression City. Indeed, you are generous. Enrique had predicted Chevy would agree. Hearing the confirmation, he wasn't surprised and even yawned lazily. Haha, no need to thank me. This is an inferior grade magic spirit flower which can heal your physical wounds, and this is Ice Mountain Marrow, which can mend some of your mental damage. As for the rest, the conner will leave some spirit stones here. Your recovery depends on your efforts. Just remember, the rules for the lineage test have changed. A tournament has been added. If you don't perform well and remain too weak, your sister. While pulling 4 items from his storage ring, Chevy did not forget to remind Enrique with a veiled threat. And you must at least place in the top 3. Fail, and neither you nor your sister will fare well. Chevy glanced at the items he laid out, feeling a sharp pang of pain. These were all high-quality healing elixirs, which he usually hesitated to use even for himself. Giving them to these damned brats now was almost worse than killing him. Therefore, he must constantly remind Lars. He feared that after receiving these items, Lars might not fulfill his end of the bargain. After spending so much, if Lars let him down, he would never let him off easy. Top 3? Isn't the conner being a bit too demanding? Enrique raised an eyebrow, hinting at something more. Previously, he thought his role was simply to be consumed after receiving the bloodline blessing. Did securing the top 3 come with an unknown reward? Invisible to Chevy, Enrique's eyes sparkled. Haha, the conner has invested so much in you. Is it not reasonable to ask a little more? Chevy's face showed unusual seriousness. After all, he learned from other city lords that the concept of survival of the fittest extended beyond ordinary means. In the lineage tournament, rankings mattered. Lower ranks received less divine blessing, while the top 3 received an astonishing bounty, 3 times more than what he had received. Hearing this shocking news, his eyes had turned red with desire. What does 3 times mean? Just the initial bloodline blessing had boosted him to the 6th level of Yuan Dan realm. 3 times. Chevy dared not imagine it. Therefore, he set such a high goal. Even if he succeeded in usurping the throne, he would still be the king of a race. He lacked the confidence to replace all 10 city lords under him. What did this mean? It meant those delicious lambs couldn't be slaughtered yet. Moreover, each person's absorption capacity was limited. In Chevy's view, among the many participants, probably only the Andonis before him had such formidable absorption capabilities. He wasn't foolish. During the previous battle with Lars, he noticed something odd. The boy absorbed his magic energy and incredibly fast. Their magic energy was limited and recovered slowly. During that battle, Lars had absorbed at least 2/3 of the magic energy in his Danteon. Even absorbing magic energy this quickly, Lars should not disappoint when it came to absorbing the divine blessings. After all, absorbing another's magic energy was virtually impossible for anyone else. As for why he didn't set the goal to first place, continuing the logic and tone from the original content ensures the translation remains consistent and engaging. It highlights the strategic maneuvering and tension between Enrique and Chevy, as well as the stakes involved in the lineage test. Chapter 315, Treasure. That was because, within the demon race, things were not as simple. As the lord of a city, Aelbert naturally knew some insider information. His old friends hadn't spared efforts in cultivating new talented disciples over these 200 years, all in preparation for shining during the demon god's blessing. Therefore, this competition could be described as hiding dragons and tigers, and several dark horses were bound to emerge. He had already excluded the minuscule probability regarding his goal. After all, Enrique was still seriously injured. Even if he recovered, he wouldn't reach his peak condition again. Thus, securing 3rd place would already satisfy Aelbert greatly. Of course, no problem. I just somewhat regret that my demands were too low, Enrique chuckled softly, appearing somewhat regretful. In truth, he was only saying this for Aelbert's benefit, because he knew this was already at Aelbert's limit. If he exceeded it, Aelbert would outright refuse him. Then, he'd get nothing and have to work for free. Ha, dream on. Do you think I'll agree just because you asked? Aelbert scoffed upon hearing Enrique's words. Get well soon. If you don't complete the task in 3 days, you'll find out how miserable you and your sister will end up. How self-assured Ilias was, Aelbert thought inwardly. With just this ability, it was already generous of him to agree to his request, yet he wanted more? He must be eager for an easy death. Aelbert immediately vanished from the dungeon after speaking. Despite what he said, he feared Ilias would become insatiable, demanding more and threatening him with his life. He had a meager stash, and if Ilias continued to exploit him, it wouldn't suffice when he eventually became Eben and needed to buy loyalty. Not bad. This town lord isn't as stingy as I thought, Enrique muttered with a slight smirk, gazing at the elixir glowing brilliantly in his hand. It was almost as if Aelbert's frugality was written on his face. Enrique initially didn't expect much, thinking Aelbert might offer a pile of spirit stones at best. But who would have thought Aelbert could be so generous? Of course, Aelbert wasn't being generous for generosity's sake, but rather wanted Enrique to recover quickly and secure a top 3 position. After all, what Aelbert provided wasn't ordinary trash mint for anyone. Instead, they were invaluable treasures, demon spirit flowers, and ice mountain marrow. Let's talk about the demon spirit flower first. Unlike common flowers, it remains uniform in size and shape from the moment it sprouts. At first glance, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the blood-red shoreless flower, to the point of being indistinguishable. However, there is a clear distinguishing feature. The blood-red shoreless flower is entirely crimson, while the demon spirit flower is pitch black. The former possesses a mysterious, suffocating beauty, whereas the latter exudes an aura of unreachable grandeur. Though not rare, demon spirit flowers are abundant across demon territories, blooming everywhere. Their resilience and wild growth symbolize tenacity. Additionally, unlike mundane flowers, the demon spirit flower contains medicinal properties, making it akin to the mandala flower from hellish legends, representing the essence of the demon race. While rarity often determines value, why did Enrique consider the demon spirit flower precious? It's because it is both unique and heavily protected by the demons, who hate other races encroaching on their territory. Taking demon spirit flowers back to sell elsewhere was considered a slap in the face. Thus, demons treated demon spirit flowers as sacrosanct. They did this partly to protect themselves and partly to uphold their dignity. Under such strict control, very few humans managed to obtain these flowers from demon lands. Besides, regular demon spirit flowers held little allure for humans, as they only healed physical wounds, no different from standard healing pills. Given alternatives, cultivators would never risk their lives to gather them. Hence, unless one had peculiar collecting habits, the demon spirit flower found in demon territories had virtually no buyers. So why did Enrique deem it valuable? Because there were ordinary demon spirit flowers and awakened ones. Ordinary flowers, even without restrictions, wouldn't interest anyone. However, an awakened demon spirit flower could fetch exorbitant prices. What did awakening mean? The pearl-sized pistol of the demon spirit flower in Enrique's hand explained everything. A demon spirit flower's pistol stores its purest power and strongest medicinal effects. Ordinary pistols are tiny, far smaller than the one Enrique held, which resembled a pearl. There was no comparison between the two. Despite being abundant and blooming year-round, demon spirit flowers only matured in summer. Come winter, they withered and died without fail. Even with the finest care, they perished. Some might wonder if winter scarcity boosted their value. That was incorrect. Ordinary demon spirit flowers were like weeds, ignored by most. However, those surviving winter transformed significantly. Like reborn phoenixes, they regrew stronger with amplified medicinal effects, enduring multiple seasons until the next winter judgment. Surviving again exponentially increased their potency. If ordinary demon spirit flowers drew no attention, then what about those whose strength had multiplied dozens or hundreds of times? Their efficacy was terrifying. According to ancient human texts, century-old demon spirit flowers could regenerate flesh and bones, restore severed limbs, and even revive the dead. Their power was indeed astonishing. Chapter 316. Generosity. But this is just a legend. Enrique has never seen it with his own eyes. The magic spirit flower's tribulation, like that of other races, becomes increasingly difficult each year and also more prone to wilting. If each year not even one successful magic spirit flower can bloom, then a flower that has awakened 10 times could be considered once in a century. As for 100 times awakened magic spirit flower, Enrique wouldn't dare to imagine. After all, something like that might not even exist. Even if such a precious item did exist, it should be controlled by the Eben. Although the jasmine given by Chevy isn't a century old, it's at least 50 years old. What does this mean? Probably this magic spirit flower dates back to his great-grandfather's generation. Its terrifying medicinal effect can't regenerate severed limbs, but for healing external and internal injuries, it is more than sufficient. Not only Enrique, but even an ordinary person injured as he was, could recover fully in 3 days without any aftereffects, as long as they diligently healed and practiced under the effects of spiritual power and a 50-year-old magic spirit flower. If Chevy had given more time, even a breakthrough might have been possible. In the hands of an ordinary person, it can already achieve such significant results, let alone in Enrique's body. If the effects of a 50-year-old magic spirit flower surprised Enrique greatly, the emergence of Ice Mountain Marrow doesn't just add luster. It represents a peak on another level. Ice Mountain Marrow is easily understandable. It is the ice marrow condensed from an ice mountain, containing extremely pure ice elemental spirit energy. It sounds pretty ordinary, but in Enrique's eyes, this piece of Ice Mountain Marrow is even more valuable than the magic spirit flower. Not mentioning that his main cultivation path is ice-based, which aligns perfectly with this Ice Mountain Marrow. Furthermore, the Ice Mountain Marrow he held wasn't an ordinary one. Feeling the bone-chilling meaning and surging spiritual energy emanating from the ice water, Enrique was certain that this Ice Mountain Marrow definitely didn't come from an ordinary ice mountain. If he hadn't guessed wrong, it should come from an ice spiritual vein. How do you understand this? As everyone knows, spirit stones come from spirit veins, with those closer to the core containing purer power. This piece of Ice Mountain Marrow originates from an ice elemental spirit vein, looking at least fist-sized, having certainly condensed for no less than a millennium. Don't think that a millennium is short compared to the 10,000 years of the magic spirit flower. After all, the magic spirit flower relies purely on luck. while this ice mountain marrow isn't something that luck can buy. Besides, finding a special attribute spirit vein is already extremely difficult, let alone the fact that forming ice mountain marrow in an ice vein itself is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. This is equivalent to what? An already invaluable treasure condensing something far beyond its value. Enrique has seen many things, but this is the first time he's seen ice mountain marrow. And the effects of this piece of ice mountain marrow, one can say that Enrique hasn't even absorbed the ice mountain marrow yet. Just holding it, he feels his damaged soul gradually recovering. The effect is incredibly significant. This is also why Enrique would gain so much from the City Lord of Suppression City's generosity. After all, these two items are priceless treasures that rarely appear in millions of years. Enrique couldn't even imagine what kind of upheaval these items would cause if they appeared in the outside world. Logically, the spirit stones obtained by exchanging these two items would be unimaginable. As long as the exchange was successful, Enrique wouldn't lack cultivation resources for a short period. But upon seeing these two treasures, Enrique never had such thoughts. After all, using such rare items to exchange for resources is simply too unworthy. Even Enrique himself cannot be sure whether he will encounter such things again. Since that's the case, why should he give up such precious things for worldly possessions? Moreover, being ice elemental, this ice mountain marrow can provide other benefits to him. As for the magic spirit flower, Enrique has no immediate desire for it. After all, his physical strength is extremely strong. Even without the magic spirit flower, 3 days would be enough for him to fully recover. Therefore, in his current view, this thing is like a chicken rib, of little value. However, there's an old saying, not needing it now doesn't mean you won't need it later. So Enrique decided to store it away for future use when needed. Storing his share of the magic spirit flower in his storage ring, Enrique couldn't help but swallow hard while holding the ice mountain marrow. There's no way around it. Being ice elemental, this legendary item is incredibly appealing to him. Enrique sighed in gratitude for his good fortune once more, then sat cross-legged to prepare for absorption. Clearly it belongs to us, yet you act like you've received some treasure. Are you sure you want to absorb this? At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. Enrique froze upon hearing the voice, put down the ice mountain marrow, and turned to look toward the corner. Sure enough, Kyla, who had been lying askew, had opened her eyes at some point and was now staring at Enrique icily. Ahem, it's different now. We have these things, and at least we can regain our strength. Feeling embarrassed by Kyla's disapproving gaze, Enrique awkwardly touched his nose but tried to maintain his dignity. He also caught the key phrase in Kyla's words. Belongs to us? Enrique was slightly surprised. After all, these two items are extremely rare for both humans and demons. From his observation of the City Lord of Demon Suppression City over the past few days, they shouldn't have thought of this extent. Ha, yes, Chevy must think quite low of us, rewarding us with our own items and actually choosing the most unique ones. How ridiculous. Does he expect us to harbor feelings of gratitude towards him? Unlike Enrique's reaction to the treasures, Kyla was visibly enraged at this moment. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, her anger intertwined with pain. Thinking about the past, Kyla felt a surge of sorrow, which intensified her rage. Her body, gradually recovering under the effects of the pills, made Kyla feel a sweetness in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Enrique, I know you're angry, but please calm down. Seeing Kyla's reaction, Enrique felt somewhat helpless, pulling the corners of his mouth. Then, he quickly took out a bottle of calming pills and fed them to Kyla. Actually, he didn't want to get involved, but those were his pills. He only had 3 of them in total. These pills are extremely precious, not exaggerating. They can be compared to ice mountain marrow. He reluctantly forced himself to endure the heartache and decided to use them on Kyla. Now, the pills have barely begun to take effect, and this woman directly spat blood because of one sentence? Chapter 317. Anger-induced hemoptysis. One must remember that emotional fluctuations are most taboo when recuperating from injuries, especially with the medicinal pills just entering her mouth, dissolving in saliva and mixing with fresh blood. One could say that Kyla is now coughing up not just blood, but wasting the medicine. And it's the most potent kind too. Don't ask how Enrique knew this. Just know that the fresh blood Kyla spat started glowing green and exuding a refreshing aroma. If there were an outsider here, someone like Mudson, that pervert, he would probably lap up every drop of blood on the ground and might even strip this little girl and bathe her, turning her into a live sashimi. Just thinking about it made Enrique feel awful. Most importantly, it was his pill. Only 2 types of medicine? Why such agitation, which won't help your recovery? Enrique's handsome face twitched under his disguise, but he still pretended to be Ilias, the devoted older brother, showing concern. Only 2 types of medicine? Haha, Ilias, do you remember where these medicines came from? Kyla almost spit out more blood hearing Ilias's indifferent tone. She couldn't believe he had forgotten something so crucial after only a few days since their father's death. Seeing no emotional response from him regarding these 2 drugs, and instead a glimmer in his eyes, infuriated Kyla further. She wanted to pull him over and beat him up right then and there. Did Raphael find them? Enrique saw the expression on this little miss and knew he was in trouble. He wasn't really Ilias and didn't truly know the origin of these medicines. All he could do was guess based on what Kyla had said before. Since she mentioned they originally belonged to them, he thought only the demon suppression Connor could have gathered these treasures. As for why, he couldn't guess. After saying this, Kyla's expression softened instantly. The tense atmosphere vanished, revealing a sweet and gentle neighborly girl. Enrique couldn't help raising his eyebrow. Even a blind cat catches a dead mouse sometimes. He actually guessed correctly. Just as Enrique congratulated himself on his brilliance, a fist-sized punch landed on his head. Bam! The sound rang out clearly. With Enrique's strength, Kyla's attack felt like hitting a metal plate, causing no damage at all. But the old saying goes, not much harm, but very insulting. For instance now, Enrique clutched his head in confusion. What had happened? Why did she change her mood so abruptly? Ilias, I thought you were just obsessed with training. Now it seems you're stupid enough to forget this. Kyla's eyes blazed with anger, and her fists danced in the air, looking ready to hit Enrique again. I haven't done anything. Why are you hitting me? Enrique dodged left and right, covering his head and feeling somewhat speechless. Gentle one moment, fierce tiger the next. Women were indeed dangerous creatures. Haha, you've forgotten everything. What can you even do? Kyla clenched her teeth. Her beautiful face filled with resentment because she noticed Ilias could always dodge her attacks perfectly, and it was frustrating. It was as if he was teasing her, luring her to attack again and again. You're actually still dodging? Angrier than ever, Kyla tightened her fists, swinging them wildly. Enrique kept dodging, utterly bewildered. Why wasn't Enrique angry? Because from his perspective, Kyla looked harmless, albeit furious. To him, she seemed like a newborn kitten trying to frighten others by waving its tiny paws, both cute and harmless. All right, you'll tire yourself out without hitting me. I just forgot, okay? Enrique saw Kyla's movements getting faster, her face paler, and advised her to stop. Was he genuinely worried about her health? No, he was worrying about his precious medicine. Who could understand this? Seeing Kyla's increasingly pale complexion, blood quickly being consumed, Enrique's heart ached. Think you can dodge forever? Huh. Smack. A sharp sound. Kyla's frail hand flashed and slapped hard on the back of Enrique's head. Finally hitting Enrique, Kyla felt all her strength drain out. She collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, yet a trace of satisfaction showed on her delicate face. She glanced at Enrique provocatively. Enrique, confused about the sudden blow, rubbed his head and sat cross-legged. Seeing Ilias's calm demeanor, Kyla's smile froze. Despite winning with her strength, she felt like he was letting her win. However, she dismissed the thought quickly. Ilias was usually gentle, but hated people touching his head. A humiliating pat like that would infuriate even the formerly compliant Ilias, who would then lecture her on etiquette and morals for hours. Now Ilias didn't seem to care. Maybe because he grew up. Meanwhile, Enrique sat quietly waiting for Kyla to continue speaking. Alonso's, he did it intentionally. Knowing her unstable mindset after such a huge event, and having inadvertently touched on a sore spot, he figured allowing her to vent would prevent her from literally being angered to death. Playing the role of the older brother, he reluctantly yielded. But mostly, he wanted to learn more about the demon race. Fake is fake. Regardless of how well Enrique imitated Ilias, he couldn't replace a decade of Ilias's life. Though Ilias's personality was cold and peculiar, making Enrique's impersonation easier, he still had to deal with Kyla, who had lived closely with him for decades. Despite Kyla saying she despised Ilias, Enrique sensed otherwise, given the saying, love deeply, hate intensely. Without the demon suppression Connor's favoritism, they might have been close siblings. Unfortunately, fate didn't allow it. But even so, despite Kyla's verbal disdain, she was merely a tsundere. Enrique hadn't been discovered earlier, possibly because events piled up and she hadn't focused on him. Once Kyla had time, she would scrutinize him. To prepare, Enrique planned to guide her, making her reveal more secrets, so he wouldn't be caught off guard later. Translation provided while adhering strictly to the instructions, maintaining English fluency, preserving paragraph structure and original style, ensuring character names accuracy, and ensuring continuity with the previous content. You truly disappoint me. These were the herbs Raphael specially cultivated to revive Mother, and you forgot so easily? Kyla's eyes reddened as she looked at Enrique. Seeing the confusion and lack of explanation in Enrique's pupils, she knew her good brother really had forgotten everything. Kyla laughed bitterly. She couldn't believe that after being pampered by their father for over a decade, Ilias would have such an attitude. These were the herbs their father specifically cultivated to revive their mother? Kyla's words exploded in Enrique's ears. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he was filled with shock. Though he already knew it had something to do with their mother, hearing it still surprised him. The demon suppression Connor had indeed done something extraordinary by cultivating these treasures. Sigh. Even Enrique found himself involuntarily drawing in a breath. The demon suppression Connor was truly extravagant. I just haven't been feeling well. My head took a hit and I temporarily forgot. Looking at Kyla's furious rapid breathing, Enrique could only rub his temples and say this somewhat helplessly. After all, if they were really siblings, Enrique would also be furious at forgetting something so important. So, he understood Kyla's current feelings. Huh, is that so? Do you know Raphael spent over 1,000 years to fulfill our long-held wish, only to be betrayed by that despicable man, the demon suppression Connor? We were almost about to have a complete family. Kyla didn't linger or hesitate over what Enrique said, because although the possibility seemed small, it did exist. Despite her disappointment with Ilias today, Kyla still believed him from the bottom of her heart. After all, in her eyes, even if Ilias could be cold and indifferent, he was always sincere with his family. Moreover, Ilias had never lied to her in all those years. Kyla couldn't possibly imagine that the person before her wasn't Ilias at all. Enrique listened quietly to Kyla's words, sighing helplessly, then patted Kyla on the shoulder. Though he didn't know the specifics, it wasn't hard to see how much Kyla cared about her family. On the brink of achieving a millennium-old wish, only to be thwarted by the demon suppression Connor. Not only was the city massacred, her father died, and even the long-awaited revival of her mother was destroyed. Kyla's despair was unimaginable. But now, the demon suppression Connor acted as if nothing had happened, casually offering them what killed their parents as a reward. No wonder Kyla was so enraged. Enrique thought for a moment and instantly understood. The magic spirit flower has been nurtured in Raphael's flesh and blood for 1,000 years, and the ice mountain marrow is located within the spirit veins beneath our city. To cultivate these medicines, Raphael practically drained his entire body. Otherwise, how could the demon suppression Connor have gotten them so easily? Kyla clenched her fists tightly, her expression filled with repressed emotions. She would never forget the scene she witnessed on her third birthday. Using one's own flesh and blood to nurture the magic spirit flower? Even though Enrique didn't fully understand the circumstances, just hearing it made him feel the immense pain involved. The demon suppression Connor was indeed a remarkable individual, mercilessly targeting even himself. No wonder he made Kyla worship the demon god from birth when she was so young and frail. Such ruthlessness left even Enrique wary. Now, it's only 3 days away from the opening of the treasure, and why must fate torment us so cruelly after all mother's sacrifices? Kyla's emotions had stabilized, but sorrow still clouded her face. Enrique initially thought Kyla was grieving because there was no hope of saving her mother, but now it seemed there was more to it. After all, ancient treasure? The last chance. Though Kyla didn't say much, her words carried hidden meaning that made Enrique feel a twinge of excitement. It proved that his fortune was about to change again. But why now, coincidentally just 3 days later? What major event was happening 3 days from now? Last chance? Don't talk about not saving your mother anymore. Enrique frowned, slightly disapproving. Of course, saying this wasn't because he suddenly wanted a mother for himself. He desperately needed to learn the details of this matter. If he asked directly, Enrique feared it might raise Kyla's suspicions. Otherwise, he'd be shooting himself in the foot. Save mother? Ilias, do you really think there's still a way? You just showed interest in the medicine earlier, now talking about saving mother. It's too late. Kyla was already heartsick, and hearing Ilias's words, anger surged up in her. She glared at him with her red-rimmed eyes, mocking him. Previously, she thought Ilias was incredibly talented, so from birth, the tribe had planned for her to sacrifice everything for him. But the more she interacted with him, the colder her heart became. Was Ilias truly that talented? No, not particularly. And this was only after daily relentless cultivation, while she herself was diligent, but not to that insane extent. Therefore, Kyla felt quite ironic. Chapter 318. Upset? Kyla wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but ever since her father had assigned Guillermo to join the team searching for humans, she felt he had become even more detached. Not only did he lack basic knowledge, but now he seemed to forget even the most important matters to them. Kyla grew increasingly frustrated and exasperated with him. Alansat, looking at Guillermo's sincere expression devoid of any pretense or guilt, Kyla didn't know what to say. For some reason, she felt that something about Guillermo was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Those were just accidents. Kyla, she is the closest person we have in this world. Are we going to let her die like this? When Enrique heard Kyla's accusations, he felt a pang of guilt. But if he was going to act, he had to go all the way, so he calmly retorted. His intentions weren't malicious. He merely wanted to learn more about Kyla's mother. How can you let her die like this, Guillermo? Can you really be so heartless? Kyla had been pondering what was wrong, but when she heard Enrique's words, she could no longer contain herself. With visible effort, she raised her body and fixed an accusing gaze on Guillermo. Her eyes reddened from anger, much like a rabbit's. Enrique, seeing Kyla's reaction, realized he had misspoken. Parents meant different things to their children, and even the unfeeling city lord who barely cared, Kyla had forgiven. How much more so her mother? He had been too focused on probing for information and forgot to consider Kyla's feelings. His words must have stabbed straight into her heart. He cursed his own stupidity. Looking at Kyla's quivering lips holding back tears, Enrique felt regret. But the words were already out there, irretrievable. Perhaps, he should just apologize? I abandoned my mother? If I hadn't considered my mother, would I have willingly given up my life for yours? But look at you, how much have you done? The whole world can blame me, but not you. Only you, Guillermo, cannot blame me. Before Enrique could voice his apology, Kyla spoke first. Tears streamed down her face as her voice trembled with sobs rather than anger. To her, Guillermo's condemnation felt like an insult. Anyone in the world could criticize her, but Guillermo was the one exception. Kyla's heart twisted with grief and indignation as she recalled memories she found hardest to forget. Growing up, Guillermo had always secluded himself under the title of heir, supposedly to train, but wasn't it also an escape from responsibility? She was 5 years younger than Guillermo, yet from as far back as she could remember, she had to bear the burdens of the supposed genius brother. Though Fumo City was touted as the leader among the 10 cities, everyone knew it was superficial. It relied heavily on its territory's resources to maintain its status. Being in this demonic realm, where other lords had similar power and envied Fumo City's wealth, tensions were high. The Ebon's isolation further destabilized the realm, leaving the rules hollow. The 10 lords coveted Fumo City, yet none dared attack outright due to the precarious balance of power. Due to their disunity, Fumo City had managed to hold its ground for years. Still, many spies infiltrated the city, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Since childhood, her father ingrained in her the importance of defending Fumo City. Every moment of weakness or fatigue earned her harsh criticism. Falling asleep a few minutes extra, admiring a landscape for too long. Anything deemed insufficient diligence resulted in beratement. She was shackled to an invisible pillar of shame, never allowed respite. Over time, Kyla learned to endure pain and shoulder responsibilities alone. Despite her obedience, she never received praise. Completing tasks was expected. Failure brought unimaginable punishments. This shaped her ability to suffer in silence. Her father's harsh treatment left deep scars. Though once unafraid of darkness, countless nights of torment made her unable to tolerate even brief shadows. She filled her chambers with candles each night just to sleep. Her mental state suffered greatly, leading to daily fainting spells. Alansat, her father, showed no concern. Under his relentless pressure, Kyla endured for over a decade, crushed by endless responsibilities. There was hardly time to train. Guillermo, the city's heir, appeared only during major crises, otherwise hiding in seclusion. Their father praised him profusely, never reprimanding him. Kyla couldn't describe her feelings upon first witnessing such preferential treatment. At 8, under immense stress, she had prematurely grown up. Note: for better readability, I slightly modified paragraph structures while maintaining coherence and meaning. Chapter 319. Memories. Spencer was already 13, yet he remained as innocent and pure as ever. Not only could he communicate normally with his father, but he also dared to offend him, playing and joking around with him. Scenes like these were ones Kyla had only witnessed in her dreams. Thus, back then, Kyla was thoroughly perplexed. Was Spencer not her father's son? Why did this responsibility that belonged to two people fall solely on her shoulders? Spencer needed to practice and cultivate. Did she not need to as well? Kyla couldn't understand and even questioned her father. The answer he gave left a deep scar in her heart. My son is heaven's pride. Of course he must diligently cultivate and transcend to shoulder my responsibilities. As for you, all you will do in the future is get married off. What use is cultivation then? These words rang in Kyla's ears like thunder. Kyla couldn't hold herself back at that moment. Though she was young, her father didn't let her off immediately. He almost transferred all of the city lord's duties onto her shoulders. Therefore, although Kyla had no formal title or position, she was the true controller of Devil Suppression City. Despite this, Kyla never yearned for the position of Devil Suppression City's lord. Through her father's actions, she understood that there was no chance for her to ever obtain this position. Everything she did now was merely laying a good foundation for her brother. When Spencer gained enough strength, she would hand over power to him, saving Spencer much trouble. Kyla deeply understood this but never complained because she knew complaining was futile. Besides, she repeatedly convinced herself. Though she was unimportant and unloved by her father, she faced his harsh demands while being given almost full control of the city. Despite lack of affection, her father still held her in high regard. Even if he didn't, he recognized her abilities. But what she hadn't anticipated was that in her father's eyes, she was just an object to be casually discarded. Why? Because Spencer was considered heaven's pride, while she was just a disposable pawn. Just because she was a girl? Kyla didn't understand and didn't want to. At that time, she was only 8 years old. After enduring her father's outright rejection and prolonged exploitation, she finally erupted. Why? Raphael, am I not your daughter? Why do you treat me like this? Young Kyla looked up at her towering father and screamed in a hoarse voice. She was willing to serve as a puppet for her father, the citizens of Devil Suppression City, and her brother, dedicating her entire life to them. But she felt aggrieved when her father saw her as a mere pawn, exploiting her until she had nothing left before discarding her like trash to another demon city lord's son. Was what she asked for too much? No, it wasn't. She didn't even dare to hope for her father's love or fair treatment between her and Spencer. All she wanted was to choose her freedom after her usefulness was exhausted. However, even this final wish was shattered by her father. What are you worth? To even compare yourself with your brother? Her father slapped her across the face without any sign of remorse upon hearing her accusations. Kyla was dazed. She sat on the ground like a soulless figure, unable to utter a word. Her father's enraged look, filled with killing intent, provided no reason for her to comfort herself. Was she really so unworthy? She thought absently, recalling her father's predestined plans for her life. Despair. Unbreakable despair. Kyla didn't want to live like that. Faced with such a predictable future, young Kyla chose the most extreme way. Alonso's, she chose suicide. Kyla still remembered the fleeting flash of surprise and heartache in her father's eyes when she stabbed herself. However, the next second, his usual coldness returned, as if it was all just a dream. Huh, so you're just like your mother, a wretch who thinks using such despicable means can draw my attention? If you want to die so badly, go join your mother in hell. Devil Suppression City's lord, her own father, looked at her like an enemy, his voice icy cold. In the next second, a sharp blade pierced through her chest. Kyla couldn't describe how she felt then. It was as if her entire body was penetrated like her heart. The excruciating pain forced her to stay awake, while her father's words tortured her relentlessly like nightmares. Kyla felt incredibly cold. The chill emanated from within, causing uncontrollable shivering. She saw death extending its hand towards her. Why? Kyla wanted to ask her father why he gave her life only to trample on her dignity so recklessly. Why did he ruin everything for her? But blood congealed in her veins. She couldn't speak. She collapsed weakly, watching her father coldly. At that moment, Kyla wished for death, hoping it would end her suffering and exploitation. Alansat, her hopes were dashed. Upon waking from unconsciousness, she didn't see concern or worry in her father's face, only darkness. Everywhere, various creatures bit into her body, her wounds oozing and festering uncontrollably. Despair overwhelmed her as she screamed, begging her father for fairness. But even as her throat grew raw, her father never came. Kyla still vividly remembers the despair. Life-threatening injuries, constant bites from insects, and insufferable hunger tortured her constantly. Tears ran dry as she lay helplessly in that prison, awaiting death. However, it never came. On the verge of death, she was roughly dragged out of the dungeon by a servant. When she awoke again, she was back in her room. Everything seemed like a nightmare. She woke up to find her grievances unresolved, her suffering unended. Chapter 320, Differential Treatment. Besides her wounds, which were still aching faintly, Kyla was in agony, yet her father acted as if nothing had happened. Once he regained consciousness, he immediately took her to handle official duties. This forced Kyla to endure her pain, working from morning till night and from night into the next day, for an entire month. Kyla felt as though she had died, both physically and emotionally. After this ordeal, Kyla completely abandoned resistance, becoming like a mindless puppet obeying her father's every command. It wasn't until last year that Fadi finally gave up his cultivation and returned to live with him in the city. Kyla thought that since Fadi was back for good, she could finally catch a break and not have to bear such heavy burdens anymore. Unfortunately, she was overly optimistic. What was she? Just a discardable waste. And what was Fadi? He was the beloved treasure her father doted on. How could her father bear to see his proudest son endure so much suffering? Even after Fadi's return, her painful life remained unchanged, even worsening. Fadi negated everything she did. Kyla even felt that even breathing was a mistake. While her father wouldn't scold her in front of Fadi, he would take advantage of Fadi's absence to call her over and torment her incessantly. After torturing her half to death, he would lock her in that prison filled with his own suffering. When Fadi returned, it was as if none of this ever happened. Her father would feed her inferior pills to painfully heal her injuries and, once she recovered, play out a perfect scene of filial piety and sibling harmony for Fadi. Kyla was exhausted. She started to loathe her father, Fadi, and everything about devil-subduing city. She wanted to escape, but under her father's control, it was just a delusion. She had even considered confessing to her brother that she never coveted anything of his, wanting only freedom, and hoped the favored Fadi would help her escape. However, how did Fadi react? He flew into a rage, ignoring her pleas, and went directly to confront their father. The father couldn't afford to ruin his image as a loving parent in Fadi's eyes. Before Kyla could say a word, her father placed all the blame on her, portraying her as a talentless troublemaker. Faced with all the slander, how could she explain herself? What was most laughable was that Fadi believed her father's lies. Although he didn't verbally abuse her like their father, he radiated disappointment and frustration at her every moment. He constantly monitored and controlled her, like an inescapable demon. Did she need Fadi for this? Everything she endured was unimaginable to Fadi. All this was because of Fadi. If Fadi hadn't been born or had died outside, would she have suffered so much injustice? Despite harboring deep grievances, Kyla couldn't voice them to Fadi's face. Instead, she let her actions speak. She despised him. In public, everyone saw her as capricious and Fadi as a patient, kind older brother. Kyla found this ironic. Her father often praised Fadi as heaven's pride. Yet despite being 5 years older and cultivating for much longer, Fadi was only 2 minor realms higher than her. If she could, Kyla wished to challenge her father harshly. Was she really that much worse than Fadi? Not overestimating herself, her talent wasn't vastly inferior but at least on par with Fadi. Using talent as an excuse was absurd. Though Kyla despised Fadi, he was still her brother. More importantly, now that all her family was dead except Fadi, she had to swallow her hatred. So, she chose to unhesitantly sacrifice her life to give Fadi a chance to live. This also included a private desire for Fadi to find the underground treasure, rapidly boost his strength, save their mother, defeat the demon-subduing Connor, and avenge the entire city. Kyla had never met her mother but heard her described as profoundly gentle, loving both Fadi and her. To give birth to her, her mother faced insurmountable hardships, leaving her as she was now. Knowing this, Kyla always felt guilty towards her father, believing her birth caused their separation. Thus, she planned to sacrifice her life to reunite Fadi with their mother, hoping to meet her father in the afterlife without regret. Alansat, she hadn't expected her final hope to be cruelly shattered by Fadi. Did he really care about her? Kyla didn't think so. As children, Fadi stayed in his cave for cultivation while she busied herself serving the city, leaving no time for interaction or emotional bond development. Even as adults, although Fadi indulged her, Kyla's attitude never changed. She gave everything for the city, becoming a heartless puppet for Fadi's sake. How could Fadi's slight kindness make up for years of her pain? Besides, Kyla doubted Fadi genuinely cared. It seemed more like a show. Only when people were watching did Fadi act indulgently towards her. Although most encounters were under public scrutiny, this still irked Kyla. It erased all her efforts, making her appear arrogant and ungrateful. Meanwhile, Fadi was seen as someone who devoted himself for the citizens and deeply loved his sister. But this wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that whenever she was scolded by their father due to Fadi, Fadi remained silent, saying nothing in her defense. Sometimes, he even reprimanded her like an elder brother. In a normal family, this might be acceptable, but in their twisted one, it seemed bizarre. What right did Fadi have to lecture her? And Kyla didn't believe Fadi was unaware of their father's actions over the years. Alansat, he merely watched calmly as she suffered. So, Kyla couldn't understand why Fadi would put on this pretense. With everyone dead, for whom was this show of sibling affection? If Fadi truly valued her contributions and cared for her, she wouldn't have lived in such pain. Do you know that I sacrificed my life for our mother? You easily destroyed my efforts, so how dare you accuse me? Kyla stared at Fadi with red, bloodshot eyes, her voice unnaturally hoarse. She actually wanted to ask something else, but at this moment, she could only say these words. Sorry, I was just too upset. Please don't mind me. That's not what I meant. How could I leave you alone to face the demon subduing Connor? Do you really think I'm a coward who loves life more than anything? Besides, it would be meaningless for me to sacrifice myself. Even if I exchange my life for yours, how could I possibly save Mother with my current strength? Enrique had anticipated that his earlier words might hurt Kyla, but he hadn't expected the damage to be so severe. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He saw that Kyla was becoming increasingly agitated. Enrique knew this couldn't continue, so he tried to appeal to reason to help Kyla calm down. Don't talk so nicely. Don't think I don't know that Raphael already gave you the key to the ancient treasure long ago. If you activated the ancient treasure and absorbed its contents, how could you not save Mother? Fadi, Raphael is dead. Who are you pretending for? Upon hearing Fadi's words, Kyla could no longer hold back. She glared at him through gritted teeth. She had always been thorough in her planning. If she couldn't achieve what she desired, she wouldn't have willingly sacrificed herself. It was well known that devil-subduing city dominated all other demon cities because of its strategic location as the epicenter of ancient battles, which made it geographically unique. Many powerful ancient demons were buried here. The ancient demons were different from their cursed descendants. They had no restrictions. According to the oldest ancestor in their clan, who had lived for millions of years, the ancient demon lords stood at the pinnacle of power among demon cities. In the realm of ancient demons, even these mighty figures were considered ordinary. How terrifying was that? The power of ancient demons far exceeded that of modern ones. Their techniques and weapons were on a level unattainable by today's standards, not to mention the vast treasures they left behind, which held value surpassing the entire demon city combined. Who wouldn't covet such resources? They had publicly proposed multiple times that Raphael should share devil-subduing cities' treasures with other demon cities. But since the Eben was absent, and Raphael's overall strength surpassed theirs, they couldn't act rashly. Moreover, in the demonic world, submission was not required as it was among humans. They simply controlled the territory without needing official endorsement. Other demon city lords had no valid grounds or means to challenge Raphael single-handedly. Thus, while they couldn't openly act, they never moved privately, nor did they ally with other city lords against him. Why? Not because they couldn't, but because they deemed it unnecessary. Despite controlling devil-subduing city for many years, Raphael had excavated very little treasure. There was no artifact capable of influencing the entire demon race, not even a quasi-divine weapon. Whenever asked, Raphael feigned poverty. Raphael generously spent large sums to develop devil-subduing city, maintaining a balanced yet reasonable approach. The rapid development of devil-subduing city could be replicated by other demon cities if they were willing to pay a huge price, 4/5 of their assets. Would they really drain themselves for territory? No, they weren't foolish enough to do so. Thus, everyone played along with the ruse, constantly testing Raphael. His response remained consistent, claiming poverty day after day. If you didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do about it. Over time, other demon city lords began to believe that Raphael hadn't discovered any significant treasures within devil-subduing city. They thought he found only low-level items like spirit stones. Given the immense influence of ancient demons, even though no one had seen them firsthand, the legendary reputation was enough to instill fear. Everyone believed that obtaining relics from powerful ancient demons would be highly restricted and challenging. Otherwise, given Raphael's flamboyant nature, he would have bragged endlessly about any discovery. In this way, Raphael managed to deceive them all into believing that, despite occupying devil-subduing city, he hadn't obtained any valuable treasures. Even if they allowed Raphael to remain, he would only be guarding their wealth. With this misconception, no one dared to make a move for many years. What they didn't realize was that Raphael had long mapped out the structure of devil-subduing city and identified the ancient demon relics underground. While some powerful relics had restrictions, many others could be taken, filling an entire treasure vault. As for the rest, Raphael refrained from touching them due to their special nature and potential repercussions. As an old saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. Raphael maintained this facade to avoid stirring envy and inviting attacks from other demon cities. Chapter 321. The Key. Her father was a man of great transparency. He differed from other demon city lords who still harbored hopes for themselves. From the moment he became the lord of Fumo City, her father already understood that his cultivation in this life had likely reached its peak. There wasn't even the slightest possibility of further improvement. Thus, over all these years, Kyla had never seen her father practice. At most, he merely refined some cultivation techniques without any hope for advancement. Kyla had asked him about it once, but her father only gave a cold reply. There's a price for every gain. This was the cost of obtaining the position of Connor and standing at an unforeseen pinnacle. Therefore, to her father, the most important thing was fortifying the city walls. Spending time on what was buried underground was a waste. He built a treasure vault specifically to store items that could be taken away, entirely because it was prepared for others. Raphael always kept secrets hidden and never revealed anything to outsiders. Even when she inquired out of curiosity, Raphael would just dismiss it as her imagination running wild. Under his authority, Kyla never doubted his words, believing those public rumors were fabricated by jealous demon city lords to undermine Fumo City. Kyla steadfastly believed this until last year, when Fadi officially returned to Fumo City and secluded himself in his cave for cultivation instead of wandering around. Kyla remembered clearly. The day they sat together at dinner like a normal family, drinking wine and eating meat. Her father treated her exceptionally gently, even serving her food. This ordinary event made Kyla feel extraordinarily touched, eating nervously. To celebrate Fadi's return, Raphael brought out 2 jars of 1,000-year-old Maudai wine, a priceless drink, where even the Lord of Jintan City couldn't obtain half a jar with 10 villages. Just because Fadi returned, Raphael took out 2 jars. It made her feel both bittersweet and hopeful for good days ahead. Given how much Raphael valued Fadi, he wouldn't scold or punish her in front of him. Later events proved her right, but her expectations were too idealistic. Mixed emotions filled Kyla's heart. After 2 cups of wine, she felt dizzy. While she wanted to enjoy this rare favor, Raphael dismissed her, citing her poor health. Despite wanting to stay longer, fearing slurred speech after drinking, she obeyed his command, leaving to give them private time. Raphael was correct. Her tolerance for alcohol was indeed terrible. She threw up bile before feeling better. Planning to wash up, she realized she left something important behind. If Raphael found out, he'd surely punish her. Kyla tidied herself up and rushed back before Raphael discovered it. But the door was locked. Curiosity got the better of her, so she listened from a corner. Initially, Raphael praised Fadi one-sidedly. Knowing Raphael never favored her, she felt only sadness. But then, seemingly drunk, Raphael handed over the Lord's insignia to Fadi. Despite expecting this, it still struck Kyla hard. Then Raphael gave Fadi the key to the treasure vault he'd sought for years, specifically instructing not to let Kyla know. Kyla was stunned, overcome by grief. Thanks to Raphael's upbringing, she knew her role well, an obedient puppet. She never thought of seizing anything belonging to Fadi. All she ever wanted was freedom once she lost her value to him, to live freely and happily. Even though she anticipated this outcome, it still hurt when Raphael clearly never saw her as one of his own. Everyone pretended it never happened. Fadi never mentioned the underground treasure to her and brushed off any inquiry. But Fadi didn't realize she heard everything that night and was merely testing him now. His indifference deeply disappointed her. He belonged with Raphael, truly a family. She was just a disposable pawn. Because of this, Kyla was certain that if she helped Fadi find a way out, he would carry out their plan to rescue Mother and take revenge for the entire city. However, everything seemed futile now. She had overestimated Fadi. Far ancient demon clan? Treasure vault key? Enrique repeated in surprise upon hearing Kyla's words. Realizing his slip-up, he quickly shut up. If Kyla was sure about these facts, the original host must have known. Such a reaction would raise suspicion. But what about the underground palace and ancient treasures? How could he explain? Staying calm despite his shock, Enrique asked calmly, I see, but I lost the treasure vault key. Do you have any other way to enter? Suppressing his excitement, Enrique decided it was better to play along than risk revealing his ignorance. After all, while the items from the Lord's residence were valuable, they weren't enough for significant improvement. The remnants of the far ancient demon clan could change that. Unbeknownst to Enrique, while his previous statement didn't add suspicion, this one completely alerted Kyla. With red eyes, looking injured, Kyla paused. Lost? Alonso's, the Lord of Genton City chased me, and I dropped it into the demon pit. Enrique lied coolly. Having no idea about such secrets and knowing saying he forgot would draw suspicion, he blamed the Lord of Genton City, a perfect scapegoat. Kyla stared at him intently, assessing if he was telling the truth. Staring back at Kyla, Enrique broke into a sweat. Not from fear, but from her intense gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Enrique continued, Of course there are other ways, but since we can't get out of here now, it doesn't matter even if we have a way. Kyla stared at Enrique for a long time. Enrique almost couldn't hold his composure. Finally, the young lady lowered her head, looking somewhat dispirited. Although she thought differently at this moment, to test Fadi, Kyla had no choice but to take this lower road. She wanted to see what her good brother really intended. Watching Kyla's expression, Enrique felt a bit anxious inside. The duck was right there on the plate. How could he let it slip away? Furrowing his brows, Enrique pondered how he could convince Kyla that he could bring her out of this place. After all, he had always been confident in himself and never planned to perish here from the beginning. As for deceiving this little girl, did he feel any guilt? Not at all, Enrique assured himself. He saved her life, which already repaid his previous sense of guilt. Logically, even if he left her here, there would be no problem since they were enemies. But if he just focused on escaping by himself, the worthless Kyla probably wouldn't survive past tomorrow, likely killed by the Armin. The treasure vault might be valuable, but without life to enjoy it, it would be wasted. Moreover, this was a sensitive period. One should pay more attention to detail, saving Kyla and obtaining the treasure. Wasn't that what he ought to do? The ancient treasure sounded promising indeed. Enrique didn't know that while he was deep in thought, Kyla was also observing him. The key to the ancient treasure chamber was lost? Was Fadi pretending, or something happened? At that moment, Kyla's heart was full of caution due to Enrique's words. It wasn't because she had a bias against Fadi, but because his statement was too absurd. It was like treating her as a fool. What was the treasure vault key? An ordinary item? Of course not. It was a strand of her father's essence blood. Not only could it not be lost, but that strand of essence blood was already fused into his bloodstream. As long as Fadi was still Fadi, the key could never be lost. Her father had already considered the possibility of people trying to rob the treasure. To safeguard it specifically for his precious son, he used secret methods and ancient battle relics to construct the vault. The materials were extremely special, likely meteorite fragments. Even the mighty Eben couldn't open it without the key. This was also a fallback prepared by the Armin for his beloved son. Only Fadi could open the treasure vault. Anyone else trying would trigger an explosion. So why would Fadi ask such an absurd question? Fadi may have been foolish before, but he knew basic facts. Even if he didn't, her father would have told him. Therefore, Fadi couldn't possibly not know. That's why Kyla couldn't understand why Fadi was lying at such a critical time. What did he want with such a flimsy excuse? Did Fadi plan to abandon her and monopolize all the treasures in the ancient realm? But she had made it clear that she was uninterested in everything belonging to Fadi. She even risked her life to exchange one for one to get the treasure vault key, and Fadi knew that well. Claiming such a lousy reason just to take over the treasure vault simply didn't make sense. Besides, except when Fadi occasionally listened to their father, he was doting and compliant towards her. Given their current predicament as two siblings relying on each other, Fadi wasn't someone who would act this way. But then again, there was no reason for Fadi to deceive her unless a bold idea flashed in Kyla's mind, but she shook her head fiercely to dispel it. How could someone standing right in front of her be fake? Moreover, he saved her life. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kyla kept reassuring herself, staring at the familiar face before her. Alansat once doubt had taken root. Even though Kyla resisted, her mind wouldn't stop wandering. Kyla, believe me, I will find a way to get you out. Your mother has only 3 days left to regain consciousness. Are you willing to watch her opportunity slip away? After much deliberation, Enrique still couldn't come up with a better explanation. He was starting to get a headache, and he wasn't blind. He sensed that since his recent statements, Kyla hadn't relaxed but rather grew more distant and cautious. Recognizing his mistake, Enrique couldn't stay silent. Kyla was an exceptionally smart girl, hard to fool. If he let her keep thinking this way, she might eventually guess his true identity, making his future plans much harder. I trust you, but reality is cruel. Even if I told you now, it would only add to your troubles. Chapter 322, Moved. When Gaspard made his request, Kyla refused without hesitation. After all, it was strange for Gaspard to make such a demand. She was merely an onlooker and knew little, whereas Gaspard was a participant. It simply didn't make sense for him to propose this now. Although Kyla did not want to entertain these thoughts, her mind could not shake off the rational conclusions that emerged. Even if she tried to ignore these abnormalities, it was impossible. Alright, then we'll talk after we get out. Enrique saw Kyla's expression and instantly gave up on his plan. He still couldn't be sure if Kyla had already seen through his identity. If he rashly asked her for a solution, Wouldn't it be like writing his problems all over his face? Alonso's, let's talk after we're out. Seeing Gaspard wisely not press further, Kyla heaved a sigh of relief. She consoled herself, maybe Gaspard was just acting impulsively and wasn't what she feared. Though their current moods were less than pleasant, at least they didn't continue arguing. Since that's the case, take good care of this medicine. Enrique sighed and handed the healing resources given by the Connor of demon-suppressing city to Kyla. If this belonged to no one or was just a treasure kept by the Connor, he might have easily accepted it. But since it involved Kyla's mother, Enrique had to give up on these two treasures. After all, this was meant to save Kyla's mother. He had killed Gaspard and saved Kyla and her mother once, which more than cleared his guilt. While these treasures were rare, Enrique only felt a bit regretful about losing them. Not to mention the ancient treasure vault. That place held things far more precious than this medicinal treasure. He hoped Kyla was a considerate young girl. Enrique thought to himself with some helplessness. Raphael has not spoiled you in vain. Judging from your mindset, one portion will suffice to awaken mother. Take the other to recover and train. Enrique's actions took Kyla by surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, taking out one herb and handing the remaining portion to Enrique. She wasn't blind. Seeing Gaspard's painful expression, Kyla did not wish to put her kind brother through this ordeal. Only one portion? Then you should take the rest to heal yourself. Enrique raised an eyebrow but did not reach for the medicine. After all, if you wanted to act nice, you should do so thoroughly. Besides, his injuries were no longer serious. Kyla was different. Without the medicine, she would only end up as a cripple. So, it suited her better. Haha, are you really going to give this to me? Initially, Kyla thought Enrique was just being polite, but seeing the genuine sincerity in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a jolt. While Gaspard had always been kind to her before, it was only when he had enough or surplus to share. Back then, it wasn't called giving, but charity. But now, they had fallen from privileged elites to prisoners. Without unforeseen events, the best outcome was likely to be slaughtered like pigs or dogs. Her injuries were severe, and Gaspard wasn't much better off. This medicine represented a chance. Moreover, he had woken up before the Connor arrived and clearly heard their conversation. Gaspard wanting to participate in the bloodline assessment was within Kyla's expectations. However, the many new rules added to the tournament seemed to specifically target Gaspard. Kyla had understood from the Connor that this bloodline assessment carried high risks. Even the former Gaspard could have accidentally fallen into others' traps and met his demise. How much worse for the severely injured Gaspard? Time was pressing. Even swallowing both portions of the medicine, Gaspard couldn't possibly fully recover in 3 days. Not even half his strength. Consecutively consuming 2 portions led to such a state. What more when Gaspard inexplicably offered her this single potion? The uncertain situation suddenly shifted, turning into a death sentence. This was a chance for survival. She didn't think Gaspard was foolish. Since he could foresee this, why come here to suffer? Was he truly offering her the chance to live? Or was it just a ruse to make her feel guilty? Enrique melted her frozen heart, but the uncertain answer left her feeling complex, unsure of what to say. Of course, time is running out. Hurry up and take it. I'll supervise nearby. Enrique couldn't stomach playing games, so he sat in the corner of the cell and closed his eyes. You don't need to be kind. Since I'm already crippled, why not fulfill your intention? Don't disappoint my heartfelt efforts. Kyla pursed her lips and threw the medicine casually in front of Enrique, too lazy to say more. Enrique looked at the medicine at his feet, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Kyla, who had turned away. Sure enough, this little brat was stubbornly proud. This medicine originally belonged to her. He merely offered it around, and now she was moved. How gullible can this girl be? Using familial bonds to deceive her. Wasn't that too despicable? I only need ice peak marrow. Keep spirit devil flower for yourself. After some thought, Enrique reasoned that if he outright rejected Kyla, she would assume he was playing hard to get, disrespecting her sincerity. If undividable, then each takes half. As she said, the spirit devil grass was useless to him, but ice peak marrow was immensely valuable as an ice-type practitioner. So, Enrique stopped worrying and tossed the spirit devil flower to Kyla. The spirit devil flower, tossed back and forth between them, muttered, I am fortunate to have you. Putting aside the simulation, Enrique prepared to practice and absorb ice spring water at its peak condition. Alright. Facing Enrique, Kyla's lips trembled slightly in a corner he couldn't see. She had suspected many dark sides of Gaspard, thinking this was just his ploy to trick her into gratitude. This translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency and coherent logic with previous content. The character names are transliterated, using pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 323, Nightmare. Now, it was clear that her reluctance to acknowledge and accept Lars's kindness towards her stemmed from narrow-mindedness. Although Lars's allocation appeared fair, both the precious medicinal herbs were extremely valuable. But Kyla knew well that there was a vast difference between them. The Ice Mountain Marrow and the Demon Spirit Flower had different effects, making it impossible to determine which one was better. However, given the current situation, the result was obvious without much thought. The Demon Spirit Flower was primarily used for healing physical injuries. While ordinary Demon Spirit Flowers might not be as effective as medicinal pills, the awakened Demon Spirit Flower had an incredibly potent effect. It wouldn't resurrect the dead like in legends, but it could save someone on their last breath, exhibiting terrifyingly powerful restorative abilities. Moreover, her injuries would be insignificant under the effects of a century-old Demon Spirit Flower. Using it on her would almost seem like an overkill, clearly illustrating the immense value of the flower in her hands. In contrast, while Ice Mountain Marrow could restore the spirit soul, its importance couldn't match that of the Demon Spirit Flower. To those at the Qi condensation stage, it seemed rather impractical. This substance only worked for the Yuan Dan realm. Its effectiveness for the Qi condensation realm was minimal, and laying a foundation with such a precious herb before reaching Yuan Dan was merely wasteful. Comparing the two, the Demon Spirit Flower already surpassed the Ice Mountain Marrow. Not to mention, both she and Lars suffered predominantly internal and external injuries with minor spirit soul damage. Thus, Lars's intention behind this allocation was evident. She had been too narrow-minded. Lars was still the brother who had always loved and cared for her since childhood. Kyla felt overwhelmed with emotion, wanting to offer the demon spirit flower to Lars, but finding him already closed-eyed in meditation. A hint of urgency stirred within her. Though she claimed to resent Lars, how could she possibly not care? She said those things only to protect herself, preserving her final dignity. Now, realizing Lars's intentions, she naturally didn't want her loving brother to perish. Interrupting his cultivation could worsen his condition, so she decided to wait until he woke up before giving him the demon spirit flower. Kyla glanced at Enrique, who was diligently meditating nearby, and made up her mind. Enrique, recovering from his injuries through cultivation, would never have imagined that Kyla began to analyze her thoughts after just a moment's rest. Before he even spoke 2 words, Kyla had fabricated a perfect excuse for him. If Enrique knew what Kyla was thinking, he would surely nod in approval. In a dark night illuminated by a blood-red moon, amidst sharp blades and a clearly visible figure in black. How can this be? In a magnificent palace, a slender youth, neither male nor female in appearance, suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare. He sat up abruptly, eyes wide open with terror, red veins visible. He muttered frantically, his heart racing violently. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, accentuating his frailty. What happened, Gage? Did you have another nightmare? Just as the youth was nearly paralyzed by fear, a beautiful woman rushed to his side. Her voluptuous and alluring figure belied her current worried expression. Seeing the youth's anguish, she held him tightly, quickly feeding him a pill. The pill dissolved instantly into thick, medicinal fluid, sliding down his throat. His pale face, devoid of color, gradually regained a faint, eerie red hue. These two were undoubtedly the mayor of Demon Charm City and her son, Dan. Their current state was far from their earlier cheerful selves. What happened, Gage? Another nightmare? The mayor hugged the youth's fragile body, patting his back anxiously, his vitality visibly waning. Within moments, Gage collapsed into bed, breathing weakly, his body growing cold. Chapter 324, Provocation. At worst, he could just send more people to burn paper for him in the future. A wicked smile curled at the corner of the mysterious man's lips, but his eyes softened as he glanced at Porter, who had fainted from pain. The decaying face of the mysterious man revealed a trace of concern. In the next moment, he grabbed Chad's head with one hand and his body with the other, then with a light twist, Chad's body was instantly severed into 2 parts from the neck up. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. The scorching blood splattered on the ground, making sizzling sounds. If there were any outsiders present, they would surely be horrified by this scene. But the mysterious man, being who he was, remained completely unaffected. Plop. After splitting Chad into 2 parts, the mysterious man casually tossed his head to the ground. The sticky blood-coated head made a strange sound upon impact. However, before arriving, he had already used a barrier to envelop the entire palace. Even if the whole palace were destroyed, no one outside would notice. Therefore, he wasn't worried about being discovered. Dropping Chad's head to the ground, the mysterious man grabbed Chad's collar with one hand and clenched his left fist. A rotten palm emitted black light and a powerful pressure. Without wasting time, he struck Chad's chest forcefully. As Chad's corpse moved like a puppet, red light appeared at his chest and slowly moved upward along with the mysterious man's hand, stopping at Chad's severed neck. Hee, I didn't expect you to give me such a pleasant surprise, Chad. Rest well. If we meet again in the next life, I'll definitely find you a good job, the mysterious man said, looking at the crimson light spilling from Chad's severed neck. Chad, in spirit I really appreciate it. Forcing out the crimson light, the mysterious man hurriedly held Chad's severed neck and brought it to Porter's mouth. Porter, this is a good thing. Drink it all, don't waste it. He brutally held Chad's severed neck while gently supporting Porter, carefully guiding the crimson light into Porter's mouth. What is this? So pungent. Even though Porter was on the brink of death from pain and unconsciousness, her brows furrowed as soon as the liquid entered her mouth. Despite her clouded consciousness, she couldn't help but think of its intense pungency. It felt like someone had been beaten with a club, and then mixed with blood to create this liquid. The instant it touched her tongue, an overwhelming metallic taste exploded. Porter's stomach convulsed involuntarily, acid rising, and she almost vomited the liquid. Porter, this is your life. Originally, Porter's entire body was in severe pain, her brain feeling like it would explode. But since ingesting the liquid, she felt her body visibly recovering. Vitality seemed to flow through the liquid into her body, alleviating all her pain. If not for the nausea and churning stomach, she would feel better than ever. Driven by the will to survive, she suppressed her disgust and gulped down large mouthfuls of the liquid. Alonso's, Porter, good girl, swallow everything inside. Ronnie had been worried Porter wouldn't keep it down, but seeing her voluntary swallowing, he felt reassured. Absorbing this precious substance would ensure her survival for decades, even if nothing happened after 3 days. Thinking about it, this success was due to perfect timing, location, and circumstances. Normally, Porter's frail body couldn't handle such immense power, which would likely cause her to burst apart. Even if he managed to prevent that, she would only live for a century as an ordinary human, losing her path to demon cultivation. But luckily, the heavens were kind to him. His casual granting years ago became Porter's opportunity today. Back then, when he signed the contract with Chad, it was just to protect Vilma and Porter from harm. He didn't grant Chad too much power, just enough to protect them without drawing attention or becoming too powerful. Thus, this unexpected turn of events was indeed a blessing in disguise. Chapter 325, Pleasant Surprise. Ultimately, the terrifying substance only granted him half a cupful, sufficient to reach the 8th level of chi condensation, which was already adequate in this demon capital. Initially, when he made that decision, he merely thought he had found a bodyguard. Never did he expect it to bring such a significant surprise today. He refrained from directly giving Callum the terrifying substance primarily due to its side effects. Although it would rapidly enhance one's strength, there was a heavy price to pay. Firstly, all potential for growth would be absorbed and exhausted, leaving no room for further improvement. Secondly, it drastically reduced one's lifespan because of the excessive impurities within. Without using the terrifying substance, an ordinary core formation practitioner could live for 3,000 years without issue. However, if one used the substance, living a millennium was already pushing the limit. Take Chad as an example. Though he had only lived for a little over 500 years, which was just 1/3 of his natural lifespan, he was already white-haired and frail, barely holding on to life. This is why, despite having means, he did not directly save Callum. Unexpectedly, Chad's appearance temporarily alleviated his dilemma. Since he didn't give much, Chad's own talent and potential were not insignificant. The impurities and side effects were significantly reduced after being offset. Though they were reduced considerably, the remaining effects were still not negligible. But for some unknown reason, the half-cupful of terrifying substance that Chad received was entirely purified, with no side effects at all. This is why he said Chad gave him a pleasant surprise. He had indeed thought about ways to address the issue before. He believed that over time, the substance within a person would gradually diminish. But he had tried many times. Whether it was those insignificant beings or the original demon suppression city lord, the substance within them weakened slightly, but the effects were minimal, and there was hardly any significant change. Helpless, he could only abandon that method and endure until now. It seems this time, timing is indeed right. As for killing Chad, would he feel remorse? Ha, what a joke. If not for his intervention, Chad should have died 500 years ago. After all, before Vilma saved him, this boy had committed countless atrocities, and the number of lives on his hands was no less than his own. If not for him, how could Chad have lived so long, enjoying so much blissful time? Dying for his son could be considered Chad's best outcome. The unexpected pleasant surprise even brought a smile to the mysterious man's lips. After all, Callum's health has always been poor. Even if the transformation was complete in 3 days, the mysterious man feared Callum might not endure it. Fortunately, it seemed fate was on his side, relieving him of his worries. You, who are you? Just as the mysterious man was rejoicing inwardly, Porter suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the mysterious man with confusion and asked, You, how did you wake up, Porter? Seeing Porter awaken, the mysterious man's smile vanished instantly. He had come many times and was always precise about gauging the time when Callum would regain consciousness. So, he always left before Callum awoke, ensuring there was no danger. However, he did not anticipate that Callum would awaken so quickly this time, catching him off guard. Facing his beloved son's inquiry, the mysterious man did not rush to respond, pondering whether to make Porter fall unconscious again. Although his grand plan was nearly complete, it wasn't yet finished, and this period remained sensitive. Recognizing each other now would not be suitable for Callum. Are you my father? Just as the mysterious man raised his hand, ready to act, Porter blurted out these words, causing him to freeze immediately. How did Callum know he was his father? Did Vilma tell him? What should he do? Should he erase Callum's memory? Wouldn't that be too cruel to Callum? Chad. 6. Confusion emoticon. Ronnie remained silent, not daring to reply this time. His long-desired son finally recognized him. Could he bear to lie and deny his identity? Wouldn't that be too cruel to both Callum and himself? Why does Raphael not acknowledge Callum? Is it because Callum is a good-for-nothing, making Raphael ashamed? Seeing the mysterious man's silence, Porter's eyes instantly reddened. He was not foolish. Through his mother's strange reactions, he had long known that the person saving him was his father, yet he never dared to confirm it. Firstly, he feared it would sadden his mother. Secondly, Porter had thought many times about why his father did not acknowledge him. No matter how much he thought about it, Porter couldn't pinpoint an exact reason. With his father's status, would there really be some unspeakable secret requiring him to hide? That possibility was too small. The only other possibility was that his father despised him for being a good-for-nothing. Though his mother hid it well, she never mentioned his physical condition or cultivation aptitude. Alan sought, spending every day beside her, he couldn't help but feel her deep disappointment in his body and lack of inherited talent. She loved him dearly, so she never blamed him for it, but she blamed herself constantly. When Porter was young, his mother always slept hugging him, staying in the same room at night. After giving him medicine, she thought he would sleep deeply under its effect. Once he fell asleep, she would kneel before the Buddha statue, praying incessantly, blaming herself for all his imperfections. Seeing his formidable, majestic mother, who tolerated no one's presence, display vulnerability by kneeling before the Buddha statue and trembling uncontrollably, left Porter speechless. Though indescribable, that scene was deeply ingrained in his heart. Even now, despite her impeccable pretense in front of him, Porter knew his mother never forgave herself, living perpetually in regret and remorse. Therefore, Porter felt that it was precisely because he was a good-for-nothing that his father did not acknowledge him. After all, his father was heaven's favored child, a revered king admired by all, and he, on the other hand, was a worthless wretch sinking in mud, unable to rise. Regardless, he was his father's greatest disgrace. Moreover, his father had another son, who shone like a star. Compared to him, Porter felt like a mere grain of sand in the desert. How can you think that? Callum, how could you possibly believe that? Ronnie was still contemplating whether to erase Porter's memory when hearing Porter's words froze him completely. How could he ever think Callum was a disgrace? Callum was the best gift the heavens bestowed upon him. Chapter 326, Partake. He wished he could place all the treasures of the world and everything Gage desired before him. How could he ever despise him for causing trouble? Moreover, his Gage was born to be a king. If not for him, how would Gage have come to this end? How could he ever think that Gage disgraced him? Emilio did not realize that his words had nearly broken the heart of the person speaking. Why doesn't Raphael acknowledge Gage? Gage knows this body has caused a lot of trouble for Raphael and Mother. But what Gage has always wanted was never to just live on. It was the companionship of Mother and Raphael. Raphael, Gage is really scared. Please don't abandon Gage, alright? Gage will be good and obey you. Ronnie's words didn't bring comfort to Bryson, but instead made him feel even more inferior and fearful. He had seen his mother's battered and scarred body each time she went to seek his father and heard about her humble pleadings. Just like his mother thought, he felt he wasn't born under his father's expectations. His presence only brought shame to an outstanding father, becoming a burden. Even if he knew this reasoning and should not have said so much today, after having experienced death, he was genuinely terrified. He didn't know if he could endure another hardship and was unsure whether his father loved him. Alansat, he wanted to tell his father that he loved him and didn't want him to leave him again. Even though he was born as a cripple and suffered from pain every moment, he had no complaints. He merely wanted to travel with his parents and enjoy the beauty of the magic capital. That would be enough. Gage. Ronnie, who was about to offer consolation to Bryson, found his prepared words immediately overwhelmed by these words. How could he ever abandon Gage? Heartache filled the mysterious man's heart, but he understood where Gage's words came from. The contemptuous glances in town, the restrictions on leaving home, the suffering of illness, and his own non-recognition. Hadn't they left scar after scar on Gage's heart? Despite the overwhelming sorrow and guilt in his heart, the mysterious man had no recourse. For this was heaven's joke on him, bestowing him with the most cherished treasure while filling the process with twists and turns. Fortunately, this tribulation was almost over. Gage, I'm sorry. It's not that Raphael doesn't want to acknowledge you. It's just that the time isn't right. Can you please wait a bit longer? Ronnie glanced at Bryson compassionately and sighed. The 3-day deadline was fast approaching, and his Lawrence son would finally be revealed to the world. However, now wasn't the right time. Raising an alarm prematurely could result in unimaginable consequences. Should anything affect this, Gage would suffer far worse than now. For future happiness, the mysterious man could only temporarily make things difficult for his precious son. Alright, Gage trusts Raphael. Raphael, can Gage see what you look like and give you a hug? Bryson managed a bitter smile. Though he didn't understand why he felt better now, years of illness had made him believe this relief was temporary. He didn't know how much longer he had to live, or when his father meant by the right time. But he knew that if his father, with such status, truly cared, there must be a significant reason for his non-recognition. He trusted his father. Alansat Bryson also feared he wouldn't wait long enough, so he wanted to foresee his father's pledge. After all, he didn't want to die without ever seeing his father's face or hugging him. He always claimed he wanted little, but now it seemed like he asked for too much. Seeing his father's hesitation, Bryson felt he had put him in a difficult position. He looked at the black mist lingering in front of him, instinctively expecting refusal. Although his heart felt disappointed, he still wore a sunny expression. Alonso's. After a long silence that drained all of Bryson's hope, preparing to ease his father down, the mysterious man finally spoke. Truly, truly. Hearing the response, Bryson felt like he was in a dream so real that he could even detect affection in his father's voice. Though the mysterious man had clearly answered, Bryson couldn't believe it. He sat up abruptly, his eyes burning as he looked at his father. You child, remember not to tell anyone. Seeing Bryson's eagerness, the mysterious man couldn't help but chuckle, albeit with deep sorrow. What Gage sought wasn't even considered a wish for ordinary children, yet for Gage, it seemed as precious as the world's greatest treasure. The more he thought, the more the mysterious man felt heartbroken. Disregarding the importance of maintaining appearances, he waved his hand, dissipating the surrounding black mist. Due to the severe shock from many years ago, his physical appearance had changed drastically. To avoid frightening Bryson, the mysterious man created a holographic image based on his past appearance. But when Bryson saw the mysterious man's face, he wasn't met with anticipated surprise but instant shock. His pupils constricted, and he froze in place. Gage, what's wrong? Are you surprised by Raphael's appearance? We are father and son, so naturally, we look alike. Ronnie misinterpreted Bryson's shock, attributing it to their resemblance, unable to provide a better explanation. Indeed, his genes were so dominant that even strangers would think them related. Since childhood, Gage resembled him closely, especially resembling his youthful appearance now. If his eyes also matched, they would be carbon copies. Though the mysterious man didn't regret anything, he loved Bryson's fox-like eyes, which combined both their genes perfectly. No, you're not my father. You're lying to me. Except for today, he had never revealed his true appearance to Carlton before, let alone doing something terrible in front of him. This didn't make any sense. What on earth was happening? Carlton couldn't possibly change like this for no reason. There had to be something strange going on. Carlton, I am your father. A father would never harm you. Can you tell me why you are so afraid of my face? Ronnie retreated to a corner of the room, pondering for a moment before cautiously asking, careful not to upset Porter further. Porter, sitting at the edge of the bed, saw his father's disheveled state and gradually regained some composure. But his father's face constantly reminded Porter of what happened in his dreams. He knew dreams were just dreams, but that dream had been so real, repeating countless times. Even he couldn't stop thinking about it. Fearing another emotional outburst, Porter quickly covered his eyes with his hands to avoid harming his father again. Then, from every angle, he took deep breaths, trying to control his emotions. Seeing Porter like this, the mysterious man's face darkened, realizing that the problem indeed lay in his face. But why? Hadn't this been the first time he showed his true face to Carlton? What exactly was happening? Ronnie was filled with doubts. He wanted to ask Porter what had happened, but, seeing him try to control his emotions, he closed his mouth and waited for Porter to calm down. Raphael, I'm sorry, but seeing your face terrifies me. I can't help it. After 10 minutes, Porter finally calmed down, though he still couldn't bring himself to look at the mysterious man directly, speaking with some sorrow. There was no way to ignore it. The mysterious person who had killed him thousands of times in his dreams looked exactly like his father. Even if he missed his father so much, he couldn't get over that psychological barrier. Why? Can Carlton tell Raphael the reason? Hearing Porter say this, the mysterious man's eyelids twitched. Indeed, something was off. But what could have caused Carlton to fear his face so much? His face had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, so there was no way Carlton could have seen it. What could he have missed? Raphael, the person who killed me millions of times in my dreams looks exactly like you. Porter took several deep breaths before finally speaking. Immediately, guilt washed over him. It was he who had insisted on seeing his father's true face. But now, showing his true face only instilled such fear in him. Raphael must be heartbroken. Full of guilt, Porter thought. Was it because he missed his father too much, and Mother had mentioned they looked very similar? Due to this obsession, could it have created such an effect? Porter had never thought his father would harm him. Now facing this strange phenomenon, he assumed it was due to his deep longing. But upon hearing Porter's explanation, the mysterious man's thoughts changed. He had killed Carlton thousands of times? That was impossible. Even in dreams, it was inconceivable. What on earth was happening? Who was behind this mischief? Ronnie's face turned green with rage. Carlton, can you describe to me what happens in your dreams? After considering for a while, he asked seriously. He always knew that Carlton was often tormented by nightmares, but he never imagined these terrifying dreams involved him. And even worse, him killing Carlton countless times. Impossible. Thus, the mysterious man desperately wanted to know how he appeared in Carlton's dreams. In the dream. No, I can't explain it. Porter also wanted to tell his father what he experienced, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his mind went blank. Though he wanted to say that the person in his dream looked just like him, his throat felt constricted as if someone was choking him, preventing him from speaking. Anxiety overwhelmed Porter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Try as he might, that sentence seemed taboo, unable to be spoken. Even Porter realized something was wrong. Just a simple sentence should come out easily, but he couldn't speak. This was too strange. It made Porter suspect whether someone was framing his father. The urgency and anger on his father's face were genuine. If the person in his dream were really his father, why would he be reacting like this? Clearly, someone didn't want him to say it. What is happening? Who is trying to harm my child? Ronnie also realized this and was enraged beyond control. To protect his beloved son and avoid detection, he had never revealed Porter's identity all these years, even treating him as a stranger. But why, despite all this, were they still targeting his son? Did they think he was easy to bully? Ronnie's face darkened, almost dripping with ink. His fists clenched tightly. That person better pray he can't find him, otherwise. Ronnie's fists trembled slightly, already imagining countless ways to end that person's life. Raphael, the Connor of Maima Chung, has been kneeling outside the palace for an hour, and many citizens have gathered to watch. This is truly embarrassing us. Should I drive her away? As the mysterious man pondered whether to dig the ground up to find the culprit, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Realizing his mistake, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, he had come too hastily and forgotten about Emery. The disdain in the voice only fueled his anger further. Chapter 328, Anger. Callum, your mother is still waiting for me in the palace. I have to leave now. Remember not to tell anyone I came or what I said to you, not even your mother. Afraid that Davin might truly drive away his beloved wife, the mysterious man hastily prepared to return. Alansat, before leaving, he glanced at Porter's expectant gaze and feared disappointing his cherished son. He gently covered Porter's eyes, gave him a light hug, and then departed. The person in my dream looks just like Raphael. Raphael? Porter stared at where his father had stood, unable to recover from the shock. Those words were spoken to confirm if it was only about not mentioning this to his father. The answer was clear enough. Indeed, someone must be framing his father. But why? Is it to make him hate his father? With a small head brimming with huge doubts, he questioned himself. After all, being nothing but trash, why would someone want to frame his father by involving him? Could he influence his father? At the thought of possibly affecting his father, Porter's pale little face tightened instantly. No, he was already a burden. He absolutely couldn't implicate his father further. He needed to protect his father and his mother. Porter clenched his fists tightly, determination flashing in his little deer-like eyes. But soon enough, his eyelids grew heavy. Though he didn't want to sleep, today's energy expenditure and scares took their toll. Eventually, he could resist no longer and drifted off holding a pillow, expecting her to start bowing. If seen by others, they'd think he was mistreating her. Most importantly, how would he explain this to his father? Stunned, he rushed out, urging her to rise, but she resisted stubbornly, refusing to stop. This left him utterly numb. Despite his attempts to persuade her or inform her that he had sent word to Raphael, she continued mindlessly. With no other choice, he returned to the palace, listening to the continuous thuds. Growing more irritable, he couldn't understand her behavior. Her identity and everything else came from Raphael. How dare she moralize so brazenly? He thought bowing was her own doing, irrelevant to him. If she sought death, let her wait. But dawn approached, and many citizens emerged. Bowing aimlessly would affect Raphael's public image, tarnishing his reputation before his grand appearance in 3 days. What a nuisance. Enraged, the boy almost wanted to kill her outright. Alansat, remembering Raphael's orders, he waited, certain that Raphael wouldn't tolerate her antics once he learned of them. Thus, he slumped back into his chair, waiting. About half an hour later, a black mist entered the palace. Raphael, you're back? That old woman from Mimishing City has gone mad, bowing relentlessly outside. She hardly looks like the Connor. She disgraces our kingdom. Anyway, we'll have a new Connor in 3 days. Raphael, dismiss her to save us from her nonsense. The boy jumped up upon seeing the black mist, explaining hurriedly. However, He aimed not to tattle, but to clarify that she acted of her own accord, not his directive. Slap. Bang. Davin, it's you who acts treacherously here. Who do you think you are to raise your voice? Expecting nothing, Davin followed his father to scold the woman but received a loud slap instead. Unbearable force slammed into his face, sending him flying into the wall several meters deep. Raphael, that despicable woman dared to disturb you at this crucial moment. I only did this for your sake. His left cheek caved inward, nose bleeding profusely, head buzzing from pain. Almost knocked unconscious, he scrambled from the pit, kneeling straight on the ground. Chapter 329. Fear. Callum, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Take your medicine. Drink it. It will make you better. At this moment, seeing Porter on the brink of death, the Connor of Mema City was completely devastated. She was so afraid her eyes were empty and unseeing. All she could do was take out a small red porcelain bottle, pull out the wooden stopper, and keep pouring the pills inside into Porter's mouth. But Porter couldn't even breathe properly now. How could he swallow the bitter medicine? The pill only touched Porter's lips when the Kylan must be going to seek help from that man at the top, to save him. But he didn't want her to go. His body was already broken and ruined. Even if his mother went to beg, it wouldn't give him many more days to live. Moreover, although his mother concealed it well, he could sense the horrific wounds and terrible emotional state after each visit to the Sergio. She always tried to hide it and pretended to be happy in front of him. Alansat Porter knew those smiles were just forced. He didn't want to cause any more pain and torment to his mother because of his lowly body. Unfortunately, he said it too late. By the time he opened his eyes, the Connor had already left. Why go through all this trouble, mother? Callum just wanted you by my side. Callum is so scared. Porter lay on the edge of the bed, his pale hand reaching toward the direction the Connor had left, trying to grasp her lingering aura. Thud, thud, thud. His heart pounded violently. A tear slipped down his flushed cheek, suffocating him and making him feel even more afraid. Although he had never died before, he had experienced countless moments where he nearly did. Porter thought he might die now. Would it finally bring relief? A trace of relieved smile appeared on his sickly face. Actually, no one knew he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's just a pity mother probably couldn't be by his side for his final journey, but perhaps it's better that way. If she doesn't see, it won't hurt as much. He only hoped that after he dies, mother would finally let him go. Porter curled his lips slightly, but before his smile grew wider, severe chest pain caused him to vomit fresh blood again. His condition worsened, and every inch of his skin, flesh, and internal organs screamed in unbearable agony. Tormented incessantly, the once towering frame of nearly 6 feet shrank into a skeletal form huddled in a small ball on the crimson bed, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Ouch! Why is it so painful, mother? I'm hurting so much. Physical pain was unbearable enough, but the throbbing headache made it feel like his brain was exploding. He could do nothing but curl up and call out for his mother. He knew she wouldn't come. He merely filled his mind with memories of her to reduce the pain. Unfortunately, the world doesn't fulfill desires. Elders often say one's mind is filled with past experiences and happy moments. He was young, but his whole life was confined within Mema City, with all his memories within the desolate Connor Manor. Most of his memories were either of sickness or mother's smile. Logically, as he neared death, there should be some fond memories, but instead, they were nightmares. Redness everywhere, corpses, terrifying creatures, mad black-clothed people. Why? Why won't you let me go, even as I approach death? What have I done wrong that you treat me like this? Nightmares returned, and Porter held his head, screaming in anguish like a dying beast. He hated it. He really hated it. He had never committed any evil deeds, so why inflict such pain on him? If it was just pain, he might endure it, but why the nightmares? That murderous fiend in the dream wasn't him, yet why must he relive it and suffer the torment? With red-rimmed eyes from pain, Porter recalled his dreams since age 5. Every dream was the same, full of terrifying and sinful scenes. Before age 10, they were fragmented images, but after 10, the fragments grew more numerous until they formed a horrifying story. Though he never did these things in the dream, he was a protagonist living through it all. In every dream, there was a black-clothed man who orchestrated a blood-soaked life and ultimately pierced his heart with a sword. The outcome never changed, no matter if he controlled his body in the dream. The most terrifying part wasn't being killed by the black-clothed man but afterward. He treated Porter like a precious treasure, bringing him to a valley. Using valuable medicines to sustain his life, he then sliced off his flesh piece by piece, throwing them into a black cauldron to boil. After being stabbed through the heart, Porter would float out of the dream like a soul, observing the madness outside the control of the dream. He could still clearly remember that scene. Nearly 20-meter-tall furnaces filled with decapitated heads of demon race members, piled high like small mountains, with entrails scattered everywhere. Choking, just thinking of it made Porter retch involuntarily, and in the dream, he forgot everything before each episode, repeating actions endlessly, watching himself be dismembered while feeling the excruciating pain clearly. If it were the past, Porter would have been terrified but not to this extent, because this time, he saw the black-clothed man's face, a face he never imagined. Cough cough. So painful. Sorry mother. Callum can't hold on anymore. Please don't blame Callum. He will always love you. This translation captures the essence of the original text, preserving its dark and haunting tone, the intense emotional struggle, and the vivid imagery that conveys Porter's profound suffering and fear. It remains faithful to the original structure and style while ensuring the English version is natural and fluent. Porter opened his eyes and spoke weakly, his jaw clenching the next second. He was utterly drained of energy now, with only one last ounce of strength remaining. What are you going to do? At this critical moment, a mass of black mist tore through the void before Porter, materializing right in front of him. The figure hidden within the mist reached out abruptly, seizing Porter's chin with unmistakable concern and fury. His plan was nearly complete. his child would finally be free from endless torment. This foolish brat didn't know how much effort it had taken to ensure he could live on properly. And now, the little fool actually wanted to commit suicide. The man inside the black mist was almost driven mad with anger. He wished he could rip open the brat's head and see what was inside. Let me die, please let me die. I can't bear this pain anymore. Porter's mind was clouded. All he saw was darkness, unable to make anything out clearly. Though he recognized his mother's aura well, the person before him wasn't her. Alan saw it, the presence felt familiar, so Porter instinctively assumed it was a servant and pleaded in agony. He couldn't understand. Why did everyone insist on keeping him alive? Had they ever asked for his opinion? The pain was unbearable. He really couldn't endure any longer. Living like this was more torment than hell itself. Callum, why are you like this? I gave you the elixir, why are you still suffering? Seeing Porter's unhidden anguish, the man in black finally sensed something was amiss. The frown deepened under the black mist, sensing that something was wrong. Although Vilma had already informed him telepathically about Callum's worsening condition, hoping for his help once again, he had rushed here, abandoning important matters, fearing Callum might meet harm. However, he always believed it was mere anxiety, assuming Callum would be fine, and Vilma was just overly worried. After all, with his capabilities, having spent decades formulating this elixir specifically to heal and support Callum's body, it should have kept Callum stable for at least a decade without significant changes. For the condition to worsen, it shouldn't be this simple. Despite knowing the elixir's strength, he had still feared unforeseen circumstances, thus rushing over. Initially, he thought a bit of reassurance would suffice, but now it seemed more complicated. Because he knew Callum had always been strong, enduring even the most painful moments without wanting to give up life for Vilma's sake. But if he had arrived a moment later, he might have truly lost Callum. The extent of his pain was unimaginable. Furthermore, when Callum spoke, he noticed closely. Black chi covered Callum's forehead. Even the heavenly crown point was dimmed. What did this mean? It meant Callum's lifespan was running out, death approaching. This realization shocked him as well. How can this be? It shouldn't be. The man in the black mist furrowed his brow, muttering disbelief. Alan thought the facts were right there, not allowing further contemplation. Moreover, the black chi on Callum's forehead grew heavier, almost consuming his entire face. He knew that once this black chi enveloped Callum entirely, even he would be powerless to save him. There's no other way, Ronnie said, almost resigned. Then a flash of red light appeared within the black mist, and a rotten arm emerged from it. Bang! A streak of black light flashed, and the decaying arm exerted a powerful suction force. With a sharp tug, an elderly man with white hair tumbled in from the window. Before he could react, the mysterious man grabbed him by the collar. Who are you? How dare you break into the Connor Manor of Mema City? Do you know who owns this place? How dare you act so boldly? The old man had been diligently serving in the Mema Connor Manor for centuries. He remembered falling asleep and then feeling a terrifying suction force. Next thing he knew, he was held by this strange man. Having worked for nearly 500 years in this manor, he'd never encountered such an incident, feeling like it was all a dream. After all, the Mema Connor was top tier, and even insane individuals wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Breaking in directly was unheard of. The old man, filled with panic and rage, resorted to threatening him. Uncle Huang, haven't seen you in years, yet your temper remains fiery. Ronnie didn't get angry at the old man's presumptuousness, but instead chuckled. If memory served, they hadn't met for nearly 500 years. He missed those days. But for his precious son, he must sacrifice this old man. Who calls me Uncle Huang? Release me, or else wait until the Connor returns and shows you no mercy. Chad, hearing the sudden intruder address him by a nickname, flared up. Don't underestimate him just because he was merely a butler. He had served the Mema Connor for 500 years. Chapter 330, The Mysterious Figure. This level of status and authority was truly unmatched by ordinary people. Apart from the other demon Connors and that great Eben, no one else in this world dared to address him as Uncle Huang. Engaging in such a relationship with him, this kid must be bored out of his mind and looking for death? Chad's expression darkened even further when he thought about this. Seeing that the youth had no intention of letting go, Chad was too annoyed to waste words on him. Dragon subduing hands, heart-piercing claws. Spiritual energy of an earthy hue burst forth instantly, revealing without any reservation his cultivation at the 8th layer of condensation phase. Immediately after, Chad's skin-tight hands twisted at an odd angle, swiftly forming a hand seal. His left hand, resembling an eagle's claw, lunged towards the mysterious figure cloaked in black. The speed was so great that it almost defied the naked eye. Haha, it's been years, Uncle Huang. Your courage has really grown. The mysterious person could clearly see Chad harbored lethal intentions toward him. His attacks were aimed directly at his vital spots. However, the mysterious person didn't get angry. He only chuckled lightly. Only when Chad's hand pierced through the black mist and approached within inches of his heart did the mysterious person finally make his move. With a seemingly effortless reach, he grabbed Chad's hand. Then, with a faint smile, he gently twisted. Snap crackle. The sound of breaking bones. As the sound rang out, Chad's expression turned fierce. You, who are you? How dare you? Chad never imagined this young thief to be so formidable. Even he, at the 8th layer of condensation phase, was not a match for this thief. After all, those at the 8th layer of condensation phase were already considered top-notch experts in demon capital. Only the 10 demon Connors could transcend the condensation phase to achieve core formation. As for others, most lingered at or below the condensation phase. To illustrate this point more directly, even the leaders of the 10 major families outside the demon cities were merely at the 3rd layer of condensation phase. At his 8th layer of condensation phase, he was once unrivaled, standing atop the hierarchy beyond the demon Connors. A person like him could have easily formed a clan and effortlessly secured a place on the demon capital rankings. As for why he willingly served under the demoness Connor, it all started when he was young and suffered a near-fatal injury, saved by the demoness Connor. Back then, he was only at the first layer of condensation phase and willing to serve. But why did he continue serving the demoness Connor later on? To say it was because of gratitude might seem far-fetched. After all, demons were not known for their sense of gratitude. Serving the demoness Connor for decades was largely due to obligations and circumstances. Therefore, Chad remained here willingly. But now, faced with this individual whom he originally deemed just a petty thief trying to steal treasures from the demoness Connor's mansion while she was away, and now this thief grabbed him, presumably to incite rebellion against the demoness Connor due to unfamiliarity with her. Clearly, Chad had underestimated the situation, because the strength of the person before him was incomparable to a petty thief. Earlier, Chad used nearly his strongest move, yet the opponent countered effortlessly without using demonic aura. What did this prove? It proved the opponent was definitively stronger than him. Moreover, upon examining the mysterious figure's power, Chad was greatly shocked. Not because of excessively high cultivation, but because he couldn't discern it at all. The clad warrior was one of the demon Connors, most likely the demon-quelling Connor. After all, the events 3 days ago involving the demon-quelling Connor were still fresh in Chad's memory. He suspected the demon-quelling Connor had encountered some great fortune, surpassing the limitations of this demon realm. However, despite having suspicions, Chad dared not voice them. After all, if it were indeed the demon-quelling Connor, Chad was unsure of his intentions. Dealing with a mere petty thief was easy, but dealing with a demon Connor, especially the demon-quelling Connor, was another matter entirely. Could he be planning another citywide slaughter? A shocking idea crossed Chad's mind. After all, everyone knew the fable of the wolf. Since the demon-quelling Connor had done something similar, naturally, suspicion fell on him. Alan saw Chad guessed incorrectly. Hee, looks like you're really senile. Since you're useless, die then. The mysterious person's tone suddenly turned cold, decaying hands subtly leaking demonic aura, the emanating momentum as if it would take Chad's life at any moment. No, don't kill me, demon-quelling Connor. If you fear not the demoness Connor, do you know my true master isn't her, but the highest-ranking noble among all? If you kill me, that lord will never forgive you. The vaguely revealed momentum instantly froze Chad's body. That overwhelming sense of helplessness terrified him. He knew this mysterious person wasn't joking. He truly wanted to kill him. But why? Even if searching for something, why not leave him alive to continue the search rather than expose his true identity? In extreme panic, Chad blurted out the name he speculated and simultaneously threatened the mysterious person. After all, this statement was no jest. His true master was the most precious being in demon capital. With that person's temperament, they wouldn't let anyone kill their subordinate. Chad was aware of this and feared invoking the name of that noble, only daring to hint indirectly. Demon-quelling Connor. What does he count as? Chad, you disappoint me greatly. Look carefully and see who I am. The mysterious person laughed angrily upon hearing Chad's words. How did someone like him end up with such a foolish lackey? Since he was worthless, he deserved destruction. After all, he tolerated no idlers. If someone else had intruded today, would this old man have even noticed? Someone like this didn't deserve to serve Callum. After all, Chad had been in the room for quite some time, but hadn't even noticed Callum lying near death. Just how careless must one be to overlook the blood covering the floor and ignore poor Callum? After all, the only task he gave to Chad was to protect Callum. Alan sought even this simple mission. Chad failed to accomplish. Thinking of this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in the eyes concealed by black mist. The black fog covering his face quickly dissipated. How is this possible, Your Excellency? Why are you here? Chad had been confident that he identified the demon-suppressing Connor and guessed the identity of the true master behind him. He believed the demon-suppressing Connor wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of him. Who could have thought this man wasn't afraid but instead clamped his hand around Chad's throat? Chad felt rage instantly surge to his head, just as he prepared to loudly proclaim that great noble's name to terrify the demon-suppressing Connor into wetting himself. But who would have thought? The person Chad took for the demon-suppressing Connor transformed. Chad's eyes nearly popped out, not from fear, but because they were being squeezed by the mysterious figure. Why not? Do I need to report to you where I go? Has your hand overstepped its bounds, Chad? Seeing Chad almost wetting himself with fright, the mysterious figure despised him even more, tightening his grip. Crack, crack. Sounds came from Chad's neck. His face had turned blue and purple. He felt as if all the air was being drawn from his lungs, and his neck seemed about to snap. Your Excellency, are you really going to kill me? I am your loyal servant. After following you for so many years, I've worked tirelessly. Why come to this? Chad, nearly choked to death, couldn't understand what misfortune had befallen him. Was it because he recognized the wrong master? However, he hadn't seen his master for 500 years, and now, the master looked completely different. Recognizing him by appearance was already a miracle. Why was the master still making things difficult for him? Chad's heart was filled with confusion and resentment. Do you remember the only task I gave you? The mysterious figure didn't explain further, but changed the subject slightly. The original task? Protect the young city lord. Chad immediately recalled the day he made a deal with his master, remembering the sole task given to him. This was the young city lord's room, so why bring this up now? Chad wondered as he subconsciously glanced towards Porter. In that glance, his blood ran cold, and his eyes widened infinitely, because he knew he was doomed. The clash between asphyxiation and harsh reality caused unbearable pain in his mind. He doubted whether he hadn't checked the almanac today. Who could tell him why the young city lord, who was fine half an hour ago, suddenly appeared on the brink of death? He wasn't omniscient. How could he have known the young city lord would fall ill suddenly? Moreover, the last time the master said that the pill he gave would ensure the young city lord's well-being for 10 years. Relaxed by seeing the young city lord healthy half an hour ago, and trusting the master's words, he let his guard down and didn't check on Porter. But who could have predicted that laziness would cost him his life? Chad was full of regret, but he knew there was no escape this time. Sure enough, the next second, as the mysterious figure's hand tightened, Chad's neck snapped instantly. At the moment of death, Chad's face was filled with regret and unwillingness, his eyes wide open. I didn't want to kill you, but you gave me the reason. Looking at the dead Chad whose eyes remained open, the mysterious figure sighed. Indeed, after Chad served him for so many years, he wouldn't have killed him under normal circumstances. A mistake might have led to punishment but not death. But Chad's luck was bad. There was no way to save Callum unless using that method. Or rather, he always had that method. He didn't want to use it because the body of Callum wouldn't withstand the direct application. Even if Callum survived, she would be crippled, worse off than a normal person. As someone of such high status, how could his heir be a cripple? He couldn't accept such an outcome. So, he delayed for years, enduring severe consequences. But now, the elixir he painstakingly refined over the years had inexplicably lost its effect on Callum. Her condition had long been deteriorating. His intervention prolonged her life against natural laws. If the elixir didn't work, other medications would also be useless. Thus, he had only one choice. But that choice was beyond his current ability. After all, the remaining substance had already been transferred to that ungrateful son, leaving none left. In 3 days, the bloodline test would take place. It involved everything critical, Callum's health, his status, and countless other matters. Therefore, he dared not use any of that terrifying power. Everything seemed stuck, but thankfully Chad was still useful. Recalling how Chad approached him for a deal 500 years ago, seeking power through that very substance. Now, after 500 years, it was likely the side effects and impurities had been absorbed by Chad. Though the amount was small, it would be enough to save Callum's life and help her endure until 3 days later. Since there was the best option available, he could only apologize to Chad. Chapter 331, Grievance. He knew his father was truly angry. Alansat, Marcus felt puzzled and aggrieved. He was unsure if his father had misunderstood him or even said things in reverse. He did nothing wrong, simply obeying his father's orders to guard the palace, preventing anyone from disturbing him. Stopping that despicable woman was his father's command. He did not punish her. She insisted on kneeling outside and kowtowing, despite being stopped. What else could he do? Why would his father scold and punish him when he committed no fault? Could it be that in his father's eyes, he was less important than an old, pleasure-seeking woman? Marcus was deeply hurt, his body trembling involuntarily, not out of anger but profound sorrow. Don't forget, you hold a position equal to that of the city lord of the seducer city. You are not nobler than she is. Control your mouth. I do not wish to hear any more insults. Black fog concealed his true appearance, but icy words seeped through. Marcus froze upon hearing this, slowly lifting his head to gaze at his revered father with disbelief. He thought he was punished for offending his father somehow. But according to his father's words, merely calling the city lord of the seducer city a despicable woman was enough? Marcus was utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though his entire body had been submerged in celestial ice, cold and lifeless. The king has told you not to look at him with such eyes. The Eben intended to punish Marcus for his disrespectful mouth, yet looking at his face highly resembling Avon, he couldn't maintain composure. What was Marcus to be compared with Avon? His precious son's eyes were full of innocence and purity, whereas those of this creature were filled with lust and greed. An affront to Avon's face. The Eben grew increasingly irritated and stretched out his hand midair, clutching Marcus's neck tightly. Before Marcus could react, he was lifted by the neck. Raphael, why? What did your son do wrong? Why treat me this way? Marcus's heart sank upon hearing the Eben's words. He didn't understand why he faced such relentless treatment from his father, just because of a few words about the old woman. After all, he was still the new son. Marcus struggled to breathe under the Eben's grip, but after his initial question, he didn't utter another word. Even as his face turned purple, almost unconscious, he refused to beg for mercy. Alonso's, he wasn't convinced. Not just over this incident. He had always questioned his actions. As an orphan rejected by everyone, living painfully under countless disdainful gazes, his life was a series of stumbles and suffering until one day, this man appeared like a deity, offering him salvation. He called himself Marcus's father, promising freedom from his miserable existence. Overjoyed, Marcus believed he finally escaped his lonely and despised life. Alansat, once brought to the palace, the man ignored him except for providing cultivation resources. Marcus faced near-death experiences multiple times due to malicious individuals, while this father figure never appeared. After several near-fatal encounters, Marcus grew confused. What did this man intend for him? To give him a home? Alansat, all he received was an empty house, boundless resources, and endless assassinations. No fatherly love either. It was a luxury he never experienced. Young then, Marcus blamed his low realm and assumed his father considered him a burden, leading to such treatment. Thus, he ceased asking or seeking the Eben, dedicating himself silently to cultivation, hoping someday to earn a word of praise from his father. Alonsoars passed without any commendation. Even as all of Devil Capital praised him as the hope of their race, the man never gave him a second glance. Only recently, during these past 10 years, did his father frequently teach him for unknown reasons. Prior decades saw rare visits from the Eben, even less than the old woman. These 10 years brought frequent torment instead of teaching, endless torment. So Marcus never understood the purpose behind the Eben bringing him back. Was it to humiliate and torture him? Marcus didn't know and feared knowing. Once believing himself to be the Eben's only son, he trusted his father wouldn't abandon him despite disliking him. However, his father showed him through actions that he was merely a disposable pawn. Fear gripped Marcus as he lived cautiously, fearing abandonment, hoping against hope that after so many years, there remained some sentiment despite hate. Now, it was clear clear. In his father's eyes, he was inferior to the seductive old woman. Despite having a strong heart, Marcus was devastated by this reality. He even wished his father would just strangle him, repaying his birth. Slap. The Eben also yearned to kill this detestable waste who dared insult his beloved, utterly deserving death. Alansat, now was not the time. Thus, the Eben spared him for now. Raphael, prepared for death, Marcus couldn't believe his merciless father actually released him. Gasping for breath on the ground, covered in old and new injuries, he resembled a dying fish. Alansat, he wasn't sad. In that moment, he thought his father intended to replace him with a new pawn. To his relief, his father forgave him. Did it mean there was still affection towards him? Gratitude replaced his sorrow. Thank you, Raphael. I shall heed your teachings and never err again. Regaining confidence, Marcus kneeled devoutly. Take this to heal. Do not make this mistake again, or else. Casually pulling out a spirit medicine from his spatial ring and tossing it before Marcus, the Eben scornfully warned. If possible, he'd eliminate this disgraceful nuisance now but needed patience. As for giving you medicine, I'm not doing it out of pity but to prevent mishaps 3 days later. This, unlike the Eben's disdain, Marcus's eyes widened upon seeing the medicine. A lesser immortal tier Guangwang. Not just for healing wounds, but also for 2 minor realm breakthroughs without instability. And not ordinary Guangwang, but a lesser immortal tier Guangwang, allowing 4 layers of advancement, enhancing magic essence. Raphael, this is too precious, Marcus choked out, swallowing hard. Even as the young prince, obtaining Guangwang was extremely difficult, nearly impossible. Ordinary people could only dream of it. Guangwang was rare, growing only in demon pits, unlike magic flowers blooming everywhere. What kind of place was the demon pit? It was a forbidden area for the demon race, where even those at the Yuan Dan stage might never return. Those who mistakenly entered the demon pit had only a 1% chance of coming out alive, and even then, they would be almost entirely incapacitated. Considering that the peak strength of the demons was at the Yuan Dan stage, knowing that even someone at this level wouldn't return if they went in meant no one dared to risk entering, despite the extremely valuable herbs growing inside. The risks were just too great. In 1,000 years, apart from Raphael King extracting 1 plant from the demon pit, no others had been obtained. If not for witnessing it today with his own eyes, Davin might have thought it was just a legend. But now he realized it wasn't a legend. Raphael King even bestowed upon him a lesser immortal tier Guangwang. If asked to describe his feelings at this moment, it would be like a dream. After all, he had just confirmed that Raphael King didn't seem to care for him at all. Alansat, when the lesser immortal tier Guangwang appeared before him, Davin instantly changed his mind. Raphael King was unwilling to replace him as a pawn and instead bestowed this precious herb upon him. This clearly showed how much he valued him. At this thought, an unusual flush rose on Davin's pale face. His eyes, full of excitement, stared at the Eben. The Eben's mind was occupied with thoughts of the Connor of the Seducer City, unaware of how quickly Davin came to this conclusion. Seeing Davin hesitate, impatience filled the Eben's heart. You privately transferred what I gave you to another person. Your cultivation did not reach the expected level, so naturally, I must enhance your realm myself. Once I finish my business, I'll settle accounts with you. Now, since you've already taken what you wanted, why don't you leave? The Eben couldn't be bothered to even glance at Davin as he spoke, full of impatience. He was telling the truth. It was indeed the fact. According to his plan, after absorbing the ancient god's blood, Davin should have broken through to the Zifu stage. Then he could use Davin to withstand the aftermath. Who could have predicted that the fool Davin didn't enter seclusion and fully absorb the ancient god's blood to boost his realm? He ran away halfway through and, without permission, transferred the blood to that waste of a being. If it weren't for his current concern for Mayor, he really would have wanted to beat this fool to death. However, because of Davin's rash actions, his realm hadn't reached the expected level. The Eben had waited for this day for so long and wouldn't allow any accidents. Unfortunately, he had no extra ancient god's blood left, so in his utmost desperation, he awarded Davin the lesser immortal tier Guangwang. While outwardly he remained calm, inwardly, he felt intense pain. Though he could freely traverse the demon pit, Guangwangs weren't something that grew abundantly. They required very strict environmental conditions and were extremely fragile. Finding an ordinary Guangwang was hard enough, let alone a lesser immortal tier 1. The Eben certainly wasn't willing to part with these treasures. He only had 10 lesser immortal tier Guangwangs, specifically prepared for Georgia. If there was another way, the Eben wouldn't waste this treasure on Davin. Alonso's, thank you, Raphael King, for your reward. After absorbing it, I will come to you to apologize. Davin picked up the Guangwang, carefully placed it into his storage ring, and then solemnly bowed to the Eben. As for settling accounts later, Davin completely dismissed it from his mind. After all, when he transferred the ancient god's blood to Badial, he had already anticipated that the Eben would punish him. Note: I made an assumption that Al-Qur'an was meant to be Badial. If this is incorrect, please provide the correct name or clarify if it's intentional. The rest of the text seems to flow well and accurately conveys the original meaning. Back then, he felt that saving Badial's life warranted repayment, so he had gritted his teeth and transferred the blood. Knowing the consequences and believing he could bear Raphael King's anger, he felt better than he expected. Not only did Raphael King not abandon him, but he also bestowed rewards upon him. Even if he had to settle his mistakes later, he was already content. Get out. The Eben didn't want to waste time on this annoying creature, so he waved his hand at Davin. Instantly, Davin was lifted into the air, and then tossed out of the palace like trash. Whoosh. Connor of the Seducer City. What on earth was that sound? It looked like she saw a big black rat. Originally about to continue kowtowing, the Connor of the Seducer City was distracted by a gust of wind above her. When she looked up, she saw Davin's resentful face, and with a whooshing sound, he vanished. Connor of the Seducer City? Did the Eben give him instructions? Why did he leave so hastily? In the blink of an eye, Davin disappeared from her sight. Is there really no other way? The Connor of the seducer city looked at the gray sky and laughed bitterly. Her stunning beauty was marred by blood on her forehead, and dust covered her body. She looked utterly disheveled, nothing like the queen she usually presented herself as. Alinsat, this image-conscious woman, paid no attention to her appearance now. All she felt was despair. She had been kowtowing here for half an hour, but hadn't even seen a shadow of the Ebon. Though previously, it took her a whole day of kowtowing to possibly see the Ebon, things were different now. With George's current condition, she couldn't last even an hour, let alone a whole day. Hashtag chapter 332. Heart turned to ash. Even if she were to kneel here and knock her head on the ground for an entire day, even if she truly waited for Lord Ebon and then rushed back, Benton would already be long gone. At this thought, the Connor of Maymaw City was already in tears. She stopped her frantic bowing because she felt that this time it was truly impossible to save Benton. It wasn't due to a lack of confidence in herself. This had been the usual outcome. But this time, she really didn't have any time left. Even Prince Hakim had departed, suggesting that Lord Ebon really did not want to see her. Besides sorrow and heartache, the Connor of Maymaw City felt nothing else. Should she resent Lord Ebon? What right did she have to resent him? Benton had been born because of her selfishness. Lord Ebon had never known, nor had he ever wanted it. Alinsat, even under coercion, despite his dislike of Benton, Lord Ebon had saved him again and again. She was just too greedy, and that greed led to Benton's tragic life. Benton, it is mother who wrongs you. If there is another life, do not be my child again. The Connor's face was streaked with tears, her small frame trembling violently from the surge of emotions. At that moment, the Connor no longer wished to live. Her entire life had been a jest, a lifetime of pain, finally encountering a bit of sweetness, only to find that the sweetness hit a dagger that stabbed at her very core. That fleeting joy had given her strength to endure, but now that sweetness was gone, leaving her to cling to memories as her last resolve. But now, Benton was dead, and with him, her resolve vanished. The Connor choked back a sob and suddenly tightened her left hand. A massive aura erupted from her. This energy was chaotic and violent, affecting even the citizens of the city who lived thousands of miles away, causing some to vomit blood on the spot. Are you trying to self-destruct? Do you intend to destroy my palace? As the demonic aura around the Connor intensified, a wave of black fog shot out from the palace, instantly enveloping her. The black fog pressed against the Connor's crimson demonic energy. In just 2 breaths, the chaotic demonic energy was subdued, and the Connor slumped like a puppet without strings. Lord Ebon caught her tender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Do you realize that if I had come one step later, you'd have? With Elizabeth in his arms, he felt no other desires, only concern. He looked at her boneless form, covered by black mist, his face filled with urgency and heartache. Had he known that Elizabeth would entertain such extreme thoughts, he would have sent word sooner. To think, Elizabeth had intended to self-destruct. Though he intervened in time, the backlash would still have terrible effects on her frail body. Looking at Elizabeth's deathly pale face, his heart ached. Lord Ebon, our child is gone. Let me die. Let me join my poor, miserable child. Hearing the voice of her beloved, Elizabeth, nearly faint from her failed attempt, forced herself to open her eyes. However, instead of a familiar face, she saw only black fog. Uncontrollably, she reached out, trying to touch the features hidden within the fog, but the mist repelled her hand before it could make contact. Seeing this, Elizabeth managed a bitter smile. If she hadn't lost count, it had been almost 1,000 years since she last saw her beloved's face. Over these past millennia, she had seen Lord Ebon several times, but each time, the black mist clung tightly to him, preventing her from seeing even a glimpse. Thinking of this made her heart ache all over again. She wasn't intentionally attempting to expose Lord Ebon through self-destruction. She truly had no will to live anymore. Without any unforeseen miracles, Benton would already be on the path to the underworld. She couldn't let him wait for her too long. Being able to see Lord Ebon before dying was a consolation, at least. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly again. She didn't know why Lord Ebon had stopped her from self-destructing. She wasn't delusional enough to believe that he loved her. She had always known that he despised her despicable actions. That he didn't hate her was already fortunate enough. How could he possibly love her? Perhaps he feared that her self-destruction would damage his palace. Feeling defeated, Elizabeth thought about the consequences of self-destruction. It was indeed imprudent to self-destruct here, but it was fine. She would return home and die alongside Benton's body. Benton, Porter isn't dead. What are you doing? Upon hearing Elizabeth's words, Lord Ebon finally understood her intention. He spoke anxiously, having seen the finality in her eyes. His heart shuddered, filled with sorrow and anger. He was heartbroken that Elizabeth didn't trust him. He couldn't understand why she thought so poorly of him. Even if Elizabeth believed he had no feelings for Benton, she should remember that Benton was his own flesh and blood. As Ebon, no matter how cold-hearted he might be, he would never abandon his son. Moreover, how could he not care for Benton? His anger stemmed more from fear and panic. Benton was precious to both of them, a treasure jewel, but the other possibility terrified him even more. If he hadn't received her message today or rescued Benton, would this foolish woman have followed Benton into death? How merciless. He cared for Benton, but did she not care for him at all? If Benton and she were both gone, how could he go on living? Just imagining this possibility sent shivers down his spine. Alinsat, while fearing this outcome, Lord Ebon also felt relieved. Chapter 333, Heartache. Fortunately today he had felt anxious all day, as if something significant was about to happen. He had been so restless that he didn't go into seclusion and therefore did not miss Vilma's message. What did you say? My Lord Devil, you aren't deceiving me? I clearly saw Callum on the brink of death before I came here, and now you are saying, How could you save Callum? Elizabeth's heart had been filled with despair. She had already planned out her method of death. When she heard the Sergio's words, she was momentarily bewildered. It took nearly half a minute for her to realize what he meant. She instantly lifted her head, looking at the Sergio in disbelief. It wasn't that she didn't trust the Sergio, it was just too unbelievable for her. It had only been 5 minutes since His Highness Brenton left. If he had appeared 5 minutes ago and sent His Highness Brenton on a mission, it would have been reasonable. But with only 5 minutes available, it seemed impossible that he could send Brenton to rescue Callum and return to prevent her from self-destructing. She couldn't help but doubt, even though she loved the Sergio deeply. So when the Sergio said this, Elizabeth felt only shock, not joy. She thought it was merely a kind lie to ease her pain over Callum's impending death and to prevent her from dying in his palace. My Lord Devil, I know you mean well for me, but without Callum, how can I possibly live alone? Before the Sergio could respond, Elizabeth added, which darkened his expression immediately. He wanted to pry open this little woman's head and see what was inside. Even if they were unrelated, he was still the Sergio. Why would he deceive a mere woman? Moreover, this little girl seemed to have forgotten that aside from their lives, she didn't care about anything else. They wouldn't be bothered by anyone else. But things were different for him. Ha! Do you take me for someone else, Lady of May Demon City? When I said Callum is not dead, he will certainly be alive. As for timing, ever since I received your message, I rushed over to your residence impatiently, and only now have I returned just in time to see you trying to kill yourself. Now you've kept me busy so much that I haven't even had a cup of hot tea. Besides, without Callum, you still have me. How can you be so heartless as to leave me behind? The Sergio, hidden in the dark room, rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. He knew why Elizabeth felt insecure. It was because of his long-term neglect and cold attitude. But given his position, he knew his good intentions would only become reasons for those despicable people to harm others. For ordinary people, it might not matter, but not for these two most important people in his life. He didn't want any mishap to happen to them. That's why, even after receiving Elizabeth's messages, he always pretended not to notice and waited until she sought help. But no one knew how agonizing it was for him, how desperate he felt. However, he couldn't help it. His temporary physical limitation required patience. This time, if he hadn't sensed something was wrong, the Sergio just thought about the possible outcome and broke into a cold sweat. Thus, unlike before, he didn't harshly rebuke her but expressed his concern and love openly. He really didn't want to see his beloved suffer due to circumstances beyond her control. Was he blind? Each time he saw Emery's suffering, his heart ached like being cut by a knife. With only 3 days left before the big event, the Sergio couldn't bear to suppress his feelings anymore. Devil! Sergio? Elizabeth, who had been utterly despondent, suddenly froze after hearing the Sergio's words. These words carried many meanings. If the Sergio was this certain, he must have seen Callum. But this didn't seem to fit. She had asked for the Sergio's help multiple times for Callum's illnesses, but always received no reply except this time. Each time Elizabeth waited anxiously for a response that never came. She had no choice but to resort to such measures. Coming to the Devil Palace, begging regardless of losing face, even if mocked by thousands of onlookers. She never regretted it. To her, the two most important men in her life were everything. Saving Callum was worth more than her own life. Even if the Sergio's face was always shrouded in black mist, and he treated her harshly each time, she found it worthwhile. But this time was clearly different. Just like before, she sent a message the moment Callum fell ill, knowing full well the Sergio would ignore it. She held a slim hope every time. What if this time was different? And now, her consolation became reality. The Sergio's last words. Her whole body went numb, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Could it be? When the Sergio said there was still him even without Callum, did he mean what she thought? Elizabeth didn't feel joyful, but rather started to panic inwardly. After so many years, despite initially thinking the Sergio harbored some feelings for her, she dared not entertain such thoughts anymore due to her humble status compared to the almighty Sergio who ruled the entire demon city. She had never imagined the Sergio's feelings toward her were any different, even though his actions now seemed obvious. But she didn't dare to think too deeply. Alansat, she could feel, the Sergio truly cared about her. But why? After so many years of indifference, mocking, and ignoring, was it all false? Why express affection now? Had something happened? Or, was there a treacherous person targeting the Sergio? Why do you say this suddenly, my Lord Devil? Has something happened? Is there something Elizabeth can do for you? Chapter 334, Headache. Elizabeth, though reluctant, freed herself from the cold embrace of the man and knelt down straight on the ground. Her fox eyes were full of concern. She had never been one to be self-absorbed, especially since the other man was Lord Eben. She dared not entertain any other thoughts. Thus, she could only approach it from another angle, believing that perhaps Lord Eben needed to resolve something, which is why he saved Danner and her, and said those unusual words. Alonso's, Elizabeth thought Lord Eben's actions today were because he wanted to use her for certain tasks. Even though she had already confirmed this notion in her heart, she had no other intentions. After all, she was a devious person. Because of Lawrence, Lord Eben did not hold anything against her and let her live for so many years. She was content. Even if Lord Eben demanded her life, Elizabeth would not blink an eye. After all, just before dying, she could know that Callum was still alive, meet Lord Eben, and hear these words from him. Elizabeth was already more than satisfied. May, Elizabeth, what do you think of me? I was merely... The Eben intended to come clean and seize this opportunity to reveal his 1,000-year love to Vilma. But who would have thought that before he could say anything, Elizabeth's words blocked his mouth. The Eben felt both amused and pained as he looked at Elizabeth's unwavering gaze. He knew Elizabeth wasn't joking and truly meant to do so. Unlike those sycophants who were cowardly, this foolish woman might be the only one willing to give everything for him. Realizing this, the Eben felt even more sorrowful. He longed to embrace this foolhardy woman, tell her how much he loved her, and explained that the past 1,000 years' pain were all lies. But the responsibilities of being the Eben kept him from saying those words. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. If the situation with Elizabeth and Callum hadn't been resolved yet, though he was confident in his plan, considering every detail, what if something went wrong? What if, after he died, how could Elizabeth live on? Given this small woman's character, she would fight desperately for him and his 2 dogs. The Eben didn't want such a scenario, so he could only close his mouth and suppress his affection. Hatred lasts longer than love. Hatred is better than love. At least after he died, Vilma would stay alive for Lawrence's sake. Lord Eben, it's fine. You should know that I will choose you unconditionally, and I will complete whatever task you give me. Even at the cost of my lowly life, I will complete your task. Elizabeth saw the hesitation in the Eben's expression and thought he was worried or afraid she wouldn't succeed. She quickly added, enough. Although the Eben had made up his mind not to tell Elizabeth about everything yet, hearing her words pierced his heart like sharp knives, causing him to tremble in pain. Every word she spoke made his heart hurt more, and he could no longer bear to listen, stopping her loudly. Well, the Eben's loud voice startled Elizabeth again, but her heart had no other thoughts. Elizabeth believed that Lord Eben sought her out because of this. Now, he simply couldn't give the order due to some reasons. She only needed to obey. Since Lord Eben didn't want to hear it, she wouldn't say anymore. By doing so, she showed her loyalty and love for him. Right. Do you know what nightmare Callum mentioned, and who killed him? Seeing Elizabeth's obedient demeanor, the Eben's headache worsened. Once upon a time, Elizabeth had never shown such formality in front of him. She never feared him and didn't care about his identity, acting rashly and arguing with him freely, a carefree and spirited girl. He once swore to himself to let Elizabeth live without worries and happiness forever. But it was ultimately he who shattered Elizabeth's pride, breaking her wings and trapping her in this prison of so-called love. Vilma, please wait a little longer. Just a bit more, and we won't have to worry about the world's opinions anymore. I will make up for your 1,000 years of suffering with everything I have. Please wait for me a little longer. Though the Eben wanted to change everything now, the time wasn't right. Now, he could do nothing despite his heartache. Looking at the resolute eyes of the small woman before him, it was hard not to be moved. To prevent losing control, he changed the subject. However, this topic wasn't false either. He really did want to know what Callum's nightmare was about. After all, Callum's recent behavior had been strange. Despite longing for his love and attention, when seeing his face, everything changed, nearly fainting from fear. More importantly, Callum couldn't mention his dream in front of him. It was very odd. Someone must have interfered. Nightmare? The killer? Did Callum tell anyone anything? Elizabeth frowned upon hearing the Eben's words, confused by the sudden shift in topic. Shouldn't Lord Eben be concerned about Callum's health? Why suddenly bring up the nightmare that plagued Callum for years? Thinking of this, even Elizabeth felt confused. Although the nightmare had troubled Callum for a long time, she had been trying to find a solution all along. Alan sought over the years. Despite seeking help from many doctors, she found none. After all, while she valued Callum's nightmares, she only vaguely understood them. Lawrence was always a well-behaved child, rarely telling her what he encountered in his dreams for fear of worrying her. So, unless she occasionally caught him waking up from a nightmare, the child never voluntarily spoke about it. As for the details, Callum barely mentioned them to avoid her worry. While she knew about this issue, why did Lord Eben ask such a question? Could there be something peculiar about Callum's nightmare? At this thought, Elizabeth's expression turned serious. For years, she assumed Callum's illness stemmed from weakness from birth, but now that Lord Eben brought it up, she began to reconsider. Chapter 335. Nightmare. Could all these years of Callum's torment be merely due to nightly nightmares? Although the Sergio only asked a simple question, Elizabeth had already speculated many possibilities. The conclusion she finally arrived at was almost identical to the truth. I'm just guessing. I've asked Porter, but he clearly wants to tell me yet can't bring himself to speak. If he tries to force himself to say it, he immediately faints. Something's definitely strange, which is why I came to ask you, the Sergio said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Unable to speak? How could that be? Callum's nightmare? Initially, Elizabeth thought she might be overthinking it, but after confirmation from the Sergio and hearing that Callum couldn't articulate what happened in his nightmares, even her thick-skinned nature sensed something amiss. Wan Xin understood how important this matter was, frowning as she searched her memory carefully. Callum rarely tells me about his dreams for fear I would worry, but he mentioned being trapped in a city full of corpses. He tried to escape and resist, but each time he was killed. Elizabeth found it relatively easy to recall this since she was very concerned about Porter. What city? Killed by whom? The Sergio's eyes widened, urgently questioning. Under his rule, the demon realm had been peaceful for a millennium except for the recent events. But now, a bad premonition gripped his heart, fragmented memories flashing before his mind's eye, too fleeting to grasp fully. He never saw the city or the killer clearly. Elizabeth, noticing the Sergio's anxiety, broke into a cold sweat. She had questioned him, but Callum couldn't remember or see clearly either. Eventually, she gave up. Not clear? That doesn't make sense. Callum didn't say. Explain clearly what's happening with Porter and the nightmare. Tell me everything in detail. The Sergio insisted. He assumed Elizabeth, who had always been by Callum's side, knew more than he did. However, it seemed she knew little, unaware of the man in Callum's nightmares who resembled the Sergio himself. If Elizabeth didn't know and Callum couldn't speak, how could they uncover the truth? Sitting idly and waiting was out of the question. It wasn't in his vocabulary. Not knowing the cause, he decided to start from the beginning. He didn't believe someone so cautious wouldn't leave any trace. Elizabeth, taken aback by the Sergio's seriousness, began searching her memory meticulously and slowly recounted. Since the age of 5, Callum had been plagued by nightmares, unable to sleep and falling ill for nearly a year. She once asked him what he dreamed about, but back then, Callum was too young and weak from illness to speak. Doctors offered little help. Helplessly, she watched him suffer daily until he was 7 and learned to speak. After waking from one nightmare, she asked him again, but Callum only stammered about seeing blood and dead bodies, offering no further details. Over the next decade, Callum's nightmares grew increasingly bizarre. Each day, new elements were added, like bits of a forgotten memory gradually surfacing. Recently, Callum claimed his nightmare had become complete. It felt as if he was split into two selves, one in daylight, the other in darkness, trapped in a city filled with corpses. Though aware of terror and pain, he couldn't control his actions. Every night, he forgot previous nightmares and relived them as if for the first time. In the dream, he felt he was escaping from someone hunting him. Each time he neared his goal, a black-clothed figure appeared, striking him down. This man was immensely powerful, leaving Callum helpless, ending with a sword through his chest. He would be dragged into a dark chamber divided into two terrifying halves, one filled with living corpses, the other with bones. The horror left him shattered, boiled alive, and only when the dream self lost consciousness could he wake up. 10 days ago, Callum experienced this nightmare fully, Elizabeth said solemnly. Though she hadn't lived through it, she could feel the terror through Callum's descriptions. Repeated every night without remembering past episodes must have been unbearable. Listening to this made Elizabeth feel hopeless and heartbroken. How could this be? The Sergio, initially sensing something was amiss, now shuddered involuntarily upon hearing Elizabeth's account. When she finished, he staggered back 2 steps, horror-struck. The nightmare was eerily real, exactly like what he had endured. A sharp pain surged through his decayed, scarred skin, reminding him of something long buried. Overwhelmed, the Sergio couldn't focus on his physical discomfort but was consumed by shock. He couldn't understand why Callum would dream such horrors. If anyone should relive those nightmares, it should be him. Why burden an innocent child? No one knew better than him how excruciating it was, leaving deep scars that remained till today. Alan saw Callum, just a 5-year-old boy, suffered nightly, each time forgetting the previous torment. Just thinking about it made the Sergio falter. Despite believing in righteousness, he ascended the throne by treading over countless lives. Now, the guilt gnawed at him. Although she mostly killed giants who were guilty of numerous sins, it couldn't be denied that her hands were indeed stained with blood. Even if he had killed too many people and heaven disapproved, the punishment should fall on him. Why must his beloved Callum suffer such torment? Knowing well that such agony would be hard even for him to endure, how much more so for a child? Lord Sergio, are you alright? Is there something wrong with your body? Elizabeth was already feeling down thinking about these matters, but seeing the Sergio nearly losing balance, she couldn't help but worry. She quickly steadied him, saying in concern, "Nothing, just a bit surprised. Why does Callum have such dreams?" The Sergio saw the worried eyes of Elizabeth and, fearing that this little one would fret, immediately pulled himself together and pretended everything was fine. Alan sought thinking of his suffering child. He could not suppress the sorrow and anger within. "This, Lord Sergio, have you truly forgotten?" Elizabeth's heart had always been on the Sergio, worrying about his well-being. But hearing this question, she froze momentarily, then felt an overwhelming bitterness. Although she had constantly comforted herself and tried to forget why Callum initially fell ill, both men were dear to her heart. Witnessing Callum's pain firsthand and being unable to change it made the torment impossible to forget. Unable to blame the true culprit, she blamed herself. "Forgot? What did I forget? Do you mean, did my actions cause Callum to have these nightmares?" The Sergio initially lamented heaven's unfairness, but hearing Elizabeth's words and seeing her anguish, he was stunned. Did he misinterpret her meaning? Why did he feel she implied that he caused Callum's nightly torments? How could that be possible? He knew how much he loved Callum and cared for him. He had personally experienced the excruciating pain of those nightmares. How could he let his beloved son endure such torture? It was simply impossible. Furthermore, over a decade ago when Callum was 5, he had been busy nurturing his own body and searching for treasures to alter Callum's fate. He hadn't been around then. Even when Porter sought his help to save Callum, their meeting was brief, only long enough to hand over the medicines he had painstakingly prepared. Most importantly, from Callum's birth till now, he had seen Callum only twice, one of which was just now. How could he have had the opportunity to harm Callum? Why did Elizabeth think it was him? Who was behind this treachery? The Sergio was furious, his demonic aura trembling with his emotions. If not for fear of harming the woman before him, he would have leveled the place in his rage. "Lord Sergio, don't you know? How can it be?" Elizabeth, filled with bitter regret, had planned to bypass this topic. Seeing the Sergio's reaction, she was bewildered. Were Callum's nightmares not punishment from Lord Sergio for her? Why was he so angry? Her feelings toward the source of Callum's nightmares were solely guilt and self-blame, never resentment toward the Sergio, for she believed it was the price for breaking the rules, undeserving of resentment. However, seeing the Sergio's reaction, she hesitated. "If not by my doing, of course I wouldn't know. Why do you believe I caused Callum's daily torment?" The Sergio's eyes turned red with fury. Wasn't it obvious that he wasn't responsible? How could someone make Porter so certain? For years, what had Porter thought of him? Damn. He must tear apart whoever was behind this treachery to quell his hatred. Hearing the Sergio's affirmation, Elizabeth's fox-like eyes widened. She hurriedly recounted everything. Callum had not always been as weak as he is now. After Lord Sergio saved Callum from the brink of death, although Callum remained somewhat fragile compared to ordinary infants, it was within normal limits. Besides experiencing fever on New Alansor's Eve and occasional chills, he was like any other infant. Due to Callum's special identity, she dared not openly bring him out. Given her pact with Lord Sergio, who saved Callum and insisted no one discover Callum's identity, she kept him hidden. The Sergio paused, remembering this agreement. Back then, severely injured, he feared Callum would draw unwanted attention. Also, he wanted to alter Callum's destiny without anyone knowing. This pact was to hide his concern for Callum while primarily protecting him. But how did this relate to Callum's nightmares? And all this time, he thought Callum's frailty stemmed from altering his destiny and forcibly saving him. Now it seemed otherwise. At least until age 5, Callum was normal. So why the change afterward? Translation notes. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured names were transliterated correctly, e.g., Elizabeth, Callum. Retained the emotional depth and pacing of the original text. Chapter 336. Why? All these years, what had he missed out on? The Eben frowned deeply, various emotions churning within him. Elizabeth saw the bewilderment in the Eben's eyes and couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in her heart. But fearing that the Eben would lose patience, she hurriedly continued. She had always been obedient to the Eben, grateful that he had saved Callum and had strictly adhered to the rules. Alan thought Callum was a living being, a mere infant with the playful nature of a child who was curious about everything. Although Callum was very understanding from a young age and never asked for anything, every time she saw Callum peeking through the cracks of the mansion with wide-eyed admiration at the outside world, her heart ached. So one day, when she saw Callum cautiously observing the outside again, she could no longer contain herself. She dressed Callum up nicely, gathered dozens of servants, and set out from the mansion grandly. Callum was happy that day, clinging to her shoulder, smiling at everything outside, gazing curiously as if afraid to miss anything. At that moment, she was also happy, albeit with a tinge of unease. After all, she had gone out secretly without informing the Eben. She believed that Callum still looked like an ordinary child who wouldn't be recognized as the Eben's son unless examined closely. Moreover, with so many guards around, those foolish commoners wouldn't dare gossip or notice Callum's appearance. However, it turned out she had underestimated the situation. The outing went smoothly until they were returning home, and Callum was asleep in her arms. Then, an old woman spotted Callum's true appearance. Had it been anyone else, it might not have mattered, but this woman exclaimed loudly that Callum resembled the Eben greatly. Her loud declaration caused others to follow suit, praising Callum despite having never seen the Eben. For Callum, however, such words were poison. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she knew it was too late. It wasn't just a few people. Half the city had heard. How could she control the public opinion? So, she returned to the mansion with a cold fear, put Callum back to bed, dismissed everyone, and knelt before the Connor's gate, trembling in anticipation of the Eben's punishment. Public opinion spread like wildfire, and she dared not stop it. Praise for resembling the Eben, even if exaggerated, was considered a rare honor. Others' compliments were partly genuine, recognizing Callum's resemblance to the Eben, but mostly flattery. If she protested, wouldn't it only draw suspicion? Thus, she knelt, awaiting the Eben's punishment. Initially, she thought only she would be punished, being the one who broke the rules. Callum, as the Eben's blood, surely wouldn't suffer. But later, a servant rushed in with news. Callum had a high fever and was delirious. Normally, this wouldn't seem odd since Callum often fell ill, especially after playing outside and getting wet. Still, knowing this didn't lessen her worry. Wanting to care for Callum, she stayed in place, fearing leaving would anger the Eben upon his arrival. So she urgently summoned a physician while kneeling, even warning the servants not to disturb her under any circumstances. Alan sought 5 days passed with no sign of the Eben. Fearful of seeming negligent, she suppressed her cultivation to resemble an ordinary person. Despite being at the core formation realm, her physical endurance allowed her to kneel for months, yet she had spent almost 1,000 years nurturing Callum. Callum should have died 3 months into life, but she used secret techniques to alter fate, costing her severely. Even saving Callum left him as a stillborn. Maintaining Callum's undeveloped state for a millennium came with significant drawbacks. To prevent decay, Callum absorbed her nutrients and demonic energy continuously, leaving her unusually weak despite her high cultivation. Though only 5 days had passed, she was near exhaustion. Just as she was about to collapse, a servant reported Callum was critically ill. So you suspect me of taking out my anger on Callum over such a trivial matter? Vilma, Callum is my own flesh and blood. The Eben felt a deep pang in his heart. If Vilma suspected him because Callum fell ill while she awaited punishment, he felt terribly wronged. For 1,000 years, he indeed ignored them due to certain reasons, and once kept her waiting deliberately when pressed by others. Otherwise, he never punished her. Why was she so afraid? Moreover, Callum's resemblance to him was a blessing. Why would he be angry? Not revealing Callum's identity was to protect him from harm. Public praise would fade quickly, irrelevant rumors shouldn't lead to punishment. This was absurd. The Eben was filled with confusion and sorrow. No, I didn't suspect you because of that. It's because... Vilma, seeing his reaction, tried to comfort him. Now doubting herself, had she misunderstood the Eben? Alan sought the initial facts. But now, misinterpretation seemed the only explanation. As someone of the Eben's stature, there was no reason for deceit. Vilma's mind swarmed with questions. Determined to clarify, she continued. Hearing Callum was gravely ill, she regained focus, scrambling to reach Callum's chamber. A servant said he was nearly dead. She trusted them fully. What she couldn't understand was why Callum fell critically ill just as she waited for the Eben. Her thoughts were solely on Callum. Upon arriving, seeing him lying weak on the bed, she was terrified. 5-year-old Callum was frail, barely reaching her thigh height, barely visible on the large bed. She hurriedly rushed over, only to find that Callum's small body had already started turning cold, his breath almost undetectable. This was no sign of a near-death state. It was just one last gasp of life. Originally on the brink of collapse herself, she completely snapped. She grabbed the servant by the neck and demanded in a hoarse voice why they hadn't informed her sooner. The servants were terrified and immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. They explained that she had given strict orders not to be disturbed under any circumstances. In fact, Callum's condition had worsened from the very first night, and no matter what medicine the physicians prescribed, nothing seemed to help. They watched helplessly as their young master's breathing grew fainter, feeling like ants on a hot pan. Though they wanted to inform her, her death threats held them back. In desperation, they relied on the authority of the Connors residents to borrow the best physicians from other cities. However, days of frantic effort yielded no results. With Callum barely hanging on, they could only take the risk and come to notify her. Hearing this, she felt both anger and frustration. After all, the order was indeed hers. She had even added that anyone who disturbed her without cause would be executed. This outcome was of her own making. While furious, she knew it wasn't these servants' fault. The fact that all the renowned physicians in the demon capital were on their knees proved this point. Realizing there was no way to turn things around, she looked at Callum, now curled up on the bed with just one breath left, and panicked. Not being a physician herself, she could only feed him priceless treasures, hoping it would save his life. After all, except for the two most important men in her life, everything else was dispensable. But despite using up nearly all her resources, she only managed to extend Callum's life by half a month. When she realized Callum's temperature was dropping again, she utterly broke down. She didn't know how to keep Callum alive, or what else she could do. Faced with the imminent loss of Callum, she panicked, unable to bear such pain. Gritting her teeth, she ran madly towards the Evans chambers and kowtowed through the entire night outside the door, head breaking and blood seeping, refusing to stop. She was unsure if her sins would earn her redemption from the Eben. It was a gamble. She bet on the Eben still harboring some affection for her and Callum. Even if it was little, it was enough to save Callum. Clutching this belief, she repeated the act of kowtowing like a dead person, until a cloud of black mist enveloped her. She was elated but physically drained, on the verge of collapse. She didn't realize how pathetic she looked, but she knew that after repeatedly begging the Eben to save Callum, he finally softened. Coldly, he took a bottle of pills from his storage ring and left it for her before departing. Watching the Eben's retreating figure, though somewhat disappointed, she was mostly relieved. Because she knew that with the Eben's intervention, Callum's life would be saved. She didn't waste a second, cradling the precious bottle of pills and stumbling back to the Connors' residence. All along, she was both happy and anxious. Happy because Callum's life would be saved, but worried that distant aid wouldn't come in time. Callum couldn't endure the illness and was already gone. Carrying this heavy heart, she returned to the Connors' residence restlessly. Luckily, Callum's luck didn't run out just yet. When she got back, he still had a faint breath left. Without hesitation, she fed him the pill from the bottle. Indeed, the Eben's gift was extraordinary. Callum's pale face turned rosy almost instantly. His breath, once barely audible, became steady. Although he still looked weak and pale compared to a normal person, to her, Callum's survival was a miracle. Overjoyed, she summoned a writing tool and pinned a heartfelt thank you note to the Eben, admitting her mistake and promising to personally go to the Demon Palace in 2 days to atone. Meant to keep Dan forever in the dark, forever trapped in the City Lord's residence? Was Dan's existence really such a source of shame for Kirk? It felt like her heart had been pierced with a sharp knife. But at least this time Kirk had indicated he would let her go. And Kirk had saved Dan's life. She was an intelligent person. So, despite her exhaustion, she could only drag her weary body back to the City Lord's residence. Along the way, she had realized Kirk's stance was very firm. Though she didn't understand what he meant by ending the so-called punishment, she knew she couldn't repeatedly overstep. Thus, on the road, she had already decided that from now on, she would bind Dan to the City Lord's residence under the guise of love. What are you talking about? That's not what this king meant at all. This king wanted to tell you that revealing Dan's identity would bring fatal disaster upon him. So because of this misunderstanding of your words, you think this king wants to harm Dan? After hearing these words, the Eben finally snapped. He rubbed his temples, which ached with frustration and sorrow, and spoke helplessly. For cultivators, a few dozen years passed like a fleeting moment, let alone for him being the Eben. But those few decades since Dan's birth seemed like centuries. Due to being betrayed and his wounds worsening, he had no choice but to close himself off and heal in solitude. Alan saw his injuries were severe even after 1,000 years, still far from healed. When Dan first fell ill, how could he forget? At that time, he was attempting an ancient taboo technique. After 1,000 years of struggle, he was almost at breaking point. No one could know how desperate he felt as he faced a future with a clear end. He didn't want to just sit and await his fate, watching himself gradually lose consciousness until becoming nothing more than a beastly monster. In desperation, he took the risky route. That ancient taboo had once been the spell he despised most. After all, it had been used against him by someone close to him. Almost snatching away his throne as Eben. This forbidden art was extremely vicious, demanding countless lives for cultivation. He didn't want to do it, but he also knew he had to secure the supreme throne at all costs, both publicly and privately. After all, this magic realm was built through immense effort, and it was now a holy capital of the demon race. As the Eben, how could he watch idly while the prosperity he created was destroyed again, leading to endless deaths? If that happened, more creatures would die than if he were to cultivate the ancient taboo. Therefore, out of sheer necessity, he chose to compromise with reality and began cultivating the ancient taboo. However, he had principles and only targeted those who were extremely wicked. Despite the vastness of the demon capital, stringent punishments reduced the number of such people, eventually turning everyone into law-abiding citizens. This showed that his goal of only targeting the wicked wasn't feasible. Did he really have to become the person he hated most? The Eben had asked himself countless times. Torn between desire and conscience, he suffered greatly. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope. When he was ready to give up, he unexpectedly discovered that the ancient taboo left behind by the one who betrayed him was enough for cultivation. Only that person was exceptionally cruel, so the ancient taboo included sins and malevolent spirits. Absorbing it would cause unbearable pain and significant side effects. Choosing morality over selfishness, the Eben ultimately selected the path of virtue. Therefore, though already gravely wounded, his injuries only worsened, and his originally ugly body became even more hideous due to side effects. While May was sending her message, he was battling the ancient taboo for control over his body. Upon learning of Dan's illness, no one was more anxious than he. But although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He was already heavily injured, and even with the ancient taboo barely formed, he wasn't its match. Their fight wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided crushing. And in this situation, losing concentration momentarily led to the ancient taboo finding an opening, nearly causing him to lose control of his body. Had it not been for a treasure obtained by chance in his youth, he might have lost his soul entirely. Even so, he paid a great price and was often plagued by aftereffects at night. At the time, narrowly defeating the taboo, his injuries worsened further. Not only did his cultivation regress significantly, but his aura became decayed, and he could barely defend against any city lord under his command. His 10 subordinates, aside from May, each harbored ulterior motives, wishing to dethrone him immediately. Since he hadn't appeared for 1,000 years, rumors spread, making his situation very dangerous. Alansat, despite his vulnerable state, he still appeared before May instantaneously. Handing over the life-saving pills he had prepared for himself, he gave them to May. He hadn't seen May in a long time and wanted to stay longer, but the situation was too chaotic, with enemies lurking everywhere. He feared revealing his weakened state, thus confirming the rumors. In his most perilous moment, even one enemy could slay him easily. Therefore, he dared not stay, giving the pills and leaving quickly. As for the message, he suspected Dan's illness was orchestrated. Apparently, whoever planned it wasn't sure of their success, or Dan wouldn't have waited for the rescue pills. Thus, though he saved Dan this time, he held no illusions. Dan survived because too few knew of his identity. But what if more people found out? Chapter 338, Sci. By then, it wouldn't just be Callum who was in trouble. Even Emery would find it hard to escape. To prevent such events from recurring, he could only secretly dispatch more people. However, he also had to raise Emery's vigilance. His current position and situation were too volatile. Even he couldn't be sure if he could remain unscathed once the battle erupted. Naturally, he didn't want to drag Emery into the chaos as well. Therefore, he spoke those harsh words. But he hadn't expected that because of this, Emery would be so upset, thinking that she almost caused Callum's harm and that he had issued a punishment. The Eben couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. All he felt was bitterness in his mouth, but he couldn't blame Beverly either. After all, because of him, proud Emery had become so humble and endured much hardship. Emery was a child of the heavens, beloved by her parents. But right after you sent that message, you immediately announced Tim's identity and gave him the status of the sole heir of the demon clan. Beverly loved the Eben deeply and didn't wish to see him sad. She quickly explained the remaining reasons. After all, she was never a fool, and anyone with emotions in this world would make excuses for the one they love. If it were just for this reason, she wouldn't have acted so decisively. In fact, when she first saw the letter, although she felt a bit disappointed, she still held hope for the Eben. No matter what the Eben said, he had saved Callum. Long ago, an old woman had said, to love someone is not to hear what they say but to see what they do. Though the Eben's words were cold, she assumed he was just stern in speech but kind-hearted. But the events of the next day shattered her hopes completely. Because the ever high and mighty, always noble and elegant Eben publicly announced Tim's identity to everyone the very next day. That day, she was busy taking care of the still weak Callum when she heard the news, which left her stunned. Why? On what grounds? Her mind was filled with these 6 characters. Because she always thought the Eben refused to acknowledge Callum's identity. She believed it was because she was too lowly and that this child was one the Eben never wanted, secretly born. Callum's birth had always been his greatest flaw. Because although he was the son of the Eben, he was an illegitimate child. Under the Eben's prestigious status, Callum was forever an existence that could not be exposed to light. In the past, she accepted this, feeling it was her due because she used despicable means to obtain Callum. But now, she felt deep dissatisfaction and resentment. Because Tim was also an illegitimate child, and if she remembered correctly, his mother was an ugly servant. Alonso's, according to rumor, while the Eben was meditating, he was ambushed by others, evil fire spreading uncontrollably, causing him to take advantage of a palace maid. Of course, this wasn't necessarily true. It was just the most widely circulated version among the people, who didn't know if it was true. But she knew that even if this version wasn't entirely correct, it was at least somewhat close to the truth. No one understood the ins and outs of this incident better than her. The Eben indeed, under a lapse of sanity, took advantage of a palace maid to vent his anger and later ordered her execution. This was also one of the reasons for her bitterness. Compared to her, that palace maid and Tim's origins were even less worthy of exposure. But the Eben didn't care about public opinion, directly thrusting Tim before the masses. Did this mean the Eben didn't care about public opinion and followed his own will? If so, why did the Eben acknowledge Tim but forget about Callum? Furthermore, the Eben even replaced the Connor of Juma City and appointed Tim in his place. This news shook the court instantly, leaving everyone confused. Was the Eben crazy? Why would he make such a decision? An illegitimate child already stained the Eben's reputation. Even if he wanted to promote him to the public eye, he should do it gradually, not start by killing a Connor to make room for his son. Didn't this action tell everyone that in the Eben's eyes, they were mere ants to be crushed at will? As long as the Eben wanted, everyone had to step down to make room for his son. This wasn't just arrogance, it clearly showed his disdain. Upon hearing this news, her heart grew even colder. She didn't understand why the Eben could go so far for Tim, but not for his own son. Both were illegitimate children he disliked. Or was it because Tim had higher talent and bloodline than Callum? She thought for a long time but found no convincing explanation. At this point, apart from feeling bitter and guilty, Beverly could do nothing. After all, she herself failed to give Callum good talent and heritage. She had no one to blame but herself. Knowing this news, she mostly felt guilty. But who could have imagined that while she was sighing continuously, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind her? From speculation, Beverly believed that this black-clothed person's strength was on par with hers, and they possessed a technique to conceal their form. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have noticed the black-clothed person. Fortunately, the black-clothed person didn't do anything to her, just saying one sentence. Don't covet what you shouldn't have. Garbage should stay in the trash. If there's a next time, I swear your useless son will die even more miserably. Hearing this voice, Beverly turned around instantly, full of panic and fear. The man's words echoed endlessly in her ears. She nearly screamed in fright. She was certain this person was the culprit behind Callum's near-death experience. She didn't expect that since her son didn't die, this person dared to appear before her again. What did it mean to appear before her in broad daylight? What did his words mean? She was enraged, but found no one behind her when she turned around. Apart from a few Connors chatting with her, no one unfamiliar stood there. She asked the Connors if they had seen anyone behind her just now, but they all answered no. She was dumbfounded. Unwilling to give up, she asked several times, receiving the same answer each time. She stood frozen, doubting herself. Did she really mishear just now? But the icy breath in her ear told her it wasn't an illusion. But if there really was someone, how could these Connors, standing right behind her, not notice? What was going on? Who wanted to harm her Callum? Beverly was extremely afraid. Alan thought she couldn't help replaying the man's words in her mind. Don't covet what you shouldn't have. Garbage should stay in the trash. Reflecting on these words, Beverly involuntarily looked at the radiant Tim standing on the high platform. Feeling her gaze, Tim turned to look at Beverly. This glance terrified Beverly, because Tim looked so much like the Eben, almost like they were carved from the same mold. And because he was young, his appearance lacked the Eben's intensity. If the Eben and he appeared together, they would leave different impressions. But Tim's appearance resembled so much the youthful lover she once cherished. Beverly's heart raced as she gazed passionately at the Andonis. As if through the flow of time, she could see the one she once loved. There she goes again. This damn woman. Sensing Beverly's intense gaze, Tim frowned and turned away, unable to hide his disgust. Beverly only snapped back to reality then. She watched Zhou Tian turn away from her and greet others, unable to regain her composure for a long time. She found that this child, in terms of his demeanor, gaze, and the impression he gave others, was exactly like the young Lord Devil she once knew. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Zhou Tian before. Even 30 years ago, she had personally seen his appearance and introduced him to the Lord Devil. However, at that time, Zhou Tian's facial features were still developing, and his fair skin was obscured by dirt, making it hard to see clearly. Had she seen the current Zhou Tian back then, she might not have easily recognized him as the one she had saved. After all, everyone is selfish. Moreover, she was certain that Zhou Tian looked at her with utmost disdain, as if seeing something filthy. This left her somewhat helpless. After all, this child was rescued and introduced to the Lord Devil by her own hands. Without her, how could Zhou Tian have risen to such heights? He would have long been devoured by those frenzied monsters. Indeed, this child really resembled the Lord Devil greatly, both in looks and personality. A little white-eyed wolf who couldn't be nurtured properly. But right now, what she needed to worry about wasn't this. Who was talking to her just now? Who wanted to kill Callum? Beverly thought carefully, but ultimately fixed her gaze on Zhou Tian. There was no way around it. From every angle, Zhou Tian was the most suspicious. After all, Callum had no enemies. Those who wanted to kill him either had a grudge against the Lord Devil or her. But she was sure that these Connors dared not touch Callum, and the Lord Devil's enemies. Logically, if someone had a grudge against the Lord Devil, wouldn't their main target be Zhou Tian, who has already been revealed? They had no reason to attack Callum. After all, Callum wasn't favored and didn't even have an official status. Such actions served no purpose. If so, there was only one explanation. Zhou Tian. Though his identity had been made public by the Lord Devil and seemed to be extremely favored, the Lord Devil's realm meant he would likely rule the demonic world for several thousand more years. As long as the Lord Devil lived, Zhou Tian would remain the sole heir. Time could change everything. With Zhou Tian sitting on that position, his current situation was quite awkward. While he was the sole heir now, what about the future? The Lord Devil had 2 illegitimate children now. What more in the future? To consolidate his position, Zhou Tian had to set an example and discourage anyone from challenging him. And Callum was the perfect candidate. Thinking of this, Beverly felt a cold sweat break out on her body. She always knew her place and never harbored any delusions beyond her station. However, a momentary lapse led her to not wanting the only evidence of her love with the Lord Devil to disappear. Thus, Callum was born. She never dared to dream of the Lord Devil publicly acknowledging them, let alone replacing Zhou Tian as the heir. Though she felt wronged, she also knew that once Callum's identity was exposed, any explanation would be futile. Nobody would believe her. After all, nobody could resist the allure of supremacy over countless lives. Beverly sighed softly, fully suppressing any improper thoughts. Unlike others, she never entertained delusions of ascending to power beside the Lord Devil. What she wanted was simple, to spend her life with the Lord Devil and watch Callum grow up and start his own family. Simple things that ordinary families took for granted were dreams she could hardly achieve. Beverly laughed bitterly, prepared to obey obediently, keeping Callum confined in her meticulously constructed prison. Although she suspected who was behind the attack on Callum, Zhou Tian's favored status by the Lord Devil made her hesitant to act. Furthermore, with the Lord Devil's favor, even she, the Connor of Maymah City, had to bow and kneel before Zhou Tian. She still had Callum to take care of. How could she possibly trade her life for Zhou Tian's? All she could do now was obediently endure. Determined, Beverly remained gloomy throughout the banquet. When the gathering ended and she prepared to leave, her peripheral vision caught a hooded black-cloaked figure in the corner. Her steps halted abruptly as she focused on the black-cloaked figure. The aura emanating from him matched that of the person who had spoken to her earlier. Beverly frowned, intending to confront the black-cloaked individual. However, the figure seemed in a hurry, cautiously surveying the surroundings before quickly retreating into the corner. Beverly followed immediately. Despite her deductions, she wanted to see the culprit firsthand and tell them that they had no interest in the supreme position. Even if she knew they wouldn't believe her, she had to say it. After all, she did this merely to remind them, thereby securing some safety for Callum. Hashtag chapter 339, allies. This place is safe enough to talk, Elizabeth said as she looked at the other person. Her legs were good. She had chased him for a considerable time and finally caught up. She wanted to see who had sent this black-clad figure. Lord Elizabeth, it's me. When the masked black-clothed person removed their mask, Elizabeth couldn't believe her eyes and almost screamed, but she covered her mouth in shock. Imogen? How could you? In the eyes of the Lord of Maymah City, how could she have mistaken this person for one of the assassins who had attacked Marilyn? The visitor was none other than her sister, Imogen. The very same sister who had been killed by a demon beast thousands of years ago. She couldn't understand why her sister would appear here now. What message did her reappearance convey? Elizabeth had searched for her all these years, but once she had Marilyn, she had eventually accepted that her sister Imogen had indeed perished. The beautiful and powerful woman before her was Imogen. She possessed the same graceful figure as her sister Elizabeth, though most strikingly, her face bore an insect-like scar, a reminder of some unimaginable ordeal. Sister, this time I've come to help Marilyn and you. Imogen's appearance left Elizabeth in disbelief. It stirred emotions she hadn't felt in ages. All these years, where have you been? Do you know what I've? Elizabeth hesitated, struggling to express herself fully. The emotional upheaval was overwhelming. These past few days, worrying about Marilyn's bloodline test had kept her sleepless. Even more, the impending bloodline determination made her fearful. She had already informed Marilyn about it. Marilyn was a sensible child and wouldn't cause her any worry, calling her mother lovingly every day. Alan saw through his small gestures. Elizabeth sensed Marilyn's fear regarding the bloodline test. Despite being haunted by nightmares regularly, he seemed oddly uninterested in the test. After explaining everything to Marilyn, he agreed to participate. But for such a frail child, could he endure the rigorous testing? As the consort of the Ebon, even if Marilyn was just a minor pawn, he still had to take part. Imogen had come specifically because of this test. Everyone knew about the bloodline testing in this vast capital city of the demons. The 10 major cities' lords were all converging here. Then our Maymah City should also be prepared. Imogen explained why she had risked coming this time, not for her sister's honor or the fate of her nephew, but for the glory of Maymah City. However, the word honor no longer held meaning for Elizabeth. Sister, what do you want to bring to Maymah City? I am the Lord of Maymah City, yes, but look at me. Do I still resemble the old me? She replied, feeling bitter. Indeed, others described her as a charming, somewhat flirtatious elder lady who occasionally lured the Ebon like a siren. But this world wasn't easy. They must always fight to survive. The Vemu Connor has been executed on the spot. Malcolmson, the Zumo Connor, cannot escape responsibility, Imogen continued. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Elizabeth. If the bloodline test results are manipulated by those with ill intentions, no matter how high the Ebon's position is, he will not escape those plotting to usurp his throne. Imogen's words resonated strongly. Elizabeth had never imagined anyone trying to usurp the throne except for Marcus, whom she had personally brought back. Sister, there's no time to waste. If we don't help Marilyn, who can stabilize Maymah City? Imogen made a valid point. Besides, they were within the Ebon's surveillance range, making Imogen's presence risky. Elizabeth took her back to the residence. Looking at the sleeping Marilyn, Imogen felt a sense of familiarity. To truly take control, they needed to first end Marilyn's nightmares. In the heart of the demon capital underground grows a 10-meter-long ginseng, which would greatly benefit Marilyn. It wasn't that Elizabeth didn't know about it, but how could they obtain the ginseng? The Ebon might give it as a reward, but only when he remembered. Ginseng was rare and precious in the demon capital. Seeing Elizabeth's plight, Imogen understood her struggles. She retrieved the last piece of ginseng she had. Remember, ginseng is hot-tempered, especially this one grown in the demon capital, absorbing many essences. Holding the small chunk, Elizabeth was unsure whether to give it to Marilyn. This ginseng had already been partially used by Imogen to treat her face, the smooth, delicate skin that men once adored. Though her face couldn't return to its former glory, using ginseng helped maintain its condition. There was no sense of estrangement between the sisters. Elizabeth knew this was innate. She often dreamed of Imogen's breathing, so vividly real. For faster improvement, take it 3 times daily. Imogen handed over a responsive stone to her sister, instructing her to call upon her if anything happened. She knew they shouldn't linger too long. However, their actions wouldn't escape Marcus's notice. Marcus had targeted Elizabeth as a disgrace. He believed his father's decisions were all for her sake. His spies reported seeing someone enter her residence, likely a man, providing him leverage. A sinister smile spread across his face. Mamluk was crushed into a pile of flesh by the Vemu Connor, while Enrique's expression darkened. In this battle arena, even among the top 100, one could be eliminated at any moment. Fighting monsters to level up wasn't new to him, but becoming Fenwick, this complex young lord, was confusing. Still, fate was beyond his control. Entering Chaos Abyss was to ascend in rank. Die! Enrique returned with swordlight, aiding the Vemu Connor in defeating Malcolmson. Black smoke erupted from Malcolmson's body. Why did you help me, boy? The Vemu Connor asked, visibly stunned. Enemies turned allies were unreliable. Still, Enrique adhered to the rule. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Malcolmson had given him and Marlowe valuable herbs, but Enrique sought deeper strategies. He ensured Sylvester and the others were safe and aimed to gain the Vemu Connor's trust. We in Fumo City have long resented Zumo City, not involving your city. It was merely out of concern for humans. Marlowe nearly rebuked him. Fumo City's long-standing feud was with Vemu City, yet Fenwick ignored it. Mamluk had died saving their young lord. rumors would mock Fenwick as incompetent. Haha, fine, let's temporarily be allies. Enrique wasn't foolish. Temporary alliances meant little. Once the other lords were gone, this old man would be next. He aimed to be the ultimate survivor. After killing Malcolmson, Enrique felt lighter. As for the medicine, it was all consumed by Marlowe. He hadn't benefited from it at all. The Cal noticed that the young lord of Fumo City had extraordinary skills and decided to leverage this. He sent Enrique to scout ahead and also established an unwritten rule. Next, they should have a human follow him. On the surface, Enrique agreed to everything, but privately, he cursed under his breath. He never expected that in the demon capital, everyone was just a bunch of little devils who acted solely out of self-interest. They were truly not human. Among them, only his current sister, Marlowe, seemed more humane, albeit with a temperamental personality. Young man, you dared to take down the lord of Juma City. Now I'll show you my prowess. It felt like a voice from outer space. Who was this nutjob? Clearly within earshot, yet he insisted on such a revolting display. It must be one of those lapdogs raised by the lord of Juma City. Just a mere ant-like character. But as Enrique thought this, he suddenly noticed that a few other city lords appeared behind him, seeming to have arrived earlier than he did, ready for a group assault. Fine, he would go along with it. Not only wild beasts and demons, but also human-demon hybrids were present, making Enrique feel utterly nauseated. These were new species created by breeding humans, demons, and beasts together. A grotesque sight indeed. Enrique wished he could destroy these abominations entirely, burning them to ashes. Thinking about the disciples of Ziyun's sect, he inwardly groaned. Despite his efforts here, the Cal might send his subordinates to attack the humans. He had to be cautious. Enrique slid over to Marlowe and instructed her in a commanding tone. You stay and guard the humans. Don't let the Cal take them away. Marlowe was not pleased with this order. Why should I listen to you? You've already turned against us. Why should I trust you? It was clearly a statement made in anger. She's really stubborn, thought Enrique. At least he managed to restrain himself. Seeing that those creatures were still some distance away, he quickly explained to Marlowe that he was pretending to ally with the Cal to ensure the safety of the humans. To Fumo City, these humans were war trophies. For a demon lord, humans were indeed their spoils of war. Marlowe finally understood why Fenwick was acting this way. Remember to send me telepathic messages, Marlowe said before flying off. So Fenwick and Marlowe could communicate telepathically. This made Enrique feel slightly awkward, but it was useful information. All right, Enrique confirmed after ensuring Marlowe would protect the humans, then charged through the fray. For Enrique, the demons were a shackle he had to break to level up. Taking a deep breath and concentrating, he thrust his sword, setting up a web of deadly attacks. A swift strike pierced through the air, slicing through huge beasts and demons one by one. Focusing his energy, Enrique used his sword like a giant fan, spinning it continuously. No matter how many beasts or demons faced him, they all fell defeated, lying in pools of blood. The massive casualties among the demons were all due to Enrique. The Cal, too, showed no sign of weakness, gripping enormous black energy in his hands, stabbing targets mercilessly. There was undeniable savagery in this, and the Cal seemed to relish this sense of power. Humans were nothing to him, just easy prey. Thankfully, Enrique had prepared for this. Boy, there are still several lords you haven't slain. You've only taken down the lord of Juma City. The Cal's disdainful look conveyed distrust. Despite being a young lord and having shown his strength, Enrique was still doubted. This old fox clearly planned to eliminate him soon, possibly when he wasn't paying attention. Enrique was no naive player. His first goal was leveling up, second was to leave no survivors. This place was just a game to him. With a loud cry, Enrique rushed towards another demon lord, his eyes red with fury. He no longer cared who was who. All he needed was to slay 2 more lords to reach the 3rd level of the Dangluan mirror. Once he did, he wouldn't spare even the Cal. These 3 lords were just pawns. To kill them quickly, he had to be precise and relentless. Watching the young lord of Fumo City go berserk, the people of Fumo City began to speculate if the pressure had driven him mad. Marlowe found their gossip unnecessary. Starting now, guard the city gates. If we are attacked, what will become of Fumo City's reputation? Marlowe's words carried weight. Except for the young lord, they obeyed her commands. Sometimes luck couldn't be stopped. As Enrique landed here on his sword, he found 3 hidden demon lords right where he was. Great. This was delivered to his doorstep. Feeling a surge of anticipation, he knew that if he swiftly eliminated them, he could escape the chaos abyss with the 3rd level of the Dangluan mirror. Even young Lord Fenwick couldn't achieve such rapid experience gains. It's the young lord of Fumo City. As Enrique approached them, he accidentally made noise, something he later regretted. He had almost wiped them all out at once. Why fear? We can handle him, a mere young lord. When his father, the lord of Fumo City, was killed, he didn't even know where he was. Chapter 340. I'm here to kill you. This remark was clearly meant to provoke Enrique, but he wouldn't fall for it. With his sword at his side, he strode towards the 3 demon race city lords. All 3 were experienced city lords, yet they felt a slight tension in front of Enrique. Dixon, you go first. We'll support you. Hearing this, Enrique immediately concluded that these weren't outstanding city lords. The opportunity to exploit this situation couldn't be better. Immediately after came his swift sword. Watch out. In just a few moves, he decapitated Dixon. Only 2 more city lords to go. Even in the chaotic and dark abyss, brave warriors still existed. Out of the 100 participants, he had already reached the top 5, feeling quite smug about it. His sword was incredibly sharp, its ringing like the harbinger of death. Why is this happening? He's just a young city lord, the Eben muttered to the demon treasure. It was clear that these 3 didn't have enough experience to be city lords. This was unprecedented for the demon race, resorting to rash actions when there were no proper candidates. Look, it's the Connor of evil suppressing city. Seeing him, the Eben and demon treasure felt as if they had found a lifeline. They immediately appealed to him for help, their eyes suggesting Enrique was doomed. They believed the Connor of Evil Suppressing City and the Connor of Demon Subduing City were not on good terms. Now was the perfect time to take advantage. Soon, with the Connor of Evil Suppressing City's power, they could eliminate Enrique. In the demon race, there was always a pecking order. After all, why else would they call the Connor of Evil Suppressing City an old man? However, the arrival of the Connor of Evil Suppressing City didn't offer much help to the two city lords. Instead, he drew out a black mask that left them shocked. The Connor of Evil Suppressing City was absorbing their essence, a favorite trick among the demons, similar to how Chevy licked his blood. Why? Sorry, both of you. He and I had an oral alliance, which I've now completed. Naturally, they couldn't match the Connor of Evil Suppressing City. His hands, like tentacles, pierced into the bodies of the two city lords, absorbing their powers. Meanwhile, Enrique wasn't idle. At the moment the Connor of Evil Suppressing City began to absorb, he severed the tentacle. Staring at Enrique in confusion, the city lord seemed about to blame him when Enrique struck thrice in quick succession, impaling them together. A wave of putrid stench assaulted them. The Connor of Evil Suppressing City hadn't expected to meet his end at Enrique's hands. You actually? I'm just who I am. I imagine you've received many benefits from us in Demon Subduing City. Today, I give you an easy death, Enrique said, as if tallying a score. The shadow of his blade continued without end, hitting their vital points once more. The three demon city lords turned into puddles of blood. No one would doubt he was a traitor anymore. But he didn't leave the chaos immediately. Instead, he remained inside, thinking of the disciples of Purple Cloud sect he needed to free. Returning victorious, Enrique told Kyla to prepare to leave. His next task was to have his people lead the human race to their rightful destination. After releasing them, everything would go according to plan. Kyla seemed to hear his thoughts. Can't we do otherwise? We still have unfinished business. Kyla tried to resist. But as a young city lord, Gabe, even her defiance would amount to nothing. Following her father's wishes, Gabe would eventually become the city lord. Regardless of her stance, she had to maintain propriety in addressing him. Now that I've won, we should take our spoils of war and receive our rewards. Enrique knew Kyla had something unspoken on her mind. He had witnessed Kyla's strength while imprisoned by Chevy. Despite her obedience now, he remembered how often she pursued and attacked him then. Well, are you planning to stand there and stare? Enrique grew impatient. With the young city lord speaking, she had no choice but to comply. His subordinates obeyed every command, as he ruled Demon Subduing City, now ranked first in the Chaos Inc. Abyss, surpassing Layer 5. Release all the humans. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, Sylvester and others might suffer. The Purple Cloud sect disciples didn't speak, appearing subdued on the surface, though in reality, they were protected by Enrique. If possible, he would have informed Madeline immediately via mental transmission. Trouble came one after another, contrary to Enrique's hopes. When he suggested binding the humans outside the city gate, a subordinate took the initiative. Not possible, young Connor. It's too risky. Why not gift them to us? It would add value to Demon Subduing City. Their ulterior motives were clear, wanting possession, yet phrased so elegantly. Interesting idea. Enrique pretended to consider it. The disciples of Purple Cloud sect thought escape was impossible. But the next second, Enrique erupted in anger. Who are you to make decisions for me or teach me? Do you want to be city lords yourselves? His fury showed. Having been too lenient before, seeing the servants turning rebellious made him lose his temper. Feeling his stern gaze, everyone in Demon Subduing City knelt down, including Kyla, feigning fear. She knew Gabe rarely lost his temper. They had overstepped bounds this time. Enrique's gaze felt like needles piercing their backs. No one dared to speak. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he admitted this wasn't what he wanted. He wasn't capable of being cruel, not against his nature. Finally, he smiled apologetically at everyone. I spoke harshly. Just listen to my commands. Alonso's, young Connor. We were too presumptuous earlier. The subordinates hurriedly apologized, fearing retribution. They had seen him slay 3 city lords moments ago, a sight terrifying enough. Indeed, in a killing frenzy, Enrique was unstoppable, fighting like a divine warrior leveling up relentlessly. Opposing him now would bring no benefit, only compliance to prevent further escalation. Kyla noted Gabe's sudden change in demeanor. Usually calm, he was different today. Still, she understood they had acted improperly. Once everything was arranged, the Purple Cloud sect disciples gathered, and Enrique chose to meet them outside the city. Trusting Sylvester, he believed they could escape. Demon Subduing City used secret arts to stabilize the humans, preventing their escape. The one proficient in those arts was Kyla. Enrique had anticipated this day. Even if the humans were strangers, he let them go. Watching Kyla cast the spell, Enrique realized she and Gabe shared knowledge. But he was Enrique, incapable of such things. Though initially challenging, he eventually cracked Kyla's secret art easily, finding immense satisfaction in doing so. Upon freeing Sylvester and the others, they thanked him immediately. Heard a lot about you, Brother Enrique. Alali mentioned you. Thanks for rescuing us. Sylvester's words warmed Enrique's heart. Mentioning Madeline stirred warm feelings within him. She had been his guiding light during this period. Enrique now provided them with directions, assuring they could break through following the route. Navigating here required caution, but with their current infiltration level, Sylvester and company could surely succeed. However, the encounter with the Connor of Evil Suppressing City earlier had indeed been troublesome. Having resolved the situation, Enrique wasn't worried about further difficulties. Farewell. Enrique gestured a goodbye. The disciples of Purple Cloud sect reciprocated. They hadn't expected that Enrique still had to stay here for a while longer. Watching Sylvester and the others depart, Enrique finally felt reassured. He no longer needed to linger in the Chaos Inc. Abyss. Having advanced to the 3rd level of the Dongluan Mirror stage, it was time to move on. As he returned to demonic suppression city, Kyla stood atop the city wall watching him with her usual piercing gaze. He had experienced this look before. What was she up to this time? Gabe, his caring brother figure, could be a bit spineless at times. Seeing Enrique return, Kyla's eyes never left him. She seemed to detect something amiss about him. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Enrique asked. The smell of lies. Gabe never lies, Kyla responded bluntly, putting immense pressure on Enrique. He knew that once outside this place, everyone would lose their memories, but he retained his. Still, her words made him feel uneasy. Had she figured out something? Why would she say such things otherwise? What do you mean? I don't understand. You released them, the humans. I saw you undo the secret art. Kyla no longer trusted Enrique. Indeed, she had witnessed it herself. This Gabe was not the one she knew, who used to practice catching humans alongside their father and provided strategies to everyone. Now, he was different. Kyla harbored suspicions but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong until she saw Gabe release the humans, making previous anomalies clear. She would undoubtedly question his identity next. Enrique already thought through his response. Kyla's expression remained unchanged, doll-like and unreadable. She didn't seem angry. Suddenly, Kyla smacked Gabe's head. Did you bump your head or something? Wake up, Gabe. Startled by the sudden action, Enrique quickly fled. He knew Kyla's near-madness wasn't a good sign. Tell me why you did this. Kyla shouted furiously. What did she mean? Enrique felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Saving his own kind shouldn't be an issue, but he kept this thought to himself. Suddenly dizzy, Enrique steadied himself against the table. Almost simultaneously with Kyla, he awoke. When he saw her open her eyes, he instinctively dodged, but she remained calm without comment. Realizing he had escaped the Chaos Inc. abyss, Enrique now truly was at the third level of the Dongluan Mirror stage. Achieving this advancement made him extremely excited. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Upon regaining consciousness, they were still in the dilapidated prison. Enrique had one more task, retrieving the purple talisman stored in his ring. Advancing to the third level of the Dongluan Mirror stage and accumulating sufficient experience meant his abilities were far beyond the third level, reaching almost to the fifth. Enrique exhaled in relief. It was too good. Before long, he would be on par with Madeline, a goal he had long dreamed of. His excitement puzzled Kyla. Did something happen just now? Do you remember? It wasn't wise to mention it. Enrique concealed his thoughts, waiting for Kyla to sleep so he could retrieve the talisman. If all went well, he could see Madeline in a few hours. Eagerly, he told Madeline about his advancement. She instructed him to return and provide detailed reports, continuously monitoring his progress during the mission. Her concern warmed his heart, prompting a smile. Finally, the opportunity arrived. As Kyla slept, Enrique swiftly traversed the secret passage, confidently walking out of demonic suppression city's gates. A simple task for him. Reaching for the purple talisman in his ring, he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest in black clothing. Their eye contact confirmed it was a woman. Not afraid, he believed he could handle it. Without hesitation, he attacked, but she skillfully evaded his blows. Holding his sword, he attempted another strike, only to miss again. Enrique? Why keep fighting if you can't win? Was she wasting his time? Lesser Connor. It's me, Imogen. Enrique? Imogen? To seduce whom? This name rang no bells, but remembering he was Gabe, Enrique quickly understood this person must be someone Gabe knew. Oh, what's up? Enrique immediately softened his tone. Imogen cautiously approached, removing her veil. Are you testing Imogen, Lesser Connor? I did as you said. I gave the ginseng to my sister Elizabeth and saw Callum take it. What nonsense? Faced with Imogen's confusing statements, Enrique had no idea what she meant, but admitting ignorance would expose his disguise. So, what's your next move? First, get information. Unbelievably, he had turned into an emotionless interrogator. Imogen must have ulterior motives. Of course, to avenge myself and make the Ebon suffer. Enrique never expected this young girl to possess such capabilities. Hashtag chapter 341. Raphael and son meet. Wait, that's not right. Several question marks floated above Enrique's head. Who exactly is this alluring enchantress? Regardless of who she is, if Iolo could possess such courage to capture her, wouldn't that imply Iolo was plotting a rebellion? Enrique furrowed his brows, quickly piecing together the events. He knew India, who was under his command. India used her sister and nephew to seek revenge on the Ebon. Wasn't that an act of rebellion? He finally made sense of it, but Iolo didn't seem like someone who would rebel. Was there some misunderstanding here? If it were truly a rebellion, Kyla would definitely know about it. However, in her world, the concept of rebellion never existed. From beginning to end, it was only about how her father had mistreated her. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Enrique was ready to go back and confirm that this wasn't some joke. Covertly, he secretly retracted the purple charm and hid it in his ring. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from the third layer of the spirit wheel mirror surged into him like a tidal wave, sending tingles of pleasure through his body. But this wonderful sensation didn't last long before it was interrupted. Master, the Great Ebon has instructed you to be prepared for the internal test 3 days from now, which must allow the Great Ebon entry. India takes her leave. Before Enrique could react, India vanished. What? The Great Ebon? What was she talking about? After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Enrique thought of Madeline. Alali, I've encountered some trouble and need to delay my return. Do you know any secrets about the demon capital, especially those concerning the Ebon? After receiving Enrique's message, Madeline told him what she knew. What? The Ebon has a brother. When did this happen? Though unbelievable, it aligned with their tradition that each city lord has more than 2 children. It wasn't unusual for the Ebon to have a brother. So, why would a power struggle involve Iolo? Madeline said she didn't know the rest and left it to Enrique to figure out. Alright, I understand. Wait for me when I return. I'll wait for you to come back. The transmission ended, and Enrique couldn't hide his urgency. He needed to understand the relationship between all these people. The Eben himself would conduct the test in 3 days, and Tim couldn't wait to show off his skills. He was prepared, waiting for the servants to escort him to the main hall. Standing in armor, the Andonis looked poised outside, awaiting news. But as time ticked by, no one came to fetch him. Go and check why no one from the main hall has come yet. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I'll check immediately. Tim, being the legitimate son of the Eben, naturally had the authority to command anyone. But what use was this power when his father hadn't acknowledged him for quite some time? Today, he intended to prove himself as the rightful heir of the demon clan. Wearing the special armor reserved for expeditions, he pondered how to earn his father's approval. A long hours of effort and endurance led to this day. The servant returned, seeing no welcoming party set up for Tim, who was shocked. Frustrated, he vented at the servant. How are you doing your job? You were supposed to check. I need to go to the main hall. It's too late otherwise. Forget it. Prepare the carriage. Let's depart immediately. The servant remained motionless. Tim was losing patience. What? Are you defying my orders? No, Your Highness. The Eben said not to let you go. The servant whispered softly, almost afraid Tim would hear. Tim froze in disbelief. This scenario wasn't unexpected. He just didn't want to think about it. Get out. All of you, get out. Tim roared, stripping off his clothes in a fit of rage. Emotionally overwhelmed, he stopped struggling and dared not rush to the main hall. His worthlessness around the Eben made him feel insignificant, like a mere pawn rather than a son. Close to madness, Tim returned to his estate. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Elizabeth and Porter appeared. Unlike usual, the hall was empty. On the throne sat the black mass, occasionally revealing its eyes, staring intently at Elizabeth and Porter. Gage, my son, come here, father is waiting. The echoing voice was hard yet softened by affection. Following India instructions, Elizabeth fed Gage Lingji daily, making him visibly stronger. Elizabeth quietly urged, Gage, go to your father. Mother, is he really our father? Before Elizabeth could respond, the Eben spoke up. Alonso's, come Gage. Facing such warmth, Porter felt terrified. He cleared everyone from the hall to avoid disturbing Gage. Sensing a trace of unfamiliarity, the Eben wanted to mend their strained father-son relationship. With trembling steps, Porter approached without the Eben's usual intensity, much like any ordinary child. As Porter reached him, the Eben gently touched his head, a scene Elizabeth hadn't seen in years. Last time was when the Eben caressed her pregnant belly. Suddenly, the Eben paused, startled by a powerful force emanating from Gage. Did Gage practice in secret? Elizabeth always claimed Gage was weak, but it turned out he had been preparing him wonderfully. If not for that illegitimate child, the Eben would have declared him prince among all city lords without today's regret. Now, he sought ways to protect Elizabeth and her son. This was the moment. The Eben looked at Porter. Gage, are you ready? The Eben referred to the blood test. He believed Gage would excel in this test, and Porter nodded in agreement. A cluster of black threads emerged from the Eben's hand, transforming the scene abruptly. In this illusionary realm, Porter ran to Elizabeth, embracing her. Mother, where are we? Startled by the strange environment, Gage was naturally anxious. Alan saw the Eben had other plans. Come here, Gage. You will be the future king of the demon clan. Why fear? Watch, it's simple. Father can change this place. Try it. Next second, the black mass transferred to Porter's hands, making him hesitant at first but soon mastering the technique, drawing patterns in the air that transformed the scenery. Haha, so much fun, Gage laughed happily. Chapter 342, Envy. Indeed, it's easy to see the blood connection between father and son. The Eben also revealed an unprecedented smile. Elizabeth, are you sure you want to proceed with the bloodline test? The Eben looked at Elizabeth. She would have to participate this time as the Connor of Mermaid City. She couldn't abstain. She was setting an example for Ewan. When she confirmed, the Eben shook his head in refusal. I'm conducting this bloodline test because of the two of you. I've gained a lot from it. As he spoke, a magic box appeared out of nowhere in his hand, revealing its contents instantly. All disloyal demon bloodlines were stored inside, commonly known as the containment box. The essence within could be used by the Eben for training and self-improvement, strengthening the entire demon race. How could Elizabeth not know about this? So what do you mean? Surprise flashed across Elizabeth's delicate face. However, the Eben did not directly answer Elizabeth, but took immediate action. In one moment, he grabbed Ewan's hand, ready to place it into the magic box. Seeing this, Elizabeth immediately intervened. She didn't understand the Eben's intentions and disagreed outright. That item could indeed enhance strength, but no one knew Ewan's condition better than her. It would completely destroy Ewan's body. Given the lack of guarantees, Elizabeth wouldn't allow it. She snatched Stanley away from the Eben. She had always believed that the Eben would treat Ewan well, but she was wrong. Allowing such a frail child to undertake such a great risk was unjustifiable. Both parties meant well, they both cared for Ewan. But as the king, the Eben needed no one to teach him how to act. Alan sought, for Elizabeth and his own son, he would reconsider. So what should we do now? I've collected all this for Ewan's sake. If he possesses this power, he can stand against all heavens. Then I will make him prince. The Eben loved Elizabeth and extended that love to Stanley as well. From Stanley's eyes, there was no ambition for inheriting the throne, which caused some disappointment. However, he knew everything could be taught. He would make up for lost years and fulfill his duty as a father. Let's go back. Without the bloodline test, it doesn't matter, Elizabeth insisted, shielding Ewan. Her gaze ignored the existence of the Eben entirely. This infuriated him. He didn't understand what Elizabeth feared. Blocking their path, he coldly said, I prepared for this today. If we don't finish it, you'll be held accountable. His eyes no longer held the same fervor. Stanley felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his head when he saw those eyes. Clutching his head, he crouched down quickly, muttering, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please let me go. Such a reaction deeply wounded the Eben. What was wrong with his Ewan? Approaching to check on him, Stanley glared viciously at the Eben. You're the murderer. You killed me. This burst of dissatisfaction from such a small body left the Eben at a loss. Before long, Stanley hung onto the Eben's body, biting ferociously. Instead of acknowledging his mistake, Stanley continued to hurl insults at the Eben. Even the most patient Eben couldn't control his temper. Get off. You admit it, right? You're the murderer. You're not my father. I'll kill you. Stanley's neck snapped loudly, veins popping out. His appearance resembled that of a deranged madman, full of resentment as he bit into the Eben. The Eben vanished momentarily, and Stanley went wild searching for him. To say it more bluntly, he resembled a dog. Elizabeth was too scared to stop him. Is this still her son, Ewan? This was something she couldn't accept. Searching for the Eben amidst the chaos, Stanley raged irrationally. Was this how someone would behave while going insane in the city? In secret, someone watched and laughed even more wildly. A grotesque face watched beside him, laughing uncontrollably. Enrique was also forced to watch. He joined them after being summoned by Moxie and observed from above the Eben's palace, feeling like he was spying. However, Enrique had no choice. Who dared to be so powerful and spy over the Eben's palace? Even the Connor might hesitate. Enrique had never seen this man in the Demon Clan before. Bodhi, you've done well this time. Once this is over, you may leave. I will eliminate all enmity between Fumo City and Jinma City. This was the great Eben whom Madeline called the older brother of the Eben. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would find it hard to believe that the Eben had a brother plotting rebellion. Alonso's king. Enrique was unsure how to address him. If he could escape, he'd prefer not to get involved. Just as Enrique was leaving, he encountered the Connor of Jinma City, whose imposing presence made it unlikely he would fight Enrique again despite forgetting events and chaos he then. Your servant greets the great Eben, the Jinma Connor fawned, frequently glancing at Moxie beside the great Eben, whose figure was mesmerizing. When Stanley fully erupts, assist him. After killing him, you will take his place, the great Eben commanded, causing the Jinma Connor's mouth to go dry. To assume the position of Eben required godlike power and essence, or it would remain just talk. Seeing his concern, the great Eben assured him, rest assured, all will be provided. Just focus on your task as planned. The cunning tactics were common in the demon world, though Enrique wanted no part in it. But he couldn't leave yet, which frustrated him. He suddenly remembered Kyla still unconscious in the prison. Moxie controlled her with the strongest potion, leading Enrique back to the dungeon. Come out, murderer. Why are you tormenting me? Ewan's low roars were unlike his usual demeanor. Seeing this, Elizabeth approached Stanley. Ewan, come back, follow mommy. She almost cried. Seeing him like this pained her deeply. Unexpectedly, Stanley's mental state had regressed, viewing everyone as an enemy. He pushed Elizabeth away forcefully, sending her flying far. But as Elizabeth fell, she found no impact. The Eben caught her, holding her in his arms. Ewan, enough. This is your mother. Show respect, the Eben admonished. Seeing the Eben, Ewan became more excited. Murderer. I must avenge myself. The Eben placed Elizabeth down gently. The black energy in his hands flickered, showing his impatience. Elizabeth hastily interjected, that's Ewan, are Ewan? The Eben hesitated. Stanley wasn't of pure demon lineage. He wanted to kill his father. The Eben was glad he hadn't let him touch the magic box earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Preparing to ask Stanley about his intentions, unexpectedly, Stanley's spirit grass repaired his entire body, tripling his powers. With rapid breathing, the Eben knew Stanley was no longer his son, but an anti-demon lineage. Elizabeth realized it was too late to stop it, falling into despair. She never expected such envy in the meeting between father and son. Kill mercilessly, awaken, traitor. Stanley shouted. The Eben activated his power. Black spheres emerged from his hands, intent on disciplining Stanley. Now wasn't the time to indulge him. The consequences would be severe. They grew closer. Only a few meters separated Stanley and the Eben. At a critical moment, the Connor of Jinma City attacked first, intercepting Stanley but getting countered by the Eben. Seeing his figure, the Eben was incredulous. There was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. The Connor of Jinma City had only one purpose, to assassinate the Eben. Porter and the Connor of Jinma City cooperated seamlessly. One moved forward, the other followed behind, constantly attacking the Eben. Are you here to help Ewan? The Eben asked with ease. I'm here to kill you. Heh, like you? A mere ant, the Eben replied disdainfully, full of pride. Earlier, someone had informed him about the ambitions of the Connor of Jinma City, but he had not taken it seriously then, as he believed no one dared challenge him being the king. However, things often did not go as planned. The more one didn't want something, the more likely it would happen. Subconsciously, the Eben glanced at Elizabeth. It couldn't be her plotting against him, but maybe it could be Porter and the Connor of Jinma City greedily coveting his throne. As the king of demons, he couldn't afford to let emotions interfere. He needed to cut off all roots of rebellion. Elizabeth anticipated this. Seeing the Eben's serious expression, she knew he wouldn't let this slide. He leaped into the air, his body enveloped in black energy, quickly disappearing. The Connor of Jinma City became extra cautious, wary of the Eben's sudden appearances. In the next moment, Porter felt an increasing weight on his neck. The Eben was controlling him. Seeing this, the Connor of Jinma City immediately came to his aid, but the handprints on Porter's body grew deeper, as if they were about to sink into his flesh. Elizabeth didn't care about the situation at that moment. She protected Ewan by casting a protective spell around him, giving him some relief. The atmosphere made the Eben furious. Elizabeth and the Connor of Jinma City had actually teamed up. His own son was plotting against him. A storm raged within the room. Rarely did the Eben lose control, But this was a golden opportunity for the great Eben, who had waited for such a moment. The Connor of Jinma City hadn't entered just to support Porter. He was there to help the great Eben absorb the Eben's inner strength. Several times, the Eben had managed to stay calm, but this time was different. Using his beloved and his most cherished son as leverage simplified matters. Quick, absorb his inner strength. Very good, just like that. The great Eben cheered from above, his voice piercing the sky, reaching the Eben's ears. Suddenly, the Eben became distracted. His inner strength was rapidly drained away. As he tried to locate the source of the voice, he saw a fleeting face, a face that left him in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It was his elder brother's face, someone he had lost contact with 1,000 years ago, who could not possibly be back in the demon realm. For so many years, everything had been peaceful, yet today, many strange things were happening. His son turned against him, and even his most loyal and powerful subordinate betrayed him. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. But when he finally realized what was happening, he felt completely drained. Not only was his inner strength gone, but he struggled to maintain even the most basic functions. Only then did he understand that his inner strength had been absorbed. Absorbing the Eben's inner strength wasn't something just anyone could do. The magic box, which was supposed to store demon bloodlines, couldn't take away his energy. Instead, it would increase it. But only one person could, his brother. This is impossible. Who are you? For the first time, the Eben felt a hint of fear. After all, he was the Eben of the demon realm, yet now he felt afraid. It wasn't that his brother was particularly powerful. When his brother disappeared, it was under mysterious circumstances. Now, returning, the Eben sensed that his brother's disappearance might have been far from simple. He hadn't planned to show his face, but now it was necessary to avoid uncertainty. When the face gradually revealed its true form, the Eben was shocked. He hadn't expected it to be his brother. Why? Why would his brother team up with the Connor of Jinma City to overthrow him? Brother, why are you doing this? The Eben clearly understood the situation now. Even the inner strength within Porter must have been part of his brother's scheme. Indeed, his guess was correct. The great Eben taunted. After all these years, you've held on to the throne. The demon realm has suffered greatly under your rule. The city lords have been plotting against you, and it's difficult for me to stand by and watch. But today, I will take your inner strength. Unexpectedly, his brother openly absorbed all his inner strength right before him. The container used to absorb the Eben's inner strength wasn't ordinary. It was one of the most important weapons of the demon realm, a treasured artifact. This artifact had been missing for nearly 1,000 years, returning only to teach the Eben a lesson. Why are you doing this? Today was supposed to be a lineage test, absorbing all your power here. The Eben was enraged, but it was too late. His inner strength had already been absorbed. No matter what he said, it was futile. Even if he could escape this ordeal, he might not survive. So, he calmly faced his brother, wanting to understand the entire situation. However, the great Eben didn't plan to tell him everything. I promised you, and I've delivered. What happens next is up to you. To everyone's surprise, the Eben's inner strength wasn't absorbed by the great Eben, but transferred entirely into the Connor of Jinma City. This unexpected turn of events left the Eben bewildered. One moment, he was the ruler of the demon realm. Now, he was nothing but trash. Chapter 343, Downfall. The treasure had been passed down for over 10,000 years. Back then, the Eben's father highly regarded the elder brother of the Eben, and taught him the incantation to activate the treasure. Since the birth of the demon race, this treasure has been revered since ancient times. Each successive Eben had worshipped it as a symbol of prestige until one day it was accidentally activated by the great Eben. After being severely reprimanded by the old Eben, seeds of imbalance were sown in the great Eben's heart. From that point onward, the old Eben favored the current Eben even more than before. To the great Eben, this seemed like broken promises. However, despite the old Eben granting the throne to the present Eben upon his departure, this was because the great Eben had vanished prior to the transfer of power. In terms of timing, the great Eben chose to leave first. Having not obtained the throne, he could not come back and forcefully claim it. But the great Eben cared little about such formalities. He never wanted the throne. What he truly desired was the supreme Haydenly position, a rank so high that even Ebens would show him respect. Foolish dreams. With the Eben authority in my hands, you must seek my permission to become king, said the Eben, undaunted. Elizabeth knew how precarious the situation was. She prepared for the worst and planned to take the Eben away if they couldn't fight any longer. While looking at Callum, her gaze landed on the person next to the great Eben. It was Megan? She wondered why her long-missing sister had suddenly appeared. This sudden appearance signaled either good news or bad news. Clearly, she had been used as a pawn. As their eyes met, Megan clearly avoided Elizabeth's gaze. The inner strength went to the demon-suppressing Connor. It seemed like he had consumed the best possible medicinal pills of the demon race, yet its value surpassed any pill. The Eben's strength, internal energy, and skills were all absorbed by him. In an instant, everything changed. From being just the city lord, he now possessed enough power to cast the Eben miles away. Despite this, the Eben, standing still, wished to continue fighting, aware of the danger. Elizabeth advised him to flee immediately. At this moment, the magic box in his hand was taken away. No, that is the energy of the disloyal. It must be returned to me, the Eben asserted, still seeing himself as the Eben. Do not underestimate the Dark Pearl, came the retort. Before it, no energy can remain unabsorbed. The Dark Pearl, a precious artifact of the demons, reappeared after 1,000 years with the great Eben. Not idling during his absence, he traveled far and wide collecting various energies from different races to eventually have the demons dominate the entire world. Once this goal was set, there was no turning back. His methods were wrong, dangerously so. Mixing human and demon energies would lead to an unbalanced force. The old Eben once remarked that the great Eben was not as wise as the current one, and this remained a sore reminder to the Eben. Eliminate him, and from now on, you shall be the king of the demon race, the great Eben casually suggested, hinting at a long-laid plan. Seeing his former subordinate aiming for kingship, the Eben laughed aloud. This was akin to madness. Both Tim and Callum didn't make it to the Eben's position. Yet, here was someone with delusions of grandeur seeking it. He found his elder brother's actions exceedingly foolish and chose not to comment. As they spoke of eliminating him, Elizabeth and the Eben, as if sharing a telepathic connection, worked seamlessly without giving the other side any time or opportunity. Elizabeth took the Eben and Callum and left directly, while the demon-suppressing Connor was stopped by the great Eben. They won't escape, the great Eben said. Looking at Megan, whose eyes seemed to confirm she knew all along, the great Eben felt unexpectedly surprised. Though his plan failed, it was still within his control. Without the mystery, the Eben revealed his original form. His brows were firm and his eyes determined, evoking a sense of warmth in Callum, who responded, Raphael. In the dungeon, Kyla woke up confused, unaware of why Bodhi was staring at her. What happened? Why are you looking at me like that? Just now, the regime changed. Where are we headed? Kyla thought she was dreaming. Such events had never occurred in her thousands of years of existence. How could a kingdom lose its throne so suddenly? Now the demon suppression Connor no longer existed, and Muir Dessen, having been arrogant, was demoted by the demon suppression Connor, or rather, the new Eben. I made a deal with the demon suppression Connor. If he becomes king, he will spare our demon suppression city. Enrique had waited for this moment. Knowing the great Eben now controlled the situation, the demon suppression Connor had replaced all city lords with new ones except for theirs. This was the unchanging pattern of the demon race. Once a city lord fell, the city would change hands. Chapter 344, Naming Names. Kyla clearly hadn't caught on at first. She let out a breath and looked at Bodhi. Once she realized what was happening, her eyes widened in shock. What? You're talking about the great Mac who disappeared long ago? Alan Soa. Clearly, Kyla didn't believe him. Enrique suggested they go see for themselves. With a swift kick, he opened Mac. How else would Imogen contact him? Just as he puzzled over this, he saw the new Mac appear. Great. He was playing dirty. The great Mac said everything was forgiven, but this was his method of forgiveness. Gripping his sword tightly, Enrique prepared for battle. He stepped forward slowly. You don't need to kill so many innocents. If you want me, just say so directly. I'm helping you clean house. Your useless father must have loyalists. Now that Fumo City is yours, and you're the new city lord, I'm removing obstacles for you. The new official started with 3 fires. This new Mac seemed somewhat twisted. Why did he have to make such decisions personally when it should be left to Fumo City's people? Indeed, each change of leadership brought fresh blood while eliminating the old guard, an entrenched custom among the demons, one Enrique despised. So, thank you, Mac. Enrique spoke each word deliberately, but he had no intention of leaving. Kyla stood silently, absorbing the news of Bodhi becoming the city lord. Don't mention it. We'll have a great relationship soon, the Mac replied with a hint of amusement. Uncertain of his intentions, Enrique noticed his gaze fall on Kyla. He thought, not good. Does he intend to take Kyla? As the current city lord of Fumo City, this was anything but honorable. With the Mac newly crowned, there was no guarantee Enrique would remain city lord, so he didn't want the position. Listen carefully, Kyla. The great Mac needs serving maids. Come with me, he knows of your capabilities. Serve the great Mac well, and you will rise high. Enrique almost retorted angrily. With Imogen already serving the great Mac, taking Kyla too? It was outright poaching. As Kyla's brother, he had to ask questions. The great Mac never mentioned this to me, Enrique stated plainly. Knowing Bodhi wouldn't back down, the Mac leveraged his authority. Pretending to be superior, forgetting he also rose from being a city lord, his strength was only marginally above others, not at king level. Without absorbing those unqualified essences, he truly wouldn't be a match for Enrique. Recalling the events in Chaotic Heathen, Enrique viewed him as nothing more than an old fox. Do you mean I should report to the great Mac and get an imperial decree? Certainly, as city lord, you want my sister to go with you. Shouldn't you produce a decree? When Enrique said this, the Mac dismissed it, having heard of Bodhi and Kyla's special relationship. If not for the great Mac's interest in Kyla, he wouldn't bother coming to Fumo City personally. Seeing Enrique's resolve, the Mac used similarly stubborn methods. Taking a deep breath, the wind stirred, and his internal power significantly increased. If enraged, Wenjing. Seizing the sword hilt, he accurately targeted the Mac's subordinates. His blade felled them all, tearing the Mac's robe and drawing a bit of blood. Though unharmed, it was a warning. The Mac froze, baffled by this move. How dare Bodhi? Chapter 344, Naming Names. Kyla clearly didn't understand at first. She exhaled softly and looked at Lamar, then her eyes widened in shock when she caught on. What? You're talking about the great devil who disappeared long ago? Alan Soa. Obviously, Kyla didn't believe him. Enrique suggested they check it out and kicked open the prison door. It was easy for them to walk out. This feeling of not having to hide was so refreshing. Every time he had to go through the secret passage before, it was somewhat humiliating. Now that there were no strong enemies left in Devil Suppressing City, at least he wouldn't have that burden after returning. The Chaos Inc. Abyss mission was nearing its end, but Enrique, now at the Dang Luan Jing level, wasn't quite satisfied. He wondered if he could reach the next stage before leaving. But luck played a crucial role. Currently, with the Great Devil ruling, or rather, the City Lord being the devil, many City Lords wielded exceptional power, making it hard to accept one City Lord as the devil. The difference between seizing power versus gaining it fairly was significant. What Enrique needed to do first was level up quickly, and secondly, bring back some valuable medicinal herbs. Riding a beam of sword light, Enrique effortlessly led Kyla back to Devil Suppressing City. But the city was eerily lifeless, like it had been razed. Dead silence greeted them. Enrique walked forward and noticed blood pooling on the ground. Though black and dull, it still made him queasy. Someone attacked the city, Kyla shouted, running back. Before she could take more than a few steps, they were surrounded by the demonic guards. Enrique was puzzled. He worked for the Great Devil, so why were they attacking? Then he realized the new devil was in charge. So this was his way of resolving things. The Great Devil said everything would be settled. Clenching his sword, Enrique prepared for battle. He stepped forward slowly. You don't need to kill these innocents. If you want me, just say it. I'm clearing obstacles for you. Your useless father must have loyalists. Devil Suppressing City is yours now. As the new city lord, you should thank me for removing these barriers. The new ruler was playing dirty. This new devil seemed twisted, deciding the fate of his own people. Did he really need to be involved? Indeed, each new city lord would replace the old guard with fresh blood, a long-standing practice among the demons. Enrique found it despicable. I thank you, Eben, Enrique said sarcastically. He had no intention of leaving, while Kyla remained silent, quietly acknowledging Bodhi as the new city lord. Don't mention it. We'll have a great relationship soon, the Eben replied with a sardonic smile. Enrique couldn't fathom what he wanted until his gaze fell on Kyla. Enrique thought, no good, he's after Kyla. As the new city lord, it wasn't something to be proud of, especially with the new Eben. Enrique didn't wish to be city lord. Listen, Kyla, the great devil needs a maid, and since you're powerful, follow him, and you'll surely rise, the Eben said. Enrique nearly exploded hearing this. With Imogen already serving the great devil, taking Kyla was outright theft. As her brother, he needed answers. The great devil never mentioned this to me, Enrique said bluntly. Knowing Bodhi wouldn't budge, the Eben resorted to his authority. His demeanor was high and mighty, forgetting he was once a city lord too, only stronger but not king level. Without absorbing unqualified essences, he wouldn't be Enrique's match. Remembering the incidents in the Chaos Inc. abyss, Enrique viewed him as cunning. Do you mean I need a decree from the great devil? Absolutely. As the city lord, shouldn't you show me a decree to take my sister? Enrique insisted. The Eben scoffed, aware of Bodhi and Kyla's close relationship. If not for the great devil wanting Kyla, he wouldn't have come personally. Seeing Bodhi's resolve, Jing, he grabbed the sword hilt, slashing accurately at the Eben's subordinates. The subordinates fell, the Eben's clothes were half torn, with a bit of blood, but he was unharmed. Enrique aimed to show him a lesson. Stunned by this display, the Eben was confused. Why would Bodhi dare defy him? Note: adjustments were made to ensure fluency, consistency, and accuracy of the original context. Chapter 345, Hostage. Kyla could do nothing to remedy the situation. The Sergio was already incensed, and at the sight of his injuries, he wished Lamar would instantly be obliterated. Seeing this, if things continued they would all perish. Kyla, in a desperate move, used a forbidden technique. Her fingers moved skillfully as if summoning divine power from an external force. She pointed abruptly, sending the Sergio flying several dozen meters away. Alan saw it. He still had room for retaliation. Only Kyla understood and excelled in this forbidden art. Enrique couldn't help but want to properly teach this old fox a lesson. How dare he act so detestable when Enrique was trapped in Chaos Inc. abyss. Unable to contain his inner turmoil, Enrique leapt gracefully and landed firmly on the Sergio's body. For the Sergio, Enrique's weight was burdensome. He was now like a mere ant aspiring to have dominion. Enrique sized him up. So, are you alright now? In the next second, I'll make you swallow your hatred. Treating the Sergio like a trampoline, Enrique bounced effortlessly, wondering if this creature even deserved his effort. The Sergio, restrained by the forbidden technique, and with his internal energies too mixed, could neither unleash his anger nor deploy his strength. Seeing his pained expression, Enrique felt immensely gratified. We killed the demon-subduing city's lord. We're mortal enemies and cannot coexist. Kyla made no concessions. She was furious. Just moments ago, the demon-subduing city's lord said he would give her to the great Sergio. Whether it was the great Sergio's intention or not, she did not know. Since the demon-subduing Connor had come to the demon-taming city, it presented an unparalleled opportunity. Moreover, the long-standing grievances between demon-taming city and demon-subduing city must be settled. Regardless of whether he is the Sergio now, captured in her hands, Kyla must avenge the people of demon-taming city. Kyla's eyes were just as intense as Enrique's. I am the Sergio. What you do will incur the wrath of the great Sergio, and you will not live well. This old fox didn't even have the strength to speak yet managed to protest so vehemently. It further fueled Enrique's fury. I told you to shut up. Enrique slapped him. He hadn't expected the defiant old fox would be under his feet, and now he completely controlled his fate. Regardless of whether he was the Sergio, that wasn't important. What mattered was that he was merely a puppet under Enrique's control. You will not live well. I will call the great Sergio to destroy you, the Sergio declared, overestimating himself. Seeing his pitiful state, Enrique found it almost amusing. Just a marionette acting important. Even if his charm was formidable, why would the great Sergio grant such abilities to the demon-subduing city's lord? This puzzled him greatly. But now that he was in their hands, there was no fear of the great Sergio retaliating further. He couldn't die, Enrique thought. Now, the most valuable item for the demon race was the treasure in the great Sergio's possession. That was where the real value lay. The demon-subduing city's lord's life was insignificant, unless it could be exchanged for that treasure, then it would be worth it. Indeed, fortune comes and goes. The Sergio was now bound by Enrique and Kyla to the city gate. After binding him and casting a restrictive spell, the Sergio was immobilized. Hanging the Sergio on the city wall of demon-taming city caused other lords to gasp in shock. Perhaps the demon-subduing city's lord never imagined such humiliation. Enrique shared his thoughts with Kyla. Possessing the great Sergio's treasure would bring honor to demon-taming city. Kyla was quite knowledgeable about that treasure. She had seen it before but knew it wouldn't be easy to obtain. Enrique spoke openly. Wouldn't possessing that item grant us a place among the demons? Kyla said nothing but asked Enrique, what do you plan to do? My plan is to get that treasure. wouldn't it allow us to dominate the demon race? Suddenly, Kyla had an ominous premonition. Knowing Bodhi had ambition, she didn't expect it to be so vast. Alan thought, reflecting on it, as her brother, he was protected by their father since childhood. Such ambitions would fulfill his father's dreams. How will you get that treasure? Remember, the great Sergio's power surpasses yours. We can't approach him, and even you can't beat his charm. True, they managed this advantage because the demon-subduing city's lord absorbed impure energies from the magic box, which affected his own strength. Another avenue was through charm. Isn't finding charm the solution? Mystical Heart City's Lady Elizabeth barely interacted with them. Charm was known for kindness in Mystical Heart City, preventing her from becoming the ruler. Otherwise, both daughters would have fairly competed. Kyla mentioned Charm's kindness, which Enrique observed but noted Charm always seemed suppressed, wearing a mask. In my view, we're provoking the great Sergio. It's best if you find a hiding place, or else you'll face trouble. Kyla rarely showed concern for Enrique, indicating she felt touched. Aren't you afraid? He asked Kyla. Kyla scoffed. Why should I fear? If the great Sergio wants me to serve, I'll pass it off to you. It's a way out. Enrique. He never thought Kyla would act thus. Indeed, she was a devil sister. Fine, if you decide to seek charm, try it. I'll watch him. Night fell. Enrique flew over rooftops toward the former palace. Noticing its splendid decor, the demon race's treatment contrasted sharply with humans. Comparing it to his own dwelling, while decent, it lacked this luxury. Who's there? Enrique accidentally stepped hard on a tile, nervously withdrawing until the suspicion faded, allowing him to leave. Your Highness, you've drunk enough. You shouldn't drink more. You needn't care. I'm no longer a prince. Note. This translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors in English. Hashtag chapter 346, looming imminently. Marcus laughed bitterly. No one's life was as laughable as his. He had become a prince to please his father, thinking that the throne of the Ebon would soon be within reach. However, a great Ebon emerged unexpectedly, rendering his previous efforts futile. What troubled him most was that he couldn't find his father. They said his father left with Elizabeth and the son they claimed he had, even if it meant abandoning everything, including him. Only now did Marcus realize how insignificant his position truly was. He was nothing more than a stepping stone for his father, not even worth being used as a tool. Miraculously, Marcus escaped this calamity. The great Ebon didn't slay him, but instead kept him alive. Now, Marcus felt like living was worse than dying. Wasn't he just as good as waste? To console himself, Marcus drank heavily, gulping down mouthfuls of wine. His servants suffered along with him, unsure of where to go and thus staying by his side out of helplessness. Perhaps due to his special status, being chosen as a prince by his father. If he hadn't been a prince, he might have met his end in the palace too. Jerry leaped from roof to roof, unable to find Elizabeth's whereabouts. He couldn't openly ask around either. So, he relied on his knowledge of Elizabeth to search for her. Knowing she disliked crowded places, Jerry checked several secluded wings of the palace. As expected, he found her in one of the hidden chambers. Jerry didn't immediately descend. Instead, he observed from above, contemplating how to approach her. How would he convince her? Their goal wasn't to defeat the great Ebon, but to obtain the treasure in his possession, which was crucial for Jerry's advancement. Before he could decide what to do next, Elizabeth detected something amiss. A dart shot towards Jerry, who quickly blocked it with his hand. Elizabeth spotted him immediately. Jerry landed in the courtyard, meeting her gaze with confusion. Why are you here? How did you know I'd be here? Recalling their first encounter, when Elizabeth approached him, it had shocked Jerry. This time, however, she seemed reluctant to see him. But his purpose was clear, to restore her conscience so she wouldn't serve the great Ebon. This was not her destiny. Do you still consider yourself a part of the Temptress City? Jerry asked without preamble. Elizabeth immediately grasped his intent, eyeing him coldly. The great Ebon says that if Marlowe doesn't come, he'll meet you personally. She delivered the message bluntly, but Jerry brushed it aside. It's fine for him to come. I just want you to understand if your actions are truly guided by your own conscience. Your concern is misplaced, Jerry added. Don't use morality to bind me. If not for your cruelty, would I be in this situation? Everything about my current state is because of you all, and I intend to repay each and every one of you. Her anger was palpable. Such rage on her usually charming face seemed out of place. Her demeanor and attitude differed greatly from her past self, revealing her allegiance to the great Ebon. If you could free yourself from this predicament and be your true self, wouldn't that be better? Jerry pressed. Elizabeth faltered slightly, unsure how to respond. What exactly do you mean? Seeing an opportunity, Jerry spoke frankly. Doesn't the great Ebon rely on that treasure to rule the demon race? If we take that treasure from him, wouldn't the demons then follow us? Jerry's words were risky. Without hesitation, Elizabeth attacked, showcasing her unwavering loyalty. Despite some initial hesitation, she drew a knife and lunged at Jerry. Be careful, Connor. Having a position like yours is already a blessing. Continue like this, and even your ashes will be scattered. Her blade hovered mere inches from Jerry. Realizing she was serious, Jerry remained unmoving. He came to reconcile, not fight. Seeing Jerry's lack of aggression, Elizabeth eventually let go. I need rest. Leave, she ordered, showing him no mercy as she turned back to her room. Jerry sighed. This woman is more trouble than I thought. His plan was in ruins. It looked like he'd have to wait for the great Ebon to seek him out. Would he and Marlowe be able to capture the great Ebon when the time came? Jerry's thoughts strayed too far ahead. Even if things didn't go well, the great Ebon currently ruled the entire demon race, with unmatched power and countless followers. Returning dejectedly, Jerry's expression was grim. Marlowe teased him. How come your charm didn't sway Elizabeth? Isn't this method useless, as I warned you before? Marlowe made it hard for Jerry to say anything in response. Reflecting on it, Jerry realized he had oversimplified the matter. Even if the great Ebon arrived at Demon Suppression City, he had little hope of subduing him. Still, he felt brave for taking this step. Marlowe remained inactive. Do you know why I'm doing this? I want Demon Suppression City to gain a higher status among the demons. Hearing this, Marlowe felt a sense of mission and belonging. For years, despite their efforts, they hadn't surpassed the Demon Town Connor. This showed that the Demon Town Connor had cleverly won the trust and favor of both the Ebon and the Great Ebon. A feat they hadn't managed, leading to resentment. The Demon Town Connor was indeed skilled at manipulating emotions. By gaining favor from both kings, he achieved something admirable. But in Jerry's view, these were petty tricks. The previous Ebon trusted the Demon Town Connor the most, yet the current Great Ebon trusted no one, seeking only power. Maybe you should agree to join the Great Ebon. Jerry's words surprised Marlowe. Hashtag chapter 347, delivering herself. What are you talking about? You're the one who detained him, and now you want me to go find the Great Ebon? It was too absurd. To ask her to stay, and then expect her to go see the Great Ebon. It was something no one would agree to. I won't go. Kyla's temper flared. She was furious that Zephyr wanted her to be by the Great Ebon's side. She could already imagine what it would mean, serving him or being used for her forbidden arts. Among the demon clan, only Kyla possessed forbidden magic. Previously, she had used it to seduce and control hearts, but Kyla specialized in forbidden techniques that made many wish to ally with the Demon Subjugation City through marriage. Regardless, having seen the world, she wouldn't easily be manipulated as if she were just anyone. Zephyr, listen. If you want to go yourself. I won't, Kyla snapped almost uncontrollably. It seemed like Zephyr was trying to negotiate with Kyla, but this young lady had made up her mind. Why was he getting upset? Enrique had explained his thoughts to Kyla. He believed that if she could gain the trust of the Great Ebon, it would help them obtain the treasure or at least gather clues. However, Kyla felt that sending her now after defeating the Demon Subjugation Connor was redundant and flawed. She couldn't understand why they hadn't sent her sooner. Kyla looked at Zephyr with unspoken grievances. But since Zephyr was the Demon Subjugation Connor, she didn't dare say much, only voicing her disagreement privately. Alright, I get your point. I did say you'd only be there to gather some information. If you can take control, that would be best. But from the looks of it, you shouldn't go. Your resentment is stronger than any charm spell. Compared to you, the charm is still more effective. Running out of options, Enrique tried provocation. Knowing women liked comparisons, he thought mentioning someone better might push Kyla. Surprisingly, she smiled and walked over to him. You're right. People always think of me as a little princess who can't match others. Hearing this, Enrique remained silent, thinking he had failed. But he was wrong. Kyla wasn't indifferent. She was here to confront him. She picked up a vase from the table and threw it directly at Zephyr. Ah, what are you doing? What am I doing? You're insulting me, can't you see? Kyla chased Zephyr, determined to beat him mercilessly. Enrique, seeing this, ran forward to avoid being hit. This time, he was the target, and she wouldn't stop until her hands were sore. Don't think about what I said. It does make sense, Enrique pleaded, trying to salvage the situation. Too late. The vase hit him square in the face. Though not as painful as an enemy's attack, it was far from light. He gave up, accepting Kyla's nature. Thinking back to when Alden tried to claim her, Enrique swallowed nervously. She was brutal. Alden wouldn't stand a chance and might even end up dead at her hands. Enrique abandoned the idea. Forcing someone to do something clearly didn't work. Ultimately, he'd have to rely on himself, something he was accustomed to. That night, he received a message from Madeline while asleep. Startled, Enrique hurriedly responded, knowing it must be important. Allely, what is it? Expecting something significant, Enrique was met with her fury. You missed the chance to return. How long do you plan to waste time? Her tone was harsh, unlike anything he had ever experienced from her. What? When did he miss a recall? Recalling Enrique meant he had to go immediately. Otherwise, the next chance would be unknown. He hadn't received any recall message, though. Was it his imagination? The next second, he found the message in his ring, indeed sent during his conversation with Kyla. After scolding him, Madeline didn't reply further. What was going on? Enrique was puzzled and worried. What if he really couldn't return? He didn't want to stay in this terrifying place forever, especially with Kyla around. He wasn't a siscon, older sister complex, so he had to return. Sending a distant echo to Madeline got no response. When a woman is angry, she doesn't distinguish importance. Usually, Madeline was gentle like a cat. Could she have found out about Kyla? This must be it. Then, Madeline must care about him deeply. Enrique grinned, feeling a perverse pride in the idea of Madeline being jealous. The next morning, Kyla appeared outside his door, startling him. What? Clearly, Enrique feared another beating. Why did Zephyr seem different today? Before, he had been carefree and shy around her. Yet now he acted completely changed. If I go, will you protect me in secret? Kyla's change surprised Enrique. Had she reconsidered overnight? Wow, women. I'm from Demon Subjugation City. If something happens, I can't retreat. Kyla echoed words her father had once told her brother. As a woman, she knew it was her duty. Helping her brother wasn't shameful, and being part of Demon Subjugation City meant fulfilling her responsibilities, even if she eventually married away. You're right. We can't be so selfish. Like you said, even without the treasure, gaining information in the Great Ebon's presence could benefit all demons. Enrique admired her wisdom, but he was troubled. He didn't know how to approach the Great Ebon, especially after detaining the Demon Subjugation Connor, now the Ebon. Chapter 348, Battle. Alright, since you've decided, I'll protect you in secret. Enrique was not joking when he said this. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of dizziness overcame him. What was happening? He looked at Kyla in front of him until he finally lost consciousness. Darkness enveloped Enrique's vision. The power of the black hole had sucked him in. He had been thinking about how to resist it, but standing before such power, he knew resistance was futile. The strong suction force caused him to plummet, accompanied by dizziness. When he suddenly regained consciousness, his surroundings seemed eerily familiar. Where was Kyla? Searching around, instead of finding her, he was startled by the sight of bodies scattered around. Enrique reappeared in the room's corner, taken aback by the scene. When did he come back? Just moments ago, he had been talking with Kyla. Yet now he found himself transported to the lawn near Yunxiao's sect. Perhaps there were side effects from returning from the map. Despite the fatigue and discomfort, he slowly stood up, forcing his body to endure. Suddenly, a movement nearby startled him. Who is there? Enrique asked vigilantly. Following the sound, he spotted a figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was his senior brother Barton. His face was smeared with blood, and he was visibly trembling. Senior brother? Enrique, you're back? Barton looked at him as if he were a lifeline. Enrique approached to inquire what had happened. Looking at his panicked senior brother and the condition of Yunxiao's sect, he couldn't have predicted any of this. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Alalie. Where is Alalie? She's down the mountain. The disciples encountered demons while out, and she went to assist. I was rescued by her. Barton hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Alan thought those demons were indeed vicious. Upon hearing this, Enrique prepared to rush off. However, Barton held him back, earnestly advising, Enrique, no, you just got back. You need to acclimate to the aura of Yunxiao's sect, or you might confuse the map in here. Concerned for Enrique, his senior brother strained to hold him back, urging him to rest momentarily before acting. Enrique did feel some dizziness, but dismissed it as insignificant. Senior brother, don't worry. Let's head back to the room and rest first. Enrique examined his senior brother's condition. Apart from the bleeding, there were no other internal injuries. After applying basic first aid, he sent him back to rest. Without waiting for further conversation, Enrique sprinted to the halfway point on the Yunxiao sect mountain. Even before reaching the base, he heard commotion and sounds of battle. I'm here. Enrique wielded his longsword and charged forward. Despite uncertainty about how he left the map, whether inside or outside, he could still inflict considerable damage. The bodies of Yunxiao's sect disciples lay everywhere, fueling Enrique's rage. Dare to harm my sect members? Die! Seeing Madeline using her ultimate skills against the demonic beings from Blackwind Mountain, which seemed like an all-out assault, Enrique joined forces with Madeline. I'll cover the rear. You continue. They worked seamlessly together. Blades gleamed with deadly intent, merging with Enrique's gaze, striking with the precision of splitting bamboo. Swoosh, swoosh. An enemy split in two. The scene was gory. With Enrique's help, the demons of Blackwind Mountain soon retreated, overwhelmed. Sheathing his sword, Enrique inspected the injured disciples. Fortunately, none had suffered fatal wounds, though a few unlucky ones had already perished. Seeing the carnage, pain flashed in Enrique's eyes. You're back? Madeline approached with surprise in her voice. This moment was significant for Enrique. Luckily, he returned. Master Enrique was in deep meditation, and no one could predict such an event. To harm my sect members, I will never forgive these beasts. Enrique fought more fiercely. For his sect, he would not yield. Lord Heath came to negotiate with our sect? I didn't expect this either. A few days ago, he boldly proposed it and was rejected by Barton. Madeline believed he chose this opportune time to strike. Enrique wondered why he suddenly returned to the sect. Had his consciousness awakened him from the map? Knowing Yunxiao's sect was in peril, he teleported back. Reaching Dual Realm now, his body offered new possibilities. Unlike others, this was significant progress for Enrique. Lord Heath seized control of a new sect and slaughtered all its disciples overnight. What? Wasn't that new sect closely affiliated with Yunxiao's sect? Failing to gain support from Yunxiao's sect, he turned his attack towards them, truly despicable. We cannot let these beasts go unpunished. Enrique spoke with vehemence. The murder of the new sect's master and his disciples, along with the attacks on Yunxiao's sect, demanded retribution. Especially with Madeline's formidable strength, victory was almost assured. Not only Lord Heath but even his father, the three-headed black dragon, would be dead. Enrique's gaze hardened, knowing the time had come. Let's go. Without hesitation, they set off. Passing through peaks, arriving at Shatsao Ridge, and crossing the gentle river, they saw the mountain previously radiating golden light, now under Lord Heath's control. Previously, reaching the top of this mountain was nearly impossible due to its unique geographical position, drawing many admirers. The benevolent master of the new sect helped disciples ascend yearly, yet they met their tragic end at Lord Heath's hands. We're here, Enrique stated. He led the way, clearly knowing the location of the new sect. Surprised, Madeline hadn't expected him to know. It seemed her earlier doubts were misplaced. He did know the area. Let's go up. Enrique took the lead, guiding Madeline towards the new sect. Unbothered by external disruptions, the mountain lacked paths. Enemies couldn't find a way up without special abilities, blocking revenge attempts. Enrique and Madeline flew on the same sword through thick fog. The chilling sensation reminded Enrique of a bleak winter. Breaking through the mist, they arrived at the entrance of the new sect. The gate appeared imposing, exuding a sense of isolation, starkly different from its previous welcoming demeanor. Madeline steadied herself as Enrique kicked the door fiercely. This was unconventional. Open up. Quickly, movement inside responded, but the door remained closed. As Enrique ready to break it down, it opened. They must have gone to fetch reinforcements, Enrique thought, seeing a henchman of Lord Heath open the door. It was a demon known as the Centipede Spirit, towering and disdainful. Disturbing my peace? Who are you? The Centipede Spirit mocked, regarding Enrique as weak and easily crushable. Seeing Madeline beside him, the Centipede Spirit leered. Him. The Centipede Spirit roared angrily at the demons beside him. The demons near the Centipede Spirit rushed forward, trying to block Enrique's path. Narrowing his eyes, Enrique pointed his sword, delivering a swift throat strike. The few demons fell to the ground quickly. The centipede spirit finally took Enrique seriously. After all, those demons were handpicked by him and should have lasted several rounds. Eyeing Enrique with hostility, the centipede spirit didn't hold back in revealing his own moves. Suddenly, a pincer emerged from behind the centipede spirit, and the surrounding temperature rose. Enrique felt an intense heat. It's an illusion spell. Enrique stared blankly at Madeline, not fully understanding what she meant. That pincer is his true form. What you're seeing now is his clone. With that explanation, Enrique immediately grasped the situation. The centipede spirit was reputedly very poisonous, beyond its mere appearance. Within its body lay hidden venom. He had only heard tales about this from his master, never actually seeing it. Today broadened his horizons. If not for witnessing the true form, he might have underestimated the centipede spirit. The centipede spirit was a personal servant of young Master Heath. Some said the reason the centipede spirit gained favor was because they resembled each other. One a centipede, the other a snake. Visible to the naked eye were the dark red threads emerging from and retracting into the centipede spirit's body, creating a surging sensation and a feeling of heat. Bang! It was as if something was firing from within, a force erupting suddenly. Madeline gracefully turned to dodge, while Enrique leaped up, looking coldly at the centipede spirit. I thought you had some skills, but that's all? With a mocking smile, Enrique retaliated. The explosive force was powerful. Someone must have enhanced his inner strength. The centipede spirit's feet moved backward, strong like a gust of wind. The centipede spirit attempted to release inner power but found himself caught by Enrique. The formidable force left the centipede spirit incredulous. Ah! Followed by the centipede spirit's agonizing scream. This place was chosen by young Master Heath, where no one dared intrude. Now, the centipede spirit felt thoroughly dominated by Enrique. His eyes changed color rapidly, a trait common among centipedes. Despite the changes in his gaze, Enrique didn't let go. The sword's scabbard began to tremble, indicating another force present. Enduring the pain, the centipede spirit laughed wildly. You're done for. Today is your last day. Suddenly, a strong wind surged, blowing dust into Enrique's eyes. But he didn't let go. Both his feet lifted off the ground. The fierce gale was stronger than before, clearly targeting him. Come out and stop hiding. The centipede spirit hit his body, and suddenly, 3 snake heads appeared from nowhere. Indeed, he had called for backup. No wonder he was so angry earlier. Though the centipede spirit couldn't fight well and merely ranted, it showed he had limited capabilities. Enrique underestimated their power. Indeed, just as he thought this, the enemy created a diversion, and the centipede spirit vanished before his eyes. Too sly, not only vicious but cunning, typical of Blackwind Mountain demons. When Enrique tried to chase him, Madeline stopped him, saying they needed to deal with these 3 snake heads first. To Enrique, these 3 snake heads were merely summoned helpers, seemingly weaker than the centipede spirit. But he was wrong. Madeline informed him that these 3-headed snakes were the 3 great protectors of young Master Heath. The red-marked one was a flame snake, the blue one an ice flame snake, and the third a flying snake. Combined, their powers surpassed Madeline. Really? Enrique found it hard to believe. Madeline was already at the highest level. How could anyone defeat her? Strategically, Madeline stepped back 3 paces. She appeared somewhat tense, but it was just tension. Enrique couldn't understand. Were the opponents really that strong? Chapter 349, Snake. Madeline told Enrique that they needed to separate the 3 creatures. Otherwise it would be very difficult to defeat them together. This was the ticket to finding Mr. Heath. They had to fight these 3 monsters if they wanted to proceed. Enrique observed the 3-headed snake. The creature didn't show any signs of attacking. It was astonishing that such a strong wind had been generated by this snake. Some aspects were unexpected, but meeting Enrique today meant misfortune for them. He would let them taste what his sword could do. Once a snake's head fell, it couldn't be blamed on him for not holding back. Quickly, Madeline and Enrique analyzed the situation and positioned themselves, one on the right and one on the left. Madeline took the right side, which was easier to handle, while Enrique stood on the left, better suited for using sword chi and sword techniques. This way, the 3-headed snake could be quickly defeated. However, things weren't as simple as he imagined. As the top subordinate of Heath, the flame snake was particularly protective. When sensing that Heath was in danger, it immediately came to the rescue. The 3 snakes served as the protectors of Mr. Heath. The flame snake's tongue flickered, drool dripping from its mouth. It looked truly disgusting. Though legends of flames existed, no one knew that the flame snake was under the command of the centipede spirit. This monster killed mercilessly and had devoured many people, including the new sect's leader and his top disciple. The flame snake approached Enrique without attacking, just watching him. Looking at this colossal body, Enrique wondered how such a huge creature managed to climb up the mountain. Take this. Enrique pulled out his sword and charged. His priority was to quickly finish off the snake. The ice flame snake beside the flame snake immediately assisted. Madeline took advantage of the opening to attack the sky-soaring snake. Among the 3, the sky-soaring snake was the weakest, only able to soar in the air with some basic defensive capabilities. At Madeline's level, it was easy to defeat it in one move. The sky-soaring snake exploded right there. Without the sky-soaring snake, the remaining 2 snakes seemed to have discovered something. They intertwined and transformed into human form. When merged, they became even more troublesome. Knowing the difficulty of handling the flame snake, which was almost equivalent to a sect leader, when combined with ice flame, it was even stronger, like facing a sect leader. Enrique refused to give in, determined to defeat Heath's protector. Surprisingly, after merging, they turned into a strange human-like form with 1 red and 1 blue eye, looking quite bizarre. Echoing voices said, "Who are you? Don't you want to meet your end with Mr. Heath?" Without waiting for a response, they lunged at Enrique. "Hey, did you even ask Grandpa's permission?" Enrique felt intense pain as the snake rammed him into the outer boundary of the new sect's mountain. Seeing Enrique's agony brought immense satisfaction to the flame snake. See, I told you this guy isn't much. Why fear him? While the flame snake spoke, another voice emerged from within, cautioning him. But they underestimated Enrique. Suddenly, Enrique's sword slid out of its scabbard, slicing towards their feet. Despite trying to push Enrique away, the sword pushed him closer to Blackwind Mountain. This struggle was like a tug of war until suddenly Enrique overpowered them, splitting the flame and ice flames apart. The flame snake couldn't believe anyone had separated their combined form. How is this possible? This kid has only a bit of power. The sword. It's the red spear sword. The two snakes got excited. Isn't that supposed to be the red spear sword? Alonso's, replied the ice flame nervously. Only someone who has practiced for nearly 1,000 years can possess the red spear sword. How can a mere child have it? The flame snake was confused. Enrique stood firm, gazing at it. Now you should let Heath meet me, or else your heads won't be safe. Facing threats, the flame snake did not back down. Who are you? Why do you have the red spear sword? Explain clearly. Furious, the flame snake stared at the dead sky soaring snake and glared at Madeline, vowing revenge. But he couldn't retaliate alone. Even when merged with ice flame, they failed against Enrique. Embarrassed, the flame snake declared, let's deal with the sky soaring's corpse first. You can take care of this. Taking charge, the flame snake confidently faced Enrique. Okay, you and I will duel. Win, and I'll lead you to Mr. Heath. Otherwise, Enrique responded firmly, you need to get past me first. As the battle ensued, ice flame hurriedly carried the sky soaring snake's corpse away. Facing Madeline, he fled, not daring to make further plans. Madeline didn't help Enrique, deciding to evaluate his improvement. Enrique sat cross-legged in meditation, confusing the flame snake, who laughed mockingly. A boy, don't play games. Charging toward Enrique, the flame snake saw him rise into the air. Confused, it looked up as Enrique aimed his finger, and the sword flew out, aiming for the throat. Pierced by the red spear sword, death seemed imminent, but the flame snake became enraged. Having never fought Madeline, she didn't know its weakness. Seeing the rage, Madeline intervened, stopping short as the flame snake used all its strength to expel and protect its heart anymore. Saying what he thought, Enrique took immediate action. He controlled his sword with his mind, making it continuously dart around, playing hide and seek with the flame snake. The flame snake dodged to one side. The sword struck from the other. No matter where it went, it couldn't escape. The flame snake felt increasingly desperate, exhausted from being constantly forced back by the sword. All right, why don't you just finish me off quickly? Your approach is so timid. Are you even a man? The flame snake resorted to psychological warfare. But Enrique wasn't buying it. No matter what it said, no matter how harsh the words, he remained unfazed. Moreover, if he wanted it dead, it would happen in an instant. He wouldn't leave it for tomorrow. One last time. Will you let me into Blackwind Mountain? With those words, the flame snake hesitated no longer. It tried its best to block the entrance, fearing that Enrique and Madeline might enter. You're destined to be a dog in your next life. This translation adheres to the provided guidelines, maintaining the original tone, structure, and character names while ensuring the English version reads fluently and naturally. Hashtag chapter 350, guidance. Do you enjoy being Lord Heath's lapdog so much? If you don't speak up, I'll obliterate you into ashes. Don't think I'm not capable of it. Enrique roared, gathering all his spiritual energy into one point. A six-pointed star emerged from his chest. Immediately after, flames erupted, tightly encircling the flame snake and forming a massive oval. Ah, my skin, my precious snake skin. The flame snake was now enraged. After cultivating for so many years, he had always cherished his skin and scales, which were incredibly valuable. And yet, this reckless Andonis had destroyed them so easily. Do you care more about your outer skin or your life? I advise you to think carefully. Enrique's tone was cold as he intensified the pressure. He stood to lose nothing by slaying this detestable snake. What harm could it do? The red-haired long sword in his hand wasn't ordinary. Its original forging materials were exceptional, with a temperature comparable to the three-flavor true fire inside a pill refining furnace. If he didn't deliberately stop this blaze, it could burn for 3 days and 3 nights, and even the Haydenly King would be powerless against such scorching heat. It was truly terrifying. Though the flame snake was alive and sentient, its elemental attributes were entirely different. Now, it writhed in pain, its body curling like a gigantic shrimp. Before long, its once glossy, radiant skin began to blacken. Even if I tell you where my master is, will you really let me go? Do you take me for a 3-year-old demon? The flame snake shouted, but quickly regretted it. Stubbornness always came at a cost. Since he refused to talk, Enrique saw no need to waste more time. He exchanged a glance with Madeline, who immediately understood. Gathering her energy, she aimed her sword straight at the heart of the flame snake and plunged it forward without hesitation. Madeline's movements were swift, precise, and elegant, fitting for someone at her high level. She showed no mercy. In an instant, the tip of her sword glowed with a sharp, cold light as it pierced through the snake's core, breaking through its heart and destroying the source of its demonic power. The flame snake didn't even have time to scream before disintegrating into ashes, spewing out streams of dark blood, a sight that was unsettling. Enrique casually retracted the flames and gave Madeline a thumbs up. You got this, Alalie. Don't flatter me, Madeline said with a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a faint smile. We still have to find Heath on our own, Enrique sighed. I wonder how long this battle between Yunshao sect and Blackwind Mountain will last. Using a clean handkerchief, Madeline wiped off the stains on her sword before returning it to its sheath. Blackwind Mountain is vast. We've got a lot of searching to do. Don't worry, rest assured. I've already prepared a backup plan, Enrique replied with a mysterious smile. Just as Madeline was wondering what he meant, Enrique pulled out a 2 or 3 inch long object from his pocket. It was pitch black and seemed charred, resembling a centipede's leg. This can't be, Madeline exclaimed. You guessed right. During the fight with the centipede spirit, I kept one of its legs as a precaution. As expected, it did flee. Now, if we can use this leg to locate him, we might just track down Heath's hideout. Enrique explained logically. It was always wise to have a contingency plan. The centipede spirit had fled after their battle, possibly to report back to its master. Enrique led Madeline out of the cave, looking at the dark and windy night sky. They chose a quiet forest clearing with a large open space in the middle, making it convenient. After some thought, he drew an array on the ground. This required some mental exertion and was a technique he'd secretly learned from the sex manuals. Enrique worked openly, drawing circles and squares along with various strange symbols with a stick. Madeline sat cross-legged by a tree trunk, resting, but her mind remained troubled by the scenes of injured and dead disciples, her brows furrowed in concern. Time was running out. These damned demons had become too arrogant, daring to threaten their sect. How could they stand by? Many young and strong disciples had fallen, and those remaining could only buy more time. Done! Enrique suddenly exclaimed, pulling Madeline back to reality. She looked over and was surprised. The array on the ground was glowing faintly blue, and a transparent barrier had appeared. All the lasers pointed toward the center, buzzing loudly. In the center of the array lay the centipede leg Enrique had taken. It now seemed animated, twisting and rising from the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The leg bent upward, moving swiftly in one direction. Let's follow. It will lead us to the main guy. Enrique acted as if this was commonplace. They exchanged glances and followed the centipede leg. If anyone had seen this scene, they would likely find it bizarre. Where did you learn this trick? I've never seen it before, Madeline asked, curious. From books. This is just the basics, Enrique said tersely. Seeing his reluctance, Madeline didn't press further. They walked for some distance and reached the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Looking up, they felt a chill. The mountain was shrouded in darkness and ominous mist. This place certainly seems like Heath's lair. We're in the right spot, Enrique smiled confidently. The positioning spell had limited range and could only provide a rough location. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, the centipede leg burned up and vanished. From here on, they would have to explore on their own. The mountain path here is quicker, Enrique glanced around and called out. He had everything planned without much effort from Madeline. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they found a massive cave entrance. It was sealed with thick spider webs, obscuring the view inside. Step back, let me handle this. Enrique took out his red-haired sword and chanted incantations. Chapter 351. Inside the belly. The three-flavored true fire swept through, incinerating the spider silk with its scorching heat in just a few moments, leaving a pitch-black passage open. The tunnel seemed like a gaping abyss, ready to engulf them. Stepping into the cave, they were met with a musty, damp air that made them wrinkle their noses and breathe uneasily. Inside, several branching paths lay ahead. Enrique picked up a stone and tossed it towards one direction. If an echo came back, it meant a dead end. If there was little echo, it meant the path continued. At each crossroads, he repeated this method, taking numerous turns and twists until they finally reached a massive snake egg. Its surface was smooth and undulating, as though it had a faint pulse. They had no idea what it truly was. Surprisingly, you found your way here. Not bad at all. A centipede spirit appeared suddenly, its weak voice coming from behind them. But you overestimate your abilities. Just wait for our leader to teach you a lesson. The centipede spirit cackled gleefully, emboldened by the support of Heath, their leader. To you, he might just be a small bug, but I'm a noble unicorn jade snake. How dare you speak so rashly? A harsh shout echoed from all directions. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making Enrique and Madeline lose their balance. They barely managed to stabilize themselves, searching for the source of the voice. Strange, the voice is so close, yet we can't see him. Were we fooled by an illusion? The two stood back to back, prepared for an attack. Stop looking. I noticed both of you punks right away. You're inside my belly now. Lord Heath laughed loudly. It turned out that this cave was actually inside Lord Heath's body. His body was this huge? Enrique was surprised. According to records, this unicorn jade snake wasn't supposed to be this large. Could his size have increased due to cultivation? In that case, his rate of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth had been quite fast, surpassing other monsters of the same level. Stop talking nonsense and come out right now. Today, I'll take that jade on your head and make soup out of you, Madeline said boldly, her tone brash. Oh, this little girl caught my attention too. So delicate and tender looking. You must be quite tasty. I don't have time to waste with you too. Soon, you'll corrode inside my belly, ha ha ha. Gastric juice, dissolving it completely. Lord Heath grunted in pain, confirming the effectiveness of their strategy. Good. Let's use wind attributes to spread the flames. Together, we can do this. Enrique exclaimed joyfully. Madeline understood instantly. Within minutes, a whirlwind of flames erupted from the cave entrance, spreading deep within and reaching the massive snake egg. That snake egg must be the key to breaking through. With a crackling sound, the high-temperature flames burst the snake egg open. Lord Heath couldn't withstand the assault. His belly convulsed violently. Excellent. We've successfully breached his vulnerable spot. As the snake egg broke, Lord Heath's defensive point was shattered. His entire snake belly thrashed in unbearable pain. Enrique capitalized on this, stabbing his sword into the inner wall and sending powerful surges of energy. Lord Heath had no choice but to endure, and after a violent roar, a huge gash opened on his white belly, allowing Enrique and Madeline to escape. They landed safely on the opposite hilltop, having narrowly escaped the perilous situation. You dirty, smelly old snake. Watch me skin you alive. Madeline shuddered off the fluid on her body, her tone icy. Lord Heath used the tip of his tail to cover the wound, gritting his teeth in agony. I should be saying that. Damn humans, give me your lives. He spewed out blackish-gray mist, which Enrique deflected with his sword, protected by a natural barrier around the blade. I want to see how long you can hold out. Poison gas is my specialty. Mere humans are like ants to me. Lord Heath spat more mist, seemingly endless. Enrique inhaled a breath unprepared, immediately feeling paralysis in his limbs. Madeline covered her face with a thin, translucent veil, then approached Enrique and handed him another piece. Be careful, this isn't ordinary miasma. It has paralyzing effects. Chapter 352, Miasma. Thank you. Enrique received help in the shortest time possible, so he was fine. The miasma he had just inhaled was also forced out by pinching his throat. His tenacity was unmatched. Wearing a veil. Do you think I have no other means to deal with you? The scholar of black jade writhed its body, hiding its white belly and stretching its flexible neck. At the same time, Enrique and Madeline noticed the bright, lustrous horn on its head, which was as jade-like and elegant in color. The scholar's narrow eyes narrowed further, then it thrashed its tail covered in scales, striking fiercely against the hillside where Enrique stood. With the impact, its scales flew off, shaken by the backlash. Enrique reacted swiftly, grabbing Madeline's slender waist and lifting her into the air, gracefully jumping to another mountain peak. The scholar roared again, swinging its tail this way once more. Countless pebbles and debris were scattered like rain, but they did not harm Enrique and Madeline. Their small frames allowed them rapid movements, whereas the scholar dragged its bulky body behind, forming a stark contrast. Large bodies had their advantages, but naturally came with disadvantages. This time, the scholar was truly enraged. Its normally white eyeballs turned red, and it extended its crimson snake tongue skyward. A bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded as the scholar's snake skin gradually peeled off from its forehead, revealing an entirely black head underneath, harder than steel. It seems the scholar of black jade has two forms. He is transforming into another form. We must stop him, Enrique muttered. They exchanged glances, tapped the ground lightly, and leaped swiftly to both sides of the mountain using their lightness kung fu. At the Dangluan realm, Enrique would never be a match for the scholar alone, but combined with Madeline's strength, they stood a significant chance. As the scholar's body continued to swell, it neared completing its transformation into the next form. Enrique and Madeline shouted and flew straight towards the center from either side, striking accurately into the scholar's two eyes. Ah, my eyes! Screamed the scholar in pain. Despite its hard eyelids drooping defensively, they were still pierced by Enrique and Madeline with considerable force. Blood filled the entire iris, staining their swords red. Then, Madeline's expression turned cold. She tightly gripped her sword and slashed smoothly along the exposed belly of the scholar, severing its bones from top to bottom in one fluid motion. Enrique chopped at the scholar's scales rapidly, left and right, stripping away its defenses completely. Before the scholar could even react, it was split into two halves. Its massive body fell heavily, crushing a small hill. It looked like an endlessly long water channel from afar. Not bad, Alali. Our coordination has improved, said Enrique, wiping blood from his face and smiling. Madeline smiled without a word, flying forward with her flowing robes fluttering. Landing beside the scholar's corpse, she heard it whisper, daring to invade Blackwind Mountain. My father will never let you go. The scholar died with regret unexpressed. Madeline mercilessly cut off its horn with a knife before it could finish. The scholar's huge body trembled violently and quickly turned into ashes, which were then blown away by the breeze, ending its life. Indeed, Enrique and company spared none of those they intended to kill, ensuring they couldn't escape. Indeed worthy of what I aimed for. Madeline waved the jade-like horn in her hand, feeling quite pleased. The demonic core that was previously sealed within the one-horned jade snake gradually coalesced, floating in midair. It turned blue and split into two forces that flew into Enrique and Madeline's bodies, greatly aiding their power enhancement. Enrique, do you know the father of this scholar? Shall we meet him? Madeline asked, returning her sword to its scabbard. Enrique responded slowly, I found out earlier that this one-horned jade snake's father is actually the Barth in Nine Abyss Devil Ridge. His true form is a three-headed black dragon, far more formidable than the scholar. He frowned worriedly, realizing that with their current strength, dealing with it would be extremely challenging, especially if the black dragon learns that they turned his beloved son into ashes, leading to unpredictable rage. But so what? To protect our peers at Cloud Peak Sect, I'm willing to take this risk, said Madeline firmly. They packed up and prepared to return along the same route, leaving Blackwind Mountain. Just then, dark clouds gathered overhead, swirling into a spiral pattern, accompanied by thunderclaps. What's happening? We've already dealt with the leader of Blackwind Mountain, yet there's still this weather anomaly? Asked Madeline, frowning. Enrique watched closely, suspecting this might be the scholar's vengeful spirit causing trouble. They needed to leave the mountain range to escape this. Follow me. Enrique grabbed Madeline's wrist, drawing his sword, an insulator against lightning strikes if his memory served correctly. Several bolts of lightning struck, but Enrique deftly used the sheath to block them. Sure enough, a translucent barrier intercepted all lightning, bouncing it back. This works indeed. Stay close to me and don't step away, Enrique whispered. Madeline nodded, gripping Enrique's arm. Both became tense, standing very close, feeling each other's warmth. But amidst such danger, they focused solely on survival. Enrique flew them away while remaining alert to the surroundings. Once out of Blackwind Mountain, they found a place to land safely. Chapter 353, The Netherworld Demon Ridge. Alright, let's head to the Netherworld Demon Ridge first and seek revenge on that old demon. I know the general direction, so there's no need to study the map again. Enrique said hurriedly, his expression very determined. From here to the Netherworld Demon Ridge, they would have to cross cliffs and mountains. The journey was long and not easy. Fortunately, both of them had some divine power and could take shortcuts. Standing at the edge of a cliff atop a mountain, they looked out over the surrounding misty, desolate mountains. The thick fog made it difficult to discern what lay ahead. The lair of that old demon should be in the central pagoda ahead. There seems to be a golden glow coming from the windows. Enrique cupped his hands above his eyebrows, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a pagoda in the middle of the thick fog, not far away. One clue was that the old demon's lair would likely not be engulfed by the heavy mist, so this direction must be correct. The fog was extremely dense, as if it were about to swallow them whole at any moment. Enrique held Madeline's wrist tightly, staying close to avoid getting separated in case of sudden trouble. In such harsh conditions, moving alone carried significant risks. Enrique noticed that as they quickly moved through the area, the ground was littered with white, skeletal remains. This territory seemed to be where the old demon feasted on various living creatures. Skulls and limb bones were scattered haphazardly across the entire area. Some bones still had traces of saliva and pale green poisonous fumes, which was rather nauseating. Enrique tried to avoid looking too closely, avoiding things he shouldn't see. However, their current location was still very far from the pagoda. Even after walking for a long time, it felt like it was always just out of reach, never quite within grasp. Enrique expended a great deal of energy. Sensing something suspicious, he decided to stop and close his eyes, using his inner willpower to sense everything around him. It seemed that every time they touched the edge of the forest, they were transported back to the starting point. Enrique tried several times, with the same result each time. Madeline also sensed something amiss, and they began to investigate. This place is definitely under some kind of cycle curse, similar to a ghostly maze. Crossing that boundary sends us right back to where we started. We should carefully search the surroundings. Otherwise, continuing on will just be a waste of effort, Enrique suggested. They stayed close together, relying on each other while moving. Soon, they found a crack on a nearby stone surface. Above it, a red thread faintly emitted green fluorescence. This must be it. Damn, it took me long enough to find it, Enrique said coldly, pulling out a weapon and slashing at the thread. However, instead of breaking, the red thread sprouted many branches, waving softly, and the light, floating thread aimed straight for Enrique's face. Thankfully, he was quick, dodging with a swift head turn, but the thread seemed to have its own awareness and spirit, swaying and charging at him again. Circling around Enrique, the red threads bound his upper body tightly, immobilizing even his arms against his torso. Oh no, we need to break free quickly. This thread has corrosive liquid on it. Madeline leaped 2 meters away, her mind racing to figure out the best course of action. Enrique, entangled in multiple layers of thread, hung in midair. Despite struggling, he couldn't break free. It wasn't due to weakness, but a strategy to expose the person behind this. After a minute or two, the threads multiplied, merging into a rope as thick as an ankle. Enrique felt constricted, focusing his core strength and breath to maintain steady respiration. At the same time, his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, guessing that the old demon was secretly controlling this from the shadows. Hold on, my sword might hurt you, Madeline warned, gripping the heavy hilt, then slicing downward with precision. In a flash, the red threads on Enrique's body were cut into countless segments. While the segments were still disoriented by the spiritual force, he managed to escape. Holding one segment, Enrique attempted the same technique to summon the original entity, but this time, his efforts failed. Upon landing in their hands, the red thread exploded into a black mass. When Enrique opened his hand, only dust remained. Those old foxes are indeed cautious, fearing exposure, Madeline remarked quietly, sighing. No worries, our initial goal is achieved. Cutting this barrier allows direct access to the pagoda. We'll bring back that old man's 3 heads. Enrique smiled mockingly. Madeline followed his gaze, noticing that the pagoda was now surprisingly close. They stood before its grand entrance, nearly 20 meters high, almost reaching beyond sight. The door was rusted with 2 battered rings embedded in it. Enrique observed for a few seconds, then grabbed the rings and knocked loudly. The doors creaked open, revealing the interior. Let's go in. Time is crucial now, Enrique said firmly. Entering the pagoda, they saw a large water pool surrounded by thick moss and various weeds. As they peered inside, the door slammed shut behind them with a loud thud. Chapter 354, Booker. Looks like this old demon is far more cunning than his son, Keith, Enrique muttered to himself as he glanced back at the tightly shut iron gate. Now that they were here, there was no turning back. Enrique cautiously approached the water pool where a faint greenish glow shimmered on the surface. Oddly, it did not reflect their images, adding an eerie feel to the room. Except for the iron gate they entered through, the room had no windows or doors, making it highly sealed. If every level of this tower had a similar structure to the first one, why could they see yellow lights from outside? Enrique floated upwards with his sword, discovering a layer of barrier above, which couldn't be breached by force. Since this treasure tower had several floors, and they didn't know exactly where the 3-headed black dragon was, they had to be extremely cautious in case they triggered any traps. Look, there's a faint passage here. Following this conduit might lead us to another scene, Madeline observed after circling the water pool, pointing out the anomaly. Indeed, beneath the faintly glowing green water, there were several barely noticeable iron bars, which could be grasped and climbed down slowly. Let's drain the water first. There should be some mechanisms nearby, Enrique said coldly. They split up the search. Inside the room, apart from patches of moss, there was a large pile of terrifying skulls in the corner. These skulls were strung together by transparent threads, forming enormous circles. As Madeline lifted her robe and walked past, suddenly a clack sounded. The uppermost circle of skulls opened their mouths, and frail teeth snapped downward. Ah! Shocked, Madeline found a dirty object clinging to her clothes, waving her arms vigorously to shake it off. However, the skull refused to let go, and droplets of poison seeped through its teeth, disgustingly. Damn! A flash of anger appeared in Madeline's eyes as she raised her sword and stabbed hard, piercing through with immense power. She tenderly touched the soiled hem of her robe, still recovering from the surprise when she noticed other bones rising and flying towards her. The bones creaked eerily as they formed a long serpentine shape, striking swiftly. If Madeline hadn't leaped away just in time, she would have been buried under them. Be careful. There are more bones behind you, Enrique shouted. Madeline gripped her sword hilt and spun elegantly, but too late. Animal bones and human bones rained down like a storm. She resigned herself, raising her right arm to shield her face, hoping to deflect the attack. But there was no suffocating impact. Instead, a blue-purple beam flashed past, halting the bones mid-air before turning them into ashes. Madeline blinked in surprise, seeing Enrique standing before her, calmly sheathing the cold ice soul blade. Thank you. Madeline was momentarily stunned. You're welcome, Enrique chuckled. Perhaps the solution to this puzzle lies within these skeletons. The three-headed black dragon has consumed countless beings, leaving their white bones displayed openly throughout the netherworld demon ridge. Is it merely for provocation? I was thinking the same thing, Madeline smiled lightly, understanding implicitly. Do you have anything that can serve as a container? Enrique asked suddenly, staring at the numerous skulls hanging in the ceiling corners. Alonso's, but what are you going to do? Madeline handed him a sturdy bowl. Without further explanation, Enrique scooped up a bowl of green water from the pool, infused it with spiritual energy using his fingers, and splashed it onto the ceiling. Water droplets scattered, seeking out every exposed part of the skulls without missing a spot. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the skulls began to vibrate, causing the entire room to compress inwardly. The air was sucked out rapidly, making breathing difficult. Meanwhile, only one skull turned blood red upon being doused. That unique skull must be the key. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Enrique prepared to puncture the skull, a flurry of arrows shot straight toward his face. Fortunately, Enrique moved gracefully, dodging the ambush, landing steadily while keeping a wary eye on the direction of the attack. Arrows grazed his hair, embedding into the stone wall behind, creating gaping holes, a terrifying sight. Who's attacking me? Enrique held an arrow he instinctively caught, noticing mist-like fumes. A cursory inspection showed no apparent poison. Otherwise, it would have spread through his body instantly, leading to severe consequences. Enrique narrowed his eyes and saw a semi-transparent spirit emerging from a wall crack. It was a tiny demon, about half the length of Enrique's leg, with peculiar temperaments despite its size. Not bad, quicker than I expected. The demon giggled, introducing itself. I'm Dangjian, a space-manipulating demon, well known in our world. Before Enrique and Madeline could respond, countless arrows appeared out of nowhere, piercing toward them. Enrique circled to evade, and Madeline followed suit, drawing attention from different directions, momentarily confusing Dangjian. No matter who you are, prepare to die if you dare enter the Ebon's Tower. Enrique drew his treasured cold eye soul, slashing a crescent-shaped arc through the air. Dangjian realized it was too late as spatial distortion occurred around him, creating a small rift that swallowed his body whole. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Enrique. Boy, run while you can. With your puny strength, you shouldn't even be here. Dangjian thrust the sharp arrow point into Enrique's back. PFT, PFT. Enrique took a hit, blood oozing from his spine, coughing violently. If not for his robust vitality, he might have lost too much blood to move. No wonder this was a subordinate of the three-headed dragon. Even though its rank wasn't high, its strength was evident. Enrique had underestimated him and now needed to be extremely cautious. Enrique, Madeline exclaimed, attempting to approach but found herself immobilized by an invisible force. What's happening? Her expression changed. Though advanced in cultivation, she hadn't encountered a space-manipulating demon before, so feeling surprised was normal. Apart from her mouth, Madeline could only watch helplessly as Enrique was attacked. The air pressure controlled her movements, preventing any extra action. Simple. I've stripped the space around you. After all, decades of practice haven't been wasted. Before this, I assisted my leader in killings. Have you seen those bones displayed outside Netherworld Demon Ridge? This translation retains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Hashtag chapter 355, Booker. Not only you foolish humans, but also many low-ranking demons. The demon cores they produce may not be the best, but they can still satisfy my hunger. Following our leader means plenty of food to eat. Booker, where's your leader? Is he at the top of this treasure tower? Can defeating you help us ascend a level and face him by overcoming each floor's guardian? Enrique shouted loudly. He tore off a piece of his clothing to bandage the wound on his back, tying it carelessly around his chest, deliberately drawing Booker's attention. Booker slowly turned his head, full of disdain. How could weaklings like you be any match for our leader? Even if you knew his exact location, what good would it do? Are you just planning to deliver dinner to him? However, this young lady looks quite appetizing. She might make a decent dessert. I wonder if the leader prefers tender flesh. Booker's black forepaws lifted his chin as he scrutinized Madeline carefully, finding her increasingly suitable. He loved flattering and was adept at sweet-talking, which pleased his leader greatly. As a strategist among demons, Booker possessed both high IQ and EQ, making him an indispensable right hand to Black Dragon, guarding the first floor against intruders. As they conversed, the first floor began contracting inward, shrinking to half its original size in no time. If this continued, they risked being crushed into pulp. Booker seemed unperturbed by this. He had special teleportation abilities and was merely buying time while chatting idly. Enrique saw through his ruse and decided to strike back. Suppressing his anger towards anyone who dared eye Madeline, Enrique silently vowed to tear apart any fool who underestimated them. It wasn't the right time yet. However, Heath, the massive snake, and his father were even more formidable. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Enrique's forehead. before the dragon, they might indeed be too insignificant to satisfy its appetite. Ha ha ha, after subjugating those low-ranking demons and absorbing their cores, my power increased dramatically. You humans are my favorite to bully. Booker floated leisurely in midair, gloating. Don't get too smug, Enrique said coldly, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth and closely observing. His eyes narrowed sharply as he noticed that every time Booker used spatial manipulation, his body became slightly more transparent. There was a narrow elliptical slit in Booker's belly, barely noticeable unless examined closely. This could be the key weakness to exploit. The continuous influx of demonic energy into Booker's body maintained everything. Perhaps breaking through this weak point could work. Alright, playtime's over. Let's send you on your way. Booker sneered, then twisted the space around Madeline with all his demonic energy. Madeline was firmly ensnared by the powerful force, her face contorted in pain as her body formed a bow shape. Booker struggled to maintain composure, paying a heavy price for this effort. His belly split grew larger, revealing cotton-like material filled with wriggling maggots. While Booker was focused on Madeline, Enrique gripped Cold Ice Soul tightly and struck from the side, thrusting the entire blade into the narrow slit. Booker gasped as the sword pierced through his entire body, pinning him from front to back, causing internal organs to shift violently. Impossible. How can you move within my altered space? Booker couldn't believe it. Like a broken doll, he fell to the ground, clutching his wound in terror. These humans were barely half his strength yet managed to kill him instantly. If the leader knew, he'd deem him utterly useless. Your skills won't get you far. You're overestimating yourself. Enrique smirked, pulling the blade out of Booker's body. A faint blue glow cleansed the bloodstains from the blade as Enrique sheathed it calmly without looking back. Booker's eyes widened in horror as his life signs weakened. Blue fluorescent lights, symbolizing demon cores, began escaping from his body. Eyes, nose, and mouth, all directions. He futilely tried to grab the fleeing cores but failed, his flesh dissipating into ashes, leaving behind only clothing. Enrique didn't look back. A true man never does. The distorted air around Madeline finally returned to normal. Clutching her chest, Madeline felt immense pain and nearly kneeled, but Enrique steadied her before she made a spectacle of herself. This translation retains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 355, an eye for an eye. How did you dodge his spatial control just now? Although he didn't confront you directly, the residual power should have had some effect, right? Madeline leaned against the wall, preparing to rest for a moment. Turning her head, she asked with a puzzled look. I relied on this to block those attacks. Enrique proudly extended the scabbard. This was the scabbard containing the Cold Ice Spirit Blade, which generated a thin barrier around it, resisting part of the incoming force. After all, to house such an energy-rich blade and accommodate its negative energy, this scabbard was definitely no ordinary piece. Enrique leveraged these characteristics, effortlessly manipulating the opponent at his fingertips. Even Dang Jian might not know why he lost after dying. As for all the demon cores from Dang Jian's body, they naturally fell into the hands of the victor Enrique, who felt invigorated as endless strength infused his body. So that's how it is, Madeline sighed bitterly, murmuring. It seems your mind can fully complement your skills, allowing you to defeat demons with higher cultivation and longer years. That was true. Enrique possessed an indomitable spirit within him. Thank you for your affirmation. Let's find the exit first. We shouldn't waste time chatting. If we delay any further, the sect members may be slaughtered or even wiped out entirely. Enrique's eyes turned cold. After defeating Li Jian, his sharp ears faintly picked up movements nearby, possibly gears and chains colliding. It seemed to be close by, a key to solving the puzzle. We need to drain all the water in this pool. Look there. It seems there's a small opening. Madeline scanned the area, spotting a crack on the ceiling. Understanding immediately, Enrique leaped up, grabbing one end of the chain and pulling it forcefully. The gears clicked rapidly, but instead of draining, the water level in the pool rose significantly, almost overflowing. Watch out. Enrique's pupils contracted. The water surged like a wave, aiming straight for Madeline's face. Thankfully, Madeline quickly regained her senses and dodged the attack with a perfect backflip. The water seemed to roar, rushing through the gap, and soon, a continuous flow spewed out of the channels, leaving only an empty shell. Had it not been for the green moss still clinging to the inner walls, Enrique would have thought it was all an illusion. Alley, please hold off for a bit while I think of a solution, Enrique shouted over. Receiving a positive response, he began to brainstorm furiously. The water was flowing. Striking it directly with his sword might not cause substantial damage. But what about this move? His expression darkened as he gripped the Cold Ice Spirit Blade tightly. The blade emitted a cold aura, freezing water instantly upon contact. Let's see if this works. Meanwhile, Madeline dodged continuously in the narrow room. The water flow increased, swirling like whirlwinds, and she sensed the room contracting proportionally. Within 5 minutes, it might only accommodate 2 people, squeezing them to death. Even if they weren't crushed, with the water accumulating, they would soon drown. Even holding their breath wouldn't last for hours. Madeline, distracted by her thoughts, moved slowly and was caught. Her ankle was seized by a fine jet of water, and she stumbled forward, crashing into the ground amidst dust clouds. Bad. Madeline cursed herself for losing focus, resulting in a bruised knee and twisted ankle. Just as icy water points formed, ready to pierce her, Enrique suddenly rushed over, slashing through the center with the Cold Ice Spirit Blade. Where the blade touched water, ice formed instantaneously, freezing everything solid, glistening brightly. The water, initially arching gracefully, now stood frozen like a dragon mid-air. Madeline broke out in a cold sweat, trying to stand but faltering, feeling embarrassed. Are you hurt? Stay still and let me check. Enrique returned the sword to its scabbard, noticing Madeline's discomfort. Okay, she complied. He pressed various muscles on her leg, causing her to cry out in pain. A thorough check was necessary. Saying a quick apology, Enrique lifted her pant leg. Bruises appeared purple and black, emitting smoke. Likely a curse rather than an injury. This must be from that demon's remnants. Damn it. Enrique's eyes flashed with rage. He bandaged her wound with cloth, noting the need for specialized treatment later. If untreated, the poison could spread throughout her body, leading to severe consequences. With the room contracting rapidly, they had to escape. Enrique gestured for Madeline to climb onto his back. She hesitated, then climbed aboard, wrapping her legs around his torso. Since the water drained out on its own, they crawled through the underground pipes, a long, narrow passage filled with dampness. Wrinkling his nose, Enrique knew this was their only way forward. Carrying Madeline on his back, he pressed onward, finally emerging into the bright ventilation shaft on the second floor of the tower. Carefully landing, they cautiously adjusted their positions, ensuring safety. Chapter 356, the mysterious second floor. The environment on the second floor was equally eerie. In the center stood a massive wooden coffin, whose purpose remained unclear. Even at a glance, it did not seem to be anything auspicious. The four corners were filled with dense spider webs, some of which had incomplete threads hanging down, likely the work of a spider demon. As for what lay inside the wooden coffin, Enrique dared not touch it lightly. In front of the coffin was a wooden table laid out with a small knife and various fruits that were only half cut, along with other assorted items. To describe this room in just a few words, Enrique could only think of dirty, messy, and unpleasant. The setup here seemed to mimic the living spaces of humans, yet the arrangement was peculiar. If he remembered correctly, the ruler of this place, the three-headed black dragon, was an aquatic creature. Alansat, his subordinates, the lesser demons, appeared to come from various sources, each displaying unique abilities. It seemed this old monster must have some leverage over the other types of demons to keep them here, a feat demonstrating considerable wisdom. This tower likely hadn't seen any outsiders for many years, as dust covered everything. Enrique rubbed his finger against the walls, finding it turned black almost instantly. It might as well have been coal dust. You actually defeated Dangjin? Your strength is not to be underestimated. But trying to get through here and find our leader's trail is merely a fool's dream. Just as Enrique was observing the surroundings, a cackling laughter erupted nearby. Immediately afterward, several poison-tipped darts flew toward him viciously. Enrique moved swiftly. Under normal circumstances, he would easily dodge and counterattack, dispatching the demon without much effort. However, with Madeline on his back, he had to protect her as well, which left him feeling stretched thin and exhausted from splitting his focus. Who are you? What kind of demon hides in the shadows like a coward? Come out and face me in a fair fight. Enrique leaped several meters away, darting around in the confined space. While doing so, he kept a watchful eye on the situation, searching for a way to reach the next floor. It seemed to him that this room was smaller than the previous one. The tower probably had a pyramid-like structure, with the base being the widest and the upper levels gradually shrinking in size. However, if this reasoning was correct, how could the three-headed black dragon, with its massive body, fit into the extremely confined topmost space? Could it be that this wasn't his lair but rather a resting place for the lesser demons? Or perhaps, the top held a narrow station hiding secrets. These thoughts raced through Enrique's mind as he contemplated the demon's strategy to attack when least expected. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, the spider demon quickly emerged from the shadows. It had 8 hairy legs, each adorned with thick, long hairs. It grinned maliciously, manipulating the silk threads and transparent substances on its legs to hurl more poisonous darts at Enrique. This was a straightforward physical attack, though the fact that these creatures could also release toxic or miasmic gases caused Enrique some concern. Without antidotes on hand, he couldn't resolve the crisis promptly, and the toxins could become life-threatening if they took effect. He had no choice but to rely on his survival instincts to dodge. Judging by your attire, you two must be from Yunxiao's sect. I wonder who gave you the guts to challenge our leader with just 2 puny humans. The spider demon sneered condescendingly, clearly underestimating them. It had seen far more than any human ever could, feeding off various skilled beings. In all honesty, half of the skeletal remains scattered outside the 9 Abyss Demon Ridge belonged to those consumed by the spider demon, serving as grim warnings to others. Now you can boast. Soon, we'll see who the true boss is, Enrique retorted coldly. The best response to such taunting was to return it tenfold. Ha, amusing. You're the first human to dare speak to me like that. The spider demon laughed heartily, but its demeanor soon changed. It opened its sharp mouth, spewing endless strands of silk directly at Enrique and Madeline. Despite his exhaustion, Enrique continued to fend off the attacks while the spider demon persisted in its provocations, seeming to revel in Enrique's predicament. To be honest, I ate a few other humans just the other day. They're still undigested in my belly. You can witness your compatriots' last moments before being swallowed whole. Soon, you'll share their fate. The spider demon proudly displayed its translucent, bloated belly, revealing several partially decayed human heads within. The sight made Enrique's stomach churn, feeling both horrified and incredulous at the gruesome display. Inside the spider's belly, the human heads were almost completely decomposed, their skin and hair nearly gone, leaving only stark white bones visible. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 356, Container. Ha, soon your head will be stored in my belly along with these guys. Enjoy the fresh air while you can. The spider demon laughed maniacally as countless strands of sticky spider silk shot towards Enrique. Each strand was incredibly agile. Enrique dodged to the side, but the spider silk had an automatic tracking function. Before long, a dense web of spider silk tightly encased him, almost forming a living cocoon. Trapped within, Enrique felt suffocated, and his struggles weakened after just a few attempts. I thought you could play with me for longer. You're not much, the spider demon said lazily as it began pulling the cocoon upwards, ready to open its large mouth to bite down. Just as the spider demon's gaping maw was about to close in, a tremendous force erupted from within the cocoon, splitting it apart. It's nothing, just another day for me. Enrique nodded slightly, his eyes flickering. After the spider demon died, several demonic cores emerged from its body. Enrique held the floating cores in the air and handed them to Madeline, urging her to absorb them. What are you doing? Madeline was startled, but she couldn't resist as she swallowed the cores. I noticed this spider demon has healing properties. Perhaps absorbing it will help heal some of your wounds. Don't move. Enrique's tone was firm. Who would have thought that although the spider demon ate many human bodies, its intelligence wasn't enough to prevent Enrique from exploiting its weakness? He closely watched Madeline's transformation. She did not resist and accepted the unconventional healing method. The two inspected each other's injuries. Apart from slight signs of dissolution on his clothes, Enrique's skin remained unharmed. Hence, they needn't worry too much. At this moment, the wooden coffin behind them emitted ominous sounds, and both knew something was wrong. Enrique shielded Madeline, enveloping her in his protection, unwilling to let anything go wrong. Boom, boom, boom. Watch out. Enrique's gaze was cold as he shielded Madeline from an attack. With the roar of fragments falling, the ground where they stood turned to ashes, and a hole appeared, corroded by sulfuric acid. The place now resembled a war zone, scarred and terrifying. Madeline's heart raced, still recovering from shock. Damn it, whatever was inside that coffin definitely isn't friendly. Enrique clenched his teeth. This sealed entity might be an unfinished synthesis of multiple demonic elements, possibly even higher rank than the spider demon. With its guardian dead, it had been automatically released. Considering this likely scenario, Enrique couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Legend had it that the leader here, a three-headed dragon, was temperamental and ruthless, commanding several underlings. So far, they had only encountered 2 of them. The elder demon consumed bones to aid in internal synthesis, converting every 100 bones into one enhanced form, using artificial means to create formidable tools. Artificial demons? No, demon-made demons. The three-headed dragon was at the Purple Mansion level. If he remembered correctly, the first tier of Purple Mansion. Enrique pondered for a moment before being interrupted. Who dares disturb my long slumber? Came a cackling voice. Then, half a skull slowly emerged from the wooden coffin. This demon was grotesque. Its neck was connected to a cracked skull, resembling a mask. Where eyes should have been, there was only darkness, empty voids. Its limbs and torso seemed haphazardly assembled from unrelated objects, appearing extremely unnatural. Only thin tendons connected these parts together. Enrique held his sword protectively in front of Madeline, his eyes wary. What are you, demon? Identify yourself. Do you know where your leader is? Enrique asked a series of probing questions, as he always did when encountering demons. I don't understand what you mean. I've been asleep for hundreds of years. Today, I can finally breathe fresh air. And you too will be my first fresh blood upon rebirth. The demon exposed a set of gleaming, sharp teeth and opened its vast black throat. Countless leggy spiders emerged and flew towards Enrique. Unbelievably, this thing was a container. These little spiders must have been the spider demon's backup plan, eventually becoming this demon's ultimate weapon. They were likely the progeny spawned by the spider demon, stored within this demon's body, using its energy to preserve and nourish them with the essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 357. The Octopus Demon. The flesh and blood consumed by the spider demon were absorbed as demonic power. Thus, whatever it ate would replenish itself, an inexhaustible source as long as it continuously absorbed from outside. What a mind-boggling phenomenon. What formidable demonic power could reverse all conventions to achieve such an unfathomable effect? There must be a fundamental conversion capability within its body to facilitate this process. If Enrique hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that demons possessed such wisdom, a wisdom beyond his imagination. Enrique and Madeline exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. The most terrifying things are not what we know but what remains unknown. In an instant, countless tiny-legged creatures crawled up Enrique and Madeline's legs. The spiders, insatiable, rooted their spindly legs into their skin, opening vast mouths ready to bite into their flesh. Enrique felt a piercing pain and squinted his eyes, drawing another sword from his robe, the long rainbow sword. Regardless of how many years you've cultivated, die. Enrique roared, fire bursting forth as the long rainbow sword was encircled in an orange glow, soon engulfing the masked demon. Himph, I'm a demon sealed in a wooden coffin. How could I fear mere flames? How ridiculous. The masked demon sneered with a sinister look on his face. With a flick of his fingers, more strands emerged around him. Don't worry, I will simply feed on your blood for energy, and then slowly dissect you. The spiders clung to Enrique's calves, and he was horrified to find himself immobilized, barely able to move. It turned out that the spider's saliva had a paralyzing effect on the nervous system. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, he might truly meet his end here. Enrique was determined to kill the Caleb and avenge his clanmates. The sword is useless, the masked demon casually remarked, leaping forward and tossing the long rainbow sword several meters away, lodging it firmly in a crevice in the ground. Then, using demonic power, he conjured intangible ropes to bind Enrique tightly, making it impossible to break free. Painfully, Enrique's limbs were yanked outward, choking him so much that he couldn't even scream. Half-closed eyes caught sight of his last hope lying on the ground. Though I don't know where the Caleb is sealed, I do know something about the structure of this pagoda. Upon reaching the topmost floor, you'll be transported to the bottom of the sea. This 9-abyss devil peak was merely a huge deception. Holding Enrique captive, the masked demon didn't rush to kill, instead weaving sturdy silk strands over Enrique's skin, leaving red streaks. Enrique grunted in pain, ears ringing as he could barely make out the masked demon's words. Why are you telling me this? We're enemies. Enrique gritted his teeth, questioning why this scenario felt so unusual compared to the flame snakes protecting Eduardo. The masked demon replied, I've long been discontent, imprisoned in this narrow space after being created in a container, unable to feast on more delicious blood. But even if I tell you now that you will soon be my delicious meal, you won't have the chance to go after the elder demon. The masked demon chuckled again, only to instantly suppress his laughter, eyes flashing red. His nails dug sharply towards Enrique's heart, black and long as if they could tear open his flesh effortlessly, revealing a gory mess. Now, let me taste that piece of your heart. It must be delicious. If you escape, I wouldn't get to enjoy such tender meat. The elder demon flicked its tongue menacingly as its right hand approached Enrique. Suddenly, a frantic voice came from below. Enrique, what are you standing there for? Catch it. Madeline, bearing the agony of her wounds, had grabbed the long rainbow sword lodged in the ground and flung it back with great force. The tip of the long rainbow sword pointed directly at the masked demon's head. You stubborn girl. The masked demon muttered and dodged, missing the best moment to strike. The long rainbow sword, sensing its master's presence, flew to Enrique, melting half the restraining silk threads. Feeling his wrists relieved, Enrique regained mobility. A smile of relief crossed his face as he looked towards Madeline gratefully, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword. The masked demon hovered in the air just an arm's length away. Without hesitation, Enrique dripped 2 drops of blood onto the sword from the cuts on his arm. The long rainbow sword, sensing the call, immediately emitted a bright red glow. With both hands gripping the sword tightly, Enrique slashed down fiercely. Ayaha! The already cracked skull of the masked demon exploded into countless fragments. Instantly, all the small spider demons vanished, leaving behind only a pool of dark blood. This feat almost drained Enrique of his strength. He kneeled, holding the sword handle tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How are you? You looked cool earlier. Keep practicing like this, and you'll improve further, Madeline said as she walked over, offering a handkerchief. Enrique hesitated for a moment before chuckling softly. Hopefully. The demon's arrival is too urgent, giving us almost no room to breathe. The masked demon's demonic core appeared again, and Enrique divided it as before, absorbing it entirely. As the core was swallowed, the masked demon disintegrated into ashes. Madeline's injuries healed rapidly, visible to the naked eye. We need to find the passage to the 3rd level next, Madeline whispered. They searched the room thoroughly but found nothing unusual. Then, they turned their attention to the wooden coffin in the corner. This coffin was the point where the demon had emerged, suggesting a hidden mechanism or special demonic space inside. Suddenly, the feeling of weightlessness struck them again. Enrique spun head over heels, still unable to adapt. After what seemed like an eternity, he slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. To his surprise, the scene before him differed significantly from the previous floors. The 3rd level was submerged in water, mimicking an underwater setting, indicating they were closer to the truth. An inverted waterfall dripped from the ceiling, surrounded by seaweed and aquatic life, all seeming decorative. The water rose only to their calves, preventing them from being submerged. What's happening? Madeline asked, groggily waking up after a brief faint, opening her eyes with mild surprise. From what I can see, this is probably the topmost floor. Passing through here will lead us to the ocean depths. Enrique observed the surroundings carefully, confirming the situation. Good, they were one step closer to success. Although the pagoda appeared tall and spacious from the outside on the peaks of the 9 Abyss Devil Peak, its interior only had a few short levels, which didn't seem quite right. The layout should be simplified, with other areas reserved for different purposes. Perhaps it was used specifically for cultivating demonic power, storing many small demons captured from outside. They were fattened up before their demonic power was absorbed. This way, it would not only facilitate the Caleb's progress but also provide food for his subordinates, achieving multiple benefits at once, solidifying the resolve of these great demons to follow him. However, all these plans might come to nothing. Enrique's arrival signaled that nothing good was going to happen. Drip, drip. A clear sound of water echoed throughout the room. Originally, the waterfall slowly trickled down, but in an instant, its speed increased dramatically, with several streams even aiming directly at Enrique, rushing towards him fiercely. Be careful. Enrique grabbed Madeline's waist and pushed her away from there, both of them falling into a puddle nearby. Perhaps due to hitting his head, Enrique felt dizzy and disoriented. He rubbed his dazed head and, upon opening his eyes again, found that everything around him had changed and Madeline was nowhere to be seen. Standing up puzzled, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, Allely, where are you? The scene around him was foggy, resembling a forest after a heavy rainstorm. It felt like he was moving along the surface of a lake underfoot. I'm here. Enrique, come over quickly. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Madeline's soft voice came from the right side. Turning his head, he saw Madeline smiling unnaturally. A smile that wasn't gentle, unlike her usual demeanor, seeming almost unreal. Enrique was slightly stunned, sensing something wrong but unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Next, her slender, ivory-like fingers reached out, grabbing his hand. Under their feet, the ground turned into a few clear lake waters. Enrique looked down at his reflection in the water, seeing himself dressed in blood-red attire with several scary marks on his face. Was this an illusion? His mind was clouded, lost in this fantastical realm, his vision blurry. He rubbed the corners of his eyes, trying to force himself awake. As he was about to grab Madeline's hand and leave, he suddenly noticed that the water's reflection didn't show Madeline's shadow. This is a trap. Numerous ethereal voices echoed in Enrique's ears, growing louder and closer, warning him back to reality. No. In the real world, Enrique abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from his lying position on the water surface. He found himself lying flat on the water, with the real Madeline kneeling beside him, worriedly checking his condition. What just happened? Enrique was a bit dazed. It seemed like you were bewitched and fainted. You kept muttering, "Come with me," Madeline said with concern. She sensed the presence of some trickery, unsure of what kind of demon it was this time. Quite impressive, to break free from my illusions solely by your strong willpower. Not bad for someone who managed to reach this level. You have considerable strength. Getting my acknowledgement isn't easy. A sharp voice rang out. Ripples suddenly spread across the water surface, followed by a huge octopus rising slowly from the breach, with 8 large tentacles. It must be the octopus demon guarding this area. The octopus demon was entirely dark red, with numerous suction cups and horrific pus blood oozing from each of its 8 massive legs. What do you mean? So, it was indeed an illusion? Enrique gritted his teeth in anger. Using Madeline's image to lure him, trying to gain his trust, was unforgivable. Alonso's, if you had touched the illusory figure, you would have been instantly consumed, becoming my meal. The octopus demon gloated, sighing regretfully. Unfortunately, you managed to escape. Bold demon, stop wasting time and give me your life. Enrique's face darkened. Madeline also drew her longsword, ready for battle. After absorbing so many demonic cores, her injuries had mostly healed, allowing her to move freely without being overly delicate. They had come here to eliminate evil and could not retreat due to minor injuries. Is that so? Let's see what you can do. The octopus demon snorted coldly. Its 8 large tentacles attacked ferociously, with tiny round particles emerging from the tips. In a blink, they adhered to the skin of Enrique and Madeline. These seemed to conduct electricity, especially effective in water, paralyzing Enrique's entire right leg. Using his lightness skills, he jumped onto a nearby step but collapsed under the strain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enrique, be careful, this isn't ordinary electric current. Octopus demon, you're likely an illusionary type demon, right? All your powers aren't real. Everything is an illusion. Madeline boldly guessed, very close to the truth. Chapter 358, Tentacles. Actually, those granular substances were not real electric currents, but a substance that paralyzed Enrique's nerves, making him feel as if his flesh and skin had been shocked. However, this was merely due to interference with the brain nerves while the central nervous system controlled other areas. Guessing my trick, huh? How interesting. Let me experience your combat power then. The octopus monster seemed intrigued. Before Enrique and Madeline could stop him, he stretched out his revolting tentacles, which flapped in the air, generating a whistling sound, tightly curling into one block. The circular tentacles ensnared Madeline's body. 8 large palms wrapped around her from her neck all the way down to her ankles, creating an almost airtight grip, giving her a strong feeling of suffocation. How is it? This is only an appetizer. The octopus monster smiled wickedly. Then, the rings on the tentacles tightened even more. One by one, the tentacles, filled with a pungent sea smell, merged together. The odor was so bad that Madeline even thought about cutting off her nose just to avoid it. If her hands weren't also restrained, she would have covered her nose. Madeline screamed, her face crumpling up, yet still managed to turn her head and give a stern command. Enrique, ignore me and cut it off quickly. I can escape then? Funny idea you have there. Do you think I'm so easy to defeat? Let me tell you, I'm not at the same level as those fools before. The octopus monster sneered, seemingly realizing their intentions. Meanwhile, its body writhed and twisted, keeping Madeline bound while it found the leisure to chat with Enrique, buying time. Madeline's face turned purple-red, but she remained strong, fearing she might hold them back. Hurry up and release her, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Enrique roared, swinging the rainbow sword forcefully, slashing fiercely. The octopus monster writhed gracefully, easily dodging while taunting him, delighted. Is that all you've got? You're supposedly a spirit will realm human, so why are you tickling me? Ha 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 ha. The octopus monster was arrogant, but Enrique's expression darkened. He thought silently. Excellent, he fell for it. As the octopus monster laughed heartily with its mouth wide open, it suddenly felt a stab in its back. It turned out Enrique used telekinesis to command the cold ice snow soul to strike from behind the octopus monster. What a clever distraction. Rattle rattle. Out of the octopus monster's 8 legs, 4 were struck hard by the cold ice snow soul, severing the tendons and bones in an instant, falling to the ground. I was too careless. It won't be so easy next time. The octopus monster snarled, clearly furious at being tricked. With 4 of its legs severed, the restraints on Madeline loosened significantly. She forced apart the remaining tentacles and quickly landed on her feet. The octopus monster wasn't in a hurry. It could replicate its methods. From the severed ends, tiny parasites began to emerge. Within 2 minutes, the tentacles regenerated as if nothing had happened. Come on, chop off as many as you like. I'll regrow them all. Let's see who laughs last. The octopus monster sneered coldly. The severed tentacles continued to squirm and emit a cold light, rushing back towards them. This time, there were nearly 12 tentacles, causing Enrique to break out in a cold sweat. It seemed using this tactic would only increase the octopus monster's strength and lead to repeated attacks. The tentacles swayed, aiming to entangle Madeline again, but she had learned her lesson and wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Madeline's expression turned cold. She pulled out her sword and wrapped its tip around the end of one tentacle, twisting it together with others, binding them tightly together. Since they were so resilient, she decided to use them against each other. Madeline was indeed smart. By leveraging their contradictory nature and combining them, she found the optimal solution. In a few swift moves, the 4 tentacles twisted and knotted bizarrely, constricting each other. They could only be separated by another slash, otherwise, none could free themselves. Clearly, the octopus monster couldn't sever its own tentacles, so it relied on external forces to resolve this. Enrique and Madeline, having learned from their mistake, devised this significant challenge. You actually, The octopus monster widened its eyes in shock. It manipulated its demon energy, spreading it in all directions, attempting to control the tentacles to unravel the knot, but pulling in different directions failed miserably. All it could do was fume. This effectively neutralized the newly grown 4 tentacles. Just wait until you feel what it's like, Madeline said icily, her voice filled with resentment. Her words inexplicably sent a chilling warning through the octopus monster. He moved slightly but remained speechless, just staring at Madeline, dumbfounded. While they conversed, the situation on the other side did not relax either. Enrique moved in from the side, only to find the water, initially knee-deep, rapidly rising to waist level. Furthermore, clockwise spirals of water rose beneath his feet, like abysses, enveloping his ankles. A strange force held onto him, pulling his lower half downwards. Had he not felt the strong pull, Enrique wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. If this continued, he would surely be drowned. Enrique, repeat the attack we just did, Madeline shouted, using the sword aura created by her sword to communicate. Enrique momentarily paused, glancing over, locking eyes with Madeline, then showed a firm smile. He made a small semicircle, diverting the octopus monster's attention to the opposite direction where Madeline stood. The octopus monster stubbornly extended its remaining 8 long tentacles. Just as the tips were about to pierce Madeline's eyes, she gracefully arced in the air, dodging the blow. The tentacles flexibly followed her movement, constantly tracking her. Now, Madeline shouted abruptly. The octopus monster froze. What did she mean? Chapter 359, Tadpoles. While he was dazed, the 8 tentacles leaped towards Enrique, who stood beside him. Enrique had fully prepared himself, gripping 4 of the tentacles tightly while Madeline held the other 4. They intertwined their grips, continuously twisting these revolting, slimy entities into several tight knots. The slimy tentacles successfully enveloped the entire octopus monster, ensnaring it in its own derivative organs, elastic yet impossible to break free from no matter how much it struggled. Damn you humans! The octopus monster raged in anger and embarrassment. Above his dark red forehead, within the countless circular discs, black substances suddenly emerged, head large and tail slender. On closer inspection, they were tadpoles, primarily transparent with a hint of black. What was this for? Enrique frowned, still trying to comprehend the situation when the tadpoles began to squeak. Starting from the first one, egg-laying began at the tip of their tails. Then, at a rate of 1 second per cycle, they continued to spawn new eggs, growing and multiplying at an astonishing speed that defied natural laws. During their egg-laying process, a faint barrier surrounded them, preventing Enrique from interfering, forcing him to watch helplessly as they multiplied exponentially. The tadpoles spiraled inward in a clockwise direction, growing larger and larger until they merged into a gigantic creature. Its head was massive like a boulder, its tail long and thick, and thoroughly repulsive. Is this some kind of fusion technique? A cold sweat trickled down Enrique's forehead as he felt helpless. The level of these monsters seemed quite high, with so many self-created techniques that were difficult to counter. Swallowing hard, Enrique gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, not daring to slack off. Roar! The giant tadpole monster charged around recklessly, creating massive waves in the water. Enrique swiftly jumped away to avoid it, only to realize that the water level had risen up to his waist. It appeared corrosive. Even through thin clothing, Enrique's skin was being corroded, developing horrific red patches. When the tadpoles approached Enrique and Madeline, their massive bodies pushed them aside and pinned them down. Worse still, Madeline slipped on the slippery water and sat abruptly in the midst of it. The tadpoles screeched loudly and split into countless smaller ones, aiming directly for Madeline's pores. The scene was grotesque, with thousands of tiny tadpoles causing Enrique's skin to crawl. Damn! Enrique gritted his teeth, gripping Han Bingshue's bow, Cold Eye Soul, tightly as he flew forward, freezing the surrounding water droplets. Instantly, a portion solidified into clusters suspended mid-air, immobilized. However, the power of Han Bingshue's bow had its limits and could not freeze tens of thousands of tadpoles simultaneously. Other methods would need to be considered. They were tearing their hair out, desperately thinking of solutions. How could they deal with these cunning monsters under such conditions? Facing multiple enemies wasn't a wise strategy. Ha 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 ha, let's see what you can do now. The octopus monster floated near the ceiling, smirking confidently. Despite being restrained, he could still extract continuous demonic energy from his brain. As long as his vital parts weren't destroyed, he could continuously reproduce and reorganize. Dealing with these insignificant humans would be a piece of cake. He couldn't believe they dared to challenge him, clearly mismatched in levels. A joke? The octopus monster controlled the remaining thousands of tadpoles to advance towards Enrique. Zap zap zap. The tadpoles drilled into Enrique's skin, preparing to devour him. His limbs went limp, and his mind blanked out once more, falling back into the illusion. No, he seems to be entranced again. We must wake him up quickly. Madeline's eyes filled with anxiety. In a sudden stroke of inspiration, she noticed some seaweed and rocks floating near her feet in the underwater currents and devised a plan. Ha ha ha, what a novice, unable to withstand even one of my attacks. What will you do? The octopus monster gloated, fixing his eyes on Enrique, anticipating the pain and suffering. These big monsters all had perverse minds and peculiar habits. He thought Madeline, injured, couldn't pose any threat, so he ignored her. But this oversight led to his downfall. Madeline used the seaweed's flexibility, tying it to her prized sword and charging viciously towards the octopus monster. What are you doing? The octopus monster caught a glimpse of a dark shadow approaching and instinctively dodged. Madeline missed but wasted no time. With a swift wrist movement, she sent her sword flying upward with immense force, piercing the octopus monster's head and breaking through those revolting suckers. Her guess proved correct. The octopus monster's core mechanism was the glowing purple-blue sucker on top of its head, equivalent to its heart. Destroying it meant everything else became void. Splat splat. Instantly, countless tadpoles exploded into beautiful firework-like displays. Those on Enrique's skin, which hadn't entered his pores or bloodstream, vanished. Madeline decided to repay Enrique's favor by placing the expelled demon core on his chest, allowing it to be slowly absorbed. Simultaneously, the surroundings swirled, erupting into a cacophony of sound. Enrique opened his weary eyes, finally snapping out of the illusion. This time, without needing to actively search for the next stage, it came to them. A vortex of space-time appeared before them. Madeline grabbed Enrique's wrist, pulling him into the vortex. As they passed through, fish and debris flew past their faces, along with bubbles. Madeline poked a few curiously before losing consciousness from the impact. Perhaps this is the bottom of the sea, she muttered just before losing awareness. Chapter 360, The Barth. The powerful backdraft of water propelled Enrique and Madeline's bodies, transporting them from an extremely narrow pipe to another location. After passing through a barrier, they opened their eyes again, only to find themselves in an ocean. Green leaves floated around. The water here was especially clear, but the deeper they went, the more it shimmered with a deep blue glow. There were many sea grasses and aquatic plants, but no signs of any marine life, making the scene appear somewhat monotonous. Given the high quality of the water, it suggested that something far more powerful must reside here, having wiped out all living beings. Perhaps this is where the Barth resides. Enrique forced his eyes open underwater, but as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, bubbles emerged instead of words, slowly rising to the surface. Gurgle, gurgle. He tried to speak, but Madeline, floating opposite him, only heard muffled bubbling sounds and could not decipher what he said, causing her some frustration. What is he trying to say? Blazed yet exasperated, she suddenly recalled something and started muttering incantations. Soon, a golden, round pill appeared in her hand. She swiftly popped it into her mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed. Immediately, a light mist surrounded her, forming a thin, membranous layer that enveloped her, allowing her to move freely and effortlessly. Eat this water-repelling pill first. Prolonged exposure to deep water would ruin our skin, cause suffocation, and other dire consequences. After taking it, you'll be able to communicate normally, just like on land. Madeline handed over a small, square box intricately carved with wave patterns. She had already taken the pill and now floated gracefully in the water, her strikingly beautiful and aloof face resembling a mermaid. Enrique stared at her, momentarily stunned. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat. Only when Madeline waved her hand in front of his eyes did he awkwardly refocus and follow her deeper into the ocean. Following the direction of the seaweed, they observed how sparse everything was, except for two particularly lush paths, suggesting a significant catastrophe had occurred here. If I'm not mistaken, the Barth should be at the center of this deep sea. I see a pearl gleaming inside a clamshell behind us, Madeline stated confidently after looking around. However, besides a dark hillock, there seemed to be nothing else. Even the hillock lacked any seaweed or coral, which was suspicious. What does this pearl signify? Enrique asked curiously. Legend has it that the Barth enjoys devouring various ancient treasures. These pearls act like natural treasure pots, gathering all the essence of heaven and earth, stored within the clams. Over the years, they have been well protected, Madeline explained patiently. So, apart from consuming flesh and livers, he likely absorbs more essence from these pearls. Perhaps his body extracts useful elements automatically. It's wise not to try easily, she added. Their expressions aligned, and they cautiously swam forward. Inside the glowing area stood a castle-like structure, reminiscent of an ancient civilization. They examined the pearl inside the clamshell carefully, finding nothing unusual despite its luminosity. Enrique approached, touching it gently and noting its coldness. The essence within seems to have been consumed by the old demon. It feels dead, he pointed out. Madeline inspected it similarly and confirmed his thoughts. That's strange. Wouldn't he swallow it whole? This pearl has existed for at least 2,000 years. Wasting such potential is quite regrettable. Before she could finish, an eerie voice interrupted them sharply. What do you know? This is my most treasured pearl. Left alone for centuries, it can continuously produce new essence. The voice echoed, both close and distant, hard to pinpoint. Enrique and Madeline froze, then watched as the clamshell closed protectively around the pearl before vanishing. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the ancient castle crumbled into sand. Is this the Barth? Show yourself. Madeline unsheathed her sword, steadying herself. From a crack in the ground, giant three-headed black dragon emerged. Indeed, the three-headed black dragon. It possessed immense power, far beyond ordinary beings. I've come. Now what? What can two insignificant specks like you do to me? The demon sneered. You killed my loyal servant who served me for years. Today, you shall suffer. He roared loudly, swinging his long tail. His body was covered in tough scales, and each scale was larger than both Enrique and Madeline combined. Anyone with phobias towards large creatures or deep seas would faint instantly upon witnessing this. So, the ancient castle was also an illusion. Did the red octopus demon learn his illusions from you? Was the pearl a trap to lure us here? Enrique questioned, confronting the central head of the dragon directly. His tone was profoundly intimidating. Chapter 361, Combination Technique. The Barth was utterly unperturbed and showed no intention of answering. His massive body emerged from the water, standing on the ocean floor. This colossal creature cast a dense shadow over half the sea. Instantly, three enormous heads lunged from different directions in extremely twisted arcs, launching a surprise attack. The old demon's necks were particularly long, his body as solid as a rock, with large lumps attached to the sides of his necks. Enrique closely watched the attacking moves and directions, swiftly moving to one side, slicing through the water and bubbles with both hands, successfully evading this attack. However, movement underwater was very inconvenient, making it uncertain if he would be as lucky with the next strike. The Barth's head whipped past, missing its target, biting down on a huge sea cucumber nearby, pulling it out forcefully before stuffing it brutally into his mouth and chewing fiercely. A large lump bulged at the front of his neck before slowly traveling to his stomach, a grotesque act of swallowing alive. Enrique felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that if he had been just half a step slower, it could have been him. He thought, I mustn't die in this absurd place. Being buried in this sea, with no one to bury my remains, demands utmost caution. The old demon handled everything with ease, living for so long in this area. Utilizing his long tail, he created an enormous whirlpool by switching positions rapidly, trapping Enrique and Madeline in the center with a swift tail swipe. You've come right to my mouth. Do you really think you can escape easily? The Barth's voice was penetrating, reverberating unpleasantly through the water. Enrique stared intensely, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead only to disappear into the water below. There were few places to hide or escape around them except for a large cave behind them, which might provide temporary shelter and buy some time. Alley, let's slowly retreat towards that cave, Enrique whispered softly, signaling with gestures. Madeline responded with an okay gesture, understanding him completely. Having known each other for days and gone through numerous battles together, they understood each other well. Madeline's strength and realm surpassed his, and she could discern his intentions from small gestures alone. Their faces remained calm, but the bubbling underfoot revealed they were slowly retreating towards the cave. Your opponent is me. Enrique clenched his right hand tightly, eyes flashing as he hurled the rainbow sword at the Barth. The sword spun like a boomerang, all 6 of the demon's eyes following it intently. Though small, the sword instilled some fear in him. Struck by it would undoubtedly cause significant damage, draining much of his demonic power. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the demon's 3 heads twisted and dodged, avoiding the attack skillfully. Perfect, he took the bait. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Enrique's mouth as the rainbow sword returned to his grasp upon his call. Now's the time, let's run, Enrique shouted, dashing towards the cave entrance with Madeline, slipping away before the demon could react. The Barth's massive size made him cumbersome, his most fatal flaw, a disadvantage previously exploited by Scholar Heath. These 2 demons, being father and son, indeed shared identical styles and weaknesses. Feeling somewhat dispirited internally, Enrique knew defeating the demon required close combat. Throwing the sword too far would slow it due to water and pressure resistance, reducing its sharpness and impact. Only up close could Enrique ensure a decisive blow with his sword. He felt the surrounding atmospheric pressure increasing, suffocating him almost painfully. They finally entered the cave, where the entrance was narrow, but the interior spacious. Its main drawback was the pitch-black darkness. Enrique silently drew the rainbow sword. It doesn't matter. My intention wasn't to escape, Enrique weakly replied, steadying himself against the wall. At this point, still pretending to be brave? Your cultivation is weaker than hers. What are you trying to prove? The Barth's 3 heads laughed mockingly. Chapter 362, The Head. You damned old monster. Stop attacking the Yunxiao sect immediately, or you'll regret it. Enrique barked coldly. As they were running through the cave, Madeline had already explained to him their plan of action. One person would be responsible for drawing the opponent's attention, while the other would focus on attacking. Haha, since you like playing the hero so much, I'll eat you first. The Barth licked his lips excitedly, and then all 3 heads lunged towards Enrique. At that moment, Madeline, who had been crouching in the shadows, suddenly smiled, her face calm. She gracefully soared forward with an elegant motion. Her eyes turned cold as she swiftly brought her sword down. A purple-red sword light flashed and slashed hard at the Barth's neck. Soon, a thick gash appeared, dripping blood profusely. Almost instantly, the water in the cave was dyed crimson, and the air filled with a pungent, unbearable stench of blood. Ah, you dared to ambush me? The Barth roared loudly. Each word shook the cave violently. He rolled his huge, round eyes, focusing on a small scale embedded in Madeline's sword. This scale, he wouldn't mistake it for anything else. It belonged to his son, Heath. What have you done to my son? The Barth's voice trembled. Of course, we killed him. Today, we came here to take your life, Madeline replied coolly. Unbeknownst to her, these words ignited the last fuse in the Barth's mind. He roared incessantly, his 3 heads smashing into the walls, causing rocks to crumble. After about 30 collisions, both Enrique and Madeline staggered, and the entire cave collapsed under his brute force, plunging them back into the underwater world. The Barth retracted his necks, looking tragic and enraged. Today, I will make you pay with your lives. The demon began to gather demonic energy, entering a frenzied state. The middle head grew larger, biting into the other 2 heads. He actually swallowed his own heads? Madeline's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands trembling around the hilt of her sword. She had seen many demons and their abilities before, but this explosive scene was unprecedented. The central dragon head opened its mouth wide, revealing white, chilling light, and then swallowed the other 2 heads whole. Razor-sharp fangs were drenched in crimson blood instantly. The Barth couldn't resist licking its palate with a spiky tongue, as if still craving more. In mere minutes, he severed the necks of the other 2 heads and swallowed them into his massive body. The psychological impact was immense and lingering. Enrique and Madeline saw vivid red, witnessing this horrific scene firsthand. They covered their stomachs, barely holding back from retching. At the jagged, cliff-like wound, blood droplets hung upside down, dyeing the surrounding sea red. Ha ha ha, what are you 2 still standing there for? Now that I've been reborn, come at me. The Barth roared, each word creating a small whirlpool in the water, demonstrating formidable power. Just one deep breath could likely consume countless ocean currents. This madman. Enrique cursed silently. From the changes in spiritual energy fluctuations and the prism color on the old demon's forehead, He estimated that the demon had advanced from Purple Mansion Realm level 1 to level 3, doubling his strength, sacrificing his other 2 heads for this advancement. It was an extreme move only used in dire situations. Clearly, the Barth was panicking. For Enrique and Madeline, this wasn't entirely bad news. The old demon's desperation indicated they had shaken his foundation earlier. They needed to find a breakthrough now. Without giving them a chance to catch their breath, the Barth opened his mouth, emitting deep purple tongues followed by black shockwaves. Ripple after ripple formed in the water. Enrique skillfully swam through the water, pulling Madeline's hand to prevent them from being separated in the chaos. No one knew what lay beyond this current. Risking their lives wasn't an option. Come on, weren't you two boasting just now? 2 against 1. You should be more than enough. The Barth laughed maniacally, almost delirious and unpredictable. Indeed, an enraged demon was far more powerful than usual. Enrique planned to fight conservatively, waiting for the enemy to tire before launching a decisive counterattack, significantly increasing their chances of victory. But somehow, the Barth seemed inexhaustible. He spewed wave after wave of shockwaves without showing any signs of fatigue. Could it be that his energy source wasn't within his main body but stored elsewhere? This thought crossed Enrique's mind. It seemed plausible. His 3 heads must share intelligence and pressure, divided into roughly equal parts. It didn't make sense to place the core in the central head. Alali, listen carefully. We'll split up. I'll pretend to be hit, acting as bait to lure him, and you find the weakness. It might be underwater or on the surface, but not inside this old monster. Understand? Enrique shouted through the thick water. Fortunately, they had taken water-repelling pills, allowing clear communication underwater as they strategized. Otherwise, defeating the enemy alone would be nearly impossible. Chapter 363, Heart. As Enrique's words just faded, the black flood dragon immediately thrashed its body and charged at him head-on. Enrique barely managed to avoid being caught in the surging waves of water, which would have crushed him into minced meat. Danger struck right behind him. Fortunately, his small frame and agility allowed him to evade the lethal attack. Madeline was no less determined. She dove downwards deeper into the ocean floor, carefully inspecting the area for any substance suitable as a medium for the black flood dragon's heart. If this ancient demon had chosen it, it must be extremely important to him, and not just an ordinary underwater plant or pebble. A clue began to form in her mind. Wait, could it be? Madeline realized. They had previously noticed a pearl inside a clamshell upon arrival. It had mysteriously vanished, likely the soft spot of the black flood dragon. The pearl lacked elemental energy, indicating that it wasn't simply absorbed but might be the intact heart itself, merely transformed to resemble a pearl. Madeline turned her head anxiously. Above her, a man and a dragon were still fiercely battling. The enraged monster couldn't be easily dealt with. Images of his pride, Keith Gongzi's tragic death, constantly flashed through his mind, causing his enormous body to shudder uncontrollably, shaking the entire seabed. The surface rippled with massive waves. Oh no, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Enrique clutched the front of his shirt, struggling for breath as he halted his movements. The black flood dragon indeed possessed extraordinary intelligence. Knowing his heavy body couldn't catch the nimble Enrique easily, he increased the pressure of the water around them, creating vibrations that made Enrique's internal organs jolt wildly, making it difficult for him to breathe. He could only press down on his chest, trying to ease the pain. Come on. If you can kill me today, then you are truly something. The black flood dragon opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply and pulling the surrounding water towards it. Suddenly, Enrique was drawn towards the monster's mouth by the turbulent currents. The old monster first bit down on several aquatic plants and debris, and even siphoned off some provisions Enrique carried with him. Yet Enrique didn't end up in its belly. Slowly closing its mouth and halting its attack, the old monster scanned the surroundings with widened eyes. Enrique had cleverly clung to a protruding stone near a lava cave during the suction, like a sloth hugging a branch, avoiding being swept away. You've got some moves, but you can't escape your fate of being eaten. The black flood dragon continued to threaten. Honestly, Enrique was too tiny compared to the monster's tooth. He wouldn't even fill a gap between its teeth. There was no time left. Madeline clenched her teeth. All hopes rested on her now. She closed her eyes and used her energy to sense the submarine environment. Suddenly, free from distractions, she saw golden light shining near the edge of the seabed. She saw it. That's the one. Her eyes widened as she found the previously vanished clamshell and the pearl within it. The pearl emitted faint glowing pulses as if it were breathing. Floating beside it, she touched it and discovered layered patterns resembling an onion's skin. Upon touching, she felt rhythmic heartbeats thudding beneath the surface. No doubt, this was the old monster's heart. Separating it from his flesh was a precaution against attacks. However, the old monster had protected the pearl clamshell. As Madeline approached, a huge protective barrier suddenly activated. Using all her strength, she tore apart the barrier, exposing the pearl's cross-section. Holding it firmly with one hand, she drew her sword with the other and slashed hard. The pearl split in two, releasing splashes of crimson blood droplets, almost covering her face. Had they been out of water, she would be drenched in blood. Meanwhile, unaware of the severity, the black flood dragon laughed loudly, basking in his perceived victory, intending to make Enrique beg for mercy. Enrique, nearly immobilized by the monster's tail, felt bones and organs almost shattering. At this moment, the black flood dragon felt an internal disruption and let out a high-pitched scream, writhing uncontrollably. That's great. Looks like Alali has found his heart. After the restriction on Enrique's body was lifted, he covered his neck and coughed several times, floating a few meters away to avoid collateral damage. But his strikes on the black flood dragon's scales were futile. Perhaps due to its large size, reactions were slower. Striking one side while it thrashed unpredictably prevented successful hits. The black flood dragon also had self-healing abilities after damage. More delay would spell disaster. Enrique sensed heartbeat sounds approaching, every thud tugging at his nerves. Just as all efforts seemed doomed, another figure surged behind Enrique. It was Madeline attacking again. Chapter 364. The Blackbird Demons. Madeline's movements were incredibly swift, leaving afterimages that disoriented the demon, making it hard to pinpoint her exact position. She used feints and illusions, striking fiercely at the Black Dragon Elder Demon's scales, while gripping her long sword tightly and plunging it downward viciously. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The scales scattered like blossoms blown by the wind, flying in all directions and falling to various spots on the seafloor, creating a spectacular sight. The Black Dragon Elder Demon's body splintered into dozens of pieces, with chunks of flesh and blood exploding outward in successive waves, forcing both of them to hastily seek shelter in nearby cave corners, using the arched rocks to shield themselves from the onslaught. In the end, this old demon was left with no choice but to explode completely under their determined assault, leaving not even a trace of its bones. As for the demonic core within its body, it was absorbed once again. This time, Madeline gave all the demonic essence cores to Enrique, who accepted them without hesitation, placing them gently over his heart, feeling an unusual warmth and harmony within. A warm current coursed through his body as he closed his eyes to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Finally resolving this old demon, the two of them floated in midair, breathing heavily. Enrique turned back to look at Madeline gratefully and said sincerely, "Alali, thank you. If not for your timely help, we wouldn't have been able to subdue him. Why bother with this mutual flattery?" Madeline couldn't help but laugh, turning her head to examine the remains on the seafloor. She murmured, "Third layer spirit mansion realm is nothing more than this. I did quite a bit of research beforehand and still worried unnecessarily. It seems I overthought it." Just as she finished speaking, the seabed began to shake violently, and massive meteorite fragments plummeted from above. Enrique inwardly cursed and hurriedly reached out to grab Madeline. They were then swept away by the water currents, hurtling toward another ventilation shaft exit. Ultimately, Enrique and Madeline were blasted out by the waterfall of the Netherworld Demon Ridge, emerging abruptly from beneath. Dark clouds gathered overhead in the sky above Netherworld Demon Ridge, oppressing the area with an indescribable darkness. Cack, 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 cack. The dark clouds slowly parted, revealing a large group of unknown demons obscuring half the sky. These creatures were extremely peculiar, likely remnants of the Black Dragon Elder Demon's subordinates. These were large birds with sparse black feathers running down their necks and covering their bodies. Their middles were composed of white skeletal structures. Most likely, they were formed from the leftover flesh of those devoured by the Black Dragon Elder Demon, infused with demonic power to be restructured and reshaped into an army. The Blackbird demons had button-like eyes, dark and featureless except for a large X mark. These strange creatures are probably based on vultures that feed on human corpses. That old demon must have diverse interests. His subordinates include crawling, aquatic, and even flying demons. What kind of enchantment did he use to make them so loyal? Madeline sighed in frustration. Enrique was also tense. There were at least 200 of these creatures. Their shrill cries echoed piercingly, likely due to the Black Dragon Elder Demon's death, which unleashed tremendous force to awaken them from their containment devices. It seems we won't stop until we eradicate the entire Netherworld Demon Ridge and wipe out all the demons. They won't let up otherwise, Enrique thought decisively. Since that's the case, he would accompany them until the end, fighting it out till the bitter end. He wanted to show everyone that no one from the Yunshao sect was a pushover. Cack, cack, cack. A few Blackbird demons, noticing that Enrique and Madeline hadn't moved, spread their wings, exposing sharp beaks, and lunged toward them. Enrique reacted quickly, shielding Madeline's head with his hand and pulling her down to avoid the attack. Then, he drew his long Hong sword from its scabbard. Damn it! With hundreds of these things, unless my powers can deal area damage, I can't hold them off with my current strength. Cold sweat dripped down Enrique's forehead. Though Madeline was at peak condition, they were hopelessly outnumbered. 2 people against 200, there was too much of a gap. The leading Blackbird demon, sensing its advantage, roared and circled overhead before charging down. Its shadowy form seemed ready to engulf Enrique. Madeline took the opportunity to leap out during the chaos, landing beside him. Several claw marks appeared on her pale calves, evidence of the demon's frenzied attacks. A small chunk of skin was also torn off and swallowed by the bird demons. Her legs throbbed painfully. Madeline gritted her teeth and shouted, "Enrique, are you okay? Hold on, I'll save you soon." Her voice echoed clearly in the valley, with several reverberations bouncing back. However, a minute passed without any response from Enrique. Concern spread across Madeline's face. If this continued, Enrique might suffocate under the weight of the demons before she could reach him. Pulling out her sword with trembling hands, Madeline carefully controlled her strength to avoid injuring Enrique. She swung the sword with precision, the blade cutting through the air and forming semi-transparent wind trails that reflected her intentions. With a mental command, countless flashes of cold light radiated from the blade. "All of you will die." Madeline's eyes snapped open, and with a roar, she unleashed a barrage of attacks, decimating the outermost layer of Blackbird demons, slicing through their flesh and bone with horrifying ease. The demons had never seen such terrifying power. Their screams grew frantic, and they became increasingly chaotic, squawking louder than ever. The cries sounded like a mad call and response performance, mingling with the echoes. Other demons, smelling the blood of their fallen comrades, became frenzied, pecking and tearing with their sharp beaks. Madeline would not let them harm Enrique. Her brows furrowed in anger, and with a swift movement of her right hand, she cut down another layer of Blackbird demons encircling them. White light flashed as she slashed, and this time, the demons fell silently, their feathers singed and lifeless. Chapter 365. Return to the sect. Feathers fell from their bodies, covering the ground like a thin, black carpet. Madeline operated like an emotionless machine, relentlessly slaying demons one after another with repeated strikes of her sword. Encircled by a protective layer of sword chi, the bird demons couldn't get close to her. Madeline's realm was far above them. If not for the sheer number and concern for Enrique, she could have annihilated them all in an instant. The black bird demons sensed impending doom, but also detected that Enrique's body had absorbed numerous demon cores, which could provide them with a significant leap in power. Blinded by greed, they ignored the deaths of their comrades, pecking at Enrique's body relentlessly. Madeline's eyes widened as she spotted Enrique amidst the throng. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, cutting through the demons surrounding him, blood splattering everywhere. Quack, quack, quack. The highest-ranking blackbird demon was shredded into pieces, sending shockwaves through the others who immediately took flight. Enrique's lower body was still trapped, but Madeline used the sword chi around her to push back the remaining assailants, creating a path forward. Hurry up and get up. If they regroup, you'll be buried again, and I won't be able to help you this time, Madeline said, pulling Enrique's arm with some effort. Enrique, now visibly weakened, with fresh scratches on his face and arms, didn't utter a word of pain. Using Madeline's assistance, he managed to escape the birds, collapsing nearby. Blood dripped down his arm, but he didn't complain. Tigers don't show their claws unless provoked. Madeline clenched the sword hilt tightly, forming a cross with her left hand. She closed her eyes, and a six-pointed star emblem appeared on her chest. Upon opening her eyes, a tremendous aura erupted around her, shaking the ground. Her sword sliced through the bird demons' bellies effortlessly, leaving behind smooth cuts. Within moments, hundreds of bird demons were cut down, disintegrating into fragments that transformed into new demon cores, all absorbed by Madeline. Her lips pressed together, still unsatisfied, knowing that until the lair in Jiu Demon Ridge was destroyed, new demons would continue to spawn from the corrupted essence within. Her eyes flashed as she channeled her power, gripping the sword hilt firmly and shouting. A massive vortex formed in the air, striking the peak of Jiu Demon Ridge with incredible force. Crash! Massive rocks tumbled down as Jiu Demon Ridge crumbled under Madeline's attack, reduced to ruins. The hidden dens where demonic energy was refined were obliterated, leaving only desolation. Enrique, sitting nearby, watched in awe, unable to speak. He marveled at Madeline's strength. While he knew she was powerful, witnessing it firsthand always left him speechless. He was grateful that they were allies, or she might have obliterated him in seconds. How are your wounds? We should return to the sect to treat our injuries, Madeline said, putting her sword away and turning to him, her expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. Enrique nodded silently, brushing off dust and standing up. They retraced their steps, entering a temporal passage together. Despite his pain, he tried not to show discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged into familiar surroundings, the entrance to Yunshao sect. The once grand structures were now in ruins, victims of the demonic invasion. Medics rushed about, carrying injured sect members on stretchers. Enrique's heart sank at the sight of the devastation. His family and home had been nearly obliterated, with even Barton's family massacred by Lord Heath. Only Barton's formidable skills had saved his life. They had avenged everyone, defeating Lord Heath and Tucker, delivering justice to the survivors. As the people bowed politely, Enrique noticed several critically injured lying on stretchers, barely breathing. Their clothes were torn, revealing gruesome wounds. Welcome back. Did you destroy Jiu Demon Ridge and Blackwind Mountain? Just when we were about to lose against the relentless onslaught, the demons suddenly howled and fled en masse. I suspect their leader was in trouble, and their lairs were destroyed, Barton said, bandaged and bruised. Enrique patted his shoulder reassuringly. Alonso's, we killed Lord Heath and Tucker, and here are Lord Heath's horns. Madeline held out the horns, shining brightly despite the evil aura they had endured. If you want these horns, you can take them, Madeline offered. Considering Lord Heath had destroyed Barton's family, she wanted to give him the choice. Barton declined. No need. Keep your spoils. Thank you for your offer. Madeline and Enrique understood his sentiment, respecting his decision. They knew this moment marked a significant closure for the Yunshao sect. Hearing the news of Lord Heath's death was enough to let Barton breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a hint of consolation. Standing at the gate like this wasn't getting them anywhere. Barton then led them to the hall at the east gate for a brief rest. He thoughtfully prepared tea and sweet pastries for these two returning heroes. Yunshao sect has always been hospitable, with a unique way of welcoming heroes that didn't need further evaluation, just acceptance. Enrique didn't hesitate. Once the tea and snacks were served, he took 2 pieces of pine flour cake and stuffed them into his mouth, letting the sweetness fill his mouth, which helped him relax. These days, he had been busy in various secret realms, fighting monsters tirelessly. Saying he wasn't exhausted would be a lie. Enrique felt like he was working non-stop, constantly battling demons, which could lead to physical issues if it continued. Upon hearing that Enrique had returned, Yunshao sect's leader Alessio couldn't contain his excitement and summoned 2 clan members to support him as he approached Enrique and the others. Though strong, with his power at the peak of the 9th level, he still couldn't withstand an onslaught of countless demons. Fortunately, when Alessio was critically injured, he activated the elemental force within him to summon a barrier, managing to escape the encirclement. Otherwise, he might have perished under the claws of those demons. Reflecting on this, Alessio felt a lingering fear. The inside of his right arm still bore marks left by the demons. 3 long, thin claw marks, dark purple in color, with black fog emanating from them. He would need time to recover and expel these cursed, sinister remnants from his body. You're back. How did the battle go? He stepped quickly through the doorway, first inspecting Enrique's face, tilting it up for a closer look at his injuries. Noticing his actions seemed out of place, he awkwardly coughed twice and withdrew his hand. Luckily, Enrique didn't pay much attention, nodding and saying, "We have obliterated Lord Heath, Tucker, and their territory completely. So you accomplished so much in just these few days. I heard their lairs were heavily fortified, no easier than crossing the Ghost Gate." For the two of you to achieve such feats with minimal injuries is nothing short of a miracle, truly deserving of being my Yunxiao sect disciples. It's great to see you safe and sound. I never imagined that our entire Yunxiao sect wouldn't be able to match the strength of two young people. That's quite embarrassing. Alessio continuously praised them, having been highly stressed and anxious lately. He stroked his newly grown beard, sighing deeply, appearing years older. Don't worry, master. Since we've achieved victory, there's no need to dwell on these things. It only adds unnecessary trouble. Enrique sipped the green tea, offering consoling words. He could tell that Alessio felt somewhat guilty, but everyone understood without needing to say it aloud. It was pointless to linger on it now. That's true. What are your plans next? Do you wish to stay and train in Yunxiao sect? Or travel the four seas? I won't hold you back. After a moment's contemplation, Alessio asked. He was somewhat hopeful, knowing that despite Enrique's not being top tier in strength, his strategic mind was invaluable. No, I have new plans. Enrique mysteriously waved his hand. I intend to travel outside and train to elevate my realm. Seeing Alessio's slight disappointment, Enrique continued speaking. With Alali's assistance, I managed to break through to the spirit wheel mirror stage. Now, all of Yin province feels small to me. I want to venture out and challenge myself. Enrique patted his chest confidently, his eyes shining with determination. Master Alessio paused, surprised, but offered no objections. Since you've made up your mind, I will support you. Have you decided where you're going? I plan to visit Yunxiang Tianzong. Alali, I remember you're from Yunxiang Tianzong, right? Please guide me and teach me along the way. Enrique extended his hand and shook Madeline's. She nodded, offering no objections, as if she expected this request. It's getting late. Go rest in the tent later. Your living quarters were also damaged by those blasted demons, so bear with the conditions for now. I've gathered many clan members to start repairs tomorrow. We'll rebuild the sect and get a new signboard. Alessio slowly stood up, giving instructions, and called two disciples to properly arrange accommodation for Enrique and Madeline. Madeline, experienced in many significant events, accepted calmly, not minding the temporary inconvenience. Their sleeping arrangements for the night were in a makeshift tent, securely nailed to the ground with stakes. The surrounding earth was damp and had a moldy smell. It seemed that this area had also seen battles against demons from Blackwind Mountain. Hashtag chapter 366, applying medicine. Respecting the boundaries between men and women, Enrique and Madeline stayed in separate tents a few meters apart. Late at night, after they finished washing up, they returned to their sleeping bags to rest for a while, planning to set off early the next morning. The distance from Yin territory to Yunxiang Tianzong wasn't extraordinarily long, but it certainly wasn't short either. Yunxiang Tianzong was an extremely mysterious sect, incomparable to ordinary people. The more enigmatic it was, the more it aroused others' curiosity. The kerosene lamp in Enrique's tent burned brightly until late into the night. He sat beside his sleeping bag, having removed all the upper clothing, neatly folded and placed next to the pillow. His left arm's inner side was still bleeding, revealing a huge, several centimeters long scar that looked horrifyingly noticeable. This wound was left over from the earlier battle with the old demon, and then aggravated when he was pecked by the blackbird demons, making matters worse. Enrique didn't make a sound of pain. Instead, he simply asked the physicians for some effective medicine and dealt with it alone. Using his sharp teeth, he bit down on some bandages and applied the medicine to the wound, sucking in several cold breaths as pain shot through him. His back was drenched in a thin layer of cold sweat. Enrique wrapped the bandages around his arm again and again, then stretched his neck to bite and cut the bandage with his teeth, completing a makeshift dressing. At this moment, there were too many casualties among the members of Yunxiao sect, and the supply of medicine was limited. Therefore, Enrique could only use drugs with a longer effect period, but less intense effects. He gave the best medical supplies to those on the brink of death. One couldn't help but admire Enrique's broad-mindedness and his ability to prioritize the bigger picture. After finally treating the wound on his left arm, even a light touch still made him wince in pain. But that wasn't all. Numerous cracks covered his body. An ordinary person would be unable to endure such excruciating pain. They might have fainted from the agony during the pecking process. Only Enrique's strong willpower and masculine vigor had allowed him to hold on this far. Next, he needed to practice relentlessly to improve his cultivation. Biting down hard, Enrique endured the suffering, rolling up his pants along the folds and exposing his shins and thighs. They were also covered in red swollen marks and traces, each one reminding him of the horrors they experienced in Joyo Demon Ridge. If not for Madeline's timely rescue, Enrique might have been completely devoured by the blackbird demons, exposing nothing but white bones. He sighed deeply. Only his right hand could move freely. His left arm hung limply on his shoulder, awkwardly bound with bandages and ointment. Trying to treat his wounds with one hand was clearly impractical, which troubled him immensely. However, before Enrique could dwell on this problem, the rustling sound from outside his tent caught his attention. His right hand twitched slightly, instinctively drawing his Changhong sword out of reflex, fearing it might be an enemy. His eyes turned icy and vigilant. But as soon as the figure lifted the curtain and slowly entered, illuminated by the kerosene lamp, Enrique's domineering aura dissipated, replaced by a hint of exasperation. "Why are you here so late at night? Why aren't you sleeping?" he asked, half annoyed, half amused. It turned out to be Madeline. "I can't sleep and decided to take a walk. I saw your tent was still lit and noticed you seemed busy from the flickering shadow outside," Madeline explained with a faint smile. Her gaze lowered, and she frowned deeply upon seeing the ghastly injuries on Enrique's body. She hadn't noticed them earlier because of his proper attire. Now, however, the wounds were nearly festering, looking quite serious. If not treated tonight, that large chunk of flesh might necrotize. Thinking of this, Madeline approached him, extending her hand compassionately and crouching in front of Enrique. "What are you doing?" Enrique froze, puzzled. "Obviously helping you bandage up. Your left arm must be very inconvenient, right?" Madeline saw through Enrique's stubbornness instantly. He probably refrained from showing any weakness in front of the sect master to avoid causing unnecessary worry. You're right. Thank you for the help, Enrique sighed softly, realizing his attempt to hide his condition had failed. There was no point in insisting further. He wasn't someone who would shy away from assistance. An extra pair of hands would definitely help. He handed over several types of medicine, some for spraying on the wounds, and others to apply using cotton swabs. Before applying the medicine, Enrique had already disinfected the wounds and taken pills to prevent further necrosis, taking all necessary precautions. I'll take care of it. I did learn some medical knowledge for a while. My father arranged for a doctor to teach me systematically, Madeline said confidently as she took the medicines without questioning, pinching the ends of the bandages. Her slender fingers gently brushed over Enrique's skin, providing a cooling sensation that lingered on his wounds, giving him an unusual feeling. With Madeline's help, the medicine application went much faster. In no time, both of Enrique's legs were successfully bandaged. He moved his leg to confirm its flexibility before sighing in relief. It's late. You should go back to sleep, Enrique said, getting up to prepare the bed and subtly suggesting she leave. Madeline didn't linger, simply saying, see you tomorrow, before turning to go back. That night, perhaps due to the suppressed pain, Enrique miraculously enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, when the sun was high, he slowly woke up and headed to the hall of the sect. A variety of delicious dishes were already served on the long table, prepared by the caregivers turned cooks who had developed nutritious meals. Madeline was already seated, holding a cup of tea and preparing to sip. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring it reads naturally in English while preserving key details and emotions conveyed in the original Chinese text. Chapter 367, Cloud Above Hayden's Sect. Seeing Enrique enter, she greeted him from this side. Enrique, why are you still standing there? Hurry over and join us for the feast. Today, the sect leader has important matters to attend to and cannot continue hosting us for dinner. If you're willing, come back to the Cloud Above Hayden's Sect with me after enjoying the meal. Sure. Enrique nodded without asking more. He casually found a seat. Each mouthful of the meal was soothing and soft, reminding Enrique of past pleasures, evoking a warm feeling of home. After lunch, he hastily packed all the necessary travel items into his backpack. Enrique and Madeline moved together, ready and prepared. Enrique, be extra cautious on this journey. I've heard that the Cloud Above Hayden's Sect has many powerful figures. There are advantages and disadvantages. Just remember to avoid conflicts as much as possible. In these tumultuous times, you must prioritize yourself. Do not easily trust others, no matter how kind they may seem. Always stay vigilant. Barton approached them, voicing his concerns. In his view, Enrique was just an impulsive Andoni's fond of upholding justice. In the world of martial arts, being too concerned with face could easily lead to betrayal. Sometimes, calculated indifference can save one's life. Don't worry. I've grown a lot, and moreover, Alalie is accompanying me. With her strength, who would dare to mess with us? Enrique laughed awkwardly, overseeing all matters within the Cloud Above Hayden's Sect. Madeline was the sect leader's closest disciple, excelling early due to her exceptional talent and perseverance. Since childhood, she learned various magical arts from him, even the way she wielded her long sword, which he taught her personally. Sect leader, senior sister seems to have brought a strange man back. The guards trembled as they reported. Hearing this, the sect leader emitted a fierce aura. Is this true? Alalie has been like my own child. Are you sure about what you saw? The sect leader narrowed his eyes, appearing terrifying. She actually brought a man here? The sect's rules were very strict. Outsiders could not be brought back without special circumstances. Even those few exceptions before, where disciples introduced their love interests, faced severe reprimands afterward, establishing an unwritten rule. As his most outstanding disciple, Madeline should have known this. Only by focusing on cultivation and avoiding entanglements could one achieve breakthroughs. Despite her nearly peak cultivation, Madeline couldn't afford to slack off. There are always stronger beings out there. The sect leader grew angrier, unable to control his temper. He slammed his right palm on the armrest of his leather chair, his brows furrowing, forming a deep frown, the sign of rage. One wrong move from the ruler can mean a million casualties. Their sect leader's fiery temper was not to be trifled with. Remember the time someone tried to evade training and ended up with years of extra training? He was strict with himself and even harsher with his disciples. Madeline stood out among so many because of her extraordinary talent, and the sect leader had placed high hopes in her. That's correct. We all saw it clearly. I can't believe senior sister went to Yin and fell for this guy. What a disaster. Someone from such a small place is bound to be trouble. Several disciples knelt trembling under the oppressive aura, too frightened to raise their heads, fearing involvement in the sect leader's anger. Just as the sect leader was about to say more, two other disciples approached, reporting formally. Sect leader, senior sister and a man named Enrique are at the gate. Should we let them in? Hold off for now. I'll go check the situation myself. The sect leader could no longer sit still. He slowly rose and followed a few disciples southward, leaving a solemn figure in his wake. His presence radiated supreme authority, even from a distance. From afar, he saw Enrique and Madeline arguing with the gate guards. The guard looked hesitant. Senior sister, although you haven't returned home in so long, you know our strict rules against bringing outsiders back. Isn't this putting us in a difficult position? How long can we stick to this ridiculous rule? Let us in. Now that we're here, turning his head, he looked coldly at Enrique and asked deadly serious questions. Why have you come to our Yunshang Tianzong? And what is your purpose? If you can provide an answer satisfactory to me, I might consider further. The sect master's gaze was sharp like a torch, fixing upon Enrique, radiating pressure. Enrique knew if he made a careless remark, it could drastically tarnish his first impression. He didn't wish to lie here, knowing that lies were easily uncovered, which would only lead to awkwardness for all involved. Reporting to the sect master, my name is Enrique. I specially traveled from Yunxiao sect to Yunshang Tianzong to explore and cultivate. The essence here is exceptionally abundant, most suitable for cultivation, and the atmosphere is conducive with so many diligent disciples, Enrique explained sincerely. Upon hearing this, the disciples on guard or manning the entrance blushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They had refused Enrique entry just moments ago, but now he praised them, making them feel slightly guilty and uplifted. After all, who doesn't enjoy being complimented? Enrique spoke every word clearly, sounding completely genuine, which made them even more self-satisfied. Cultivation within the sect was extremely strict, and the sect master rarely showed favor unless necessary. Hence, under such a somber and oppressive environment, sudden praise left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Since the great battle between monsters and our clan members, life has been unbearable for the common people. Immature strength became an opportunity for monsters to exploit. Therefore, I decided to come here to cultivate, aiming to be better prepared. This way, even if more monsters attack in the future, I will have the confidence to face them instead of watching our clan suffer passively, Enrique added. Every word came from the heart, reflecting his true thoughts deeply. The sect master's eyes flickered, showing some satisfaction with this response. At his current level of cultivation, the sect master possessed a unique ability, a form of mind reading, to discern if someone was lying. However, he did not wish to let anyone off easily but to test them first. If things were too easy, Enrique might think entering Yunshang Tianzong was simple. A stern warning was essential. Oh, so, you've really come thousands of miles just for cultivation? Yunshang Tianzong is a sacred land, not accessible to just anyone. You've only reached the Dongluan realm. Perhaps you should go back and focus on improving yourself rather than embarrassing yourself here, the sect master said, swinging his sleeves dramatically. His long robe flapped wildly, exuding an aura of power. He sized up Enrique with a disdainful smirk, fully understanding Enrique's capabilities after just a few glances. After all, higher-level cultivators could easily gauge lower-level ones. Despite his awkward expression, Enrique stepped forward defiantly, patting his chest. I welcome any challenge, bring it on. Whether I live or die is my business, just give me the chance to explore. It was unthinkable for Enrique to leave after coming so far, especially with his stubborn nature. His firmness intrigued the sect master slightly. Amidst such overwhelming pressure, he dared to talk back without any servility, displaying an impressive resilience. Even after being rebuffed, he focused on proving his worth. This was not something rash individuals could match. It was intriguing. Disciples holding spears, waiting along the path, drew a deep breath, astonished by Enrique's boldness. This kid must be fearless to speak to the sect master like that. The sect master could crush him like an ant any time he pleases. Tsk, may he rest in peace. Accustomed to bowing before the sect master, they found this reckless behavior unprecedented. Expecting an imminent eruption when the sect master narrowed his eyes, everyone closed theirs, afraid to watch. Unexpectedly, the sect master merely nodded thoughtfully. You are named Enrique, correct? Fine, since you've dared to say this much, I'll fulfill your wish. Shocked disciples gaped in disbelief. Was the sect master having a bad day? Instead of punishing this boy, he was going to help him? Is that true? Enrique asked, surprised yet honored. Standing beside, Madeline had initially been worried but now wore a gentle smile of excitement. It's true. I always keep my word. However, the challenge I set for you requires you to go alone. Alali must stay here. No one except me will know what happens inside. They won't see whether you're alive or dead, or how far you progress. Do you accept? The sect master laid down the terms, never letting his eyes leave Enrique's face, observing every move and micro-expression. Certainly, this was my own choice. Therefore, I have no fear, Enrique affirmed, determined not to back down. Master, can I at least watch from afar? I promise not to interfere, Madeline pleaded, stepping forward and tugging at the sect master's sleeve with tearful eyes. This ploy usually worked well, rendering the sect master powerless against her antics. But these were special times, concerning the sect's honor and Madeline herself, so the sect master wasn't swayed. This isn't a game. If you truly believe in him, encouraging him to rely on his own strength for advancement, why does it matter? If he doesn't make it, it simply means fate decrees otherwise, the sect master said coldly. Seeing this tactic failed, Madeline reluctantly withdrew her hand, muttering, all right. Subsequently, the sect master instructed others to step back, closed his eyes, and began chanting. Beneath his feet, a six-pointed star array emerged. The edges of the magic array were enveloped in soft yellow light, forming solid lines, and multiple layers appeared. The disciples retreated several steps, crouching behind buildings to silently observe everything happening before them. The sect master had Enrique stand directly in front of him, just a step apart. He began the process. The sect master mumbled incantations, and symbols of the moon and stars appeared on his forehead before fading away. Blue halos rose from his body, forming arcs that enveloped Enrique tightly. Open! A powerful voice suddenly burst forth. A tremendous force emerged from both sides, sweeping winds past Enrique's hair, causing it to dance wildly in all directions. But Enrique's stance remained solid, not moving an inch. He knew that if he felt fear or harbored distractions, the formation might very well be interrupted and fail to complete. Therefore, this opportunity was not only given to him, but also served as a test of Enrique's mental fortitude and courage. Without enough bravery, there was no qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation. This place nurtured the strong, not the weak. Soon enough, the sect master seemed quite satisfied with Enrique's performance. He clasped his hands together, and something indistinct in the center tore apart, pulling open into two directions. A new door materialized out of thin air, emitting a blue flame along its frame, the tongues of fire rising upwards. You must be free of any distractions and have a firm will to step through this door, leading to the secret realm. The trials and demons you face inside will be determined by your own determination. Good luck to you. The sect master's expression turned serious, and his tone was devoid of emotion. Madeline stood worriedly nearby, biting her lip and swallowing her words to avoid burdening Enrique with unnecessary worries and tension. She gripped her sleeve tightly, knowing that opening the door to the secret realm was extremely difficult and perilous, much like crossing the gates of hell. If the trials failed, unless the sect master used a massive amount of his essence energy to rescue, the cultivator would never be able to exit back to reality. Previously, many arrogant disciples attempted challenges, but the sect master refused due to the dangers. Once, a stronger disciple tried secretly entering without the sect master's knowledge. No one saw him again after he entered the secret realm. It wasn't until later when anomalies were discovered that everyone realized what happened, but was interrupted by the other disciples. Eldest sister, why bother? Let him fulfill his wish. Maybe he doesn't want pity or charity. Alonso's, instead of overthinking for him, we should respect his decision. Let him prove his strength, overcome all obstacles inside. The crowd agreed. Reluctantly, Madeline conceded, aligning her thoughts with theirs. She didn't understand why she felt so anxious, her heart pounding uneasily. Meanwhile, Enrique's entire body slipped through the door, feeling enveloped by thick flames. Warmth spread throughout his body, making his skin feel hot. His whole body curled up like a falling ball, eyes tightly shut. Countless currents swept past his cheeks, causing slight pain. After an unknown amount of time, Enrique lost his balance and fainted midair. Hashtag chapter 369, Caterpillar Demon. Enrique fell like a broken rag doll, slowly descending to the ground. His entire body felt off, waves of pain assaulting him from every direction. Only when he fully regained his senses did he stand up and look around, his eyes filled with confusion. How did I end up here? Oh right, I just underwent the trial given by the Patriarch of Hadenly Cloud sect. So, everything around me must be part of the scenery inside the secret realm gate. Enrique, holding his aching head, slowly got to his feet. He felt as though his internal organs were tightly constricted, an oppressive sensation he hadn't experienced even during his duel with the black dragon monster. First, he had to find the exit. Enrique landed in a winding path that resembled a labyrinth. The walls beside him were over 10 meters high. With a cold gaze, Enrique drew his long rainbow sword and attempted to fly out using his chi to control the sword. Unfortunately, just a few meters into the air, he was pushed back by a mysterious force before he could see what lay on the other side of the maze. The outer walls of the labyrinth continued to grow taller, reaching 20, 30 meters, and beyond. Damn, it actually adapts to my height. Too smart. Enrique cursed inwardly, coming up with a plan. Normally, following the maze's layout and walking along one wall would eventually lead to the exit. Cold sweat trickled down Enrique's temple. For now, this was the only way to escape this place. If he couldn't pass the first trial, he dreaded to imagine how the disciples of Hadenly Cloud sect would laugh at him, probably until they dropped their jaws. Clutching the right wall firmly, Enrique turned the corner, where a strange light greeted him. He felt a flicker of hope and took a few steps forward, only to be blocked by a large, twisted figure standing in front of him. The monster was massive, its body segmented into oval shapes, each segment adorned with long, black legs. Its skin was covered in revolting, garish patterns. At that moment, several fangs protruded from its mouth, and it giggled menacingly. It was a caterpillar demon. The caterpillar's antennae writhed grotesquely as it slowly approached. Haha, I've been trapped here for years and finally, I see a living person enter. I haven't eaten in a century. You'll be my first meal after my great cultivation, the caterpillar demon shouted triumphantly. With a twist, it coiled around Enrique, gripping his limbs and waist tightly, squeezing him closer and closer, reducing the remaining gaps. Enrique struggled to breathe as the caterpillar demon's potent venom paralyzed his nerves, causing his face to turn a sickly purple. Not good. Meanwhile, back at Hadenly Cloud sect, the Patriarch had already returned to the main hall with Madeline and many disciples. There was nothing they could do but wait quietly for the outcome. To celebrate the return of the senior sister, the disciples had prepared fine dishes, but Madeline wasn't in the mood to eat. She absent-mindedly stuffed a couple of bites into her mouth, looking distressed. Her vacant gaze made some of the disciples feel sympathetic. When had the senior sister ever shown such melancholy while cultivating? Truly, she seemed possessed by that Andonies. They couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power did Enrique possess? Sitting solemnly on his chair, the Patriarch held a string of prayer beads, continuously looping them in a figure-8 pattern while muttering under his breath. Himph, already unable to handle it after just entering? Indeed, a young fool, not ready yet. The Patriarch frowned and muttered. Master, what did you say? Is Enrique in trouble? Madeline asked absently, bringing a cup of tea to her lips. Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, she grew anxious. Don't worry, this level of danger won't be fatal, the Patriarch said after a brief pause. True, but the fact that his carefully cultivated disciple kept defending that boy irked the Patriarch. If this continues, I'll either suffocate or be paralyzed by the toxins. How can I break free quickly? Enrique gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and began sensing the essence energy surrounding him. According to legend, the secret realm contained most of the natural spirit energies not found in the outside world, enough to sustain various monsters. Each trial entrant would face challenges tailored to their strength. If the challenger's mental fortitude wasn't strong enough, they could be led astray and ultimately meet their demise. The best solution? Use poison against poison. Enrique sensed strands of energy flowing around him, like transparent silk threads. As the threads enveloped him, he opened his eyes suddenly and shouted, "Come!" Miraculously, the ice core within the scabbard responded, hovering in midair, gathering dark power and forming icy frost. In the next second, it shot straight toward the caterpillar demon's head. Poochie poochie. The caterpillar demon's eyes widened in shock before it could react, its brain exploding, splattering brains and black blood all over. nearly covering Enrique's face. If not for the protective chi shielding him, Enrique might have been utterly destroyed. As the caterpillar demon's head burst, a blue-green demon core floated out from its brain and settled gently in Enrique's palm. He squinted one eye in pain, feeling the deep red marks left on his neck, a stark reminder of his ordeal. Enrique sat there for a moment, catching his breath, before getting up and continuing through the green maze towards the exit. Supporting himself on the right wall, he eventually saw the way out. Stumbling out of the maze, the labyrinth behind him vanished into thin air as if nothing had happened. The surroundings suddenly dimmed, revealing a new door. Could the trials in this secret realm involve navigating different scenarios to train my endurance? Enrique murmured, suddenly grasping the method. He rested at the entrance for about 5 minutes, then pulled out the medicinal supplies he had prepared beforehand at Haydenly Cloud Sect. He peeled off the bandages, poured some medicine onto the wounds, and applied it evenly. Chapter 370. Aurelio. The orange-tinted potion worked wonders. Enrique took 2 more healing and hemostatic pills before slowly standing up, taking a deep breath, and pushing the door in front of him open. This new scene was unique, opulent, but with a touch of simplicity when examined closely, causing him to momentarily pause. Enrique cautiously moved forward, but the water beneath him surged, wetting part of his shoe soles. The water surface was dotted with light green lotus leaves, with a few small flowers blooming above them. Gazing at the endless lake and the ripples it created, the phrase reflections in the water swirled in his mind. He walked outward along the direction of the water currents, each step landing on the lake surface. Despite its clarity, the water did not reflect his image. After an indeterminate amount of time, the scenery around him remained unchanged. Are you the human who dared to enter this secret realm for training? With your spiritual wheel realm strength, you actually dared to come here. I respect your courage. Suddenly, a mirror over 2 meters tall gently descended in front of Enrique. It was semi-transparent, and a floating soul appeared in midair. His eyes were incredibly narrow, emitting a faint red glow. He sized up Enrique from head to toe with a somewhat disdainful tone. Who are you? Enrique, accustomed to being belittled, didn't react much and drew his sword. The entity seemed only to exist as a spirit without legs, with a diamond-shaped mark on its forehead, indicating some connection to its skills. I'm called Aurelio, Aurelio said lazily. Its gender was unclear by appearance, but its voice sounded like that of a mischievous young boy. Aurelio yawned lightly, crossing its legs nonchalantly while floating in midair. Let's see if you can break through my world of reflections. This is your ultimate test. With that, it kicked off the ground, laughing gleefully as it flew back into the mirror, its laughter echoing from all directions. Enrique stood dazed for a few seconds. He had seen many animal form demons, but never one in a functional form, leaving him momentarily confused. Countless mirrors faced Enrique, reflecting his image, but each one depicted him differently, some with eerie smiles, others with dark, lifeless expressions. Determining what was real depended entirely on him. Such psychological warfare-based demons were usually of higher rank and couldn't be defeated by brute force. One must find a pattern. In other words, it required outsmarting. Master, where exactly has Enrique reached in this trial? Please tell me. If he's in danger, can you allow me to save him? Madeline tugged at the master's sleeve, pleading. The master couldn't help but laugh, affectionately tapping Madeline's forehead. I've never seen you act this way before. Trying to charm me now won't work. However, this boy is stronger than I expected. Once he completes this trial, he'll receive additional rewards. Additional rewards? What does that mean? Madeline asked curiously. It's a new treasure sword. The better he performs, the higher its durability and quality will be, the master murmured. Enrique circled the mirrors, his gaze alert. Let's see if I can break it. Muttering under his breath, he swallowed hard, pulled out the long rainbow sword, and lunged. As the tip neared the glass, about to shatter it, no expected sound of breaking glass followed. Instead, the mirror emitted intense white light, enveloping the entire sword as if it were melting ice cream. A powerful suction force pulled Enrique's hand inward. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand in time, avoiding being swallowed whole, but a long scar formed on his wrist, a trace of wind energy. Enrique, propelled by inertia, fell heavily to the ground, the wound throbbing again. This isn't working. Charging in blindly isn't the best strategy. He glanced up, pupils narrowing in disbelief. His long rainbow sword had been sucked into the mirror's interior. No way. Can it consume my sword? Enrique's face darkened. Before he could process this, fiery red sword energy flared up, refracted from the mirror, and shot straight toward him. Reacting instinctively, Enrique barely dodged the attack, though the searing sword energy still burned his cheek. It seemed Aurelio's skill acted like a mirror, reflecting the trainee's moves back. Interesting. Sweat dripped from Enrique's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Give up your futile resistance. Whether you use a knife, sword, or spear, you cannot break my army of mirrors. Whatever move you make, I will reflect it back, using your own attacks against you. Aurelio laughed arrogantly, his sarcastic voice echoing. Enrique lowered his eyes, feeling vexed. Why? He couldn't let Aurelio's taunts affect him. Losing rationality would only complicate finding a way through. Enrique forced himself to calm down, observing the mirrors surrounding him. Roughly 6 mirrors encircled him, each varying in color, some bright, some cold, each seeming capable of reflecting moves. Forcing his way through clearly wouldn't help and would only result in his own moves being reflected back, counterproductive. Being exposed, while Aurelio remained hidden, required understanding Aurelio's pattern before striking back. Determined, he approached a mirror, touching it, surprised to find he could grasp both sides of the frame and move it. Could this be the solution? He relocated the 6 mirrors to various diagonal positions, ensuring adjacent pairs could reflect light between them. Using the clear tones in the reflections in the water scenario, Enrique determined the correct angles. After setting everything up, he he attempted a breakthrough, aiming the hot energy from the long rainbow sword's tip at one mirror. Boom. Just as expected, upon contact with the mirror, the sword energy was deflected, bouncing to the second mirror, which repeated the process to the third, and so forth. Finally, within the 6 rectangular surfaces, the energy reflected back and forth, forming a perpetual motion-like cycle. Chapter 371. Transforming water into ice. Thus, Enrique not only saved time and effort, but also effortlessly managed to crack the challenge without expending any strength. When it rebounded to the 30th cycle, even the hardest mirror surface couldn't withstand the accumulated damage. Crack, crack. The mirrors could no longer bear the pressure and shattered one after another. Glass fragments flew in all directions, each seemingly carrying someone's portrait or memory. The imagery was rich and varied, far from monotonous. Perhaps these mirrors preserved the memories of past challengers? Enrique clenched his right hand around the Chonghong sword and waited quietly on the spot. Sure enough, when all the mirrors had shattered and sunk into the water, dissolving completely, Mohammed slowly rose from the depths, reappearing before him. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his brows, his voice chillingly calm. Enrique noticed many changes in Mohammed. For instance, his once pale face now bore cracks with bloody marks running down the right side, and his arm had deep red and purple scars from cuts. Enrique surmised that since Mohammed's physical form, the mirrors, had been shattered by Enrique, the medium disappeared, causing Mohammed significant damage. I didn't expect you to have some skill after all, to come up with a solution so quickly. I underestimated you. No human has ever escaped alive after facing me. It was natural for Mohammed to be furious that his treasured magical artifact had been so easily destroyed by Enrique. Naturally, he blamed this despicable act entirely on Enrique. Suppressing his rage, Mohammed's body erupted with energy. His fingertips stretched forward, grasping something unseen, and 2 translucent, ice-like mirrors shot towards Enrique at breakneck speed. Enrique dodged to the right. The prisms narrowly missed him and struck the wooden boards behind, splitting them cleanly in 2. The force was terrifying. Indeed, such sharpness indicated immense power. Enrique wasn't about to back down either. Stowing the Chonghong sword, he pulled out the Honshu Bingpa. Gripping the sword with both hands, he plunged it down forcefully. Half of the blade sank into the water at his feet, instantly transforming the flowing ripples into static. The water beneath him solidified into hard, icy patches. You can actually transform water into ice? That's a skill I've never seen. Mohammed's eyes widened in surprise, clearly exceeding what he deemed possible. Enrique remained silent. He had many more powerful techniques in store, and would show this presumptuous being exactly what he could do today. Enrique leaped to attack, but before he could touch Mohammed, the latter floated upwards like a feather, leaving Enrique helpless. Forget it. Your clumsy moves can't even graze me, Mohammed said leisurely, arrogantly. He indeed had the ability to boast. Enrique's expression changed slightly. With his heavy injuries, confronting Mohammed directly was unrealistic. He needed to slow Mohammed down. Ha! Enrique roared, gripping the Chonghong sword in his left hand and the Honshu Bingpa in his right. He unleashed twin streams of sword chi toward Mohammed from both sides. Unable to dodge both, Mohammed leapt higher and deftly avoided the strikes. Landing on the water several meters away, he sneered, "Didn't I say my speed isn't something a human like you can match? I'll enjoy this game until you're exhausted." Mohammed extended a long tongue and licked his fangs, anticipating fresh human flesh after decades. "I'm afraid you won't be tasting anything," Enrique smirked. Clearly, Mohammed had fallen into his trap unwittingly. "What do you mean?" Before Mohammed could react, Enrique waved his sword again, directing it at the water. In the next moment, the previously tranquil water began to boil due to the heat from the Chonghong sword. The boiling water gained vitality and surged upward under Enrique's guidance, forming a vortex that enveloped Mohammed from all sides, even above and below. "Do you think a little heat can harm me? What a joke." Mohammed raised an eyebrow, forcing himself to withstand it. Luckily, he could handle it all. While the Chonghong sword's flames were intense, they became less potent upon mixing with the water, well within Mohammed's endurance. "No, you're wrong. This isn't my true intention," Enrique thought to himself, not speaking aloud. Then, he drew the Honshu Bingpa and struck forward forcefully. The boiling water encased him and instantly froze into ice. Alonso's, Enrique aimed to transform water into ice. Even boiling hot, the water froze due to the immense power of Honshu Bingpa. "What? You?" Mohammed's panic grew as the surrounding water turned into solid ice, trapping him inside with no way to break free. The surging water engulfed Mohammed, freezing him into an icy sculpture resembling a ghost, immobile. It dropped from midair and shattered into pieces. Enrique stepped closer, ensuring Mohammed was truly dead by stomping on the fragments several times. He finally sighed in relief. Undeniably, this enemy was formidable, pushing him to the brink of defeat. Winning was primarily a battle of psychological endurance. If his mental defenses were insufficient, victory would have been impossible. With Mohammed eliminated, the ice melted back into water. In the center of the pool, a sky-blue door appeared, shimmering with light, beckoning Enrique to approach. This must be the path forward after clearing the trial. He had to enter and explore. Enrique cautiously pushed open the door and ventured into the narrow, dark corridor, eventually leading somewhere else. Chapter 372, Carnage. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a blood-red moon hanging firmly in the sky. It was strange. The architectural style and the familiar atmosphere made Enrique feel as if he had been here before. After walking a few meters, he pushed through the thick fog and finally saw a few human figures ahead. "What kind of demon is this time?" Enrique asked coldly. He lunged forward abruptly, grabbing one of the humans by the shoulder and forcibly turning their face towards him. But in the next second, Enrique's face was filled with shock. The man in front appeared dazed and contorted, but his face was none other than Barton's long-dead father. Avon had perished during the battle with Lord Mayu. Why would he be here? Enrique, you have finally come. A traitor has emerged within the sect, seizing the opportunity to rebel. You must take charge for me. Avon spoke like a mechanical puppet, repeating himself over and over again. Enrique was about to respond when he saw Barton, hunched and disoriented, walking up from the side. Enrique, we all know the truth now. It was you who betrayed us to Lord Mayu, informing them of everything about the Cloud Summit sect. Because of you, he killed my family and exterminated my sect. Barton shouted, eyes bloodshot. When he opened his mouth, Enrique could see that Barton's throat was infested with black maggots, a horrifying sight. Enrique felt an inexplicable unease. What did this mean? Up to this day, I demand your life. Barton raised his sword, hacking down fiercely. Since entering this illusion, part of Enrique's neural connections had been severed, impairing his ability to judge reality. He couldn't distinguish whether they were in an illusion, or if the real people had been manipulated into this place. Unwilling to retaliate recklessly, he only held the rainbow sword horizontally to block the attack. Calm down. I sought revenge for you. How could I possibly align with Lord Moyu? What benefit would it be for me helping that immortal snake? Come to your senses. Enrique yelled at the top of his lungs. His strength was slightly inferior to Barton's, and with just 80% of his power, Barton forced Enrique to retreat, leaving him exhausted, his arms severely injured. Is that so? Then why do you have such a dubious relationship with this woman? I've heard that the Sky Hayden sect isn't well regarded, fond of conducting various hybrid experiments. To wake you up, I specifically had this woman brought here. Barton took a step back, twisting his neck grotesquely, which made a popping sound. Then, out of nowhere, a wooden chair appeared in the center of the room. Madeline was bound tightly to it, her eyes shut, covered in injuries. It was clear she had endured harsh torture, blood seeping profusely from her wounds. Alalie, why are you here? Enrique was horrified. Alalie is at peak strength. How could you possibly subdue her? True, my father and I don't have that capability. You're the strongest, aren't you? Barton shouted loudly. I didn't mean it like that. Enrique tried to explain. At this moment, Alessio's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. True, those two aren't capable enough, but what about me? What? Master, why? Enrique's face turned ashen. Meeting Alessio's gaze sent chills down his spine. Alessio now resembled a supervillain, his lips curling into a sneer, eyes icy and cold, merciless and cruel. An eerie green tattoo on his right arm looked like an imprint left by a devil. Now, taste the pain of losing your loved ones. Alessio roared, palm facing upward, pointing towards the sky. Instantly, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and a heavy rainstorm began. Raindrops sharp as needles pierced toward Madeline's body, so dense that in the blink of an eye, they penetrated Madeline's torso, slicing through flesh and bone. Her eyes widened in horror. No. Enrique stretched out his hand, helpless as the needles turned Madeline's body into a sieve, riddled with holes. Madeline died with her eyes wide open, collapsing limply into a crumpled heap. Ha ha ha, peak strength means nothing. After all that boasting, I thought it would be terrifying, but it's just a three-legged cat. Barton laughed behind Avon, covering his mouth. All three watched mockingly, their expressions full of disdain. Shadows loomed in the darkness, hideous and sinister. They're right. You are the future head of the Cloud Summit sect. How can you let emotions cloud your judgment? Don't play around. Come back quickly, and don't run off with this woman. Alessio turned, his expression cold, beckoning Enrique softly. In a flash, the trio floated away, waiting silently for Enrique to follow. Enrique clenched his jaw, trembling. Impossible, this cannot be true. He embraced Madeline's body tightly, not letting go even as her blood stained his hands red. Alalie, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on following you to Sky Hayden sect, they wouldn't have targeted you. What are you talking about? How can this be your fault? I underestimated them and let my guard down, leading to my capture. Madeline, fatigued, turned her head and sighed. Enrique grew furious, wanting to argue with the others. As he shifted his gaze, he felt a sudden chill in his stomach. In her right hand, Madeline held a small ice dagger glowing with a cold blue light, plunging it straight into his navel. Alalie, you? Enrique's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the one trying to kill him was Madeline. Enrique's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness completely. In his dream, he heard someone calling him. Enrique, come to your senses. Think carefully. Would I really betray you under these circumstances? Which is real, and which is an illusion? Think it over. A haunting female voice echoed from the sky, piercing Enrique's ears. His fingers twitched slightly, his brows relaxing. Right, yes. Over the days exploring together, Madeline had become his combat partner. She had no reason to betray him. Therefore, everything before him must be an illusion, all fabricated. Chapter 373, Family Heirloom. When Madeline pushed the door open and came in, the Freddy's eyes trembled slightly, as if his pupils were shaken. He had deliberated for a long time, turning his head to face the wall, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something but was held back by shame and could not bring himself to speak. Master, what on earth is going on? Where did those crow demons come from? They went out of their way to launch a grand attack on our Yunshang Tianzong? Madeline's voice still trembled as she asked, forcibly suppressing her emotions, asking word by word. The Freddy was silent for a long while before he finally spoke up, revealing the truth. Alalie, I don't want to lie to you. You are my disciple with the highest cultivation and outstanding talent all these years. Perhaps only you can help restore the reputation of Yunshang Tianzong. Your master's body has grown old. The Freddy murmured. Although spiritual energy delayed the aging process, it was inevitable that they would eventually grow old. The Freddy had racked his brains, wanting to pass on the position of family head to the next disciple, but he had always been selecting and couldn't find an appropriate candidate. And the successor he had tentatively chosen died in this sudden ambush by a crow demon, leaving him deeply worried. Reputation? Madeline repeated, puzzled. So, the item she saw the crow demon holding must be something closely related to the clan? Every race has its own heirloom. Our Yunshang Tianzong has survived so many years precisely because of this heirloom. It was collected from a massive spirit stone mine, encompassing both demon power and spiritual energy, yet with two extremes. Do you know the Taiji Bagua array? The principle is similar. They restrain each other, check each other, yet do not fully merge. Therefore, many demons want to seize it. However, no one has leaked any information. How did they plan such a thorough attack on our sect? The Freddy's tone was filled with sorrow. According to him, that heirloom was the essence condensed into a single entity. Master, does this mean that if they absorb the energy within the heirloom, their power will drastically increase? Exactly, then even the entire continent might not be spared. If the power of the heirloom is mastered, it could destroy the whole world. Note, I've replaced Sundo Dalu with continent to make it read more naturally in English while keeping the meaning intact. This statement caused both of them to stiffen, their pupils constricting as they felt an unprecedented pressure and burden on their shoulders. The Freddy had guessed something when the crow demons invaded the cathedral. He tried to intervene, but the crow demons held several disciples hostage as threats. Unable to bear watching his disciples suffer, he offered himself as well. Ordinarily, with the Freddy's abilities, it wouldn't have been an issue. That is the bracelet. If the Andonis you brought back is strong enough to make it through to the final stage safely, you should go with him to defeat the demons and retrieve the treasure. Many disciples have died or are injured, and even I am quite useless. Cough, cough. While speaking, the Freddy couldn't help but cough violently, his hands covered in blood. Afraid of agitating the Freddy, Madeline quickly steadied him, resolutely taking the purple bracelet. Remember, keep rotating the bracelet in a figure-8 pattern until it glows. That way, you can track how far along the person in the secret realm has progressed. But I advise you not to observe it constantly. Each check will consume a lot of mental energy, the Freddy added. He feared that Madeline might deliberately help Enrique cheat, which would render the challenge meaningless. Don't worry, Master. I'm not that much of a favor giver. Madeline couldn't help but chuckle. Then she arranged for some physically fit disciples to take turns guarding the Freddy. Madeline returned to her room, preparing a set of medicinal pills to pack into her backpack. It seemed like she had to embark on another journey. She didn't know where the crow demon's lair was, so she thought about it. Turning to enter the study, she stood on tiptoe, flipping through encyclopedias and mythological illustrations on the bookshelf, page by page, trying to identify the crows. During the brief fight, she could sense that the crow demons had at least a dozen demonic souls. Inside the secret realm, Enrique pushed open the gate of the ice world. Just stepping in, he almost got swept away by the blizzard. Cold winds whistled, hexagonal frost landing on his face and hands, turning his skin blue before freezing into icicles. Enrique slowly walked above an icy blue path, observing the surroundings. The fierce wind made it hard to open his eyes. At that moment, a voice suddenly burst out. Who would have thought you could make it here? The humans of this era are truly formidable. I've been trapped in this damned place alone for too long, utterly bored. Let's entertain me for a while. That voice was extremely arrogant. Before Enrique could respond, the ice blue path beneath his feet shattered and fragmented in all directions. Apparently, it wasn't a real path but a massive floating iceberg, and the creature controlling it from the shadows could manipulate it at will. Enrique thought, not good, and leaped aside, barely avoiding falling into the water. If he guessed correctly, the water in the secret realm was no ordinary water. Beneath it likely lay a huge abyss. Once you fell in, you wouldn't return. Ha ha ha, interesting, you almost got caught. Then the creature fully revealed itself. The demon's true form was short but wide, resembling a snowman made of two giant snowballs. His teeth were sharp and jagged, his eyes dull, looking rather dim-witted. Enrique nearly burst out laughing at first sight. This enraged the snowman demon, who gnashed his teeth fiercely. Human, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I was just thinking that you'll soon be dead. Do you have any last words? Enrique intentionally said arrogantly. He realized the demon was chatty. Delaying more time would naturally be beneficial. Is that so? Don't boast. Just try me. Countless demons have fallen to my sword. If you sniff carefully, you can still smell their blood. Enrique laughed, trying to bluff. Chapter 374, The Snowman Demon. Say whatever you want. Do I look like someone who gets angry easily? In the end, you're just a snack in my mouth. The snowman demon opened its blood-red maw, with teeth and tongue made entirely of sparkling blue ice blocks, constantly exhaling blizzards from its throat. The snowman demon's lung capacity must have been impressive. It blew for quite some time without running out of breath. Enrique struggled to hold his ground, his body stability not strong enough. Damn, if this keeps up, I'll turn into an ice sculpture. Entering the water would be even worse. With no place to dodge, Enrique looked around and finally chose a hemispherical building on the ground. Snowballs littered the ground, and one wrong step could result in him sliding uncontrollably. He had to stay alert at all times. These buildings resembled those built in extremely cold climates. Enrique rolled behind one as the blizzard narrowly missed him, slicing across his skin painfully. Do you think hiding will make me lose sight of you? Even if you leave my view, thousands of companions will still assist me. The snowman demon laughed mockingly, taunting its opponent's foolishness. Then, its hard hands twitched slightly, and suddenly the hemispherical building began to shake violently, akin to an earthquake. Before Enrique could react, countless small snowmen surrounded him, laughing loudly, crowding him into the center. Well, your right hand looks very delicious. Even the way you wield your sword is perfect. Consuming it will surely increase my demonic power. The demon was utterly delighted. It bent down and bit fiercely at Enrique's arm. Despite his quick reflexes, Enrique barely dodged the attack but was still grazed by the sharp teeth of the snowman demon. Blood splattered everywhere, but due to the low temperature and pressure, the blood froze instantly upon contact with the air, leaving Enrique numb and unable to feel pain. He felt tingling all over, but couldn't pinpoint where exactly it hurt. Little one, your dodging speed is impressive. Without any real skill, you must have maxed out your agility. The snowman demon continued taunting. Savoring the taste of blood in its mouth, it felt deeply satisfied. Even tasting a bit of flesh was delightful. Such fresh human meat would be so delicious if swallowed whole. The snowman demon spoke frankly, each comment hitting the mark. This only annoyed Enrique more. After all, he despised demons commenting freely about him. Previously, any demon who dared speak insolently met their end at the hands of his prideful swords. Enrique's body swayed. Blood gushed from his right arm, causing excruciating pain. He clutched his arm tightly and used the long Hong sword to form a red protective barrier around himself. This translucent shield was entirely composed of hot air, consuming heat from the sword chi, benefiting Enrique without drawbacks. Originally intending to launch another attack, the snowman demon was repelled by the scorching red light, nearly melting through its icy body. Despite this, the snowman demon remained undeterred, opening its mouth wide and cackling coldly, revealing fully blood-stained teeth. Enrique's eyes flickered. He drew the Jyotian Charltanaming sword with his left hand and the long Hong sword with his right, merging the two swords with completely opposite energy flows, channeling endless spiritual power to form two non-interfering hemispheres. What trick is this? The snowman demon was stunned. Logically speaking, water and fire should cancel each other out, evaporating instantly. You don't know this? Since you're ice-based, I'll use the principle of extreme opposites to knock you down. Enrique muttered under his breath. His voice became colder as he swung both swords ferociously. The snowman demon had summoned its minions to form a massive ice wall, which was instantly melted by the intense flames. The snowmen yelped and melted into puddles before they could react. These puddles were not wasted but absorbed by the Jyotian Charltanaming sword to create new forms of energy. This ability was extraordinary. In a shockwave that echoed through the heavens and earth, the snowman demon screamed and was cut into fragments, flying in all directions before falling silent. The icy mountain in front of Enrique was nearly leveled, the sheer power awe-inspiring. Truly remarkable, opposite attribute swords unleashing limitless power. Enrique muttered, marveling at the effectiveness. A huge treasure chest appeared again. Enrique approached and opened it, finding several pills and a yellowed parchment detailing their effects. This is the mind-stabilizing pill, calming the mind and restoring composure. And this rapid hemostatic pill will stop bleeding quickly, effective for both Alali and me. Enrique murmured as he took the treasures. The door in front of him changed once more, surprising him. This new door looked almost identical to the entrance of the secret realm, except without the lock. The familiar scene and atmosphere almost moved Enrique to tears. Have I successfully passed and can leave now? Enrique rejoiced inwardly. I must show the headmaster of Yunshang Tianzong my strength. I am fully capable of training here. Clutching his fists, Enrique looked forward eagerly, unaware of what had transpired outside. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the exit. Another dizzying sensation followed, but Enrique was nearly accustomed to the weightlessness. If he could fly through the air with his sword, he might not feel so disoriented. Chapter 375. Exit. He took a step forward with his left foot, slowly landing, surrounded by a faint beam of holy light, as if he were being transported to heaven. From Madeline's perspective, she saw the massive embryo that was Enrique float out from within the pearl, like a gigantic soul. Enrique finally returned to the real world, opening his eyes and first seeing a colorful bed and blanket. Confused, he turned his head and was surprised to find Madeline leaning against the headboard, wearing a pink nightgown. What the heck? Why was he in Madeline's boudoir? Wasn't that bead supposed to be in that old guy, the sect leader's hands? Sorry, Alali, I didn't mean to look. I didn't expect to exit the secret realm here. Enrique stuttered, his face flushed with embarrassment. He didn't dare to glance over there anymore. After all, there should be boundaries between men and women. You don't have to be so flustered. Madeline put down the book she had been reading, somewhat amused yet also sad, slowly revealing the purple bead. This was delivered to me by my master. He asked me to use this bead to check on your condition. Clearly, it is no longer necessary. You've successfully returned, and your strength has been witnessed by all demons and our master. Madeline muttered, but she wasn't very interested, her eyes unfocused. Usually, Madeline should be the most excited person outside of Enrique upon his successful breakthrough. What happened today? Was the sun rising in the west? Enrique was puzzled. But he soon noticed that Madeline's arm was wrapped with several thick layers of bandages, and there seemed to be bloodstains on them. He grabbed her arm, scrutinizing it closely, shocked. You're injured? No, these bloodstains aren't yours. Enrique frowned, then grew cold. Who did this? When he spoke seriously, he exuded an aura of security that was incomparably powerful. Madeline couldn't help but smile bitterly, recounting what had happened over the past 2 days slowly. I didn't expect such a significant upheaval to occur while I was undergoing trials inside the secret realm gate. Don't worry, I will definitely assist you in retrieving our family heirloom. If those demons get their hands on it and use it for evil, it could unite all the formidable demons across the entire Shenzhou continent for a coordinated breakthrough. Enrique's resolve was unwavering. He would never tolerate such underhanded behavior. Thank you. This time I really didn't know what to do, watching other disciples die right before my eyes. It might take a lifetime to erase this psychological shadow. Madeline felt helpless and weak. She slowly leaned over, collapsing beside Enrique, her eyes filled with boundless sorrow. Enrique symbolically patted her back, but said nothing. Though he couldn't empathize at the moment, he could imagine how powerless they must have felt. Just like the cloud-soaring sect being inexplicably slaughtered. It was unforgivable. I just finished the challenge today. My body is a bit tired. Let's rest tonight, and set off early tomorrow morning. I need to return to my tent to pack up some items. Enrique got up to go back to his room, suddenly remembering something. He pulled out a delicate box from his robe and handed it to Madeline. "Oh, you can give this medicine to the injured. I still have a few backups here. If there are too many injured people, grind it into powder and mix it with water. The medicinal efficacy won't diminish," Enrique instructed carefully. After reading the usage instructions, he was confident about this, though he didn't know exactly how many disciples suffered this time. Regardless, he wanted to contribute whatever help he could. This is a reward I obtained from the secret realm. It helps consolidate blood and muscles, alleviating their pain. Madeline was deeply moved, nodding in acceptance of his kindness. Enrique, after confirming there was no hidden danger nearby, returned to his room and sat in meditation, absorbing the essence from the surrounding elements. The cloud above Hayden sect was an excellent place for cultivation. If not for this sudden event, Enrique was due to spend some time searching for the best location to cultivate spirit energy and reinforce his weapon. However, now burdened with an important task, he had no time to rest. Until the next morning when Enrique woke up, Madeline wearily called him to join a meal in the assembly hall. They departed under the watchful eyes of numerous sect disciples. "So, do you have a plan? Have you figured out where those guys are?" Enrique trusted Madeline's efficiency. They started heading south, eating dry provisions along the way while discussing the plan. "Of course, I specifically went to the library to flip through a lot of books. These demons are called crow demons, or corrosive crows. Their beaks and claws contain potent toxins which are innate and can't be altered by external forces. Once contaminated, rapid medical attention from an expert is needed. Crow demons are highly social, living in specialized nests and groups. If one wants to ambush them unawares, it's nearly impossible, as there are always 4 or 5 guards on duty. In numbers alone, we're outnumbered. Even combining all the disciples of the cloud above Hayden sect may not be enough compared to theirs," Madeline analyzed clearly. It wasn't self-deprecation but a stark reality, a headache-inducing situation. "Really that strong? Did you find out their whereabouts and their weakness? Maybe we can research more." Enrique furrowed his brows, pondering before asking again. Madeline hesitated for a moment, then unfolded a sheepskin map in front of Enrique. "This is the information I've gathered. We're currently in the north, while the Crow Demon congregation is located slightly to the south of the center. That place is called the Blackbird Nest, constructed from countless corpses of dead crow demons, naturally accumulated. Some were killed by predators, and the crow demons carry back their fallen companions to build nests. Looking at this map gives me chills." Madeline frowned, showing Enrique the map. Indeed, it was terrifying, sending shivers down his spine. Imagine these hideous demons constructing their dwellings on top of their comrades' suffering, coexisting daily with silent corpses. Truly a representation of ruthless brutality. At our current pace, it will take a few days. Are there any shortcuts or spatial tunnels that can directly transport us closer? With such distance, even these demons can't fly back so quickly without resting along the way, Enrique questioned. This question was crucial. Upon hearing it, Madeline pondered with her chin resting on her hand. Indeed, based on analysis, even areas near Yin territory have wormholes. This region, rich and prosperous, surely harbors many secrets unknown to them. Then, Enrique decided to investigate. He closed his eyes slowly, using his spiritual energy to sense the fluctuations in the air. Soon, his mind stirred as if a tiny light appeared before him. "Let's follow this direction," Enrique shouted, feeling a special calling. His demeanor and posture exuded confidence, distinctly different from earlier. It was clear he was sure. Since then, they wouldn't waste time traveling unnecessary and winding paths. Madeline didn't ask many questions. The two followed the direction Enrique indicated, continuously advancing. Before their eyes appeared a strange scene. In the center of the area stood a massive cauldron with an extraordinarily wide mouth. Enrique held Madeline's hand and easily jumped inside, feeling countless fragments brushing past their cheeks. However, their expressions were resolute, firmly gripping each other's hands to avoid being separated when they reached their destination. Separating would only add more difficulty. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally arrived. Their toes touched the ground. In front of them was a faint sign that seemed to have been pecked into by demons, covered in black feathers. Really efficient. We were supposed to take days to reach here, but we've made it so quickly. I'm sure these creatures didn't expect this at all. Catch them off guard. Madeline's eyes darkened as she mockingly said. Given the situation, she couldn't laugh. The smell of the crow feathers made her feel queasy, constantly stirring up those unpleasant memories which she wished to erase from her mind forever. The crow's nest was built mid-air. While its support mechanism was unclear, it was certain that due to the combined demonic powers of each crow demon, the entire nest remained suspended. There were about 4 or 5 crow demons hovering in the sky. When tired, they'd perch near the walls of the nest, occasionally screeching loudly, a sound incredibly grating to hear. How do we infiltrate later? We don't know where they're hiding the family heirloom, Madeline asked anxiously. Being too cautious would make it difficult to sneak in, while being rash could result in being surrounded by hundreds of demons. No laughing matter. Maybe we can feign an attack on one side while you search inside. Madeline lowered her head, pondering, then suggested suddenly. Her gaze was resolute, almost like she was ready for a heroic sacrifice. Are you crazy? Distracting just a few might work, but the guards will surely report back. They've seen your face before at Yunshangshan sect. Do you think you'll come out alive? Enrique reprimanded harshly, clearly annoyed. Risking one's life on such a gamble wasn't worth it. What else can we do now? Do you have a better plan? Madeline tried to shake free from Enrique's grip, frowning and feeling frustrated. After all, she was at the peak of her current strength, capable of handling any demons. Did Enrique doubt her? Before Madeline could say more, Enrique tightened his grip on her wrist, his hand warm and reassuring. His face stern, he pulled Madeline down, and they hid back into the bushes, full of worry. No matter what, this plan is off. If I propose to distract them, wouldn't you react the same way? Enrique sharply commented. Madeline opened her mouth to argue, but realized he was right. She pouted, crossed her arms, and sat on the ground. She wanted to see what trick Enrique had up his sleeve. I obtained some treasures in the secret realm, including a new water elemental sword, the 9 Hayden's mystic sword, and some pills. There's also a small brocade pouch I found after meditating upon returning to my room post-secret realm. It seems to have automatically dropped and become mine. I haven't opened it yet, but perhaps it might be useful now. Let's gamble. If nothing useful is inside, I'll go distract the monsters. Enrique suggested thoughtfully. Though Madeline was slightly dissatisfied, she had no choice but to place her hopes on these treasures. My master once told me that after each trial in the secret realm gate, corresponding treasures drop randomly to the victors. Everything seems tailor-made and remains a mystery until revealed. Madeline nodded, analyzing, finding it even more mysterious. The two leaned close together, examining carefully. Enrique pulled out a purple-red brocade pouch from his pocket, took a deep breath, and slowly untied the ribbon. Suddenly, the pouch began to inflate, expanding significantly, eventually matching Enrique's height. Any bigger, and it might be spotted by the enemy. The expansion halted, and Enrique cautiously extended his hand, submerging his entire arm into the pouch, searching inside. He felt something icy and silky, the smooth texture startling him momentarily, but he pressed on. Soon, he pulled out a translucent filamentous substance. Continuing the translation, ensuring coherence and natural English flow, Enrique scrutinized the translucent material closely. It looked fragile yet somehow resilient, almost ethereal. As he examined it further, the object began to shimmer slightly, revealing itself to be a fine, silken thread embedded with intricate patterns. "Look at this," Enrique whispered, showing Madeline the item. "It seems delicate but might hold significant power." Madeline leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "What is it? Any idea how it could help us?" Enrique shook his head. "Not yet, but let's keep exploring. There might be more treasures inside." Reaching back into the pouch, Enrique found a small scroll neatly tucked away. Carefully unfurling it, they both leaned in to read the ancient script inscribed on it. "Seems to be a spell of concealment," Madeline remarked, deciphering the words. "If used correctly, it could mask our presence entirely." Enrique smiled. "Perfect. This could give us the advantage we need to infiltrate without alerting the demons." With renewed hope, they gathered all the items and discussed a revised plan. Using the concealment spell, they aimed to enter the nest undetected and find the family heirloom before making their escape. "This feels like a much better strategy," Madeline agreed, nodding confidently. "We must act swiftly and stay alert," Enrique warned. "Every moment counts." Taking a deep breath, they prepared themselves mentally and physically for the dangerous task ahead, knowing that this was their best shot at success. Translating the next segment while maintaining the original structure and tone, Enrique continued to delve deeper into the bag, pulling out various items, each potentially valuable. Among them was a small vial filled with a glowing blue liquid, likely a potent elixir. Another was a miniature bell, its surface engraved with mystical runes that pulsed faintly. "What does this do?" Madeline asked, pointing to the bell. "I'm not sure," Enrique replied, shaking it gently. A soft chime echoed, surprisingly melodic despite the tense surroundings. "Perhaps it has some form of protective or signaling function." They kept the bell close, adding it to their arsenal of tools. Next came a set of thin, almost invisible wires that seemed sturdy enough to withstand considerable force. These could serve as a grappling hook or a trap, providing multiple possibilities for their mission. Finally, they found a tiny mirror encased in a leather pouch. The mirror's surface rippled faintly, as if it were not just a reflective piece of glass, but held deeper properties. "This mirror," Madeline murmured, intrigued. "It might allow us to see hidden pathways or reflect illusions." Enrique nodded, understanding its potential uses. "Each item here seems purposeful. We'll need to use them strategically." With all the treasures identified, they reviewed their plan once more. The concealment spell would hide their presence. The bell would alert them to any dangers. The wires could assist in navigating the nest or setting traps, and the mirror might reveal concealed paths. "Ready?" Enrique asked, glancing at Madeline. "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied, taking a deep breath. Together, they emerged from their hiding spot, ready to execute their plan with newfound confidence and determination. The translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text, ensuring a seamless and coherent continuation of the story. Chapter 376, The Invisibility Cloak. Madeline leaned in to take a closer look, and she was almost screaming with excitement. "Hayden, there's actually such a magical artifact. Is this for real? It's too advanced." Madeline was beside herself with joy, her eyes sparkling with numerous golden lights. "What is it?" Enrique asked, utterly puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. "Look at its semi-transparent texture and color, can't you guess? This is an invisibility cloak," Madeline explained, as if complaining that Enrique couldn't recognize a valuable item when he saw one. With something like this, they could infiltrate anywhere effortlessly. It was truly a great deed that this time, requesting his master to send Enrique into the secret realm for training ended up preserving the dignity of their sect. Now, let them make up for everyone's past mistakes. "So, does this mean he can completely become invisible?" Enrique's eyes lit up, and he began to examine the cloak with interest. He held it in his hands, putting his entire hand into the cloak, which instantly vanished into thin air. Though he could still feel it, it was now invisible. This strange sensation was hard to describe. It felt like there was an itch inside his heart. Enrique grabbed both ends of the cloak and spread it out. Its length and width were just right to fit two people. "All right, hurry up and get in. We need to act quickly. Let's go teach those little brats a lesson." Enrique's eyes turned cold. "Alonso's," Madeline responded softly. The two squeezed into the cloak, and Madeline activated her power. They slowly flew off toward the horizon, arriving near the entrance at the top of the nest. The patrolling crow demons didn't notice any intruders at all, continuing their tireless vigilance without realizing they had missed something significant. Madeline observed the path and led the way while Enrique didn't need to worry much. Soon, they landed steadily in front of the interior of the crow demon's nest. Most of the demons had large, hive-like baskets on their backs, shaped oddly. Their expressions varied, appearing quite exhausted. These crow demons must be serving their leader. Let's go deeper to find him, Enrique concluded after observing the surroundings. Madeline agreed internally, and they both held the cloak high, walking with small steps. Soon, several crow demons carrying heavy loads of spirit stones came from the opposite end of the corridor. These spirit stones emitted a dazzling pink light, clearly newly mined and not yet oxidized. So fast? Looks like the boss's plan is about to succeed. Ha ha ha, let's deliver these quickly. When we place the treasures we stole from the human fools last time at the center of the altar, it will boost all our demonic powers for a super evolution. Several groups of crow demons laughed shrilly and split off in different directions. Enrique and Madeline paused, unsure who to follow. Let's follow the one with the blue tie and see what's going on, Enrique suggested, his eyes flashing with thought. If they thoroughly explored this nest, they might find out why the demons wanted their family heirloom. Right. Master said that to activate the heirloom, it needs the right opportunity and powerful spirit springs. These demons' intelligence seems to have surpassed ordinary demons, allowing them to seek different methods. Madeline nodded. Although reluctant, they knew it might come down to a final stand. The journey through the nest was arduous. Inside, saliva and stench permeated the air, forcing Enrique to cover his nose, fearing to inhale the toxic gas. Too torturous. How are the spirit stones doing? Have they all been collected without any leftovers? Two crow demons counted using their claws, marking lines on the walls. Blood stains appeared on the feathers, creating a bizarre spectacle from an objective standpoint. Report, this batch has been fully collected. Another batch hasn't been sorted yet. Should we wait for the boss's orders or handle it ourselves? One crow demon reported, bowing respectfully. Enrique noticed that though the demons looked similar, they wore differently colored ties on their foreheads. Red ties symbolized the highest rank, while blue ties were subordinates. Currently, only two types were visible, with the leader remaining unknown. Darn, if my disguise technique could change species completely, I could gather more information, Enrique muttered, his eyes darkening momentarily. Unfortunately, he could only alter his appearance slightly, at most disguising himself as another human, but couldn't grow wings and feathers like the demons. Of course, if he really looked like that, he'd probably be traumatized. They seemed to be calling their comrades for a meeting. Let's hide to the side. After all, it's our first time using this cloak. Who knows if invisible people can be touched by others? Madeline suddenly suggested. Enrique thought about it and found it reasonable, so they moved to a less conspicuous corner. Soon, the small space filled with around 50 crow demons, all obeying the red-tide one. At the base of Spirit Stone Mountain, our team has already seized a basket of spirit stones. A few should go to assist. Humans are so easy to deceive, paving the way for us. Once they obtain anything, we just need to snatch it from them. The red-tide crow demon cackled, and the others echoed the laughter, shrill and unpleasant. Exactly. Yun Shang Tianzong bragged so much before, but we took them out easily. Remember those disciples crawling and begging for mercy? Hilarious. But to be honest, their organs and intestines aren't as tasty as those of regular animals. Boring. Hashtag chapter 377. The Raven Leader. Enrique clenched his teeth, a surging anger rising in his chest that he found hard to contain. Wasn't this blatant provocation and mockery? They truly didn't regard humans as equals and treated human lives like grass. As expected, Madeline, hidden nearby, bit her lower lip in fury, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. Her nails were embedded deeply into her palm as she feared losing control and rushing out in anger. But if she did, all their efforts would be in vain. Madeline took a deep breath, continuously adjusting her mindset to remain calm and composed. Right, we let one woman escape earlier. That woman looked quite delicious. If she could return as the boss's wife, it would also be pretty good. The demons laughed loudly. Just as Madeline was about to burst out, they slowly left the room and walked away. Enrique also quietly emerged from where he had been hiding against the wall, his face unreadable. Madeline wiped against the wall aimlessly, nearly kneeling on the ground, her eyes dim and lifeless. They seem to be going to deal with that so-called spirit stone first. Let's search inside and see where the heirloom is stored. If I'm not mistaken, it should have a strong connection to their leader, Enrique analyzed. He noticed Madeline's unstable emotions, but had no time to care too much now. To avenge his disciples, he had to be resolute for the moment. We'll get these despicable fellows later. All right, let's hurry. Madeline understood this simple truth and stood up again, her eyes filled with determination. They followed another corridor deeper inside. At a fork in the path, there were two roads, one to the left and one to the right. However, the right side had 3 times more demons guarding it. Therefore, Enrique was certain that this led to the leader's chamber. They moved cautiously along the walls, avoiding detection. A few patrolling demons almost bumped into them, hidden under their invisibility cloaks, but Madeline's agile body allowed her to dodge easily. They followed the raven demons inside without even needing to open the door themselves. Boss, I'm late. I was handling some issues. It seems that a batch of spirit stones had already deteriorated due to poor protection after excavation, said the raven demon respectfully. No problem. Just continue digging. I'm not in such a rush anyway. I haven't even figured out how to use what we stole from that old man yet, the leader replied casually, sitting in a red leather chair at the center, idly examining the heirloom. The heirloom felt and looked like an ordinary stone, especially since it seemed to lose value after being brought back by his subordinates. The leader studied it for a long time but found nothing unusual, beginning to suspect if his men had stolen the wrong item. The raven leader was incredibly large, surrounded by several skeletons of his kindred, painted red or covered in blood, creating a chilling sight. Enrique nearly screamed when he saw the leader, who was not only different from the other subordinates but also vastly dissimilar. The leader had 3 heads and 6 arms, with a long, shiny bird-like beak that produced loud clinking sounds whenever he spoke. Above his forehead was a third eye, which likely emitted lasers or stored substances based on Enrique's past experiences. Come closer, the Raven leader thought for a moment and beckoned with his long black claws. What is it, boss? The Raven demon, oblivious to the impending danger, obediently approached with his weapon. Just a meter away from the leader, the Raven leader's lips curled into an eerie smile before gripping the thin neck of his subordinate and twisting it with a sickening crunch. In seconds, the subordinate struggled and then died. Its large, copper-bell eyes remained wide open, seemingly unable to close in death. What is this guy doing? Why kill his own people? Enrique was puzzled. He had seen ruthless beings, but to attack his own subordinates was brutal. Now, let's use your hot blood. The Raven leader sneered, then used his claws to tear apart the dead subordinate's neck, causing torrents of blood to spurt onto the heirloom. Not satisfied, he twisted the fragile neck into knots until he was done. Initially, there was no change to the heirloom as Enrique and Madeline watched intently. Soon, a white mist emanated around them, rising upward and entering the leader's third eye, which turned blood red, swallowing everything before returning to normal. The Raven leader trembled with excitement. This is incredible. Being able to absorb other demons' cores and convert them into power, doubling or even tripling it. This is truly remarkable craftsmanship. He threw aside the corpse in his hand, which instantly decayed, leaving only white bones. So, the piled-up skeletons next to the leader's seat came from this. It indicated many innocent subordinates had met cruel deaths over 2 days. For Enrique and Madeline, this was a blessing in disguise. Every demon fewer meant less pressure for them. Alan thought, it also signified that the Raven leader would become increasingly formidable, accumulating all their powers. Ha ha ha, all of China will be mine. Let me be your new king. The Raven leader roared, holding the heirloom lovingly. Translation maintained the original tone, structure, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 378, The Cage. Speaking of which, why would such a dangerous object be passed down through generations in the Yunshang Tian sect? What kind of connection lies behind it? Many years ago, before the current leader was even born, their ancestors fought various monsters and practiced for 49 days to exterminate all demons and evil spirits in the world. However, new monsters kept emerging, eventually overwhelming the ancestors. To counter this, they unleashed their spiritual energy, absorbing the majority of these monsters into their own bodies. By offering their physical form, they condensed into a stone, the family heirloom. It contained endless power. Anyone who used it could rule the entire world. This object continually accumulates energy on its own, pushing the limits of human capability. Because it was considered extremely dangerous, later generations invited masters to affix talisman papers on it to prevent misuse by unauthorized people. The heirloom was also placed in a special chest and concealed with special energy to mask its scent from any monsters that might seek it out. The recent release of the seal and the crow monster's pursuit likely occurred because the heirloom hadn't been recharged for a long time, causing the seal inside to loosen. Crow monsters are exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, capable of detecting opportunities like this instantly. What do we do now? Just stay hidden and watch? Madeline asked, barely containing her inner rage. Everyone knew that acting now would be suicidal. Let's wait a bit longer. The leader will definitely rest tonight, Enrique whispered, trying to calm everyone down. There was no other option but to wait. After a while, the crow leader finally seemed satisfied and gently stroked the heirloom before turning around and carrying it to one side, where he opened a cage-like structure similar to a bird cage. The bars at the top were black and white. The leader carefully placed the heirloom in the center and then closed the door. Strange, just a few sparse bars. Anyone could grab it if they wanted to, Enrique thought, raising an eyebrow. After placing it down, the leader openly left it next to a table, not fearing theft. He then turned toward an inner room, stretching widely as if preparing to sleep. Just as Enrique was about to move, several shadows darted in first, hiding in the corners. Upon closer inspection, they were crow monsters with blue ribbons tied to their heads. They whispered fearfully to each other. Did you see that? The leader killed our captain. I saw it clearly. We were just outside the door, trying to report something. It was terrifying. What does he want? Is this really our leader? Could he have been replaced? The crows whispered, suspecting the heirloom had something to do with this bizarre situation. One of you stays here and alerts me if anything happens. I'll check what this stone can do, one of them said seriously. Carefully ensuring the leader was truly asleep and making no sound, they cautiously touched the seemingly simple birdcage. But as soon as the crow's claws made contact, electrical sparks of blue and yellow surged. Hey-ya! The poor crow screamed uncontrollably as his feathers scorched within seconds, his claws turning to blackened charcoal, collapsing onto the ground, apparently paralyzed. The other crows were frozen in shock. They were relatively new to the group, young and inexperienced. None of them had ever encountered such a scene. Worse still, the crow leader was woken by the screams and slowly flew out. His eyes fixed on the chaos below before sweeping his gaze over the few remaining crows, then opening his sharp beak and emitting a chilling voice. Were you trying to touch my treasure? We know we were wrong, leader. He acted rashly and offended you. Please spare us this time. We won't dare come near here again. We were just passing by to report. The crow monsters pleaded, prostrating themselves and begging forgiveness. They didn't want to die. They still wanted to train. It's too late now. You'll serve as nourishment for me. It'll help charge the stone faster. The leader grinned viciously. With much energy lacking, he wasn't going to hesitate with these brash younglings. The leader's third eye on his forehead opened, absorbing the core demon energies of the few subordinates and injecting them into the heirloom. Through the heirloom, the process amplified the energy 2 to 3 times more. The subordinate crows transformed into charred corpses, reduced to mere bones by the wind. In truth, they were victims too, having gone through great lengths to steal the heirloom from Yunshangtian sect only to hand it over to their leader without much use. Worse, their leader remained unsatisfied, not only taking the credit but also punishing them afterward. Enrique noticed dark mist surrounding the leader, possibly a side effect of the object. She felt relieved they hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, she and Madeline might have suffered the same fate. Discovering them could have resulted in a gruesome death. Chapter 379. The Horn. What good are those two rusty swords of yours? Pretending to be brave won't help you. You'd better come inside our bellies and play there. One of the leading crow demons laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. The others also burst into laughter, truly proving that they were all from the same family. Their smug demeanor was infuriating. At the order of the crow demons, they all spread their feathered wings, like sharp blades, hurtling straight toward Enrique and Madeline. The space was too cramped. With the demons spreading their wings, hardly any room was left. Enrique activated the power of Cold Ice Snow Soul and the Nine Hayden's Dark Sword, transforming them into two massive tornadoes that surged forward, instantly freezing several leading crow demons into ice sculptures. Their bright beaks shimmered with a yellow glow. But clearly, this wasn't enough. Crow demons came in pairs, one after another, surging forward. Enrique's power hadn't reached perfection yet. He had just received this new sword and hadn't used it many times, so he was suddenly flustered. His hands holding the swords trembled from the intense pressure of the sword chi, numbing his pain receptors until he could barely defend himself. Even his legs shook violently, blood flowing backward, his face turning red with exertion. Madeline noticed Enrique's unusual state and worriedly supported his shoulder. Don't force yourself. Let me handle it. I'm much better now and can face them. Madeline understood why Enrique insisted on fighting. He feared she would develop a psychological scar if she fought. How bold and considerate. Madeline felt touched and silently scolded him for being a fool. She helped him move to the side, then drew her longsword. A cold light flashed. Several crow demons in front of her were slashed into piles of mush. Blood erupted but was immediately frozen by the surrounding icy aura into chunks of coagulated blood, looking rather disgusting. Damn you! How dare you massacre my kin, you reckless human! The crow leader screeched angrily. He abruptly plucked a huge feather from his back. Enrique and Madeline raised their eyebrows, curious about what he intended to do. The crow leader placed the feather to his mouth, touching it with his pointed beak and gently blew into it. Instantly, the feather inflated into a colossal dark blue horn. Woo-caw-caw. The crow leader blew the horn in a unique manner, and immediately the entire bird's nest base was enveloped by the unbearable sound. The sound waves grew higher and higher, not only a mental attack but also causing dizziness and disorientation. Madeline and Enrique almost fainted. They had no choice but to cover their ears tightly. The cacophony was excruciating. Soon, they understood the purpose of the horn. After about 2 minutes, the bird's nest base was filled with bustling sounds as more and more footsteps approached. All the crow demons, except those patrolling overhead, gathered at the entrance in waves. Damn it, we're completely surrounded now. There must be hundreds of them. Enrique cursed his lack of peak strength. If he were stronger, combined with these divine swords, he could easily create a bloodbath among these nameless minions. So what if there are many? They're still amateurs. Madeline swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, then firmly grasped the hilt and swung the sword at the center. After careful consideration, this strike aimed precisely at the center to maximize its effect. Madeline narrowed her eyes, seeing the spiraling demonic energy form a tiny vortex, colliding fiercely. Her superlative peak strength unleashed mass damage. Before the crow demons could react, they were shattered by a streak of white light. Boom boom boom. Buildings crumbled, feathers from completed nests scattered like dense black rain. The crow leader's abode was utterly ruined. Large sections of its honeycomb-like structure collapsed, revealing the sky above. As dawn approached, Enrique couldn't help but reflect on how they had exceeded the expected time without completing their mission. Time was money, and waiting was becoming urgent. However, such formidable power. A single sword swing defeating the very source of demon energy. Enrique stared wide-eyed at Madeline's back, suddenly fearful. An angry woman was indeed formidable. Her immense energy fluctuations were awe-inspiring. Madeline's single stroke obliterated around 30 crow demons, astonishingly powerful. Even the crow leader was shocked. He hastily carried the heirloom-laden birdcage to a high spot, narrowly avoiding the blow. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have ended up as a puddle of goo. Thinking of this, fear gripped him. Who was this human girl? No matter, we must kill this human girl first, then take our time with the boy. Kill or torture. Whatever. Listen up, ignore that useless one. Capture this woman alive. The crow leader boldly declared. Although the smaller demons feared Madeline's abilities, they still decided to use collective tactics, loudly responding, Alonso's, chief. We'll complete the task perfectly. You think you can plan in front of me? Do you want to die? Madeline glared at them, then swung her sword again. Another 30 crow demons were engulfed in a giant sword shadow, shattering into pieces. However, an eerie sight appeared. The demonic cores falling from the demons didn't drift towards Madeline and Enrique but were sucked into the heirloom, which promptly devoured them into the crow leader's belly. His stomach grew increasingly round, hidden by drooping feathers but noticeably fuller, making it hard to ignore. Chapter 380. The Fisher's Gain. The leader of the crows, much like the fisherman in the fable of The Fisher's Gain, silently watched his minions battle Enrique and his companions from the shadows, reaping all the benefits for himself. Wasn't this akin to preying on his own kind, absorbing their demon cores? How could he stoop so low? To enhance his power, he had truly forsaken all principles. Unfortunately, the other minor demons never suspected him and instead focused all their efforts on fighting these seemingly unfriendly outsiders. Her pupils contracting, her body arching backward in a graceful yet broken arc, bowing like a shrimp. Allely. Enrique regretted bitterly. Had he known what would happen, he would never have let Madeline fight alone. He dashed forward, holding her in his arms and noticing the faint red line running from her forehead to her abdomen, precisely where the sword she had cut after bouncing off the mirror. If not for the jade pendant protecting her chest, she might have been cleaved in two, a gruesome sight. The emerald jade faintly glowed until Madeline's breathing steadied somewhat, after which its light dimmed. Enrique supported Madeline's leg joints with one hand and her neck with the other, gently lowering her down, his face filled with hatred. "You damn demons!" Surrounded by crows on all sides, they had no choice but to charge through and escape. "Enrique, don't be reckless. I'm just slightly injured and can still stand and fight. You stay behind me." As Enrique readied his sword, determined to fight to the death, even burning the entire nest if necessary, Madeline weakly tugged at his sleeve. She sensed her energy slowly restoring itself, steady though slow, avoiding any sudden mishaps. "What joke is this? After enduring such torture, you want to continue?" Enrique frowned, adamantly refusing. He shook off her hand and charged forward, swinging his sword fiercely, as if along with all its secrets and contents. The crow leader gnashed his beak in fury, eyes blazing. "To arms! He dared burn our home, our comrades who sacrificed themselves." The crows were enraged. Homeless from this point onward, victory would feel hollow indeed. Enrique prepared to launch a group attack, but saw the crow leader perform a quick maneuver. A surge of powerful force from the heirloom locked around Enrique's throat, preventing him from breathing or moving. "Aya!" Caught off guard, Enrique screamed in searing pain, biting his lip hard to stop further cries, aware they would only excite the enemy. "Done. I've immobilized him. Easier than I thought, but the effect lasts only 5 minutes. Make good use of it." Chapter 381. Retribution. The leader of the crows observed the effect and, finding it satisfactory, proudly boasted to his underlings. The little demons let out their unpleasant laughter, showing no martial virtue and taking advantage of the situation. They pounced fiercely, pecking at Enrique's skin with their sharp beaks. Enrique cursed inwardly while shielding Madeline with his arm, ensuring she didn't get hurt. After all, Madeline was a girl. If her face were disfigured, she wouldn't be able to show herself to anyone in the future. Even if they had to die, they would perish together, annihilating this family heirloom. Otherwise, other demons would surely use it for mischief later on. Determination filled Enrique's eyes as his hands never parted from protecting Madeline. Seeing the two refusing to submit, the crow demons grew infuriated, opening their mouths wide like iron plates and viciously pecking down, relishing the thrill of drinking blood and the excitement of eating flesh. Though these crow demons evolved from vultures and crows that usually feasted on corpses, slowly flaying a living person until they turned into white bones must have been quite an exhilarating experience. Soon, a chunk of flesh from Enrique's right arm was pecked away, revealing a bloody hole, a piercing pain. But Enrique clenched his teeth tightly, not uttering a sound. The faint firelight emanating from Changhong's sword formed a barrier, barely keeping them separated from the attackers. This was his last strength. Enrique, already weakened, staggered after a few steps and collapsed onto Madeline's shoulder, falling unconscious. His eyes closed, long lashes trembling slightly. Enrique, what's wrong?" Madeline exclaimed in alarm. Enrique was almost entirely covered in blood, his clothes stained with crimson flowers, a ghastly sight. Madeline reached out to touch his wounds, but found her hands drenched in blood. If someone prone to fainting at the sight of blood saw this, they would probably roll their eyes back and pass out. Madeline squinted, unsure of what to do. She was severely injured, barely able to stand, though not fatally so. It was evident she couldn't perform ordinary sword techniques. "Ha ha ha ha, you two should also enter this stone. Become part of the source, and let me devour you both. I am the most powerful existence in all of Shenzhou, leading my people to greatness." The crow leader was exceedingly greedy. He held the glowing heirloom high, revealing a diamond-shaped mark at its center, which emitted a powerful laser aimed at Madeline. It was over. Her spiritual energy would surely be taken. Just as Madeline closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate, several seconds passed without the expected force striking them. Feeling no pain, she hesitantly opened her eyes. The scene before her was even more terrifying. The heirloom emitted boundless power, turning around and steadily draining the demon power from the crow leader. Caw, caw. The crow leader's soul and demon power were completely dominated. His eyes lost their luster and color, staring blankly at the sky, foam continuously dribbling from his pointed beak. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Boss, are you alright? Did they tamper with something?" Several crow demons who originally intended to take advantage of the situation to finish off Enrique and Madeline turned back, fleeing upon realizing they had been betrayed. The crow leader's inexplicable state might have resulted from excessive greed, attempting to absorb too much power, ultimately causing the demon energy to overflow. Indeed, sometimes more isn't always better. Everything has its limits. As numerous small crow demons gathered anxiously around their leader, his body suddenly transformed into a large, circular black hole, filled with malevolent demonic energy. Whoosh! The central black sphere rotated, generating a massive whirlwind that eerily sucked in all surrounding crow demons directly into the void. In no time, all traces of the demons vanished from the sky, leaving only floating feathers and a foul stench of blood. Madeline supported Enrique, weakly sitting down where she stood, helplessly witnessing everything. The originator of all this chaos was naturally the heirloom jade. Unbelievable how such a simple jade could wield such terrifying power. Madeline's gaze flickered. She sensed unrest looming in the future. Only after absorbing all the demons and sating itself did the jade stop acting. Glowing brilliantly, the heirloom hovered mid-air, descending gently and then stopping as if nothing had happened. Madeline rubbed her eyes, confirming this wasn't an illusion. A complex emotion arose within her as Enrique gradually woke up, frowning in observation. Were those guys just devoured by this jade? Not only did it consume its master, the crow leader, but all his subordinates too. If I remember correctly, you mentioned this jade was crafted using various demonic powers, condensed into a single entity, right? Enrique asked uncertainly. Madeline nodded. Indeed. Greed will ultimately lead to infinite consumption. Enrique murmured softly, deep in thought. Madeline set up a translucent protective shield around them, a skill passed down through generations of Yunshangshan sect to protect against harm. Gathering courage, she approached the heirloom, holding it in her palm. Due to the impact from absorbing countless demons, the birdcage containing the heirloom had shattered. Now it rested lightly in Madeline's hand. What do we do now? Should we head back? Madeline turned, raising an eyebrow. Enrique nodded, about to speak when his face contorted in sudden agony. Chapter 382, Dressing the Wounds. He had only taken 2 steps when he felt an intense ache in his joints, and an excruciating pain pierced through the bones and flesh of his wrist. Ow! He drew a sharp breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and trickling down his back. His shirt clung damply to his skin, making him feel uncomfortable. Madeline finally noticed his condition. Alarmed, she tucked the family heirloom into her pocket and hurried over to crouch beside Enrique, tearing at her own clothes without hesitation. What are you doing? Enrique looked away, embarrassed, not sure how to react. Of course I'm dressing your wounds. Just now, to protect me. Your hands were completely devoured by the crow demons. Look at this. The skin and flesh are all torn apart. It's frightening and will be hard to heal. You'll need at least a few months to recover. By then, I'll negotiate with Master and invite the best physician from our clan to treat you. No matter what, we must get you back to your original state. Madeline was heartbroken and deeply guilty. She had been unable to help during the critical moments. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended up like this. You've already done enough for me, Enrique smiled, though his face was pale. All right, don't move around. I carry some ointments with me, as well as the pills Master gave me earlier. Chew these and swallow them. No need to take anything else. Madeline interrupted before he could speak further. From the hem of her clothing, she tore off a few thin strips of fabric. First, she took out the ointment and applied it evenly over Enrique's wound, ensuring it remained breathable before wrapping the cloth around it like a bandage. Enrique cooperated obediently, taking the pills Madeline handed him and popping them into his mouth. Though bitter and unpleasant, he knew that good medicine tasted bitter. Instantly, a cooling sensation spread throughout his body, refreshing him immensely. Rest for a while. It looks like you twisted your ankle. Moving rashly might cause dislocation. Madeline helped Enrique lie down sideways and used her warm hands to manipulate his bones, adjusting them properly. Enrique gritted his teeth, suppressing any scream to maintain his dignity. Despite that, his face turned red with effort. Madeline's force and technique were just right, her bone-setting skills professional. After setting the bones, she massaged around to promote circulation and reduce bruising, much like an experienced old healer. Okay, that should do. Let's rest for about half an hour. I'll find some food nearby. Madeline stood up. Though weak herself, she assumed responsibility. This place, being the crow's nest, was desolate, littered with animal skeletons, offering no shelter or sources of water or food. After searching around, Madeline barely found an unpolluted forest. Braving her fear, she picked a few non-toxic fruits from trees and rushed back to feed Enrique. Enrique thanked her as he ate the fruits, feeling a myriad of emotions. They rested for about half an hour, Enrique leaning against his leg lazily, almost drifting off to sleep. It's time to go. It will be troublesome if we're caught after dark. Madeline estimated the daylight and pulled Enrique up. They prepared to return, handling any remaining issues. Nightfall would mean camping outdoors under less favorable conditions. But they hadn't gone far when the heirloom emitted another wave of impure energy, scalding hot. Madeline gasped in surprise as both their gazes fell upon it. Damn it! If this thing is so harmful, should we continue carrying it back? We know other monsters besides these detestable crows will covet its power. The heirloom has absorbed much strength. Whoever gets it next will surely go mad. Enrique clenched his jaw, analyzing logically. Madeline agreed. They had no direct orders from the clan leader and shouldn't act impulsively. However, she decided she needed to be brave once and make the right choice, avenging the dead disciples. We should destroy it, Madeline spoke calmly. Enrique was surprised. But won't your master blame you? We traveled here specifically to retrieve it. So what? Once retrieved, the seals and suppression forces have vanished, allowing demon power to leak again. Should we risk it being seized by other demons? One crow falls and countless others will arise. Don't underestimate the situation. Madeline was thoroughly enlightened. Moreover, preserving the heirloom generation after generation was merely due to ancestral duty. With many disciples dead or injured, there was no longer a compelling reason. Destroying this hateful object made more sense. I agree. Let's stay true to our original intention, Enrique nodded approvingly. Then, they slowly positioned themselves on either side of the cliff, each holding a sword. Enrique channeled the pressure from Jotian Charltonanding sword and Changhong sword, focusing it around the heirloom. The stone gradually changed from dark red to bluish purple, then burned vividly white. Estimating the right moment, Enrique muttered an incantation and struck directly at the center of the jade. With a crack, it split in two. Madeline perfectly synchronized, releasing several beams of light along with surging spiritual energy, shattering the jade into countless pieces in all directions. The fragments drifted down like snowflakes. Enrique closed his eyes, sensing the void of spiritual energy, finally relaxing. The heirloom is utterly destroyed. Let's return and report. They left without a backward glance, retracing their steps home. Hashtag chapter 383, stay behind. Right? I also feel that the spiritual energy here is extremely powerful. Enrique sighed. I've made up my mind. I'll be hanging around your cloud top celestial sect for a while. I'll cultivate cultivate here and absorb enough spiritual chi first. Enrique was particularly good at being shameless when it came to these matters. After all, he had done favors for the people of the Cloudtop Celestial Sect, so it was only reasonable that they should take care of him. Ha ha ha, sure, Master has already prepared a room for you, so you have a place to sleep. You can practice with my junior brothers in daily training. With your abilities, it's no problem. Madeline didn't object either. He believed that since Master was such a reasonable person, he would readily agree. Moreover, the Freddy had already given Enrique the medicinal alchemy secrets, proving how much he trusted and admired this Andoni's. Then you just stay here and take a look. I'll go explore the surroundings. Enrique folded up his invisibility cloak again and put it back into the bag he carried with him. He waved goodbye to Madeline. He sensed an evil aura lurking nearby, somewhere within the boundaries of the Cloudtop Celestial Sect. This elusive force seemed to be emanating from some injured malevolent creature. Just go wherever you want, as long as you come back for dinner, Madeline nodded, signaling he understood. He turned back and began reorganizing the bookshelf where he had been working, placing fallen items back in their proper places. Leaving, Enrique followed the broad steps and paths outside, searching based on his perception. The renowned structures of the Cloudtop Celestial Sect formed a square perimeter floating above clouds, one to be harsh. Don't be afraid. I'm not your enemy. Are you Taodai? You're heavily injured, right? Don't worry. If you tell me the truth, I'll find food for you and help you through this difficult time. Enrique spoke gently and reassuringly. This ancient divine beast possessed godlike powers and could potentially enhance Enrique's cultivation. Therefore, he dared to approach it fearlessly. After hearing this, the white, furry creature silently retracted its fangs, clearly surprised. It must have wondered why this human showed no fear. Most people would have run away. If you truly are Taodai, wag your tail. If not, sit down and don't move, Enrique said, watching the creature intently. The little beast rose on its small, elongated legs and wagged its tail vigorously, confirming Enrique's guess. Enrique felt a wave of joy inside him. He whispered softly, "Stay here, don't move. I'll go get you some food." He stood up and left. Since this area was a seldom tended garden at the edge of the Cloudtop Celestial Sect, overgrown with weeds and wild trees bearing fruit, it was completely natural, delicious, and rarely infested by bugs. Thus, the fruits were large and thirst-quenching. Enrique easily climbed a tree, drew his Changhong sword, and swiftly cut off a few fruits, catching them skillfully in his hands. Satisfied, he washed the fruits in a nearby spring and placed them in a small bowl, delivering them to the Taodai. Unsure what Taodai usually ate, these basic foods should suffice. Besides, it was heavily injured. Any food was better than none. Enrique placed the bowl nearby, and Taodai, smelling the fragrance, slowly stood up, dipped its head, and nibbled on the fruit, thoroughly enjoying its sweetness. In moments, most of the fruit was devoured, leaving Taodai licking its fangs and stretching lazily, still craving more. As expected of the legendary glutton. Once you had one, it could consume anything, no matter what. In a way, it was relatively easy to feed. All right, stay here a bit longer. I'll go find more fruit for you, Enrique repeated, heading toward another tree with hard-shelled fruits. After picking them, he carefully peeled off the shells and returned but found no trace of Taodai. It was gone. That's strange. Could it have run away? I wanted it to let its guard down first before gradually taming it. Enrique sighed in frustration. Had he known, he should have brought the Taodai with him. Amelieing such a great opportunity filled him with regret. He searched the entire area but found no sign of Taodai. Finally, he gave up and returned to the sect for dinner. Chapter 384, Cultivating Together. During dinner, Enrique was still preoccupied with the matter, his mind often wandering. Madeline was sharing her new discoveries of the day with him. She had been enthusiastic at first, but seeing Enrique's distracted demeanor, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with you? After you went out in the daytime, you came back like a completely different person tonight, lost in thought. Where did you go? Nothing. By the way, training starts tomorrow, right? Will I be training with the other disciples? Enrique stuffed some food into his mouth indifferently and casually asked this question, thinking about it. Alonso's, that's all arranged. I've already informed Master. You can just go. With your current skills, you're several levels above the other disciples. They'll probably have to call you senior brother. Madeline smiled helplessly. Although it might slightly dampen their morale, they had to acknowledge others' strengths so they could gradually improve. After dinner, Enrique still harbored hopes. He had thought that Taodai would be lured out by the smell of food. So, he returned to where they met during the day, waited for half an hour, and even placed packed food in a bowl as bait. However, he saw no sign of Taodai. He had to give up temporarily, silently lamenting that his earlier indecision had cost him the opportunity. That night, Enrique sat on the bed meditating. His condition was still good. His wounds were gradually healing, growing new skin and flesh, especially after taking the pills given by the sect master, which greatly enhanced his abilities. He couldn't help but marvel at how many secret treasures the sect master possessed, each perfectly suited to everyone. The fact that these monsters had coveted them secretly for so many years made perfect sense. The next morning, Enrique didn't forget the training schedule. He got up early, put on the uniform arranged by the sect master, and headed for the training ground. The surroundings were filled with spiritual energy, especially in the morning, confirming the saying that the morning sets the tone for the whole day. Enrique felt refreshed as soon as he breathed in, absorbing the essence into his heart. Due to the sect master's strictness, anyone arriving late faced severe punishment, so everyone except Enrique arrived on time. Halfway through his walk, Enrique realized he had forgotten his sword and turned back, arriving slightly late. Weren't you told? We've agreed on the gathering time. Why are you late? Do you know how much time you've wasted because of this? The sect master glared at him, not giving him any special treatment or leniency. With a cold sweat, Enrique hastily explained, "Today is the first day of training, and I accidentally got the time wrong. Please forgive me, master. If it happens again, I will accept whatever punishment is required." Enrique spoke boldly, promising anything to avoid trouble for now. He'd deal with consequences if they arose. Hearing this, the sect master didn't press further, but turned away to busy himself with other matters. Training began, introducing a new technique that left the disciples bewildered, unsure of how to execute it properly. All right, everyone should have recovered from the grief of the past few days. We must look forward. These next few days, I will teach you new techniques to combat fierce demons. The sect master strode back and forth, his heavy footsteps resonating ominously. He was stern and unsmiling while leading the disciples, making even Enrique wary of angering him. But master, will this long spear really work? Even our swords didn't do much last time, one disciple worriedly pointed out. The sect master had distributed the most suitable weapons according to height and strength limits, a thoughtful gesture indeed. Hearing the doubts, the sect master shook his head and said coldly, "It's because you haven't mastered the essence. When facing stronger demons, it's not about outdoing them in technique, but finding their fatal weaknesses to strike preemptively." He patiently guided them step by step. The disciples looked at each other, not fully understanding but nodding thoughtfully. Following the sect master's instructions, everyone lifted their spears high, swinging them vigorously in unison, creating crackling sounds in the air. Their movements were swift and precise. Mastering both soft and hard elements, they achieved significant progress, able to target enemies' vital points. After 2 hours of intense practice, everyone was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, with hands almost too tired to lift. Alansat, the sect master, continued unperturbed, leaving them wondering if he was human. "Master, isn't it enough for today? Soon it will be time for dinner." "Alansoa, you said this won't be mastered overnight. Practicing just this afternoon won't make much difference. Where's the balance between work and rest?" Disciples began to protest, feeling the burden of fatigue. It wasn't good to complain, but such hardship was excessive. The sect master frowned severely. "All your complaints amount to nothing more than excuses. Want to rest? Have you even earned it with your current skills? If another attack happens, can you guarantee you'll survive the chaos? Don't blame me then for not teaching you well." He knew it was necessary to push them harder. Better to train more powerful disciples now to protect the weaker ones than to watch clan members die needlessly. Chapter 385, Covenant. "But, we already know the basic spear techniques by heart. If you don't believe us, just test us. Learning so much theoretical knowledge doesn't seem very useful. Why don't we pair up and fight each other to test our abilities?" The disciples offered their suggestions ingeniously. However, their techniques were still not proficient enough. These proposals felt like child's play. Even if they fought, it would only be a display of fancy moves with no real skill visible. The fundamental skills have indeed been learned, but practical application is still a bit premature. After pondering for a while, the sect leader seemed to make a decision. "Fine, I'll do as you request. You can rest for half an hour. Go wherever you want during this time. But once the time is up, you must be back at the training grounds without fail. Do you hear me? If anyone isn't here when I call names later, they won't step foot in Yunshangtian sect again. I won't take such disgraceful disciples." The sect leader was stern, leaving no room for argument. Others dared not dissent, quickly agreeing before dispersing to find shade or fetch mountain spring water. Madeline chatted intermittently with Enrique. They were discussing the origins of these ancient texts when they suddenly heard commotion from the bamboo grove nearby. Occasional screams from the disciples made it sound incredibly lively. These guys are really unruly even during rest periods. Madeline shook her head helplessly. Enrique also didn't think much of it, dismissing it as mere horseplay. But gradually, both noticed something wasn't right. The screams sounded more like fear and pain than play. About 5 minutes later, the strange noises ceased abruptly, and everything became quiet. Enrique and Madeline looked at each other, puzzled. "What was that noise? I thought I heard some fighting." Enrique sat on a stone, sipping water from his flask. The water, clear and refreshing, came from another babbling spring and tasted sweet. "I don't know. Maybe those guys were secretly sparring to hone their skills," Madeline shrugged, feeling perplexed. She wondered why the disciples had put in so much effort in private, yet lacked spirit during collective training. Suddenly, a disciple rushed over breathlessly. "There's an unknown creature in the bamboo grove. I thought you guys were practicing during break. Did you not rehearse?" Enrique raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Since it wasn't the disciples, what could it be? It's huge, covered in white, fluffy fur, round like a giant ball. When I tried to get closer, it suddenly reared up on its legs, opened its massive jaws, and devoured several rows of bamboo. Our bamboo trees are enormous. Normal animals can't possibly have such teeth. Maybe it's a ghost or some kind of demon. The disciples were terrified, their minds clouded by fear. After hearing their description, Enrique immediately thought of the furry figure he had encountered recently, his recently acquired Tautai. Could it be that the Tautai had escaped and grown so big by eating everything in sight? It certainly had quite the appetite. "Take me there. I have a hunch about what it is." Enrique interrupted. The disciples looked at him skeptically but nodded, leading him towards the bamboo grove. As expected, nearly half the bamboo near the training ground had been gnawed, with massive bite marks and saliva marks remaining. Fresh footprints dotted the muddy ground, indicating recent activity. The disciples clung to Enrique, hesitant to go further. "Master brother, should we really go inside? We're too scared." Despite calling him Master Brother, their courage faltered. They now trusted Enrique's abilities and acknowledged him as a protector. Though this was a good sign, Enrique felt a bit helpless. He reassured them, "Don't worry, it's probably not a demon. If it is, I will protect you." "Promise?" "Alonso's, I promise." Reassured, they slowly moved forward. About 100 meters in, they spotted the culprit, a gigantic, furry beast, the Tautai. It was devouring bamboo, crunching loudly, enjoying its meal. Hearing the commotion, the Tautai turned its head, revealing terrifying red eyes. Its size had drastically increased since Enrique last saw it. Enrique silently marveled at its voracious appetite. Was its stomach made of the sea, endlessly expanding without bursting? This strange creature. Master brother, we need to drive it away. We don't want another terrifying experience. The disciples swallowed hard, eager to flee. Had Enrique not been there, they would have run. Don't worry. It's an ancient divine beast called the Taodai. It eats various things, but generally doesn't harm humans unless provoked, Enrique explained. The disciples, still uneasy, stayed close, hoping Enrique's words held true. Instantly, this statement served to steady the disciples' nerves. They all sighed in relief, but quickly began to worry again. But these bamboo groves were all planted by our master, imbued with considerable spiritual energy. In the end, they are supposed to be used for medicinal pickling. Surely, we can't let this monster eat them all. The disciples' concern was valid, and Enrique was also at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. If he tried using weapons to drive it away, there was a risk that this creature wouldn't take kindly to it. If things went well, it might run off and leave their sight. But if not, it could retaliate and tear them apart with its claws. Observing the colossal size of the Taotai now, its once tiny pink paws had grown to dozens of times their original size, each claw as large as a bowl. This massive creature seemed capable of shaking the entire area with a single stomp. From what I see, we shouldn't act rashly. Let's ask our master for advice, Enrique suggested, feeling somewhat helpless. Hearing this, the Taodai took 2 steps forward, its interest piqued. You're the man who tried to feed me last night, right? You mentioned wanting to form a covenant with me, didn't you? Why, you can speak. This monster can talk? The disciples were terrified, nearly fainting on the spot, suspecting that their ears must be playing tricks on them. The sheer size of the beast was already intimidating enough. The fact that it could speak like a human was downright terrifying. A creature that could speak must be highly advanced, likely possessing at least 10 demon cores or more. That's correct. You seem injured, right? I have plenty of healing medicines. If you agree to form a covenant, I'll give them to you free of charge. Interested? Enrique's heart raced with excitement, though he kept a calm exterior. Securing an ancient divine beast through a covenant would surely bring only benefits, no drawbacks. Of course, the downside would be the cost of feeding it 3 times a day, which would be quite expensive. However, Enrique could manage with other means, like foraging in the wild for fruits and fish. I can agree to your terms, but I have a request as well, the Taodai said with a sardonic smile, appearing somewhat mysterious. Go ahead. Enrique was surprised but open to negotiation. He wouldn't agree to anything too unreasonable. I was cursed earlier, leaving a dark force within me. Although I've eaten many things, I haven't recovered my divine powers. My size has increased, but only superficially. I need you to enter my body and sever this malevolent force. The Taodai spoke earnestly, its red eyes filled with intense dissatisfaction. Just thinking about the one who sealed it made it want to rip that person to shreds. So that was it. The evil force Enrique sensed earlier was inside the Taodai. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead, wondering what kind of power could seal such a formidable creature. The Taodai, still fuming, licked its fangs, full of hatred. It was clearly a creature with a complex backstory. Enrique thought silently. Don't agree, elder brother. What if this creature has ulterior motives? Indeed, we should find a more reliable way. The disciples bravely urged Enrique to reconsider. Ignoring their pleas, Enrique thought for a moment, then raised his head and said firmly, I accept your request. The disciples gaped in shock, disbelieving and even suspecting that Enrique had lost his mind. In that instant, the Taoye's mouth widened, revealing a blue halo above its forehead. Steam-like energy radiated from its body, forming 4 or 5 golden rings. These were the bonding rings. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds erupted around them as the bamboo shot up into the sky, creating loud booms. The disciples huddled together in fear, while Enrique stood calmly in the center of the rings, absorbing their power. A purple 6-pointed star appeared on his forehead, signaling the successful formation of the covenant. This segment follows naturally from the previous text, maintaining continuity in the storyline and character interactions. The translation adheres to the tone and style of the original, ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 386, The Shrinking Taodai. The other disciples, though not having witnessed such a grand scene before, had heard similar tales to one degree or another. Consequently, they were all pondering whether to rush and report the incident to their master. But in an instant, Taodai had completed its transformation process and acquired a mind-reading ability that naturally developed from its essence, brimming with innate power. Are you considering reporting back to your masters, right? Taodai greedily absorbed spiritual energy, opening its large eyes and emitting a chilling cackle. This frightened the others greatly. They froze in place, too scared to move. Could this massive creature really possess telepathic abilities? Legendary divine beasts were never said to have such powers. Are you doubting my capabilities? Let me tell you the truth. After bonding with my master, I gained certain extraordinary abilities, Taotai lazily remarked. No matter what, you carry the aura of a demon and must be punished for evil deeds. Our Cloud Sky sect is renowned for its pure spiritual energy, and we won't tolerate any impurities. One disciple suddenly spoke up with righteous indignation. Enrique glanced over curiously. It seemed these were the few who had rushed back to report earlier. Among them was a male disciple named Adamar, whose talent ranked above average among his peers, often praised by his master and envied by fellow students. Growing up pampered, he was known for his chivalry. However, during the Crow Demon's massacre, most of his close friends and family were devoured right before his eyes, intestines mixed with blood. He vomited all night after surviving, his hands and feet stained with the blood of his companions. Since then, he despised every demon, good or bad, believing none could be trusted. That's right. While this guy seems weaker now, let's overwhelm him and capture him. Adamar echoed the sentiments of several other disciples. As everyone readied their long spears, swallowing nervously, Tao Tai gave them a disdainful look. You puny kids with your flashy moves think you can do anything to me? Tao Tai taunted. Forget it, I have no interest in human flesh right now. I just want some vegetarian fare. Suddenly, Tao Tai emitted waves of white light, its body shrinking rapidly into a small, fluffy ball. Just like Enrique first encountered Tao Tai, almost identical. Such a tiny and adorable form would surely delight anyone. It shrunk? Adamar and the others exchanged puzzled glances, doubting their own eyes. Just moments ago, it was towering like a skyscraper. How did it become so harmless and endearing now? Tao Tai, looking quite elegant, strolled toward Enrique, rubbing against his trouser leg, contentedly purring. Everyone hesitated, unsure if they should proceed. What are you all doing gathered here? Time for rest is long over. Don't you want to continue training? Hurry back, I've heard Master's whistle sound twice already. A clear female voice echoed through the air. Even from a distance, it carried clearly and distinctly. Enrique immediately recognized the voice. Just as the group stood frozen, Madeline pushed through the bamboo grove, slowly entering the scene. She had followed the footprints on the ground and the commotion caused by the disciples. Seeing the tense standoff, she couldn't help but laugh. Why, senior sister, as you say, but is Master angry? Is it still okay to return? What if, despite our excellent daytime performance, we can't escape his temper? The disciples speculated about displeasing the sect leader, hanging their heads dejectedly, rushing back hastily to avoid reprimand. The sect leader had once stipulated that if everyone gathered in one place, the last to arrive would face punishment. All right, what are you standing there for? What's this little thing next to you? Madeline, about to leave, noticed Tao Tai by Enrique's feet and asked curiously. Tao Tai deliberately rubbed its pink paws on its fluffy face, evidently trying to charm her. This is the ancient divine beast Tao Tai. I've signed a contract with him. Soon, when my cultivation improves, I'll enter his body to remove the demonic aura, a part of my training, Enrique explained openly. He stroked Tao Tai's head, his gaze flickering. Madeline found it intriguing. She nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, records state that battling the demonic aura within can yield demon cores, significantly enhancing one's realm. I had the same idea. Enrique nodded. While they conversed, they debated what to do with Tao Tai. Although now smaller, carrying it around risked discovery by the sect leader. Though understanding, Enrique remained wary. What's wrong, Master? Are you afraid others will see and find it improper? Tao Tai walked over gracefully. You can use a scroll to seal me inside. To release me, simply recite the spell. No need for such fuss. ##### Chapter 387, Demonstration. With that, the Tao Tai closed its eyes and slowly floated up into the air. Enrique followed the sudden blue circle that appeared in his mind, reciting the characters on the charm. Immediately, the Tao Tai's body shrank into a tiny point, floating in the air before gliding toward Enrique's chest without any resistance. In a flash, it disappeared completely, merging with his clothes. Everything happened so quickly that neither Enrique nor Madeline had time to fully react. Enrique felt a warm sensation in his chest, accompanied by a gentle heat and a minuscule impact. It just drilled into my body? Quite smart, I must say, he murmured to himself. It was as if he had tamed an incredibly rare ancient divine beast, filling him with boundless excitement. However, before he could fully express his joy, Madeline walked over and gave him a light tap on the forehead. Since there's nothing else, let's get back to the training ground quickly. I already reminded you. All the junior disciples have gathered. If you dawdle any longer, wait until Master scolds you. She took on the role of assistant instructor, subtly aiding the patriarch in disciplining these unruly disciples. Oh right, almost forgot. Enrique was startled, tapping his forehead with self-disapproval, and gave a few embarrassed laughs. A sense of fear welled up inside him. Master's presence carried a natural aura of authority that could easily make anyone feel intimidated. Although Enrique was somewhat anxious, he forced himself to calm down, following Madeline out of the bamboo grove to return to the practice area. The spring water gushed forth. Master used a ladle to scoop several scoops, adding special ingredients before distributing it to everyone. The added ingredients greatly accelerated their cultivation process, helping them settle their restless minds. After a short rest and seeing that Enrique and Madeline were still not out of the bamboo grove, Master didn't bother to chase after them. His face turned slightly gloomy, and the surrounding air grew tense. The disciples dared not speak up, quietly sipping the water from small bowls, feeling the interwoven spiritual energy within. Then, Master led everyone in practicing the next set of spear techniques. Everyone raised their spears high, swinging left and right, creating crackling sounds in the air. Fists punched out, legs kicked swiftly, and the movements were fluid and efficient. Enrique and Madeline arrived late, their foreheads beaded with sweat from their hurried pace. So, you've finally come? Your spot is still reserved for you. Master glanced at Enrique, noting the unusual state he seemed to be in. However, he merely blinked and did not reveal anything. Enrique hurriedly rejoined the group, picking up his spear to join the training. He mirrored Master's actions closely, learning as they went. After grasping the moves, many students grew eager for practical demonstration. Enrique's thoughts, however, had already wandered far away, contemplating where to train the Tao Tai. As he recalled, the Cloudhop sect had a massive pagoda rich in spiritual energy. It was created by a powerful sorcerer many years ago to suppress a group of demons. The spiritual force remained potent, nurturing boundless power, but only the strongest could endure it. Entering without qualification could lead to fatal consequences due to excessive intake of spiritual energy. Thus, it was a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. To establish a deep bond with the Tao Tai sooner, this pagoda was clearly the best choice. As Enrique pondered the pros and cons, all nearby motion suddenly stopped, and everyone's gaze turned towards him with surprise. What? Why are you all looking at me? Enrique paused, bewildered by everyone's stares. Senior Brother Lou, didn't you hear what Master said? Asked Adamar bravely. Enrique looked puzzled and shook his head. Suddenly, Master held up a scroll, flipping through it to display the illustrations. As you see, practical demonstrations are quite challenging. If I were to demonstrate, you wouldn't learn much. You need to work in pairs to learn from each other. Master then pointed at Enrique. You, come forward and give everyone a demonstration. This statement caused dead silence. All the disciples' eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting to see how Enrique would respond, whether he could truly shine. Enrique remained confused, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, Master, I'm not ready. Come now, since Master has spoken, don't be too shy. Show some respect, Madeline interjected teasingly. Enrique wanted to refuse again, but seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, he reluctantly stepped forward. Master, am I sparring with you? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? Not at all. You and senior brother Liang will spar together, Master replied with a half smile, gesturing towards Adamar. Adamar was also surprised, wondering why Master chose them to showcase the technique in such a situation. It was highly unusual. Alright, since Master has spoken, I'll dare to spar with senior brother Liu. Adamar bowed politely and positioned himself opposite Enrique. The crowd watched eagerly, anticipating an exciting match. Hashtag chapter 388, special skill. Several disciples even sat cross-legged, forming a large circle around the two. Their eyes filled with amusement. Wow, this is historic. It's our first time watching junior brother Adamar in a duel. He used to be so mediocre. Why did Master pick him out of such a crowd? Does he have some special qualities? Who knows? Let's just enjoy the show. The crowd buzzed with discussion as Enrique tightly gripped his spear, sizing up the Andonis before him. If he remembered correctly, Adamar was the one who tried to kill the demon upon entering. Though Taodai possessed godlike power, it did not warrant such extreme measures. Enrique was lost in thought when Adamar suddenly interrupted him. Come on, senior brother. What moves do you have? Show me now. Adamar said, sounding somewhat nervous. Enrique noticed a streak of purple light pass by Adamar's eyes, initially thinking it was a trick of the light. However, the purple streak grew more pronounced until it almost became solidified, which intrigued him. Alright, the match officially begins now. Adamar, remember to go easy on your senior brother. Don't use too much force. Just give it a symbolic effort. The sect master patted Adamar's shoulder, advising him. This irritated Enrique. Did they really think he needed an easy match? How underestimating. The duel began, and Enrique quickly realized he had underestimated Adamar. The ancient aura emanating from him was overwhelming. What is this incredible move? I've never seen anything like it before. Even Madeline was shocked. She watched quietly, sensing something was amiss. Adamar seemed oblivious, suddenly lunging forward with his spear straight at Enrique's chest. There was no holding back. Startled, Enrique dodged to the side, barely managing to counterattack and fend off the assault. This resulted in a deadlock. Haydens, when did Adamar become so powerful? Even senior brother can't match him. Wait, don't you think his eyes look hollow and abnormal? As if his mind has been influenced by something. That's not how Adamar usually acts. Everyone began discussing, finally noticing the unusual. His expressionless demeanor resembled a puppet, as though controlled by some unseen force. No, this is just the bloodline within Adamar. The immense pressure comes from that giant monster's presence, the sect master explained, stroking his chin. A giant monster? The disciples exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't reported to Master, so how did he know? His shocking statement even startled Enrique mid-duel, but he remained silent, only flashing a glance. Where are you looking? Focus on the fight. Are you ready to battle me? Adamar abruptly spoke. Then, his spear twisted bizarrely like a coiling python, striking at Enrique's eyes. Enrique crouched down hastily as the spear passed just above his head, narrowly missing. The sheer force was no joke. He felt humiliated and touched his forehead, barely avoiding the attack. But Adamar pressed on, his attacks becoming faster and fiercer, relentless and brutal. Master, how far should this match go? Until one of us falls? Enrique panted. He felt the fresh wound on his hand beginning to tear open, the ointment and bandages giving way, exposing raw flesh. If this continued, not even several springs could heal it. His wound was in its most vulnerable state and couldn't withstand further strain. Madeline also realized this, rushing forward to pull at the sect master's sleeve. Master, please stop them. Enrique still has old injuries. This isn't fair. Is it just for you to see them fight to the death? Madeline couldn't understand the sect master's actions anymore. To an outsider, it might seem he deliberately wanted to put Enrique through a harsh test. I know their limits. The match stops once one falls. This is beyond my control now, the sect master announced emotionlessly. Knowing she couldn't convince him, Madeline crossed her arms in frustration, worried about Enrique. Adamar's combat blood was fully aroused. Excited yet tense, he muttered. Why won't you face me head-on? Are you not strong enough? He attacked recklessly, losing all form, like a machine driven solely by violence. This wasn't the spectacle anyone wanted to see. They longed for a contest of skill and intellect, something engaging and intellectual. This murderous display wasn't human. Enrique suddenly thought of the term, psionic. These individuals could appear normal but, when activated, would unleash extraordinary abilities, reducing opponents to pulp. You're distracted. Focus on me. Adamar yelled, seizing Enrique's momentary lapse. This time, Enrique couldn't dodge. The spear struck his right arm, reopening old wounds. Fortunately, it didn't affect the area previously torn by the crow demons, or else he'd have lost the use of his right hand. Clutching his wound, Enrique fell to the ground in pain. Finally, the sect master stepped between them, declaring, the match is over. You've seen who won and lost. Now, back to training. Enrique, your injury is serious. Rest and recover. No training for you today. The sect master looked at Enrique with concern, an unexpected gesture. Fine, I'll return, Enrique complied. Madeline rushed forward, supporting Enrique's arm as they walked away. She wondered if the sect master favored him or had ulterior motives. It was hard to decipher his intentions. Something felt off. The translated chapter retains the original structure, tone, and style while ensuring the story remains coherent and grammatically correct. Madeline, with great care, escorted Enrique back to his quarters before returning to the training ground. Though she repeatedly inquired if he was all right, Enrique insisted that her presence was unnecessary as it would delay her studies. Eventually, Madeline gave in, leaving behind some medical supplies after a few words of concern, and let Enrique rest alone in his room. He closed his eyes and focused on the energy within him. A fluffy ball emerged from his chest, transforming into a small feline creature, the Tautai. So, you've decided to release me for a breather now? Did something go wrong? I did observe your duel with that boy thoroughly. He's not simple at all, Tautai said with a teasing tone, but then provided a serious assessment. Enrique nodded thoughtfully. He had his suspicions but hadn't voiced them yet. You're right. He is indeed a classic case of a psionic. He can't control the surging energy within him and might lose control at any moment. Perhaps your sect master wanted to test this very aspect. Unfortunately, the results aren't promising. Tautai seemed detached as it spoke, unaffected by the situation. Don't even mention it. Today was truly an eye-opener for me, one I'll never forget. Enrique sighed, filled with self-reproach. His overconfidence had led to this outcome. Had he been more cautious, he might have avoided triggering the special skill. Frustrated, Enrique began changing his bandages, using his teeth to untangle a fresh roll. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as he carefully rewrapped his injured forearm, ensuring all medication was covered. Sighing again, he allowed his head to droop, lost in thought. Well, there's no use worrying about it now. Focus on healing yourself. My influence is getting harder to control. Come inside and observe the state of affairs, Tautai pleaded almost reluctantly. The swirling chaotic energy within Enrique was growing uncontrollable, making it imperative to act soon. Enrique agreed. These minor injuries are nothing. Let's start now. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. Closing his eyes, he levitated beside Tautai. Tautai rapidly expanded into its giant form, and from an outsider's view, it seemed a beam of light erupted from Enrique's room accompanied by strange rustling noises. I didn't know you could alter your size so freely. If you suddenly transformed into your full form inside my room, it would likely burst apart, Enrique remarked, both amused and concerned. I'm far more versatile than you think. Don't underestimate me, Tautai replied, opening a tiny slit in its chest. Enrique chanted a spell, shrinking himself into a small ball, closing his eyes as he felt the world spin around him. A powerful pressure squeezed his abdomen and stomach, nearly making him vomit, but his immense mental fortitude kept him grounded, preventing the worst. After what felt like an eternity, Enrique finally felt gravity return, gently landing on solid ground. The environment inside Tautai resembled a vast labyrinth, akin to a human heart, but distinctly different. Only the breathing rhythm shared a semblance. This must be Tautia's insides. It's a colossal maze, but thankfully, I won't get lost, Enrique muttered, exploring cautiously, searching for the center. Suddenly, his foot dipped into something cool. Before he could react, half his body plunged into a murky purplish-red liquid. What is this? A swamp? Why is the liquid so deep? Is it gastric fluid, or something from the heart? Enrique wondered, trying to regain his balance. Chapter 389, The Kappa Demon. He-Man-Chang should be translated to convey his struggle or effort. Here's the edited version. He struggled to pull out the frost ice soul from his robe, piercing it into the viscous purple-red liquid with a forceful thrust. Blue beams of cold light flashed around him. Immediately after, the swamp-like liquid froze into chunks without leaving any impurities behind. Enrique kept his wits and used his mental command to ensure several centimeters around himself remained unfrozen. Damn it! Why are they all stabbing me in the back? He broke through the ice above, first freeing his legs, then supporting himself to emerge completely, looking utterly exhausted. That glutton! If only I had asked him where exactly the demon is hiding. Wandering aimlessly isn't a good solution, Enrique silently thought, feeling somewhat despondent. He then pulled out a compass from his robe. This compass had numbers and neatly written characters marked at its 8 corners. Enrique acted swiftly and activated the compass. Whiz! Following this, different colored beams emanated from the compass but scattered everywhere, failing to converge on a single point. The key to their convergence lay in this. Open! Enrique suddenly shouted. Golden light shone in his eyes as he twisted his head sharply and bit his finger, releasing a bead of blood that dripped onto the center of the compass. The compass rapidly gathered the beams, as if responding to an endless summons. Well, it must be in that direction. No time to waste, let's get moving. Enrique felt elated and sprinted in that direction, leaving a series of inwardly indented footprints on the ground. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Enrique, a dark purple shadow was quietly approaching from behind. Its eyes and lips curled into a sinister smile, clearly not a benign presence. He didn't know how long he had walked, but the initially rugged path gradually flattened out. Strange stenches intermittently filled the air, making Enrique frown, sensing something was amiss. A vast lake appeared before him. In the middle of the lake stood a triangular spire, seemingly topped by a colossal statue. Although Enrique could make out features like a nose and eyes, he couldn't discern what exactly the statue was modeled after, so he refrained from drawing conclusions. Standing by the shore, he stared at the lake for a long while, hesitating to move forward. The water in this lake is definitely not simple. If I jump in recklessly, I'll suffer, Enrique murmured. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. Picking up a pebble from the shore, he spun his right hand a few times and hurled it forcefully toward the center of the lake. Whiz! The pebble skidded across the water surface multiple times. Each time it landed, it corroded more, until on the third skip, it entirely disintegrated into muck. This happened almost instantly, disappearing within seconds right before Enrique's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Thankfully, I didn't jump in recklessly. Otherwise, I would now be a decaying corpse floating on the water. Feeling uneasy about the hidden turmoil beneath the lake, Enrique feared that even with caution, the creatures below might still come after him. It was a difficult situation to judge. Just as if to confirm his suspicions, red light seemed to control the lake water, causing ripples and bubbles to rise. Enrique instinctively drew the Chonghong sword from its scabbard, staring intently at the water, afraid of any ominous demon surfacing. Being cautious never hurt. You're quite clever for your small mind, knowing when to be wary. I expected some divine savior to intervene. What a disappointment. Did you come here because Glutton called for reinforcements? You look so ordinary. How could he think you're qualified to face me? The demon emerged from the purplish-red water, revealing a long, broad tongue covered in moss and thorns, making one gag. Enrique gave him a brief glance before quickly looking away. The foul smell surrounding the area made him feel nauseous. What bad luck. Why did he always encounter such bizarre demons? Not only were their appearances grotesque, but they also insulted Enrique. Who gave them the nerve? You don't even look me in the eye? Quite brave indeed. To cleanse Glutton's body of impurities, you must first pass my challenge. The demon confidently proclaimed, rotating its tongue in a clockwise motion, spewing saliva in all directions. How infuriating. Such an absurd battle. If anyone else saw this, they'd probably laugh themselves. The Kappa demon swirled its tongue in the air, making a curve and retracting it back without hitting Enrique. The Kappa demon drew a sharp breath of cold air as a powerful pressure and pulling force made its tongue ache at the base. What a ridiculous situation. Not only had he gained nothing, but also put himself in trouble. Your reflexes are pretty quick. If you had been just a couple of seconds slower, you would have been subdued by my blade. Enrique laughed coldly. He calmly sheathed his beloved Chonghong sword. Although the Kappa demon retracted its tongue quite fast, it was still scorched by the burning sword aura. The pain was intense, yet it had to endure the excruciating sensation coming from within its tongue. Is this the legendary Three Realms True Fire? How could you possibly wield such a superior weapon as a magical treasure? The Kappa demon was taken aback. Its small, ugly eyes widened as it tried to confirm repeatedly. Impossible. This Andoni's in front clearly wasn't at a high cultivation level. How could he wield such an overwhelmingly powerful magical treasure? What dark arts must he be using? The idea was incomprehensible. Why is it impossible? Haven't you heard that true experts sometimes appear as prey? I can hide my strength easily. To outsiders, I may look like I'm only at the spirit will realm, but actually, only those with higher realms know that I am already at my peak state. Enrique lied effortlessly. After all, his identity while traveling was entirely self-proclaimed. Whether the Kappa demon believed him or not was not his concern. His intention was to create fear and chaos within the Kappa demon's mind for his advantage. So, he held his head high and spoke confidently. There could be such a thing. I've never heard of it before. The Kappa demon, now somewhat hesitant, even began to doubt itself. Could there really be such a possibility? No wonder many seemingly weak human cultivators turned out to be wolves in sheep's clothing, capable of defeating those far more powerful than themselves. Enrique chuckled inwardly, seeing that his psychological manipulation was already half successful. With enough mental suggestion, things would become much easier. At the same time, the upper body of the Kappa demon emerged from the highly corrosive lake water. Wet and dripping with thick, sticky droplets, it looked horrifying. Its flesh seemed burnt, terrifyingly so. Seeing its full form, Enrique felt his stomach churn, almost losing his appetite. The Kappa demon extended two dirty webbed hands, filled with countless cracks. Worms wriggled between the filthy fingers, crawling on the skin. A sight too repulsive to bear. Enrique noticed that the Kappa demon indeed had a weakness for weapons like swords. With water all around, he thought about using the frost ice soul to create a frozen ice landscape. He could then walk on the ice surface directly toward the triangular tower in the middle. This plan was quite thorough and required minimal effort. However powerful you are, you're just a puny human. Watch me subdue you until you call me father. The Kappa demon, after much psychological preparation, spoke arrogantly again. It seemed unable to leave the water easily, completing all movements within it, likely its habitat. As soon as the Kappa demon finished speaking, it opened its huge mouth. From its dry and narrow throat came numerous fly-like insects, fluttering straight towards Enrique's face. These tiny creatures were extremely poisonous, and if they pecked Enrique's skin even slightly, red rashes would quickly spread. If it was minor, he might survive, but severe poisoning would be untreatable. Cold sweat dripped down Enrique's forehead as he felt a sense of fear. He took out the frost ice soul, waved it several times in front of him, and mumbled, "Open." The power condensed within the frost ice soul was potent. Having mastered its essence, Enrique could use it with ease, no longer needing to waste energy pondering various aspects. Earlier, while organizing his weapons, Enrique had an epiphany, generating brilliant ideas one after another. Chapter 390, Ice Thread. He extracted a strand of ice thread and a guiding line from the new treasured sword he had acquired, the Nine Hayden's Mystic Sword, through an incantation and forging process. Using his unique method, he combined it with Cold Ice Soul, blending them seamlessly. Thus, even when using the Cold Ice Soul or the Nine Hayden's Mystic Sword individually within the realm of influence, he could still achieve the seamless integration of ice and water, showcasing the charm of a dual sword fusion technique with a single sword. In the future, Enrique might have other mixed skills to choose from. However, this time was not yet ripe, which was very normal. He hadn't realized that only someone with exceptionally high talent could accomplish such feats. Ordinary people couldn't harness such abilities, let alone create their own skills. That would be an incredibly taxing mental endeavor, something they could merely observe but not engage in. No amount of effort could make up for innate talent. Some aspects truly depended on what Hayden granted, seeing if one could identify their strengths within the given time frame. This move was self-created by Enrique and should not be underestimated. Even the current sect leader would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. For Enrique to discover this all on his own was nothing short of remarkable. If Yunchao sect's sect leader Alessio were to learn about it, he'd undoubtedly support and praise Enrique silently, bragging about his prowess whenever possible. Follow my guidance and continuously advance in the direction I desire. Grant me strength. Enrique controlled the blue beam with his piercing gaze and intent. Chanting incantations strengthened his spiritual power. In an instant, the majestic force of ice and water shot towards the swarm of flies, freezing them into icy sculptures. They became lifeless, immobile even in their wings. Some dropped into the lake, corroded entirely, making for a spectacular scene. If Enrique hadn't seen many more disturbing scenarios, he might have developed trypophobia. This was far beyond what ordinary people could endure. Seeing his army utterly destroyed, the Kappa demon's face turned black as coal. He clenched his fangs, glaring fiercely. Damn, where did Enrique come from? How could he possess such formidable power? Using just one divine sword to trigger a group attack? What else if not extraordinary talent? You shouldn't be too smug. Even if that move failed, I could easily toy with you using other methods. The Kappa demon, filled with anger and embarrassment, wanted to prove his supremacy. He refused to believe otherwise and opened his mouth wide again. This time, his tongue, covered in barbs, spewed out spikes towards Enrique. The Kappa demon also launched a relay attack by following up with his tongue after the initial spike assault. His movements were swift, and despite taunting verbally, he didn't affect Enrique's determination at all. Enrique skillfully wielded the rainbow sword, its surrounding three-flavored true fire melting the spikes within milliseconds, shooting directly into the Kappa demon's mouth along the edge of the tongue. The resulting explosion inside the Kappa demon's mouth, fueled by methane gas, caused significant damage. His screams echoed, but most of his teeth and tongue were burnt to a crisp. Fortunately for him, his thick skin prevented the fire from spreading further externally, a minor blessing in misfortune. Seeing the little demon still unwilling to concede, intending to return to their leader through the lake, Enrique preemptively used the cold ice soul, striking deeply into the lake again. The Kappa demon's weakened demonic aura couldn't resist the intense cold. Ice and frost burst forth, stripping several layers of his outer skin, exposing raw flesh beneath. After a few seconds of high-pitched screaming, the Kappa demon was frozen solid. The lake's surface froze over, looking remarkably beautiful and radiant, like a giant mirror reflecting light. Enrique gazed into the lake, surprised to see a huge toad reflected, its eyes rolling. Apparently, the ice revealed an inner deep-sea scenario. Could this be the source of demonic energy? The leader of these small demons? It made sense for a toad demon to lead the Kappas and aquatic creatures, trying to parasitize inside the Tautai. Enrique speculated, but did not immediately conclude. His talent in controlling the cold ice soul was clearly refined. The continuous spirit energy now had enduring power, supporting the spread of ice as long as his intent remained unbroken. This was a significant breakthrough. Now, Enrique could control 3 divine swords effortlessly, feeling each sword's frequency without needing to look, almost choosing blindly. His previous arduous training paid off. Otherwise, everything would have been in vain. Enrique felt quite satisfied with his current strength. After some hesitation, he finally decided. Stepping on the ice toward the center, every step caused the toad demon below to roll its eyes, seemingly trying to stop him. But with his dispatched Kappas defeated, this lone demon posed no threat to Enrique. Humorously, it could only watch helplessly as Enrique walked past. Reaching the entrance of the structure, 2 large stone sculptures flanked pole rings. The expressions on the statues were unclear, somewhat frightening. Could these structures be built by the parasites inside? Otherwise, why would they appear inside the digestive tract? Enrique muttered. Suddenly, the pole rings snapped with a click, the chains clattering to the ground, as if everything before was an illusion. The door opened, and Enrique hesitated whether to enter. What if this was a ruse to lure him inside? But he couldn't just abandon the Tautai. These creatures would pose an even greater threat the longer they parasitized inside him. Enrique silently cheered himself on, and after making a very justifiable decision, he took a deep breath and walked through the door. Inside was pitch black, with dim surroundings and a musty, damp odor permeating the air. Enrique involuntarily wrinkled his nose in disgust, pinching it shut. Never thought my numerous attempts to stop you would fail, allowing you to break through. If not for my limited abilities and the need to temporarily parasitize this divine beast while I haven't fully recovered, you wouldn't have made it this far. My minions were actually defeated by you. Unbelievable. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the central throne in the room, accompanied by the rustling sound of water. Then, a massive toad demon slowly turned around from behind the chair. Its face was horrifyingly grotesque, covered in goosebumps and oozing blood droplets. The toad demon had large claws with long, sharp nails, caked with dirt in the crevices. Its eyes were disproportionately large, bulging out menacingly. Every time it inhaled deeply, it emitted a rumbling, crackling sound. You are the source of the demonic energy, right? I've detected this disgusting, decaying smell. I could sense it even back at the training ground, Enrique said with disdain. Since fate brought them together so effortlessly, there was no way he would let this toad demon live. So what? Don't forget that I am parasitizing inside Taodai, feeding off all its energy and nutrients. If you kill me, Taodai won't survive either. The toad demon laughed arrogantly, its inflated belly expanding and contracting oddly, looking extremely smug. What did you say? That can't be. Enrique exclaimed, surprised. He hadn't heard such information from Taodai. Sensing that Enrique might not easily believe him, the toad demon slowly raised its right palm. Several fine blood vessels and veins connected to it, spurting red blood continuously. It seemed the demon wasn't lying, but there must be another way to solve this. Enrique mumbled incantations, unwilling to give up easily. If I rashly use the rainbow sword to burn, the surrounding blood and veins will likely catch fire, endangering Taoye's body. As for the cold ice soul, freezing all the blood might also result in fatalities. Enrique compared the swords in his hand and soon fell into a dilemma. After pondering for a while, he finally took out the Nine Hayden's mystic sword. To be honest, his options were quite limited, which meant he needed to work harder to obtain more magical artifacts. For now, his resources were minimal. Nine Hayden's mystic sword. Encase this ugly toad in water, suffocate it, and bind its magic. Enrique spoke calmly. Instantly, water ripples emanated from the sword, spreading rapidly to form an impenetrable circle, enveloping the toad demon tightly. Realizing the danger, the toad demon didn't have time to react before the water sphere circled around its limbs and body, forming a seamless seal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water sphere fused with the demon's slimy surface, becoming wet and sticky, impossible to break easily. It resembled fish eggs being enclosed, a sight that looked absurdly funny. Good job, now see how smug you can be. Enrique stepped forward, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he swiftly cut the blood vessels on both sides of the toad demon's palms, causing spurts of blood that resembled a crimson fountain. The toad demon screamed hysterically, its greenish surface turning bright red from the gushing blood. Just wait. You'll stay here being corroded, eventually swallowed by the sword chi I generate. That's your destiny. Enrique coldly remarked, observing the situation. All was set. He only needed to wait for the demon to disintegrate. Desperately struggling, the toad demon, realizing the gravity of the situation, decided to take the most foolish approach to break free. Its eyes wide open, it extended its sharp tongue, using the greenish substance on the tongue to repeatedly lick the water bubble created by the Nine Hayden's mystic sword, attempting to shatter it after hundreds or even thousands of licks. Though clumsy, this method seemed oddly effective. Some bubbles, under the influence of the miasma, darkened considerably and showed signs of splitting. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Any additional narrative or context has been provided to ensure clarity and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 391. A single slice. Once a tiny vulnerability was breached, that small gap would expand further, eventually becoming uncontrollable. The concept of timely loss mitigation meant stopping the danger before it escalated. One couldn't allow it to develop unchecked. The situation had become dire. Seeing this, Enrique knew matters were not good. He promptly gripped the Nine Hayden's profound sword tightly and continued channeling his endless spiritual power into the bubble, fortifying it with more magical strength. With the increased layers of protection, the surroundings became more robust. With greater thickness, the situation wasn't as difficult anymore. Hurry up and let me out. The chunks fell to the ground, sticky and twitching slightly. Numerous large black eggs spilled from its belly, from which many tiny tails emerged. It seemed like new life. Tadpole demons were about to be born. The sheer number was astonishing. Enrique felt nauseous watching this, but did not want to soil his shoes by stepping on them. So, he used the burning sword energy to incinerate the frog demon completely, making it vanish into ashes. There was no longer any evil aura within the golden small tower. It seemed Enrique had successfully eliminated the enemy this time. Truly fragile, unable to withstand even a bit of my sword energy. A smirk of disdain curled the corners of Enrique's lips. Despite the frog demon appearing highly threatening, it was easily cut down by Enrique, demonstrating his powerful abilities. Now, let me exit and report back. The turbid energy inside Taodai should be completely eradicated. Enrique carefully examined the surroundings, moving up and down the walls, confirming there were no anomalies. Satisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted toward the top interior, and golden light rippled around him, enveloped in an invisible milky white substance, floating upwards. Rotating in midair, he emerged from Taoye's chest and landed beside the ground, covered in viscous liquid. You finally came out. Now I feel so powerful. I could punch 4 or 5 at once. Taotai appeared exceptionally lively after the evil energy was destroyed. His eyes gleamed brightly, and his previously small furry claws enlarged to the size of Enrique's head. His overall appearance and demeanor had undergone a drastic change, transforming entirely. Thank you, Enrique. Without your help to eliminate those hateful creatures, I might never have fully recovered my former glory. Taotai expressed gratitude. Taotai then closed his eyes, generating a brown elixir within. This elixir contained immense power, similar to his own abilities. This pill contains divine strength, akin to my own powers. After consuming it, any severe wounds on your body will heal instantly, without leaving any traces, Taotai patiently explained. That's perfect. I happen to need something to balance my injuries. Enrique nodded gratefully as he accepted the pill. Though he had recovered considerably earlier, he wanted to avoid scars on his back in the future, hence taking the opportunity to heal properly. Completely healing seemed like a good plan. Confirming the curtains around him were drawn, Enrique took a deep breath, stripping off his robes and sleeves, exposing his pale skin. You have quite a nice physique, as expected of someone who practices martial arts. Developing such harassment. Chapter 392. Unexpected arrival. Taodai, realizing it would be inappropriate to interrupt, shrank back into an extremely small sphere and re-entered Enrique's chest, fully retreating. Enrique leisurely finished wrapping the bandages around himself, put on his clothes, and turned around. His eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion, making him seem unfathomable. All right, I accept your goodwill. Place the basket of fruits on that table over there. Tomorrow, when my injuries are a bit better, I'll return to practice with Master, Enrique said calmly and composedly. Madeline looked at him hesitantly, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Ultimately, she only gave him a complex look without uttering a word. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? I know what you want to talk about. Is it concerning disciple Adamar? Though I agree his strength is surprising and developed beyond expectations, this situation isn't as simple as it seems. Enrique pondered for a moment before saying slowly. Madeline seemed dazed. From Enrique's insightful tone, it was clear he understood more than he let on. He just hadn't directly addressed the matter. Given this, Madeline didn't intend to meddle unnecessarily. Getting involved in their conflict wouldn't benefit her in any way. There's no point in doing so since it won't bring me any advantages. Alright then. Abilities. His aura was too unstable, and he could easily fall into madness. Once this strange energy was unleashed and tapped into, reaching an unprecedented level, it would become uncontrollable. Moreover, Adamar had some unresolved issues with Tautai, exacerbating the flow of energy, a troubling sign. While heightened abilities were good, being unable to manage such chaotic, spiraling energies could lead to disaster. How could Madeline stand idly by and watch her junior brother fall into such turmoil? Therefore, she would do everything in her power to protect him. Senior sister, please step aside. I don't want to involve you. I can feel an immense, restless energy welling up from within me. I must kill all these wicked demons myself. Not a single one will be spared. Adamar's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, recalling the tragic death of his parents at the hands of those demons. He relived that horrific scene every night in his dreams, waking up in distress. This torment had gone on for far too long, nearly driving him mad. His mind had been shattered and eroded, leading to this inevitable confrontation. This wasn't a coincidence. It was destined. Is it you, junior brother Adamar? Let me speak with him. Enrique slowly got dressed and walked steadily to the door. Enemies meeting always spark tension. The moment Enrique emerged, Adamar sniffed the air and clearly detected Taoye's scent emanating from Enrique. He clenched his teeth, visibly agitated and ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 392. Tension. In contrast to Adamar's tension, Enrique did not seem to take him too seriously. Though he had indeed suffered at the hands of the Sandonis before, this time, he would not be so careless again. However, the injuries on his body could complicate things if he were to engage in a fight. As Enrique considered this, his gaze settled on Adamar, and he composed himself. Junior brother Liang, what's wrong? Enrique put on a look of concern and stepped toward Adamar. But as Enrique approached, Adamar, looking extremely wary, retreated and insisted on keeping a distance between them. Meeting Enrique's indifferent demeanor, Adamar's already red eyes turned bloodshot. After a brief standoff, he finally attacked. A wave of fiery heat surged directly towards Enrique. The intensity suggested an attempt to scorch and reveal the Taodai hidden within someone. Stop! Madeline's pupils contracted as she instinctively moved to intervene. Their current situation was precarious, and for either Enrique or Adamar to be harmed now would be catastrophic. Whatever grievances they had should wait until they returned. Engaging here would give their hidden adversaries an opportunity. With these thoughts, a loud crash echoed as a body flew backward, slamming into the wall outside. Dust billowed from the impact, blinding everyone. Enrique emerged, hands behind his back, calmly observing. As the dust settled, Adamar's form became visible. Despite the apparent power of Enrique's blow, it didn't seem to have inflicted significant harm. Instead, it had infuriated him further. Adamar wasted no more time and charged forward. They immediately engaged in battle. Enrique recalled how difficult it was to deal with Adamar last time and summoned his Chang'an sword. The temperature rose sharply, almost melting the rocks around them. Madeline frowned deeply. This couldn't continue. With Adamar's strength, the area could turn into a sea of lava. Whatever the outcome, she needed to act. Summoning her energy, she stood and formed hand seals. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to fall, extinguishing some of the heat. The rain hissed on the ground, generating steam as it countered the extreme temperatures. The rain brought immediate relief, stabilizing the environment. Exhausted from exerting control over the weather, Madeline sat down, feeling drained. It had nearly depleted her spiritual energy. Now, she just needed to observe the results. Just as she settled down, footsteps approached. She turned to see Enrique returning, dragging the unconscious Adamar. Even his clothes remained intact, emphasizing the vast disparity in strength between the two. So you won that easily? Madeline asked, though she had expected his victory. This seemed too quick. Even with her interference, the fight shouldn't have ended so rapidly. I merely stunned and sealed him temporarily, Enrique explained. Due to his internal chaos, his powers are rampaging unchecked. Without intervention soon, he won't last long. These insights came from Taodai. Otherwise, Enrique wouldn't have known the gravity of Adamar's condition. Chapter 393. Qingxin Grass. Although they indeed had some past grievances, he never intended for it to end in death. Moreover, those past conflicts ultimately stemmed from the effects of chi deviation. Madeline never expected Adamar's condition to be so dire. Her gaze fell on Enrique, her expression grim. You say this, does that mean you have a way to solve it? She asked. Mount Kangwu has many treasures. For cases like chi deviation, finding Qingxin grass can completely resolve it, Taodai explained from the side. Qingxin grass? Enrique asked curiously. Legend has it that during ancient times, a great being's wife suffered from chi deviation while cultivating. To save her, the great being embarked on a quest to find a cure for chi deviation. At the time, there was no precedent or successor for solving chi deviation. Only rumors spoke of an herb that could cure it, but no one had ever seen it. They only knew it grew at the depths of Jiuyo. The great being set out on this journey, searching for centuries with no news. Eventually, he found the entrance to Jiuyo, yet couldn't enter. He almost forced his way in, collapsing from exhaustion after entering. After his death, his unyielding will transformed his body into nourishment, becoming the Qingxin grass, Taotai narrated. Enrique listened quietly, gradually falling silent. This didn't seem like a genuine search. The so-called Jiuyo likely served as an excuse to discourage others. Alansat, due to this great being, such a divine grass seemed fabricated. There are ways to solve chi deviation on Mount Kangwu. Though Enrique thought this, he didn't hesitate for long and turned to face Madeline. We must make the trip. Madeline felt the same. Adamar's strength was undeniable. If she were to die, it would be a waste. After making their decision, they didn't delay further. They sent Adamar to a safe place and informed the sect members to take her away. Then, the two set out to find the Qingxin grass. Mount Kangwu wasn't far away. They arrived within 2 days. Standing at the foot of the mountain, neither Enrique nor Madeline showed any immediate intention to climb. Mount Kangwu wasn't like other places. Small monsters lurked every 3 steps, and larger ones every 5. With their current strength, entering directly would be perilous. Despite already making the decision, they needed to mentally prepare themselves. Let's go, Enrique. After an unknown amount of time, Madeline finally made up her mind. She glanced at Enrique beside her. Enrique nodded. Without wasting any more time, the two took a deep breath and began climbing. Surprisingly, the path up wasn't as dangerous as expected. It was eerily peaceful. Too peaceful, almost unsettling. As dusk approached, the duo found a spacious area to rest. Setting up a campfire, Madeline retrieved their provisions and heated them over the fire before eating. The night remained as quiet as the day, but neither slept, keeping vigilant watch. Suddenly, Enrique felt his consciousness blur inexplicably. Something seemed off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. He shook his head to clear his mind. Are you all right? When Enrique regained some clarity, he tried to check on Madeline, but received no response. Sensing something amiss, Enrique looked over to where Madeline sat. Shocked, he stood up. Sitting next to him wasn't Madeline, but a pile of bones. As he stood, the bones crumbled and scattered. Enrique's face paled. Preparing to investigate, he suddenly paused. Something was wrong. They had just started climbing. Madeline's strength wouldn't allow her to turn into bones unnoticed. And most importantly, he couldn't hear Taodai anymore. Something was very wrong. Thinking this, Enrique felt a wave of dizziness followed by everything around him becoming abnormal. His head pounded as if it might explode. Looking up, the scene shifted, from Mount Kangwu to a bustling inn. He was on a mission with sect members, his juniors still joking around. Despite wanting to laugh at the absurdity, Enrique froze. A burning sensation surged from his chest, jolting him awake. His clouded mind briefly cleared. Wasn't he supposed to be on Mount Kangwu? Why was he here? Enrique leapt up. It was an illusion. Realizing this immediately, his expression darkened. When did this illusion start affecting him? If he was trapped, what about Madeline? Ignoring the confusion, Enrique summoned his Changhong sword. Senior brother, what's wrong? Concerned voices reached him. Enrique ignored them, acting quickly. When he finally broke free from the illusion, they were back at the base of Mount Kangwu. Are you all right? Tao Ye's worried voice rang in his ears. You were trapped, so I had to act. I understand, Enrique nodded. Had it not been for Taodai, he might still be lost in the illusion. As he thought this, Madeline stumbled nearby, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with fear. Are you okay? Enrique asked, concerned. Madeline took a moment to regain composure and shook her head. This illusion isn't complex, but it wins through subtlety, she remarked. She couldn't describe her experience, but its vividness would have kept her trapped forever if she were weaker. This translation captures the original tone and style, ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative. It also maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 394, Perilous Situation. Hearing her words, Enrique sneered. I've already heard that the Kangwu mountain is fraught with dangers, and indeed it is as such. In a place like this, not challenging it would be wasting the unseen friend's gift to us. Having said that, Enrique wasted no more time. He stepped onto the mountain immediately. As soon as he entered the boundary of Kangwu mountain, he sensed something trying to flee. Enrique reacted quickly, dashing forward without giving the thing any chance to escape, seizing it firmly in his hand. Madeline followed closely behind, and saw the little creature in Enrique's grasp. It's a wood soul rat, she exclaimed. These demons are experts at creating illusions because their inherent strength isn't formidable. Thus, they have nearly perfected their skills in constructing illusions. Even with its current level, causing trouble for both of us isn't impossible, Madeline remarked. The wood soul rats are inherently weak. Despite their prowess in illusion making, staying near the foot of Kangwu mountain for survival was understandable. Enrique knew this too, but couldn't remain calm thinking about having been caught off guard by such a small creature. Should we kill it? Madeline asked. It's powerful, perhaps useful later on, Enrique replied. He cast a spell on the creature, compelling it to follow them. The little critter, still visibly shaken from earlier, trembled in Enrique's hand, barely daring to move. Enrique rolled his eyes, tossing it to the ground. Run away, and you're dead? After exchanging glances, Enrique and Madeline resumed their climb up the mountain. As expected, Kangwu mountain was far from safe like the previous illusion. They encountered 3 battles within half a day. Luckily, their opponents weren't exceedingly strong, otherwise, they might not have survived. Despite the exertion, Madeline still had some stamina left and retrieved the demon core from the fallen beast. Here, she said, tossing the core to Enrique, who had taken the lead in the fight. Seeing this, Enrique didn't hesitate to take it. Based on our progress, finding the entrance won't be easy, Madeline said as she sat down. But the feeling of combat is truly exhilarating, Enrique commented nearby. He felt his cultivation loosening slightly after these encounters. Madeline understood what he thought, but said nothing, instead producing 2 Tianyuan fruits. They don't taste great, but they restore strength and energy remarkably well. After a short rest, they set out again. To avoid unnecessary fights affecting their condition, they decided to use the wood soul rat to scout ahead. Since the creature excelled in illusions, it made things simpler. Soon, they found the entrance to the netherworld. Pausing, they inspected the area. It looked so ordinary that without the map and certainty, they might think they were mistaken. This is just a facade. Once inside, you'll see, Tao Tai commented impatiently. Let's go in, Enrique said. Madeline's expression was equally exasperated, but she followed him inside. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, putting them on high alert. They'd used the wood soul rat all along, implying the approaching opponent must be strong. Within moments, the thing appeared before them. Damn it, it's a ghost python. Madeline's face changed. This ghost python was at least 800 years old, troublesome. What do we do? She asked Enrique. Before he could respond, the ghost python became agitated, sweeping its tail towards them. Both reacted swiftly, dodging the attack while Enrique also grabbed the wood soul rat. Trees where they stood broke instantly under the tail's force. Enraged seeing them survive, the ghost python sprouted wings, charging directly at them. Enrique stopped dodging, drawing his weapon to meet the charge. His sharp sword hit the tough scales, but failed to harm the creature. Instead, Enrique was thrown back into the rock wall, barely escaping. With effort, he got up, supporting himself against the ground. Are you all right? Madeline asked. Enrique nodded, standing despite the pain. The ghost python's body is hard as iron. We need to target its mouth and eyes, Madeline suggested. All right, Enrique agreed. After steadying his breath, they attacked together, focusing on the vulnerable spots. But even those areas were well defended. After being thrown back once more, Enrique took a deep breath and began manipulating his hands rapidly. Madeline sensed his intentions and swiftly moved aside. This was an artifact Enrique had obtained by chance, which needed immediate use. Inhaling deeply, Enrique infused spiritual energy into the wooden box. Instantly, it emitted a bright light, the potent life force stirring the surrounding plants. This force pressed down on the ghost python, pinning it to the ground. Holding the long rainbow sword, Enrique stabbed into one of its eyes. The ghost python let out a horrific scream, collapsing powerless. Enrique remained vigilant, knowing how resilient snake-like demons could be. Only when it was truly dead did he relax. Its defenses weakened post-death, allowing Enrique to retrieve 3 demon cores, stronger than expected. Madeline sighed in relief. Fortunately, Enrique's tool saved them. Thinking about the object Enrique used, Madeline hesitated, not wanting to pry into his secrets. We should rest for a bit. Even if we enter now, coming out might be difficult. Agreed. They dismantled the ghost python's body. Though tough, its meat was delicious. Even a simple roasting made the meat taste great. After eating their fill, they closed their eyes and rested for a while. When they woke up at dawn the next day, they packed up without hesitation and entered the netherworld from the entrance. As soon as they came in, they quickly noticed the difference here. Compared to the outside, this place was much colder. Almost any time and anywhere, they could sense lingering spirits hovering around them. Only because of fear of the strong aura emanating from the two did these spirits not dare to come closer. Be careful. There are more than just these useless spirits here, Tao Tai warned. Now you're still at the entrance. You haven't truly gone inside yet. Once you do, you must be on high alert. As living souls, your bodies are highly coveted here. Enrique immediately understood what Tao Tai meant. Be cautious. Our bodies are quite welcome here, he reminded Madeline. Got it. Madeline nodded toward Enrique without saying more. They used their spiritual energy to completely envelop their bodies, preventing any possibility of being taken advantage of. As they went deeper, the temperature around them grew increasingly cold. This kind of cold wasn't like ordinary cold, but a bone-chilling cold that seeped into their bodies despite the protection of spiritual energy. Even the slightest touch would cause an involuntary shiver. Not knowing how long they had walked, everything before them suddenly opened up. They had finally come inside. Is this the netherworld? Looking at this world, Madeline asked with some surprise. She had expected a place where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, but from her view, it didn't seem much different from the outside world. Only the plants here were very scarce, making the area appear desolate. On those few plants flew insects with faint glows, unidentifiable to the naked eye. The two cautiously ventured inside. There was no attack against them for their intrusion, even the plants sensing their presence and swiftly retreating. What's going on here, Tao Tai? Enrique couldn't help but ask. You're alive. The flesh of a living human is highly tempting to these wandering souls, but the breath of life is fatal to these plants, Tao Tai explained. Hurry up, the clear heart grass isn't far away. Upon hearing that the object of their search was nearby, Enrique became extremely vigilant. He turned to look at Madeline, exchanging a glance, and began to speed up. Finally, they arrived. Enrique stopped and gazed at the cluster of clear heart grass not far off, feeling somewhat awestruck. According to Tao Tai's explanation, the powerful figure who once lived had died here, his body and power guarding these grasses. Despite the passage of time, they still thrived. Let's go over there, Enrique said, moving forward first. Approaching the clear heart grass, Enrique took out a pre-prepared magical tool. Unlike other immortal herbs which can be stored in jade boxes, the clear heart grass, not originating from the mortal realm and similar to other plants here, was also afraid of the aura of living beings. If taken out this way, it might wither before they reached Adamar. The only method was to use something that could isolate all auras. Fortunately, Enrique had prepared such an item earlier. After taking it out, Enrique prepared to harvest the grass. At that moment, an indescribable sense of danger washed over him. He instinctively dodged. In the next instant, a sharp dagger nearly grazed his neck. Just a bit closer, and his head would have been severed. His expression darkened as he looked over. What he saw was a ghost. A ghost whose body was almost solid. This guy is strong. Be careful, Tao Tai warned. Of course, Enrique knew. The other ghosts here had insubstantial bodies, seemingly fading at any moment. But this one had a body almost indistinguishable from a living person. Intruders, leave this place, the ghost said, its toneless voice matching its expressionless face. Apologies, Elder. We need the clear heart grass, Enrique responded politely. May we take one plant? Upon hearing about taking the grass, the ghost's face hardened, appearing almost wooden. Humans, Be gone if you want to live. The ghost repeated. In that case, I shall have to intrude. Seeing no room for negotiation, Enrique wasted no more time. He spoke, exchanged a glance with Madeline, and then the two repositioned themselves, standing front and back around the ghost. Tension escalated between the two sides. The ghost's expression turned cold upon seeing their preparations, launching an immediate attack without further ado. Dense energy condensed into two daggers that charged straight towards Enrique and Madeline. Enrique instantly drew the long rainbow sword. The speed of the daggers was incredible, giving him barely enough time to block. The impact sent Enrique reeling several steps backward, causing his sword to hum mournfully. His hands trembled violently from the force. An ordinary dagger carried such immense power? Enrique was astonished. Chapter 395, the grand finale. Be careful of that dagger, Enrique said with a grave expression. Madeline had already experienced the power of the dagger. Upon hearing Enrique's warning, she simply nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them moved swiftly, positioning themselves on either side of the enemy. After exchanging a look, they attacked simultaneously. The strength of their opponent far exceeded their limits. This time, they didn't hold back, unleashing their most powerful attacks. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. Madeline landed beside Enrique and glanced at him, noticing the seriousness in his eyes. Even though they used their strongest moves, neither felt that their attacks truly connected with the enemy. Indeed, when the dust settled, the man appeared unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Seeing this, Enrique's mood darkened. How could they deal with such overwhelming power? Wait. Taking a deep breath, just as Enrique was about to continue the fight, the voice of Tao Dai sounded in his mind. Enrique halted mid-motion, immediately stopping. You are not his match. Leave here now. Tao Ye's voice was unusually stern. Enrique did not immediately respond to Tao Ye's words. They had come so far. If they left now, he couldn't bear it. But this thought only lasted a moment. If Tao Dai said so, they wouldn't stand a chance even if they stayed. In that case, it would be better to retreat and think of a plan later. Let's go, Enrique thought, turning his head to Madeline. Madeline hadn't expected Enrique to want to leave. She instinctively looked at him, but seeing the look in his eyes, she understood. Okay. She nodded, and without hesitation, the two of them disengaged. Fortunately, though the opponent was incredibly strong, he showed no intention of pursuing them. He stood there coldly watching them leave. Only after reaching a relatively safe location did they finally stop. Do you have a plan? Madeline asked directly. Enrique shook his head. That guy is too strong. We won't win by brute force. It's better to come up with a plan first. Hearing this, Madeline remained silent, clearly sharing the same thoughts. We indeed should have investigated more thoroughly. If we had known there was such a formidable opponent. Madeline's words trailed off. If they had known beforehand, they wouldn't have come here alone. However, given the current situation, dwelling on it further was pointless. Enrique, observing Madeline, chose not to linger on this, but focused on Tao Ye's words. If I'm correct, the one you encountered today is the great being from years ago. Tao Ye's voice was remarkably serious. Are you saying? Enrique's eyes widened in shock. If it were true, their chances of obtaining the Qingxin grass were almost non-existent. That guy's aura is ancient and powerful, something that only existed in prehistoric times. Someone with his level of cultivation wouldn't die here for no reason. Not to mention, guarding the Qingxin grass after death. The only person who could do this and possess such power is that one individual. Listening to Tao Ye's analysis, Enrique's mind sank. He knew that if Tao Dai spoke this way, it was likely true. If so, how do we obtain the Qingxin grass? Enrique thought aloud, his voice heavy. This grass existed because of that person and might only be found here. There was no other place to look. If we can lure him away, perhaps we can get the grass, Tao Dai suggested after some thought. Tao Ye's suggestion caused Enrique to fall silent. Was Tao Dai unaware that luring him away was exactly what they needed? Enrique, eat something, Madeline's voice interrupted his thoughts. Enrique snapped out of it, meeting her gaze. Madeline smiled, even after a setback. We need to eat before making a comeback. Thank you, Enrique accepted the food, understanding her intention. No problem, Madeline waved it off casually, sitting down to eat. Don't be upset. There will always be a way, Tao Dai added, sensing Enrique's dissatisfaction. After all, without me, you might never have found this place. Tao Dai continued enthusiastically, but Enrique ignored him. In this netherworld, time did not exist. They had no idea how long they had been here. Tao Dai, Enrique sat in silence, then suddenly spoke as if an idea had struck him. What? How do you know so much about this? Enrique asked calmly. At this, Tao Dai seemed pleased. I know because I saw it myself, he responded without hesitation. Unfortunately, Enrique clearly did not believe him. Seeing Enrique's skepticism, Tao Dai deflated. Our race has a memory inheritance. Anything seen by our ancestors is passed down to us, Tao Dai explained, sounding slightly helpless. Tao Ye's lineage always preserved its bloodline through memory inheritance to ensure each generation survived. So even if Tao Dai claimed he saw it himself, technically it wasn't a lie. Enrique listened, then his eyes lit up as if an idea hit him. Perhaps I have a plan, he said. What plan? Tao Dai, still thinking about the earlier topic, asked reflexively. Since you have memory inheritance, your capabilities must be similar, Enrique stated seriously. Tao Dai realized what Enrique was implying. His gaze fell on Enrique, disbelief evident on his face. What are you saying? After a while, Tao Dai managed to speak. But Enrique showed no reaction. This is one of the few options. You'll have to endure, Tao Dai. You won't die anyway. Just go over and get the grass. As for the method, anything goes. Enrique, you? Decided. Enrique cut Tao Dai off before he could protest. Turning to Madeline, he continued, I have a plan. Curious, Madeline turned to face him. What is it? She asked directly. Do you remember the legend of the Dongxin Chao I mentioned before? Enrique didn't immediately respond to Madeline's words, but instead looked at her and spoke. Madeline was taken aback for a moment, then she nodded. I do. The person we met today is probably the one who created the Dongxin Chao, Enrique continued. Madeline stood there, eyes wide in shock as she processed Enrique's words. Wait, Enrique. After what seemed like an eternity, Madeline suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Enrique stopped speaking and turned to look at her. Even if it's true, so much time has passed. How could that be possible? Madeline's voice trailed off, but the meaning behind her words was clear. The legend of Dongxin Chao dates back to ancient times. Who could possibly have lived this long? Enrique wasn't surprised by Madeline's reaction. Meeting her gaze, Enrique smiled. So that guy is now just a spirit. Madeline wanted to say more but remained silent for a moment, eventually swallowing her words. Clearly, she was trying hard to accept this. Seeing Madeline like this, Enrique wasn't in a hurry. He patiently waited. Even if we know who this person is now, what does it matter? After a while, Madeline asked, frowning deeply. It doesn't really matter, Enrique replied simply. Madeline. She admitted she couldn't figure out what Enrique was thinking. His demeanor had been calm all along. Could it be that he never intended to save Adamar? The thought crossed her mind but was quickly dismissed. That was impossible. If Enrique didn't want Adamar to recover, he wouldn't be here. He truly does have a plan. Enrique interrupted her thoughts. That guy's strength far surpasses ours, but we can use tools, Enrique said casually. When Tuandy heard he was being referred to as a tool, he started to protest. What tools are you talking about? Madeline asked, turning to look at Enrique, unsure of his intentions. Without answering, Enrique sent Tuandy over. Tuandy had no choice but to grumble as he moved into position. Realizing Enrique wouldn't explain further, Madeline decided not to press the issue. She watched him, understanding he was already taking action. With patience, they would soon see results. Meanwhile, Tuandy reached the designated spot without drawing attention, as Enrique had predicted. Relieved, Tuandy prepared to act. Back with Enrique, he instructed Madeline to rest for a bit until Tuandy fetched the Dongxin Chao. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over both of them. They glanced at each other, immediately readying their weapons. A sharp dagger flew towards Enrique. Reacting instantly, Enrique still suffered a minor injury on his arm, blood gushing from the cut. Are you all right? Madeline exclaimed, seeing the wound. I'm fine. Enrique reassured her. Relieved, Madeline turned to face their attacker. It was the guardian of the Dongxin Chao. Her breath caught in her throat. This wasn't supposed to happen. The attacker charged forward, and the fight resumed. Though they were outnumbered, Madeline and Enrique weren't easily defeated. Their struggle caused the entire nether realm to shake. Enrique was thrown back again, crashing into a rock. Dark energy surged toward him. Reacting swiftly, Enrique sealed his body with spiritual power to block the invading dark energy. Despite his quick response, the dark energy seeped in, making him shiver uncontrollably. For a moment, it felt like his soul wasn't his own. He struggled to regain focus and observed Madeline battling nearby. She wouldn't last long. Desperate to help, Enrique suddenly convulsed, collapsing to the ground as the dark energy attempted to control him. Fighting to reclaim his body, blood poured from his arm, but Enrique ignored the pain. It felt like his body was being torn apart. Calming himself, he gradually sought out the source of the dark energy within his veins. Finally locating it, he attempted to expel it. But unexpectedly, the dark energy surged at him. Caught off guard, Enrique was hit. Noticing Enrique's trouble, Madeline instinctively wanted to assist but was held back. Forced to continue fighting alone, she felt her strength wane. Blood trickled from her mouth as she was thrown back. Struggling to her feet, she faced the powerful opponent once more, growing increasingly desperate. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to use her last resort. Just as she was about to act recklessly, she noticed Enrique getting up from the ground. Relief flooded her, and she rushed to check on him. However, Enrique's expressionless demeanor and pitch-black eyes startled her. As Enrique raised his hand, a terrifying force emerged, creating a vortex of wind around him. Caught off guard, Madeline nearly got sucked in, managing to anchor herself with great effort. Stunned, she watched Enrique, unsure of his intentions. Madeline was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I remember. The person we saw today is likely the one who created the Dongxin Chao, Enrique said again. Madeline stood there, stunned. Hearing Enrique's words, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wait, Enrique. After an indeterminate amount of time, Madeline suddenly interjected. Hearing her, Enrique stopped speaking and looked at her. If this is true, it happened so long ago. How could it possibly? Madeline didn't finish her sentence, but its meaning was clear. The legend of the Dongxin Chao dates back to ancient times. Who could have lived that long? Enrique wasn't surprised by Madeline's reaction. Meeting her gaze, Enrique smiled. So, that guy is just a soul now. Madeline wanted to say more but paused after looking at Enrique in silence for a while, ultimately swallowing her words. Clearly, she was trying hard to accept this reality. Seeing Madeline like this, Enrique didn't rush. He patiently waited. Even if we know this guy's identity, what does it mean? After some time, Madeline asked, frowning deeply. Indeed, it doesn't mean much, Enrique replied matter-of-factly. Madeline. She admitted that she couldn't figure out what Enrique was thinking. So far, his attitude seemed very calm. He wouldn't be planning not to save Adamar, right? This thought appeared in Madeline's mind for only a moment before she dismissed it. That was impossible. If Enrique didn't want Adamar to recover, he wouldn't be here. This wasn't someone who would just put on a show. I do have a plan, Enrique said as Madeline pondered. That guy's strength far exceeds ours, but we can use tools, Enrique added casually. When Taodai heard he was merely referred to as a tool, he became restless. What tool are you talking about? Madeline, unaware of Enrique's thoughts, turned to look at him. Enrique didn't answer her question. Instead, he directly sent Tao Dai over. Faced with Enrique's order, Tao Dai had no choice but to grumble and proceed. Seeing that Enrique wasn't going to answer her, Madeline kept silent. It was obvious Enrique had already made his move. If so, they just needed to wait for results. They weren't planning to go back anyway. Meanwhile, Tao Dai arrived at the location. As Enrique predicted, his appearance didn't draw any attention from the Guardian. Relieved, Tao Dai prepared to take action, gazing at the Qingxin grass. Back with Enrique, he let Madeline rest, intending to leave once Tao Dai obtained the Qingxin grass. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within them both. They exchanged glances, immediately gripping their weapons. A sharp dagger flew toward Enrique. Reacting almost instantly, Enrique still got grazed on the arm, blood gushing out. "How are you?" Madeline asked upon seeing him injured. "I'm fine." Enrique shook his head. Slightly relieved, Madeline looked at their attacker. Recognizing him, she gasped. It was the guardian of the Qingxin grass. Damn it, didn't he refuse to chase after them? Why was he pursuing them now? Surprised, Madeline understood that Enrique also recognized their pursuer. Ignoring the blood streaming from his arm, Enrique warned Madeline, "Be careful." She nodded, and they quickly engaged the enemy. Though weaker than their opponent, they were not easily overwhelmed. Their battle shook the entire netherworld space, a small realm, raising doubts whether it could withstand such a conflict. Alansat, no one had the luxury to think about that. Enrique was hurled away again, crashing into rocks. The densing energy from the rocks nearly poured into his body, but Enrique reacted swiftly, using spiritual power to shield himself. Still, the seeping in energy made him shiver intensely. Recovering his senses with great effort, he looked toward the nearby area. Madeline was engaged in combat with that individual, but from the looks of it, she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. As Enrique contemplated this, he prepared to go assist her. Suddenly, his body began convulsing violently. He fell to the ground immediately. The Yin energy that had entered his body was attempting to take control. Enrique immediately began struggling to regain control over his body. Blood continued to flow incessantly from the wound on his arm, but at this point, he had no time for anything else. It felt as though his body were being torn apart. He forced himself to calm down, and then gradually searched through his meridians for the location of that strand of Yin energy. After what felt like an eternity, Enrique finally located the source of the Yin energy. Overjoyed, he instantly attempted to expel the Yin energy. However, just then, the Yin energy unexpectedly surged toward him. Caught off guard, Enrique was struck once again. On this side, Madeline sensed that something was happening with Enrique and instinctively wanted to go help him, but she was blocked again. With no other choice, she had to continue fighting the enemy in front of her. Facing such a powerful opponent, Madeline could feel her strength starting to wane. She gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Madeline was flung away, struggling back to her feet, confronting this formidable enemy. A chill began to spread through her heart. It seemed there were truly no other options left. Taking a deep breath, Madeline made up her mind. She pulled out something from her person. Just as she was about to take action regardless of the consequences, she caught a glimpse of Enrique getting up from the ground out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that Enrique was still conscious, she felt a surge of joy and immediately wanted to go over and ask if he was all right. However, before she could make a move, she suddenly noticed that something seemed off with Enrique. He stood there expressionless, his eyes pitch black and devoid of any light. Witnessing this scene, Madeline's heart sank. At that moment, Enrique raised his hand. A terrifying force appeared instantly, and strong winds abruptly surged around them. Caught off guard, Madeline nearly got sucked into the vortex. Using the technique, 1,000-pound weight, she managed to stabilize herself on the spot, all the while watching Enrique in shock, unsure of what he intended to do. Translating further, watching Enrique rise, Madeline felt a flicker of hope. She was about to check on him when she noticed something was wrong. He stood expressionless, eyes dark and empty. Alarm bells rang in her head. Just then, Enrique raised his hand, releasing terrifying power that generated fierce winds around him. Caught off guard, Madeline almost got sucked in, barely managing to hold her ground with a 1,000-pound weight technique. She stared at Enrique, shocked and unsure of what he intended to do. Enrique quickly answered her question. He raised his hand, and a dagger identical to the one in the enemy's hand appeared in midair. Even though she knew Enrique had conjured it, Madeline couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the dagger. As for the enemy in front of her, he soon realized he had a new opponent. His gaze instantly shifted to Enrique. "Enrique, let me help you." Madeline called out immediately. Before she could move, she suddenly found herself immobilized. Her face paled as she realized what was happening. At this moment, Enrique's soul was still within his body. He clearly felt that his body was starting to lose control. "It's over." This was Enrique's first thought. "Enrique, what's wrong with you?" As Enrique pondered a strategy, Tuante's voice entered his ears. Enrique paused, instinctively looking in the direction of the voice. His gaze landed on Tuante, and before he could speak, he noticed the Qingxin Chao in Tuante's hand. The Qingxin Chao was small but nearly transparent in its true form. Enrique could see the power flowing inside it. If his guess was correct, the power inside the Dongxin Chao belonged to that powerful being. "Enrique." Seeing Enrique didn't respond, Tuante called out again impatiently. "It was taken," Enrique replied. Compared to his initial anxiety, he now seemed calmer. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he might as well relax. Besides, if he really left, he'd be killed. Tuante knew that getting Enrique to explain everything clearly was impossible. Instead, he focused on observing the situation outside through Enrique's eyes. When he saw who was fighting Enrique and Enrique's current state, he couldn't help but gasp. "How did you get involved with such a thing?" His voice sounded out of control as he looked at Enrique. Seeing Tuante's panic, Enrique had an uneasy premonition. "What is it?" he asked. "The entity controlling your body is also a remnant soul of that guy," Tuante explained, pointing at the enemy facing Enrique. Following Tuante's gaze, Enrique was momentarily stunned. After a while, Enrique finally regained his composure and chuckled softly. Tuante, even if you want to scare me, you need a better reason. How can one person have two remnant souls? And they're fighting each other? Enrique smiled indifferently, seeming not to take Tuante's words seriously. However, Tuante watched him with an unusually serious expression. Gradually, Enrique fell silent, standing there with a fading smile. What should we do? He finally asked. If this was true, he wouldn't be able to regain control of his body. In that case, wasn't he as good as dead? Hearing his question, Tuante remained silent. The only thing we can do now is wait. Enrique had just regained control and couldn't speak right away. That entity is battling the remnant soul inside you. We must leave quickly, or no matter who wins, it will be disastrous for us. Tuante's warning echoed in his ears. Enrique shivered and grabbed Madeline's arm. Let's go. Madeline had been about to suggest using this chance to defeat the Guardian, but understood Enrique's intent at a glance. Without delay, they quickly left. They didn't dare stop, rushing toward the exit. Behind them, the enemy was rapidly catching up. Madeline pushed her speed to the limit without turning back. The exit was close, but so was the pursuing presence. Seeing the enemy almost upon them, Madeline gritted her teeth and accelerated. They dashed out of the cave. Inside the cave, Madeline dared not linger and hurried away. The sound of a massive explosion behind them confirmed the entity hadn't followed. Once clear of the cave, Madeline finally relaxed. Apparently, though strong, the entity couldn't leave that place. Enrique, are you okay? She asked with concern after catching her breath. I was careless and got controlled, Enrique replied. He looked much better now and could speak normally. Madeline reassured herself by confirming he was fine but felt a twinge of disappointment. Too bad. This is the Qingxin Chao. It can't stay in the air long. We must return as soon as possible. Before Madeline could finish, Enrique handed her something. She froze, meeting Enrique's gaze with shock. Had he managed to obtain the Qingxin Chao during their struggle? Enrique knew what surprised her. He cleared his throat awkwardly but didn't explain further. Madeline took the item carefully. We'll rest for a day, then return immediately. All right. Leaving the Kangwu Mountain was much easier than coming in. Many beasts avoided them due to their earlier actions, and they descended in just half a day. After descending the mountain, they did not linger any longer and immediately returned to their sect. You're back. The sect members greeted them as soon as they saw them returning. How is younger brother Liang doing? Enrique nodded slightly and inquired. The person sighed upon hearing his words. He's still the same. Due to senior brother's seal, he hasn't awakened yet. However, senior brother Liang's aura is getting stronger, and if we had been delayed a few more days, he would have woken up. Enrique was taken aback. Adamar's condition was far more complicated than they thought, and his seal was about to be broken. Even though the strength of the seal and his own state were related, it was quite exaggerated. Despite this, Enrique did not show his thoughts. He merely nodded. Take me there. Alonso's. Upon hearing him, the person no longer wasted time, nodded, and started leading the way. When Enrique saw Adamar's current state, he confirmed that the junior brother had not lied. Even just standing here, he could feel Adamar's struggle. Thankfully, they were back. Enrique didn't waste any more time, but turned to look at Madeline beside him. Madeline nodded slightly, and then took out the Qingxin Chao. Opening the box, a complete Qingxin Chao appeared before their eyes. This was the first time Madeline had seen the Qingxin Chao so clearly. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even just coming into close contact with it made her spirits lift. Exchanging glances with Enrique, Madeline used her spiritual power to wrap around the Qingxin Chao. Gradually refining it, she watched as the Qingxin Chao transformed into a drop of liquid, which then fell on Adamar's forehead. Instantly, the intense heat in the room receded like an outgoing tide. Adamar's condition visibly stabilized. Enrique silently lifted the seal. Adamar's body began to tremble. Before long, he opened his eyes. Younger brother, you're awake? Seeing him awake, Madeline spoke, a faint smile appearing on her face. Adamar propped himself up, trying to sit, but felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. You experienced spiritual deviation and harmed your body. The most important thing now is to rest well. Do not get up for now, Madeline said, sensing his intentions. Spiritual deviation? Adamar was dazed for a moment, then fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. Even if incomplete, they were enough for him to piece together what he had done during this time. Adamar never expected he would experience spiritual deviation. His complexion alternated between pale and flushed, looking very unwell. Younger brother, do not worry about these things. Now that you are clear-minded again, it's a good sign. This energy can actually benefit your future cultivation, Madeline consoled him. Adamar came to his senses, nodded, and did not say anything more. Seeing this, Madeline gave a few more instructions and then left with Enrique. In the years that followed, the two supported each other through thick and thin. 500 years later, both broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, shattered space, and ascended to the Divine realm, beginning a new chapter of their journey.